When the bloodline of the dark elves mingles with the dust of the old world, can an exiled soul carve out a mortal epic amidst the tides of chaos? He was an outcast of Nagaroth, a lone merchant of Cathay. A pirate raid threw him into a mercenary tavern in Tilia, where he unexpectedly met Godtrek and Felix the Slayer and the Poet. From obscurity to heroic adventures, from the chaotic taverns of Mirliano to the war-torn old world, he was toyed with by fate, entangled by emotions, and even crafted illusions of power with his own hands. When Skaven plague besieged the city, he led the weak Tilian civilians in a desperate struggle for survival. When ancient hatred resurged, he stood alongside a powerful dark elf sorceress and Kislevite knights, forging a kingdom with blood and fire. In the frozen lands of Nagaroth, he confronted the schemes and temptations of the Witch King, the Kynite priestesses, and the Slaneshi demonettes. When the Chaos gods extended their claws toward the world, he would even turn against his closest friend, facing the despair of a corrupted brother. This is a grand tale of identity, tested friendships, political intrigue, and epic wars. He will battle plague, beastmen, dwarfs, wood elves, and even the tides of chaos led by Archeon, the Ever-Chosen. Can he find hope in despair and establish a new order amidst destruction? The dice of fate have been cast, and he, the son of Harganeth, will be the most extraordinary mortal in this end times. Chapter 1. Survivor of the Boiling Sea. The salty sea wind lashed like an invisible whip against Yiming's chapped lips and exposed skin. Each breath seared his lungs, not only from prolonged exhaustion and dehydration, but also from the foul mix of fish, rust, and an indescribable rot that gnawed at his frayed nerves. Stumbling along a muddy path, his legs felt like lead, each step leaving uneven prints in the soft ground. In the distance, the outline of a city loomed through the morning mist, the famed mercenary capital of Tilia, Mirliano. He had lost track of how long he had been running. Time had blurred into an endless haze of fear and despair. The only clarity was the memory of that fiery, screaming coastline behind him and the nightmare name that haunted him: Black Sail, Black Baccaron. Yiming was not the name he was born with. It was a warm imprint left by a kind, long-departed old man. His true origin was a curse etched deep into his soul, one he could never escape. Harganeth, the city of obsidian and blood, the most feared slaughter ground under the Witch King Malekith's rule. He was an outcast, a flaw in Harganeth's merciless social order, born to an obscure low-ranking priestess and a father he never even knew who his father was, only that he was a son of Harganeth. Once the floodgates of memory opened, the buried, foul past rushed forth, suffocating him with its chill. The most vivid was the night that changed his life forever. He was just a child then, no more than 10 years old, frail and silent like a speck of dust in the shadows. Nights in Harganeth were always restless, the air thick with the cloying scent of blood and magic. That day marked an important festival of the bloody-handed kind, and the city was swept into a morbid frenzy. The bloodbath ritual of the High Priestess Hellebrand, the Crone Queen of Kine, was the climax of this madness. He should not have been there. Any male, especially a lowly orphan like him, daring to glimpse the bloodbath would face only one fate-instant sacrifice, another nameless offering to Kine. But a child's curiosity, perhaps mingled with a naive fascination with the ritual said to grant eternal youth and power, and even a dim longing for Hellebrand's legendary beauty, drove him. Using his small size, he slithered like a lizard into the forbidden grounds of Hellebrand's temple, hiding behind a twisted statue of Kine. And then he saw it. A massive bronze cauldron bubbled with thick, crimson liquida, sacred spring of blood from countless slaves and prisoners. Hellebrand, the Crone Queen famed for her cruelty and beauty, stepped naked into the pool, surrounded by her handmaidens. Her skin glowed pale and eerie under the bloodlight, her eyes burning with madness. As she immersed herself, the temple echoed with her twisted sighs of satisfaction and the Aurora chants of her priests. Yiming's eyes widened, his young mind seized by the bloody, grotesque spectacle. What he saw was not holiness or power, but a deep, visceral fear and revulsion. The churning blood, the shadows of slaves struggling at the edge before being ruthlessly pushed in, the mix of agony and ecstasy on Hellebrand's face, it all burned into his memory like a red-hot brand. His stomach churned, and he nearly vomited on the spot. It was then that Hellebrand seemed to sense something. Her obsidian-sharp eyes pierced through the blood mist, locking directly onto his hiding place. In that moment, Yiming felt like a frog caught in a serpent's gaze, his blood freezing in his veins. A little rat? Hellebrand's voice was teasingly hoarse, yet carried undeniable authority. He was dragged out like a lamb to the slaughter. The priests and guards around her grinned with bloodlust. He thought he would die dismembered on the spot or thrown into the horrific blood pool. But Hellebron merely examined him with interest, as if appraising a curious toy. Harganeth has no use for peeping toms, especially weak males, she said coldly. But kind is pleased today. I grant you a chance. Get out of my sight. Get out of Harganeth and never return. If you live, it is Kind's mercy. If you die, it is your deserved fate. He was dragged away roughly, without food or water, tossed into the corner of a slave ship bound for unknown waters. He didn't know how he survived that ship filled with despair and death, perhaps a child's instinct to live, perhaps the last shred of mercy in Hellebron's words. The ship veered off course in a storm and eventually wrecked on the shores of Cathay. Most slaves and crew died, but he miraculously survived, washed onto a strange beach. Hunger, cold, fear, and the relentless replay of that bloody memory nearly destroyed him. Just as he thought he would follow the other souls from the ship, a figure appeared in his blurred vision, an elderly Cathayan man with a kind face and white beard, dressed in simple silk robes, followed by similarly attired servants. The old man found him as half-naked, wounded, foreign-speaking child. Unlike the disgust or cruelty Li Yiming was accustomed to in Harganeth, the old man's eyes held pity. He took him back to the port city of Haichao, gave him food, clean clothes, and medical care. For the first few months, Li Yiming barely spoke to anyone. The shadow of Hellebron's bloodbath haunted his dreams nightly. He feared blood, feared the color red, even feared those who cared for him. But the old merchant, the kind man named Li Dihai, slowly melted the ice in Li Yiming's heart with his gentle patience. Li Dihai never pressed about his origins, but gave him a new name, Li Yiming, meaning changing fate, remembering new life. He taught him the Cathayan language, reading, writing, merchant wisdom, and even some basic self-defense Cathayan martial art focused on skill over strength. Though Li Yiming never mastered it, it made him quicker than his peers. His years in Haichao were a rare period of peace. He gradually emerged from the shadows of the past, though those memories would never fade entirely. He buried them deep. He saw Li Dihai as true family, and the old man treated him like a son, filling the void of a father's love he had never known. But good times never last. When Li Yiming turned 18, Li Dihai succumbed to a sudden illness. On his deathbed, the old man entrusted Li Yiming with his merchant caravan and modest savings, urging him to see the Western world. If he could, there were different landscapes and opportunities there. Li Yiming inherited the caravan. He was not a natural merchant, but he was diligent, careful, and had learned enough from Li Dihai. He led the caravan along the ancient Ivory Road, trading between Cathayan towns and the western borders. The road was perilous, fraught with harsh environments and raiders, goblins, orcs, and fallen human bandits. But through caution, a bit of luck, and the diplomacy he learned from his foster father, he kept the caravan running. He even acquired a peculiar repeating hand crossbow from a down-on-his-luck Cathayan artisan weapon with a small magazine for quick reloading, which became his key means of defense. This time, his target was the dwarfen sea fortress Barakvar. He had heard the dwarfs there had a keen interest in Cathayan silk and porcelain, and he hoped to trade for some fine metalwork. The caravan was small, just over a dozen carts, guarded by 20-plus veterans experienced but low-paid. The first half of the journey was smooth. They passed through several passes in the World's Edge Mountains, avoiding small greenskin tribes. But as they reached the coastline outside Barakvar, awaiting entry permits, disaster struck. That day, a thick fog rolled in from the sea. Just as the caravan members were cooking and discussing trades in their temporary camp, shrill horns tore through the silence. From the fog, grim black warships emerged like ghosts, their prows carved with twisted sea monsters, their sails bearing a massive, blood-dripping black anchor, a flag of the infamous Sartosan pirate, Black Sail Black Baccaran. Li Yiming's heart sank. He had heard of Black Baccaran's brutality, more ruthless than ordinary pirates, rumored to have ties to the Dark Elves, some even saying he had Dark Elf blood himself. The battle was nearly one-sided. The pirates swarmed ashore like a tide, well-equipped, coordinated, and blood-crazed. The caravan guards fought bravely, but were no match for these seasoned sea butchers. Screams, clashing steel, and the crackle of flames wove a symphony of despair. Li Yiming did not join the fight. He knew his limits, his mediocre skills, and hand crossbow were useless in such a conflict. His first thought was to protect the caravan's most valuable assets, several crates of prized silk and jade pieces meant for bribes. He directed a few loyal workers to hide or salvage what they could. But it was futile. A burly pirate with a scarred face noticed their efforts. He grinned, waving a blood-stained cutlass, and charged with his crew. "Were you hiding the good stuff, little rats?" The Scar Man's voice grated like broken brass. The workers scattered in terror, but Li Yiming, driven by a cold, shimmer, deep calm, or numbness in the face of danger, instinctively raised his repeating crossbow. Fwhip, fwhip, fwhip. 3 bolts shot out in a spread. He didn't aim to kill. Since witnessing Hellebron's bloodbath, he had developed a pathological aversion to lethal force. He preferred to make enemies bleed profusely, as if only this could vent his deep-seated fear of that sea of blood. It was also a dark elf slaver's instinct etched into his blood. The bolt struck the Scar Man's arms and thigh. The pain drew a bestial roar, but the pirate didn't fall, charged even more fiercely. Knowing he had no time for a second shot, Li Yiming dropped the crossbow and ran. He didn't look back at the scattered goods, the fallen workers, or the bleeding guards. His only thought was survive. He sprinted along the coastline, the pirates' shouts and dying screams pounding like drums of doom behind him. He didn't know how far he ran, only that his lungs were bursting and his legs were giving out. Just as he thought he would collapse, he spotted a small abandoned fishing boat in the shallows. Without hesitation, he mustered his last strength to push the boat into the sea, rowing frantically into the open waters. He dared not look back, afraid of seeing Black Baccaran's black sails pursuing him. Adrift for who knows how long, his food and water soon ran out. Hunger, thirst, exposure, and despair nearly consumed him. On the brink of collapse, he spotted a merchant ship flying Tilia's two-tailed mermaid flag. He was saved. The merchants on board expressed shock and outrage at the pirate attack outside Barak, for though Li Yiming sensed they were more relieved it wasn't them. They gave him food and water and agreed to take him to their destination Merliano entirely for the last of his broken silver. That was why he stood here in Nauragid, penniless, filled with bitterness for the past and uncertainty for the future. The caravan was gone, his wealth was gone, and most of his longtime workers were likely dead. He was once again a man with nothing. But he had survived. That was what mattered. As long as he lived, there was hope. This was what Li Dihai had taught him, and what he had learned from Har Ganeth's cruel survival laws. The morning mist gradually lifted, revealing Mirliano's high walls and scattered towers in the dawnlight. The city's noise whispered through the air, full of life and energy, a stark contrast to the dead silence of the coast behind him. Li Yiming took a deep breath, trying to expel the rot from his lungs and replace it with hopeful, fresh air. He straightened his slightly hunched back, and a glint of resilience befitting his dark elf heritage shone in his eyes, softened by years in Cathay. The past was past, no matter how terrifying or wretched. He had to shake off those shadows, the bloody memories of Har Ganeth, and the recent tragedy. He needed a new beginning, a new life. Mirliano, he murmured the name, as if tasting a strange fruit. This was the mercenary capital, a paradise for adventurers, a place of opportunity and danger. He didn't know what awaited him, but he knew he had to find a way to live here. The promise of survival burned clear now. He would live, not just for himself, but to honor Li Dihai's hopes. The promise to escape the past was a heavy shackle he had to break. The promise of a new life was the only drive left. He adjusted his tattered, Eastern-style jacket, trying to look less disheveled. Then he stepped forward toward the city bathed in the morning light. Each step was firmer than the last. The survivor of the boiling sea had to find his course in a new harbor. Chapter 2. The Sailor's Haven Miraglino, a gem rising majestically over the Tyler Bay, embraced Li Yiming with a rugged vitality. In stark contrast to the orderly and decorous atmosphere of the city of Andon, everything here exuded a certain nonchalance, a cacophony, and even a hint of chaos, yet curiously maintained a dynamic equilibrium. The city sprawled against the mountainside, with narrow cobblestone streets weaving like a spider's web between the uneven edifices. The buildings were predominantly constructed from a blend of stone and timber, their walls weathered and mottled by the sea breeze, adorned with haphazardly scrawled advertisements seeking mercenaries, crude graffiti left by sailors, and the humble emblems of long-forgotten deities. The air was saturated with a complex mlang of aromas, the briny scent of the sea, the pungency of drying fish, the sourness of cheap ale, the distinctive odors of leather and metal, occasionally punctuated by the fragrant spices wafting from the courtyard of a wealthy merchant. The sounds of hawkers, the rhythmic clanging from blacksmiths, the raucous songs of drunken patrons in taverns, and the diverse accents of curses and bargaining coalesced into an unending urban symphony. The streets bustled with a myriad of characters, mercenary captains clad in gleaming armor, their imposing war dogs in tow, shrewd merchants donning wide-brimmed hats, red-faced from heated disputes with dockworkers over cargo fees, and bold-eyed courtesans, brazenly casting flirtatious glances at passing sailors. Among them were adventurers from every corner of the old world, their eyes glinting with desires for wealth and glory. Dwarves, elves, though scarce and mostly in haste, and occasionally, one might glimpse the forms of Arabians from the sweltering southern deserts. Yiming spent his initial days engulfed in hunger and vigilance. The scant silver coins he possessed dwindled to almost nothing after paying the city entrance fee. He took refuge in a corner of a derelict warehouse in the dock area, wrapping himself in a tattered burlap sack, enduring the cold of the night and the disturbances of rats. By day, he wandered the city in search of any possible employment. He attempted to carry packages at the docks, but the burly men who had toiled here for years regarded him with hostile eyes, casting disdain upon the frail. For an elven youth, none were willing to share their bounty with him. He also visited several small shops, inquiring if they required an assistant, but was rebuffed either due to his elfin visage and foreign accent, despite his earnest attempts to speak the clumsy Tyler tongue he had learned from past traders and the crew that rescued him, or due to his lack of reliable references. Despair enveloped him like the cold sea, slowly submerging his hopes. Just as he was on the verge of resorting to the concealed repeating crossbow hidden deep within his tattered satchel. To engage in deeds he was loath to undertake for mere sustenance, the sign of a tavern named the Vanguard's Wine caught his eye. This establishment was situated along a relatively spacious street, not far from the docks yet distanced from the most raucous and chaotic areas. Its facade was modest, featuring a polished oak sign carved with the image of a smiling server holding a wine cup. Unlike many taverns that open their doors wide, the entrance of the Pioneer Tavern is slightly ajar, exuding a more reserved ambience. Yiming hesitated at the threshold for a moment. During his time in Qiqing, he had assisted at a tavern run by an old friend of his adoptive father, Li Dihai, for several months. That establishment also served alcoholic beverages, and through his exposure and personal interest, he acquired a modicum of knowledge about mixology, particularly regarding some specialty drinks from the region of Zhan'guo. Though this knowledge was but surface level, it became his sole lifeline in that moment. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the heavy wooden door. The interior of the tavern was somewhat dimly lit, yet it did not feel oppressive. The air was infused with the aromas of malt beer, wine, and a hint of delicate herbs, far more pleasant than the scents wafting through the streets outside. The bar, crafted from thick, dark wood, gleamed with polish. Behind it, rows of various bottles were neatly arranged, featuring both locally common earthenware containers of malt beer and some glass bottles adorned with unfamiliar labels, evidently fine brews from distant lands. A few rugged wooden tables and chairs were scattered throughout the tavern. At that moment, the clientele was sparse, consisting only of small groups of mercenaries and sailors engaged in hushed conversation or quietly drinking alone. An elderly gentleman, slightly plump with hair that was gray yet meticulously groomed, stood behind the bar polishing glasses. Dressed in a clean white apron, his expression was focused and serious, contrasting with the somewhat raucous environment surrounding him. Yiming approached the bar and, in the clearest Tyrian he could muster, said, "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you are in need of assistance?" The old man lifted his gaze, scrutinizing him with sharp gray eyes. There was an evaluative glint in his gaze, yet no overt disdain. Yiming noticed the small brass-framed spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose, which added an air of shrewdness to his demeanor. "What can you do?" the old man asked, his voice somewhat hoarse but resonant. "I have performed various tasks. I am quite nimble with my hands," Yiming replied, striving to appear modest yet trustworthy. "Moreover, I have worked in a tavern back home and possess some knowledge about beverages. I can also concoct a few drinks." The old man raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the last point. "Oh, your homeland? From your accent, you do not sound like a local Tyrian, nor from the Empire or Estalia. You resemble a dark elf more." "I hail from the distant east, Zhan'guo," Yiming answered candidly, aware that concealing his exotic origins would only invite further suspicion. "Zhan'guo," the old man echoed, a flicker of subtle interest crossing his eyes. "I have heard it is a prosperous and mysterious land, renowned for its silk, tea, and exquisite porcelain. Do your people enjoy drinking as well?" "Indeed, sir. We have rice wine, fruit wines, and some spirits brewed from special grains," Yiming recalled. "I have also learned various methods for mixing drinks using different liquors and ingredients." The old man fell silent for a moment, placing the polished glass on the shelf before retrieving an empty glass and several bottles of colorful liquids from beneath the bar, sliding them towards Li Yiming. Then, prepare a drink for me to sample. Anything you are proficient in, provided it offers me a touch of novelty. This was a test. Li Yiming's heart raced a little faster. He was acutely aware that this might be his sole opportunity. Steadying himself, he scrutinized the bottle of liquor before him. It primarily contained locally common wines and some inferior brandy, alongside a bottle that appeared to be fruit wine from Bartonia. The accompaniments were sparse, consisting of a few shriveled lemon slices and a small jar of honey. He recalled a time in the coastal city when, guided by an ancient text, he had attempted to concoct a beverage known as Clear Breeze Elixir, composed of rice wine, green plum juice, and a hint of mint, which boasted a crisp taste and a lingering aftertaste. Lacking rice wine and green plum juice at present, he resolved to improvise with the available ingredients. He began by pouring approximately 1/3 of the Bartonian fruit wine into a glass. Then, he carefully selected a bottle of the locally produced cheap white wine, skillfully controlling the flow as he let the liquid cascade gently down the inner wall of the glass, creating a stunning gradient. Finally, he squeezed a few drops of lemon juice into the mixture and delicately added a minuscule amount of honey at the rim of the glass. Throughout the process, his movements were fluid and focused, devoid of any superfluous gestures, a testament to the fine motor control he had honed while training in martial arts in the distant land of Zhan'guo. "Here you are, sir," he said, gently sliding the prepared drink towards the elderly man. The cocktail displayed a gradient of white above and red below, with the honey glimmering softly in the dim light, the fragrance of lemon mingling enticingly with the sweetness of the fruit wine. The old man lifted the glass, first inhaling its aroma before taking a small sip. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Li Yiming felt a knot of anxiety tighten within him. "What do you call this?" the elder inquired, opening his eyes, his tone still unperturbed. "My name is Li Yiming," he replied. "As for this drink," he continued after a moment's thought, "in my hometown, we refer to a similar concoction as chasing the moon through colorful clouds. However, given the different ingredients, let us call this one Misty Harbor, sir." A spark of inspiration had struck him, blending the essence of Zhan'guo with the local flair. The old man grunted noncommittally. He took another sip before placing the glass down. "Your skill is somewhat adequate, at least superior to my two foolish nephews who can only pour wine into a glass. You are Li Yiming, correct?" "I am Basso, old Basso, as everyone here calls me." "Mr. Basso," Li Yiming addressed him with respect. "I could indeed use a helping hand around here, particularly to assist with the bar." Old Basso mused, stroking his chin. "However, I cannot offer a high wage. A 3-day trial period, 10 copper coins a day, which includes one dinner. If you prove satisfactory after 3 days, it will increase to 15 copper coins a day, plus 2 meals. Will you accept?" 10 copper coins were barely enough to purchase a few loaves of dark bread and some inferior cheese. Yet for Li Yiming, who was destitute, this felt like a bountiful blessing. More importantly, it provided him with a place to stay. "Yes, I will accept, Mr. Basso," he replied eagerly, anxious that old Basso might change his mind. "Very well," old Basso nodded, tossing an old, somewhat stiff apron from beneath the bar. "First, clean up the storage room in the back, then move those empty barrels to the alley. Work with some speed." "Yes, Mr. Basso." Li Yiming donned the apron with alacrity, swiftly tying it around his waist before making his way to the kitchen. He understood that he must demonstrate his worth with utmost urgency. The storeroom was cluttered with debris and empty bottles, a musty odor assaulting his senses. Without a hint of complaint, he rolled up his sleeves and began to methodically tidy up. He organized the empty bottles into neat stacks, swept the scattered wood shavings and refuse into a pile, and wiped down the dust-laden shelves with a damp cloth. His movements were both efficient and meticulous, a habit honed during his time with the caravan, where any disarray could lead to significant losses. In less than an hour, the once chaotic storeroom was transformed into an orderly space. Old Basso quietly peeked in, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes, though he uttered not a word. Next came the task of moving the empty wine barrels. The oak casks were no light burden. Although Li Yiming was not particularly robust in stature, years of travel and some basic martial arts training endowed him with commendable endurance. He transported the barrels one by one to the designated area in the back alley, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his breathing remained steady. As evening approached, patrons began to fill the tavern. Old Basso primarily attended to familiar customers and those ordering expensive wines, while Li Yiming was stationed in a corner of the bar, responsible for serving those requesting ordinary Alesh or inexpensive wines, as well as washing the glasses. This presented an excellent opportunity for observation and learning. As he deftly carried out his tasks, he listened intently to the conversations of the guests, silently noting the vocabulary and local slang of Miraglino that he could comprehend. He observed a diverse array of individuals, drunken mercenaries boasting of their exploits, merchants whispering conspiratorially about clandestine dealings, and solitary drinkers, their sharp, vigilant gazes betraying their experience as seasoned adventurers. Li Yiming discerned that old Beso was not merely a shrewd tavern owner, but also an astute information broker. With seemingly casual remarks, he could extract valuable tidbits from the patrons or, at opportune moments, divulge ambiguous intelligence in exchange for a fine drink or a few coins as tips. "Hey kid, pick up the pace. That dwarf at the table over there wants his third mug of Bugman." A coarse-voiced mercenary bellowed from the bar. Li Yiming promptly filled a large mug with frothy dwarf ale and delivered it steadily. The dwarf, with a bushy beard flecked with foam, gulped down nearly half the mug in one go, then burped contentedly, tossing a copper coin onto the bar. Li Yiming noted that, despite the dwarf's rudeness, his tip was more generous than that of some well-dressed human merchants. He silently registered this observation. During his time in Jindian, his adoptive father, Li Dihai, had taught him that in a complex environment, the key to survival lies in keen observation and cautious speech. Now, those lessons resonated vividly in his mind. He endeavored to remain inconspicuous, refraining from excessive chatter, focusing instead on performing his duties diligently while using his keen, discerning eyes to absorb the world around him. Occasionally, when the venerable Basso found himself overwhelmed or when patrons expressed discontent with the mundane libations, he would gesture for Li Yiming to step forward. Utilizing the limited resources at his disposal, Li Yiming would concoct one or two beverages imbued with an Eastern flair and a distinctive taste. For instance, he would blend the locally sourced inferior brandy with a touch of honey, lemon juice, and a pinch of grated ginger, an ingredient he had scavenged from the kitchen, to create a spicy and warming drink that unexpectedly charmed a few sailors returning from the sea. Although his bartending skills were not of the highest caliber, his ingenuity transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. Moreover, he never sought the limelight, always attributing the success to Basso's adept guidance or the tavern's ample supplies. This humility and tact earned him Basso's greater approval. The 3-day probationary period swiftly elapsed. Basso said little, but on the evening of the 3rd day, he rewarded Li Yiming with 5 extra copper coins and instructed the kitchen to prepare a hearty dinner with meat and vegetables, as opposed to the previous day's meager fare of black bread and vegetable soup. Li Yiming understood that he had, at last, begun to establish his footing. In the days that followed, Li Yiming devoted himself wholeheartedly to the role of a pioneering steward. Rising early each day, he diligently cleaned the tavern, organized the cellar, and ensured the bar was immaculate and well-stocked. During the day, he assisted Basso in attending to guests, and often found himself laboring late into the night. His bartending expertise flourished through practice. He began to experiment with infusing some brewing philosophies from the East with local ingredients. He discovered a somewhat bitter herb native to Tyrol, which, when dried and ground into powder, could be added in small quantities to ale, producing a unique, fragrant aroma that balanced the sweetness of the brew. He named this improved ale Emerald Oasis. Though the name might seem somewhat pretentious, it unexpectedly garnered the favor of discerning mercenaries and down-on-their-luck nobles. Li Yiming also honed his ability to discern the preferences of different patrons. The rugged mercenaries preferred potent, inexpensive spirits. Shrewd merchants gravitated toward exquisite wines that signified status, sourced from far-off lands, while solitary adventurers often sought unique concoctions that temporarily alleviated their burdens. Li Yiming never initiated conversations with guests, but he was an exceptional listener. Under the influence of alcohol, many would inadvertently share their innermost thoughts, lament the hardships of life, boast of past glories, or divulge whispered secrets. Li Yiming listened intently, mentally cataloging valuable information and gaining a deeper understanding of the world's complexities and cruelties. He learned to maintain composure amidst the disturbances of inebriated patrons, deftly diffusing potential conflicts with clever words. On one occasion, a drunken Estalian mercenary, having lost all his money, directed his ire toward him, brandishing a dagger in search of trouble. Li Yiming remained unflustered. He calmly regarded the man and, In a tone both respectful and assertive, remarked, "Sir, your legendary valor is renowned far and wide. Why stoop to quarrel with a mere steward such as myself? Might I suggest a glass of our house special revitalizing tonic? It may bring you fortune." As he spoke, he swiftly prepared a non-alcoholic beverage laden with mint and lemon. The mercenary was momentarily taken aback by his composed demeanor and flattering words. Under the influence of alcohol, he unwittingly consumed the invigorating brew, soon finding himself sprawled over the table in slumber. Old Zhan'guo observed with a detached gaze, later remarking indifferently, "Young man, you possess a measure of audacity." As time passed, Yiming's role as a server in the establishment gradually transformed. No longer merely a menial worker, he became an indispensable aide to old Zhan'guo. His wages increased to 25 copper coins per day, and he secured a modest bed in a small storeroom at the tavern's rear. Although still living in modesty, he no longer worried about his next meal or a place to sleep at night. He began to amass a small savings. Unlike other mercenaries and sailors who squandered their earnings on gambling and women, he prudently set aside his funds. He acquired a fitting, durable dark linen outfit to replace his tattered tunic. Additionally, he procured a second-hand short sword and a small round shield, concealing them beneath his bed. Although he still abhorred violence, he understood that in this chaotic world, lacking the means of self-defense was akin to being a lamb awaiting slaughter. The repeating crossbow he had brought from the east was meticulously maintained, ensuring it was always ready for use. He gradually integrated into the city of Miraglino, much like a droplet merging with the ocean. He learned to navigate the complexities of various factions, engaging with individuals from all walks of life. His proficiency in Tylerian improved, even acquiring a hint of the local dialect. He was no longer the bewildered newcomer, but had become a relatively well-known young bartender from the east, serving in the establishment. Nonetheless, in the stillness of the night, the blood-stained shadows of Halgansi, Heliborn's cold and mocking gaze, and the burning shores beyond Balakheim still occasionally haunted his dreams. He understood that tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. The scars within him remained unhealed. He yearned to escape the past, yet it clung to him like a relentless specter. However, beneath the sunlight of Miraglino, amidst the air infused with the aroma of spirits and the essence of life, he discovered a temporary haven to catch his breath. Like a resilient weed thriving in the crevices of stone, he diligently absorbed nourishment and gathered strength, awaiting the next unpredictable twist of fate. The sailor's refuge provided not only shelter for wandering ships, but also a temporary anchorage for Yiming, a soul hailing from a distant, dark land. Here, he began to stabilize and genuinely assimilate into this new environment, even as he concealed unspoken secrets and pain deep within. Yet he knew that life must persist, and he must become stronger. Chapter 3. The dwarven butcher and the exiled poet. The nights in Miraglino were as boisterous as the days, merely draped in a different hue. As the sun sank beneath the shimmering surface of the Tylerian Sea, the city's vitality did not wane. Instead, it seemed to be infused with a more primal, untamed energy. The kerosene lamps and torches cast flickering shadows upon the narrow streets, while taverns, gambling dens, and various establishments of dubious repute lit up their signs, beckoning those who toiled diligently or lurked in concealment during the day. The tavern was no exception. At this moment, it was alive with a cacophony of voices. Mercenaries, having concluded their day of drills or aimless waiting, congregated here to squander their time over substandard ale and even poorer jokes. Sailors had just disembarked from their tumultuous vessels, eager to dispel the solitude of the sea with the solidity of land and the numbing effects of alcohol. Occasionally, a few local gentry or bankrupt merchants, dressed in somewhat respectable attire, yet bearing the weight of misfortune in their gazes, attempted to seek a fleeting escape from their woes within their cups. Yiming busied himself skillfully behind the bar, donned in a slightly faded apron, his movements swift and precise. His hair remained styled in the Eastern fashion. Yet in the eclectic milieu of Tyrol, one's appearance garnered little attention as long as one was not a green-skinned or horned creature, especially when the beverages served were palatable. "Hey, you boy from the East." Another round of Emerald Dream, bellowed a bearded captain of mercenaries, his burly arms adorned with a fierce serpent tattoo. "Certainly, Captain Marco," Yiming replied, retrieving a clean ceramic cup. He filled it halfway with his modified ale from a specially crafted barrel, deftly adding a few drops of essence extracted from a certain wormwood, and finally garnished it with a sprig of mint. The aromatic fusion of malt and herbal fragrance instantly filled the air. "Boy from the East, your brew is splendid." Though the name is rather effeminate, Captain Marco remarked as he accepted the cup, taking a hearty gulp and smacking his lips in satisfaction. "Indeed, it surpasses the horse piss that old Beso used to serve." Li Yiming merely smiled, refraining from argument. He understood the nature of these mercenaries. Their coarse words were devoid of malice. Moreover, the name Emerald Dream symbolized a deep-seated yearning for a tranquil and harmonious life, a stark contrast to the surrounding environment. Old Beso sat on a high stool in a corner of the bar, squinting his eyes like a fainting old cat, yet Li Yiming knew his ears were sharp. No whisper or rustle within the tavern could escape his notice. Since Li Yiming's bartending skills had garnered increasing recognition from patrons, Old Beso had delighted in leisure, delegating most bar duties to him while he focused on gathering intelligence and catering to truly valuable guests. At that moment, the weathered oak door of the tavern creaked open. A gust of chilly night air swept in, momentarily silencing the previously boisterous establishment for a fleeting second. The light at the entrance was dim, and against the glare, only two indistinct figures could be discerned. One appeared exceedingly robust, while the other was comparatively tall. Li Yiming's gaze instinctively shifted towards them. Having worked in the tavern for an extended period, he was acutely attuned to such sudden silences, which often heralded trouble or unusual patrons. The first to step inside was the stocky figure. As he fully stepped into the light, a faint gasp echoed throughout the tavern. Even the most boisterous of mercenaries instinctively lowered their voices. It was a dwarf, yet not one of the common engineers or merchants from Miraglino. He stood nearly as tall as the bar itself, but his girth was astonishing, resembling a slab of granite that had been compressed. His torso was bare, revealing bronze skin adorned with an intricate tapestry of scars, new and old, deep and shallow, each marking seemingly narrating a tale of bloodshed. More striking were the blue tattoos that sprawled across his body, intricate and ancient runes extending from his neck to his wrists, exuding a primal and enigmatic aura. His hair and beard blazed a fiery orange, woven into thick braids secured with polished metal rings. Yet, the most unsettling feature was the crest of orange. Rigid hair atop his head, reminiscent of a rooster's comb, a hallmark of a dwarven butcher. He possessed but one eye, the other was obscured by a gruesome scar, as if a claw had violently gouged it out. The single eye sparkled with a near-mad resolve and an unfathomable sorrow. At his waist, or rather, on the massive belt that seemed to meld with his form, was sheathed a colossal axe. The axe head was disproportionately large, its blade glinting with a dim, cold light, stained with dried, dark brown blood. Merely gazing upon that axe evoked an overwhelming aura of menace. He scanned the tavern in silence, and wherever that solitary eye fell, people instinctively averted their gazes. The atmosphere in the entire establishment had solidified with his arrival, as if the very air had thickened. Following closely behind the dwarf was a human. He towered over the dwarf by more than a head, his tall frame clad in travel-worn yet decent attire. His deep brown hair was slightly disheveled, yet his features were strikingly handsome, imbued with an air of refined intellect. A long sword hung at his waist, its sheath of simple leather contrasting with the finely crafted hilt. His gaze was sharp and inquisitive, taking in the tavern's decor and patrons with keen interest, forming a stark contrast to the almost predatory aura of the dwarf beside him. He also carried a hefty leather satchel slung over his shoulder, appearing heavy with what might be books or scrolls. Li Yiming's heart involuntarily constricted. The dwarf's presence evoked memories of the Colosseum in Zhan'guo, recalling the dark elven warriors who sought glory amidst blood and death. No, the aura emanating from this dwarf was purer, more desperate, and profoundly tragic. The two made their way directly to the bar. The dwarf led the way, each step heavy as mountains, the wooden floorboards groaning under the burden. The young human followed closely, his steps lighter, yet his demeanor subtly alert. "Mead," the dwarf spoke, his voice gravelly and resonant, akin to two grinding stones. Imbued with undeniable authority, he slammed a calloused and scarred hand heavily upon the bar, producing a dull thud. Li Yiming steadied his mind, maintaining a professionally calm smile. "Welcome to Pioneer Tavern, esteemed guests. May I take your order?" His gaze swept over the dwarf's menacing single eye and colossal axe, ultimately landing on the hand resting on the bar, an appendage capable of effortlessly crushing skulls. "The strongest," the dwarf stated succinctly. "We have excellent dwarven ale, Bugman, quite potent. Li Yiming recommended, acknowledging it as the tavern's most favored spirit among dwarfs. The dwarf's solitary eye scrutinized Li Yiming for a moment, as if attempting to see through him. A formidable pressure enveloped Li Yiming, yet he did not falter, maintaining his smile. He had encountered many fearsome patrons. Though this dwarf was the most terrifying he had ever seen, he understood that in such moments, showing weakness was not an option. Good, the dwarf uttered. And this gentleman? Li Yiming inquired, turning to the young human. The young man smiled faintly, fatigue evident yet polite. I'll have the same, please. Thank you. After a long journey, something strong is indeed needed to warm the body. His voice was gentle and magnetic, a sharp contrast to the dwarf's gruffness. Very well, please hold on. Li Yiming turned to prepare the drinks, acutely aware of the dwarf's watchful gaze, as if it were a tangible force pressing upon his back. He selected 2 of the largest tankards, polished them clean, and approached a specially crafted barrel adorned with dwarven runes to skillfully fill them with 2 generous servings of frothy, deep-hued ale. The Bugman truly lived up to its name. The rich malt aroma alone hinted at its potency. He placed the tankard steadily before the 2 patrons. The dwarf seized one, tilting it back with gusto and downing nearly half in a swift motion, white froth clinging to his dense orange beard. He slammed the tankard onto the bar with a satisfying grunt, his expression softening slightly, yet his ferocity remained undiminished. The young human appeared far more refined. He lifted his tankard, inhaled the aroma, and then took a delicate sip, nodding in approval. Indeed, excellent ale. Felix Jaeger, to you, esteemed bartender, he introduced himself. Raising his tankard, Li Yiming, sir, he replied with a slight bow. You may call me Li. He noted that the name Felix Jaeger sounded somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Li Felix, the young man repeated, curiosity flickering in his azure eyes. Sounds reminiscent of an Eastern name. Are you from Zhan'guo? Li Yiming felt a stir of interest within. This man possessed some knowledge. Yes, sir. I grew up in Zhan'guo during my youth. Zhan'guo, Felix mused, his gaze reflecting a sense of longing. Such a distant and mysterious land. It is said to be home to cities paved with gold, fire-breathing dragons, and sorcerers wielding unimaginable powers. Li Yiming chuckled lightly. Legends do tend to exaggerate, sir. However, Zhan'guo is indeed a place unlike any other. He offered little explanation regarding the true state of the Shinden, a matter not easily conveyed in mere phrases, and he exhibited a reluctance to delve into his past. At that moment, the previously silent dwarf abruptly spoke. Felix, enough with the idle chatter. Drink. His voice remained gravelly, yet there was no hint of displeasure. Rather, it bore the warmth of old camaraderie. Felix shrugged and bestowed a slightly apologetic smile upon Li Yiming. This is Godless. He is not particularly fond of conversing, especially while imbibing. Godless. Li Yiming silently repeated the name, sensing that it bore an unimaginable weight. He observed that Godless merely snorted at Felix's introduction before returning his attention to his mug of ale. Is this your first visit to Mirliano? Li Yiming inquired casually while wiping the bar, a method of gathering information. Sort of, Felix replied, his gaze sweeping over the mercenaries scattered throughout the tavern. We just arrived from the south, intending to rest here for a few days and replenish our supplies. The south? Li Yiming's interest piqued. From the Arabian desert, perhaps? Felix shook his head. Further south, beyond the wastelands of the world's edge mountains. It is not a pleasant place, rife with green-skinned creatures, and even worse. A slight furrow formed on his brow, revealing that the experience had not been a joyful one. Godless suddenly raised his head, a flicker of ferocity igniting in his single eye. Green-skinned vermin, not enough slaughtered. His voice brimmed with visceral hatred. Li Yiming noted the tension in Godless' hand as he gripped the mug, the veins bulging as if he might crush the sturdy clay vessel. The atmosphere around him seemed to drop a few degrees. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within Li Yiming. This deep-seated loathing for a particular race was something he had witnessed all too often in dark elves. However, while the hatred of dark elves often accompanied a perverse pleasure in cruelty, this dwarf butcher's animosity resembled a blazing, desperate flame, intent on consuming both himself and his enemies. Godless, calm yourself. Felix gently patted the dwarf's arm, his tone soothing yet resolute. This is a tavern, not a battlefield. Godless huffed heavily, downing the remaining half-mug of ale in one gulp, then pushed the empty mug toward Li Yiming. Another. Li Yiming promptly filled it again. He could sense that this dwarf butcher, named Godless, was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, while Felix resembled one attempting to place a lid upon the caldera. Such a peculiar pairing they made. Felix seemed to perceive the curiosity in Li Yiming's gaze. He offered a wry smile, raising his own cup. Godtek has many tales. However, most are not suited for tavern conversation. I understand, Li Yiming nodded. He too harbored many stories best left unspoken. Everyone bore their own secrets and pains, especially in these tumultuous times. The ale here is quite good, Li. Felix shifted the conversation, gesturing towards the cup of a nearby guest, filled with a delicate green liquid. Is that your creation? It appears quite extraordinary. Li Yiming followed his gaze, recognizing it as the emerald dream he had crafted. Indeed, sir. It is a blend of local ale and various herbs. Perhaps a refreshing change for you? Felix's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, I would be delighted to try it. Gortek, would you care for a glass as well? Gortek merely shook his head, muttering, dwarves only drink dwarf ale. Felix chuckled resignedly. Very well, I shall indulge myself then. Li Yiming promptly prepared a glass of the emerald dream for Felix, adding a touch of dried osmanthus brought from Zhan'guo, enhancing the aroma of the drink. A small gesture of his thoughtfulness. Felix accepted the glass, examining the clear, pale green liquid with care before bringing it to his nose. A look of surprise crossed his face. This fragrance is unique, with a freshness of foliage and a hint of floral notes. Truly marvelous. He took a sip, closing his eyes to savor the flavor. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his azure gaze filled with admiration. Splendid. The taste is refreshing yet rich. The sweetness of the ale perfectly balanced by the subtle bitterness of the herbs, with an indescribable floral aftertaste. Li, you are a genius mixologist. Li Yiming felt a bit bashful under such direct praise. You flatter me, Mr. Felix. It is merely a collection of unrefined techniques. Not at all. This is far beyond mere techniques. Felix shook his head, taking another sip, his expression one of delight. This is an art form. I have never encountered such an exquisite beverage in the finest taverns of the empire. What do you call this drink? Emerald Dream, Li Yiming replied. Emerald Dream, a splendid name. Quite poetic, Felix exclaimed, imbued with the essence of nature. It evokes images of the rushing waters of the Reckland and the forgotten elven relics within the forest. He appeared lost in some reverie. Gortek, sitting nearby, seemed somewhat impatient with Felix's exuberance, but refrained from interrupting, content to sip his bugman ale. However, Li Yiming noticed that Gortek as solitary. I subtly glanced at the glass in Felix's hand, revealing a hint of curiosity. It seems Mr. Felix has traveled extensively, Li Yiming remarked, discerning from Felix's eloquence and the knowledge he casually exhibited that he was no ordinary adventurer. Felix sighed with a wry smile. Rather than travel, it would be more accurate to say I am in exile. I was once a poet, somewhat renowned in Dwarf. Unfortunately, due to certain less than honorable events, I was compelled to leave the empire. His tone carried a note of self-deprecation and resignation. A poet? Li Yiming replied, somewhat taken aback. It was difficult for him to reconcile the sword-bearing traveler before him with the image of a lyrical bard. Yet, he understood that many in this world possessed multifaceted identities. Indeed, a poet. Felix raised his glass, once dreaming of depicting the beauty and ugliness of the world through poetry, chronicling the epics of heroes. Alas, reality often proves to be far more brutal and absurd than verse. His gaze shifted towards Gortek, filled with complexity. Now, I record another kind of epic. A lament forged from blood and steel. Gortek seemed to sense his scrutiny, lifting his head for a fleeting moment of eye contact. In the single eye of the dwarf butcher, there was no glory, only an insatiable thirst for battle and destruction. A peculiar feeling stirred within Li Yiming, as if he beheld two utterly distinct life paths, intertwined by some inscrutable fate. One was a dwarf butcher pursuing glory in death, the other a wandering poet chronicling his tragic journey. This in itself constituted an epic brimming with tension and drama. And he, Li Yiming, an orphan from a distant eastern land, burdened with dark secrets, stood behind the bar at this moment, concocting drinks for them, listening to their fragmented tales. The threads of destiny seemed, at that instant, to quietly bind him to these two extraordinary travelers. Li, your libations and your attentive ear are truly comforting, Felix remarked sincerely, setting down his glass. In this chaotic Mirigliano, it is a stroke of fortune to find such a tavern and such a bartender. Li Yiming smiled faintly. It is my honor to serve you both. Should you require anything during your stay in Mirigliano, I am more than willing to assist, to the best of my knowledge. His words were not mere pleasantries. He felt an inexplicable affinity for these two, perhaps due to their unique demeanor, Felix's kindness, or perhaps the tragic resonance that Gortek's presence evoked deep within him. Then we shall not hold back, Felix chuckled heartily. Gortek, it seems we have found a fine refuge. Gortek remained silent, merely pushing his empty glass forward once more. Yiming understood and refilled it. He noted that this time, Gortek did not seem to isolate himself from the surroundings as before. His single eye occasionally scanned Yiming, and though still scrutinizing, the hostility appeared to have diminished considerably. As night deepened, the tavern saw a succession of patrons. Gortek continued to drink Bugman, as if his stomach were an abyss. Felix engaged Yiming in casual conversation, ranging from the customs of Tyler to the political landscape of the empire, and on to curious anecdotes from their travels. Felix, erudite and witty, enriched Yiming's understanding of the vast old world. Yiming observed that while Felix was loquacious, he maintained a respectful distance, never prying into his personal affairs, occasionally expressing curiosity about his unique bartending techniques and certain customs from the East. Yiming, in turn, was pleased to share innocuous observations, deftly sidestepping topics he preferred to avoid. In such conversations, a subtle rapport and warmth quietly blossomed among the three individuals. Though Gortek remained largely taciturn, his single eye would suddenly gleam with intensity whenever Felix recounted certain battle scenes or encounters with formidable foes. Occasionally, he would interject with a few succinct yet astute remarks, imbued with a rugged wisdom characteristic of dwarves. Yiming realized that he was not merely hosting two guests, rather, he was engaged in a form of silent communication with two potential friends. This sensation was rare for him, having seldom experienced it since fleeing Hargansi, wandering through the lands of Zhan'guo, and even after inheriting his adoptive father's caravan. As old Basso yawned and signaled that the tavern was nearing closing time, Gortek had consumed an indeterminate number of Zabogman Alesh yet remained as steady as a mountain, his cheeks slightly flushed. Felix, too, bore the marks of inebriation, yet his gaze remained clear. Thank you for your hospitality, Felix declared, rising to count a few silver coins from his pouch and placing them on the bar. Your ale and your stories have provided us with a delightful evening. We shall return. Gortek's voice rumbled, marking his first voluntary words to Yiming beyond his request for more ale that night. Warmth enveloped Yiming's heart. You are always welcome, Mr. Gortek, Mr. Felix. As the two turned to leave, Gortek's robust silhouette and Felix's slender form swiftly vanished into the hazy night beyond the door. Yiming stood behind the bar, watching their departing figures, rooted in place for an extended moment. He understood that these two individuals, a dwarven butcher and an exiled poet, might cast a significant stone into the seemingly tranquil waters of Miraglino. At that moment, the gears of fate appeared to begin their slow rotation. He, Yiming, a survivor from the boiling sea, a son of Hargansi bearing the blood of dark elves, stood at an unknown crossroads, awaiting the call of the road ahead. His gaze fell upon the ale vessel recently used by Gortek, still imbued with the potent aroma of dwarven brew. He lifted the vessel, as if he could still sense the strength and despair that resonated from the dwarf's grip. Chapter 4. The tales within the goblet. Since that evening, when Gortek Nissen and Felix Jaeger first stepped into the Pioneer Winehouse, they had become regular patrons of the tavern. Typically, it was during the twilight hours, as the last vestiges of the sun painted the sky in resplendent shades of orange and red, that the familiar oak door would creak open. The stout figure of the dwarven butcher would always be the first to squeeze through, followed closely by his genteel poet companion. Their arrival gradually transformed into a distinctive scene within the tavern. Initially, other mercenaries and sailors regarded Gortek's imposing visage and the massive axe at his side with awe, even fear. However, as time passed and they observed him silently consuming ale, occasionally emitting a few unintelligible murmurs in response to Felix's words, they grew accustomed to his presence. Certainly, no one dares to provoke him. The palpable aura of intimidation he exudes is sufficient to keep even the most reckless inebriate at a prudent distance. Yiming remains busily engaged behind the bar, having grown accustomed to this peculiar pairing. Each time they enter, he prepares a generous pitcher of chilled Bugman for Gortek and serves Felix a carefully concocted glass of Emerald Dream. My friend, your Emerald Dream becomes increasingly delectable with each sip. Felix typically begins, cradling the vibrant green liquid, momentarily admiring it under the light. As if it were not merely a drink, but a masterpiece. It evokes memories of the ancient forests in the northern realms of the Empire, where sunlight filters through layers of foliage, casting dappled shadows, and the air is infused with the fragrance of grass and earth. Li Yiming responds with a smile. You flatter me, Mr. Felix. It is merely a trivial craft. He understands Felix's penchant for poetic expression, which aligns perfectly with his identity as a wandering bard. Gortek, on the other hand, seizes the pitcher, tilts his head back, and downs a sizable gulp, then thumps it heavily onto the bar, emitting a satisfied sigh, occasionally mumbling indistinctly. Dwarven ale, splendid. As days pass amidst the frothy beer and flickering lights, the chasm between the three men gradually diminishes, akin to the melting of ice and snow. Felix, a natural conversationalist, possesses the keen observational prowess and rich emotions characteristic of a poet. He is perpetually intrigued by Li Yiming's accented common tongue, his habit of gathering his hair, and the occasional glimpses of a thought process starkly distinct from that of Tyrell. Li, you often mention growing up in Zhan'guo. On a slightly tipsy evening, Felix sways his glass of Emerald Dream, gazing dreamily at Li Yiming. What is Zhan'guo truly like? I have only heard its name in ancient scrolls and the ballads of bards, spoken of as a land with an endless great wall, palaces paved with jade, and dragons that breathe stars. Li Yiming, polishing a recently washed copper goblet, moves with deliberate grace. He raises his gaze, the dim light casting flickering shadows in his profound eyes. He possesses much to say about Zhan'guo, yet there are countless things left unspoken. He opts to share only the more tranquil and beautiful aspects. Zhan'guo is vast, Mr. Felix. He begins slowly, his voice calm yet tinged with distant reminiscence. It boasts an unbroken chain of mountains and boundless plains. The Great Wall indeed exists, a colossal dragon safeguarding the northern territories. As for the jade palaces and fire-breathing dragons, perhaps they reside within the Emperor's capital. I hail from a modest place and have never laid eyes upon them. He pauses, seemingly organizing his thoughts. My adoptive father was a merchant, and we lived in the coastal city of Haikou. There, towering wooden structures with ornate eaves rise, adorned with red lanterns. The streets bustle with merchants from all corners, bearing exotic treasures. People don silken robes and converse in a tongue entirely different from yours. Haikou. Felix softly repeats the name, his eyes brimming with yearning, as it sounds like a fantastical port. Do you drink there as well? What kind of beverages do you indulge in? Li Yiming smiled. Of course, I enjoy drinking. We have rice wine, brewed from glutinous rice, with a mild flavor yet a significant kick. There are also potent spirits distilled from sorghum and other grains, capable of inebriating even the strongest Northmen. He recalled the fragrant jars in his adoptive father's wine cellar, a warmth swelling within him. Sounds delightful, Felix remarked, smacking his lips. I would love to try it if the opportunity arises. But what prompted you to venture to the west? Zhan'guo feels like the other end of the world. This question was somewhat pointed, touching upon a past that Li Yiming preferred to keep hidden. His smile faded slightly, and his gaze grew profound. He did not respond directly, but cleverly sidestepped the question. My adoptive father was a man who reveled in travel, often sharing tales of the customs and cultures from around the globe. He taught me that a true merchant must not only understand the value of goods, but also the hearts of people from different lands. Upon his passing, I inherited his caravan and sought to follow in his footsteps and explore this world. He refrained from mentioning the demise of the caravan, the bloodshed along the Longfong Road, or that nightmarish memory of Zhan'guo, wounds too deep to be unveiled amidst the clamor of a tavern. Felix seemed to sense the weight in his tone and, displaying a commendable understanding, chose not to press further, instead shifting the conversation. Your bartending skills, did you learn them in Zhan'guo? The recipe for this Emerald Dream is imbued with an air of Eastern mystique. Li Yiming shook his head. I honed my bartending craft while working in a small tavern in Haikou City. As for the Emerald Dream, it was actually refined after my arrival in Tillier, adapted to the local ingredients and tastes. Zhan'guo boasts a plethora of herbs, some indeed possessing remarkable properties, but not all are suitable for infusing into alcohol. Ah, I see. Felix nodded thoughtfully. He perceived that Li Yiming was akin to a beautifully bound book, its cover exquisite, yet with pages partially sealed, revealing only those relatively safe chapters. However, he was in no rush to delve deeper. True friendship requires time and trust to cultivate. Gortek remained silently sipping his drink, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. Yet, Li Yiming noticed that when he mentioned the spirits of Zhan'guo, the one eye of the dwarf butcher appeared to glimmer momentarily, and his thick beard quivered slightly. The dwarf's love for strong liquor is renowned worldwide. Speaking of which, Felix resumed, his curiosity seemingly insatiable. Your dexterity. I'm referring to the precision and steadiness you exhibit while mixing drinks. Along with that, well, indescribable calmness you possess, which is not typical of an ordinary bartender. Have you done anything else before this? Perhaps served as a soldier? Li Yiming's heart skipped a beat. Felix's keen observation was indeed sharp. He had grown up on the fringes of the Zhan'guo gladiatorial arena. Although he had never truly been on a battlefield, he was no stranger to the realities of combat and slaughter. The pressure of teetering on the brink of life and death had long since seeped into his very bones. Later, managing the caravan in Zhan'guo also demanded a certain level of intimidation and decisiveness. He replied with an air of indifference, explaining that his adoptive father's caravan frequently traversed rather perilous regions, where threats such as wargs, goblins, and even small bands of chaotic marauders were commonplace. In order to safeguard both the cargo and his subordinates, he found it necessary to acquire some self-defense skills. He touched upon this matter lightly, attributing it merely to the demands of trade. So it was. Felix nodded in understanding. It seemed that every individual who eked out a living on the road bore their own tales of hardship. He raised his goblet and offered a toast to Li Yiming, to the arduous life we lead, and to the souls that maintain their grace amidst such trials. Li Yiming lifted his own cup of water. He never drank alcohol while working, and gently clinked it against Felix's, to all those who strive to live. At that moment, the formidable Gortek also raised his large tankard with rare enthusiasm, bringing it down heavily against the cups of the others, producing a deep sound, and then declared with a resonant voice, "To battle." Felix erupted into laughter. Indeed, Gortek, to battle. For you, living is synonymous with fighting, or rather, with your grand destruction. Li Yiming gazed upon Gortek's scarred and tattooed physique, along with the near-manic determination in his singular eye, his respect for the dwarf butcher deepening further. He understood what the butcher's oath signified for dwarves, a solemn commitment to forsake all in pursuit of glorious death in battle. On other nights, when patrons were fewer, or when old Basso retired early, leaving Li Yiming to oversee the tavern, Felix would share some of his own experiences. He would recount his youthful days in the imperial capital of Dwarf, how he offended a certain noble with a satirical poem and had to flee in haste. He would narrate his misadventures in the Rickwald forest, where he nearly became a beastman's dinner. And he would vividly describe his initial encounter with Gortek amidst the ruins of a dwarven stronghold besieged by orcs, where Gortek stood like a bloodied war god, single-handedly fending off the relentless tide of greenskins. I was utterly petrified, Felix recounted, taking a sip of his drink, a complex expression of fear and exhilaration dancing across his features. The scene was one of carnage, with dismembered limbs strewn about. Gortek was like an unceasing machine of slaughter, each swing of his massive axe claiming multiple lives of the greenskins. I cowered behind a precarious crumbling wall, barely managing to defend myself with my meager sword. My mind consumed with a singular thought. Who is this man? Why is he fighting so fiercely? Gortek grunted, seemingly unimpressed by Felix's vivid recounting, yet beneath his thick beard, there appeared a subtle hint of pride. Later, when the orcs retreated, I dared to emerge from my hiding place, Felix continued. Gortek was drenched in blood. It was impossible to discern whether it was his own or that of the enemy. He simply sat silently among the corpses, cleaning his axe, which was smeared with brain matter. Gathering my courage, I approached him and inquired if he needed assistance. He glanced at me as if I were just a stone by the roadside, then replied, "Poet, you have arrived just in time. My story requires a chronicler." Thus, I became his companion, or rather, his chronicler. Felix shook his head with a bitter smile, and I vowed to document each of his battles until he discovered the glorious destruction he sought. God knows what I was thinking at that moment. Perhaps it was his sheer, reckless madness that captivated me, or perhaps it was the flicker of romanticism inherent in a poet's soul that stirred within me. Li Yiming listened quietly, envisioning the scenes Felix described, a desperate butcher, a disillusioned poet, encountering one another amidst the flames of war and the ruins, forging a peculiar pact. This, in itself, was a tragic epic filled with heroic undertones. And you, Mr. Grek? Li Yiming mustered his courage to turn to the previously silent dwarf. Why did you take the butcher's oath? What past has led you down this irreversible path? Instantly regretting his inquiry, he realized that the butcher's oath was an intensely personal and burdensome matter for a dwarf, and prying into it was exceedingly rude. The air in the tavern seemed to freeze at that moment. Grek set down his tankard, his single eye slowly shifting toward Yiming, its gaze deep and profound like an ancient well, swirling with indescribable pain and rage. Yiming could even sense a chilling aura of menace emanating from the dwarf. Felix grew tense as well, gently nudging Yiming's arm, signaling him to refrain from further questioning. However, to their surprise, Grek did not become enraged. He remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Yiming to believe he would not respond. Then, in a voice like grinding stones, he spoke slowly, a shame that cannot be washed away. His tone was low and oppressive, filled with excruciating sorrow. The blood of my family, the wails of my kin, I could not protect them. I am a coward, a sinner. His words came in fragmented bursts. Yet each syllable struck Yiming and Felix like a heavy stone upon their hearts. From those brief phrases, they could sense the deep-seated remorse and despair roiling within the dwarf, akin to volcanic magma. Thus I took the oath. Grek's voice suddenly rose, imbued with a resolute determination. I shall cleanse my disgrace with the blood of my enemies. I shall seek death in the fiercest of battles. Only then can my soul find peace. Only thus can I confront those lost kin. Upon finishing, he seized his tankard, downing the remaining ale in one swift motion, then slammed the empty vessel onto the bar with a resounding thud. The entire tavern seemed to tremble at that sound. Yiming and Felix fell silent, shaken by the resolute tragedy emanating from Grek. This was not merely a reckless warrior seeking thrills. It was a soul burdened by a heavy past seeking redemption. Even if such redemption came in the form of annihilation, a complex array of emotions surged within Yiming. He recalled the dark elves of Zhan'guo, who engaged in frenzied slaughter to appease their deities, yet Grek was different. The bloodlust of the dark elves was steeped in cruelty and sadistic pleasure, whereas Grek's battles were more about self-punishment and an extreme pursuit of honor. He comprehended the anguish of being shackled by the past, the despair of yearning for liberation, yet feeling utterly powerless. For he too bore unspoken secrets and wounds. Perhaps it was this rare revelation from Ku that drew the trio closer together. Felix's gaze towards Ku brimmed with sympathy and admiration, while Yiming developed a deeper understanding of this dwarven butcher. He began to realize the profound suffering concealed beneath Ku's seemingly indifferent exterior. Subsequently, although Ku remained taciturn, he would occasionally interject during Felix's recounting of their adventures, offering a comment or two. He would critique Felix's performance in certain battles, often deeming it too slow or likening him to a startled rabbit, and correct Felix's descriptions of monsters or tactics. It was not fire that slew that troll. I split its skull with my axe. His words were always brief and brusque, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Yiming gradually discovered that while Ku sought death, he possessed an extraordinarily profound understanding of combat and an almost instinctual intuition. He could discern the approach of danger from the faintest signs and find the sole glimmer of hope amidst chaos. He resembled a seasoned old wolf, capable of unleashing astonishing power even in dire straits. Felix, on the other hand, acted as a faithful chronicler, using his quill and delicate prose to document every battle, every roar, and even every silence of Ku. He firmly believed that Ku's tale would evolve into an epic that transcended time, a mournful ballad of courage, sacrifice, and despair. Meanwhile, Yiming quietly provided them with drinks and an attentive ear. He never pried into their privacy, content to be a silent listener when they chose to share. He discovered that listening to others' stories sometimes allowed him to momentarily forget his own troubles. Occasionally, he would share intriguing anecdotes about the land of Zhan'guo, such as the unique festival customs of Haijiao City or the peculiarities encountered by caravans along the Silk Road. Naturally, omitting the more gruesome and perilous details, he found Felix to be utterly fascinated by these exotic cultures, often inquiring about numerous details. And though Ku feigned indifference, Yiming noted that when the discussion turned to Zhan'guo's intricate mechanisms and powerful firearms, the dwarf's ears would perk up involuntarily. Thus, under the dim light of the tavern, amidst the froth of ale and the murmur of conversation, the paths of a mysterious youth from the east, a dwarven butcher in pursuit of glorious death, and an exiled poet chronicling lamentations began to intertwine in a remarkable fashion. Li Yiming felt a warmth gradually returning to his heart, which had grown cold and withdrawn due to past traumas, stirred by the presence of these unexpected guests. He no longer regarded them merely as ordinary patrons, but as friends, a term that felt both foreign and extravagant to him. Yet deep within, he undeniably felt an inexplicable closeness to these two individuals. He was aware that Gortek and Felix would not linger long in Muraliano. The butcher's oath compelled them to forge ahead in search of more formidable adversaries, to embrace more brutal battles. Yet, at least for the time being, this modest tavern of the pioneers had become their temporary haven. During their stay, Li Yiming glimpsed an alternative possibility of existence, one replete with adventure, passion, and camaraderie. Although he still yearned for stability and sought to escape the shadows of his past, deep within his heart, there seemed to germinate an insatiable seed, quietly sprouting. The tales within their chalices continued to unfold, while the wine of fate poured forth new chapters for them. It remained uncertain what flavor the next cup would hold, whether it would be sweet, bitter, or perhaps more intense, filled with the unknown and challenges akin to a blazing inferno. Chapter 5. The Butcher's Oath. The poet's record. The night in Muraliano was, as ever, enveloped in the clamor and aroma of ale. Inside the tavern, the flickering light of oil lamps cast wavering shadows upon the rough-hewn wooden walls, illuminating the rugged faces of mercenaries and the flickering glimmers in the eyes of adventurers. Li Yiming busily attended to his duties behind the bar, polishing glasses and mixing drinks, occasionally engaging in light-hearted banter with familiar patrons. His movements were fluid and precise, as though each step had been rehearsed countless times, exhibiting a composure that belied his status as a newcomer. The figures of Gortek, Nizen, and Felix Jaeger appeared at the door precisely on cue. The dwarf butcher remained as stoic as a mountain, a massive runic battle axe slung across his back, his orange-red braids and beard resembling flames, an unsettling determination gleaming in his single eye. Felix followed closely behind, his tailored noble attire starkly contrasting with the coarse garments of the surrounding mercenaries, habitually clutching a petite leather notebook and a quill. Same as always, Felix greeted with familiarity, settling into the corner spot where Gortek typically sat. Gortek merely grunted in acknowledgement. Li Yiming nodded and swiftly delivered a large jug of chilled Bugman ale and a meticulously crafted glass of emerald elixir. This evening, Felix appeared burdened with thoughts. He did not engage Li Yiming in conversation as he usually did. Instead, he opened his notebook, dipped his quill in ink, and furrowed his brow, scribbling furiously. Occasionally, he paused to tap the pen against his forehead, seemingly troubled by his choice of words. Gortek downed half a jug of ale in one go, white froth clinging to his dense beard. He surveyed the surroundings, casting his gaze over the inebriated mercenaries and merchants, a hint of impatience flickering in his single eye. For a butcher seeking glorious death in battle, this city was far too tranquil and comfortable. The dangers here were mostly drunken brawls or petty thievery, insufficient to satiate the thirst for blood of his massive axe. Poet, Gortek rumbled, interrupting Felix's reverie. What trivial matters are you recording with that pen of yours? Whose exquisite gown is it? Or which lost feline? Felix, somewhat irked by the rudeness of the interruption, patiently elucidated. I endeavor to articulate your oath, high trick. Its weight, its significance. Yet, it proves exceedingly challenging. The language of mortals seems inadequate to bear such a heavy and resolute burden. Li Yiming momentarily paused in his action of polishing the wine glass. The butcher's oath. He had heard Felix and Heitrick mention it before, but each time, it was merely a superficial touch. He understood how sacred and intimate this matter was for dwarves, especially for a butcher like Heitrick. The butcher's oath, Li Yiming softly repeated, casting his gaze upon Heitrick. He perceived the fleeting pain in the dwarf's eyes, accompanied by a deeper, steely resolve. Felix set down his pen with a sigh, seemingly concluding that solitary reflection was less fruitful than engaging in dialogue, which might yield some inspiration. He turned to Li Yiming, a hint of inquiry in his tone. Li, you hail from the distant land of Zhan'guo. Do you possess a similar concept there? A tradition of willingly embarking on a fatal path to cleanse dishonor or for some supremely noble honor? Li Yiming pondered for a moment. The culture of Zhan'guo is profound and vast, encompassing loyal subjects who sacrifice themselves for their sovereign and chivalrous souls avenging family honor. However, the phenomenon of dwarven butchers elevating personal shame to a level of almost religious self-exile and a quest for death, forming a unique subculture, appears rather uncommon. The dark elves of Halgansi indeed revel in slaughter and death, but their motives are to appease bloodthirsty deities, seeking power and pleasure, starkly contrasting the dwarven pursuit of tragic self-redemption. Zhan'guo does have the notion of warriors dying for their confidants, Yiming slowly articulated, as well as heroes who generously embrace death for a greater cause. Yet, the butcher's oath seems more personal, more desperate. He carefully selected his words, striving to convey his inner sentiments. Desperation? Heitrich scoffed, his voice laced with a hint of derision. No, Eastern One, this is not despair. This is the ultimate glory of the dwarfs. When a dwarf betrays his kin, tarnishing the glory of his ancestors, when he has committed unforgivable sins, rendering his name unworthy of inscription upon the ancestral stone tablet, this is the only path left to him. His voice, though not loud, bore a penetrating strength, the clamor of the tavern's other patrons seeming to diminish in response. Felix seized the opportunity to speak, his voice deep and resonant. Akin to reciting an ancient ballad, dwarves are a race that holds honor and tradition in the highest regard. Their society is built upon ancient oaths and unbreakable covenants. For a dwarf, the greatest disgrace is to breach trust and commit betrayal. When such disgrace befalls a dwarf, and he cannot atone in any other manner, he will shave most of his head, leaving only a towering braid, dyed in hues of orange and red, symbols of death and vengeance. He gestured towards Heitrich's distinctive hairstyle. He would forsake his clan, wealth, status, and even relinquish his name, henceforth known only as the Butcher. He would seize his weapon and traverse the world in search of the mightiest and most fearsome foes, dragons, demons, and chaotic champions, any entity that could grant him the glorious opportunity to die in battle. No longer did he fight for survival, he fought for death. Each confrontation served as a testament to his ancestors and the gods, proving that he had not forgotten his humiliation, that he was cleansing it with the blood of his enemies and his own life. Yiming listened intently, filled with a profound and ineffable shock. He gazed at Godtek, whose diminutive figure appeared immense in his eyes. He was not merely a warrior. He resembled a tragic hero burdened with the heavy history and endless regrets of his people. Yiming began to comprehend why Godtek perpetually exuded an aura that repelled the living, and why his gaze was so deep and laden with suffering. But what of his family? Yiming could not restrain his curiosity. How would they perceive him? His family would mourn him, as if he were already dead. Felix's tone carried a tinge of compassion, for from the moment he swore the butcher's oath, he had perished within dwarven society. He became a living ghost, a vengeful spirit wandering the earth. Only when he met his glorious demise on the battlefield would his name possibly be resurrected. And only then could his shame be truly absolved. Glorious demise. Yiming savored these words, feeling a chilling reverence rise from the depths of his being. What a cruel yet noble culture this was. He recalled his childhood in Halgansi, the sacrificial slaves, and those of his kin who fought to survive in the arena. There, death was cheap, bloody, and steeped in fear and despair. Yet the dwarven butcher's oath imbued death with a sacred, epic significance. Then, Mr. Felix. Yiming turned to the poet. Why do you document the deeds of Mr. Godtek? Is it merely because he requires a chronicler? Felix offered a wry smile, lifting his goblet to sip the green elixir, his expression complex. At first, perhaps so. You see, I fled from Aldorf for reasons that are, well, not particularly honorable. I lost my status, my wealth, my everything. I believe my poetic career had come to an end until I encountered Godtek. He paused, seemingly recalling that moment. It was in a border town besieged by the followers of chaos, engulfed in flames and scattered corpses. Godtek fought alone amidst the ruins like a wounded lion, battling those monsters. His valor, his tenacity, and his unwavering resolve to embrace death profoundly shook me. When he invited me to chronicle his exploits, I accepted without hesitation. I realized this might be the greatest subject I could encounter as a poet. A glimmer of light flickered in Felix's eyes, an enduring legend, an epic in the making. I document not merely his battles, but the spirit of his struggle against fate, the indomitable soul of this ancient race of dwarfs. If my pen could immortalize his tale, allowing future generations to know of a butcher who fought for glory and redemption, then perhaps the life of this exiled poet would hold some measure of significance. Godtek emitted a disdainful snort. Poets are always inclined to embellish matters. What I require is a record of how many enemies I have slain, the techniques I employed, and whether their deaths were sufficiently brutal. As for the ethereal notions of spirit and soul, let those well-fed wandering minstrels fabricate their own tales. Yet, despite Gortek's words, Yiming sensed that he was not entirely indifferent to Felix's accounts. Perhaps, deep within his heart, he too wished for his story to be remembered, even if in an extreme manner. So, Mr. Gortek, Yiming turned once more to the dwarf, his tone now imbued with respect. Have you found the enemies you seek? Here in Tyler, in Miriano? Gortek's solitary eye narrowed, a glimmer of danger flashing within. He slammed his drink down upon the table, the liquid splashing forth. Enemies? He bellowed, his voice like suppressed thunder. Here lie only weaklings, utterly inconsequential scum. Those sailors brawling in the harbor? Those brigands robbing in the alleys? They are not worthy to touch the edge of my axe. What I crave is a true challenge, a battle that will drain my last drop of blood. His voice rose sharply, brimming with an insatiable thirst for combat, akin to a beast caged, poised to break free and rend all asunder. A few timid patrons in the tavern recoiled instinctively at his fervor, shrinking back. This city is far too comfortable. Gortek's voice dipped once more, tinged with disappointment and impatience. We have lingered here too long, Felix. My axe has begun to rust, and my blood is cooling. We must depart swiftly, heading north, to those war-torn lands, to the lairs of monstrous beings. Felix nodded, a grave expression crossing his features. I understand, Gortek. I feel it too. The tranquility of Miriano acts like a slow poison, sapping our resolve. It is time to continue our journey. Yiming's heart stirred. Were they to leave? He had known this day would come, yet as it drew near, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Over these days, he had grown accustomed to the nightly visits of this peculiar duo. He had become familiar with Felix's elegant discourse and curiosity for foreign cultures, and the explosive intensity and formidable resilience that lay beneath Gortek's silence. Their presence was like a window, granting him a glimpse into a world starkly different from his previous understanding, a realm rich with adventure, glory, and tragic undertones. When do you plan to depart? Yiming inquired, striving to keep his voice steady. As soon as possible, Gortek replied decisively. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after. Once we have prepared our packs and found a suitable northern route, we shall set forth. Felix added, our ambition is the Empire. I have heard that it is currently embroiled in a conflict with the chaotic tribes of the north. Perhaps therein lies the glorious demise he seeks. Furthermore, I yearn to behold the legendary Nguyen, that city of steel and gunpowder, as well as Middenheim, perched majestically upon the colossal rocks. Yiming was not unfamiliar with this name. It represented the most formidable human realm of the old world, standing as the front line against the encroaching chaos from the north. He had heard tales of the Empire's knightly orders, their sharpshooters and artillery, as well as the myriad dangers lurking within, grotesque mutants, cultists, and the omnipresent greenskins and beastmen. If Tilia were a paradise for mercenaries and traders, then the Empire was the grand stage for warriors and adventurers, a place replete with opportunity, yet fraught with death. As Yiming gazed into the fiery resolve in Gortek's eyes, and the blend of anticipation and trepidation reflected in Felix's gaze, a swirl of complex emotions surged within him. Did he envy them? Their unwavering determination to forge ahead towards a clear objective? Or was it merely because they were about to depart? While he would revert to being the solitary stranger, quietly mixing drinks in a tavern, he recalled his initial vow to survive, to escape the shadows of his past, and to seek a new life. In Miriano, he had indeed secured a stable occupation, temporarily distancing himself from the specters of his history. Yet, was this truly the new life he desired? Day after day, standing behind the bar, greeting and bidding farewell to patrons, listening to mercenaries boast of their far-fetched adventures, only to be awakened in the solitude of night by nightmares from Halagonsi? Perhaps he too was in need of change. But what could he possibly do? He lacked the unmatched martial prowess of Gortek, and did not possess Felix's noble lineage or poetic talent. He was merely a forsaken dark elf from the east, a survivor of a merchant caravan, a bartender scraping by. Then, I wish you both safe travels. Yiming raised his cup of water, gesturing towards the two. May you discover what you seek in the Empire. Thank you, Li, Felix reciprocated, lifting his cup, and may you find the life you desire here. Your drinks and your stories have made our time in Miriano all the more delightful. Gortek, too, rarely raised his tankard, clinking it gently against theirs as a gesture of farewell. The tavern remained a cacophony of noise, yet Yiming sensed a hint of parting in the air. He understood that Hoktrick and Felix's journey of adventure would not cease. Their vows, one seeking destruction, the other chronicling it, would propel them onward. Meanwhile, he himself felt a stirring from the impending departure that loomed. As he gazed out at the vibrant nightscape of Milagreno for the first time, he felt a twinge of doubt regarding this stability. He envisioned, far to the north, within the war-torn empire, countless stories awaited their telling. Numerous fates yearned for transformation. The butcher's oath, the poet's record. This alone was a powerful ballad, brimming with strength. He, Yiming, was merely a bystander, at least for the time being. That evening, after Gortek and Felix departed the tavern, Yiming lingered alone behind the bar for an extended period. He found himself contemplating the resolute vow of the dwarven butcher and the steadfast records of the exiled poet. A peculiar thrill coursed through him, a yearning for the unknown, coupled with a tinge of dissatisfaction with his current existence. Perhaps the gears of fate had, unbeknownst to him, subtly begun to shift in a new direction. Was he truly prepared to embrace the forthcoming adventure, rife with uncertainty and challenge? Promises had been made, whether it was Gortek's butcher's oath or Felix's commitment as a chronicler. These promises were akin to stones cast into a lake, creating ripples that might soon reach him, the seemingly tranquil observer. Yet, he remained oblivious to the full extent of this impending change. All he knew was that Gortek's thirst for battle was palpable and genuine, like a flame poised to ignite the entire old world. And he, Yiming, stood closest to this burgeoning fire. Chapter 6. The farewell drink. The night enveloped the rooftops of Miraglino and its winding streets like a heavy, inky velvet cloak. Within the Pioneer Tavern, the atmosphere was more nuanced than on any previous evening. The oil lamps flickered in their usual dim glow, and the raucous chatter of mercenaries persisted. Yet Yiming sensed an ineffable melancholy, a subtle sorrow inherent to farewells, lingering in the air. Gortek, Nizen, and Felix Jaeger arrived as promised. But tonight their expressions bore a weightier gravity, imbued with an unmistakable resolve. The one-eyed dwarven butcher scanned the tavern before finally settling his gaze on Yiming, offering a slight nod as a greeting. Felix managed a strained smile, yet it failed to reach his eyes. As usual. Felix's voice was somewhat hoarse as he placed his ever-present leather-bound notebook on the table, refraining from opening it as he typically would. Yiming silently prepared their drinks. A large pitcher of chilled bugman, its froth rich and delicate, a glass of emerald-hued green fairy, exuding the fresh aroma of herbs, garnished with a sprig of mint. He gently set the glasses before them, his gaze lingering on their faces for a moment. "It seems you have made a decision," Yiming remarked softly, his tone calm, revealing little emotion. In recent days, he had sensed the approach of this moment through their sporadic conversations and Gortek's increasingly evident restlessness. Felix sighed, lifting his glass for a sip, seemingly seeking solace in the cool liquid to quell the turmoil within. "Indeed, we have made our decision. Miraglino is a fine place, comfortable, prosperous, brimming with opportunities, but it does not belong to us, at least not to Gortek." Gortek grunted in agreement, acknowledging Felix's words. He seized the pitcher and tilted it back for a hearty gulp, ale dripping down his orange-red beard, yet he paid it no mind. In his singular eye, an unquenchable flame burned, a fervent yearning for combat, and an insatiable pursuit of destiny. The voice of Gortek resonated low and gravelly, akin to the rasp of stone against stone, too soft for the moment. The air in this city was thick with the sense of wealth and spices, rather than the metallic tang of blood and iron. Myax longed for more resilient skulls, not those of drunken louts and gluttonous sluggards. Yiming comprehended this struggle. For a dwarf who had sworn the butcher's vow, seeking glorious death in battle, the commercial prosperity and relative tranquility of Miraglino were undoubtedly a torment. The dangers here stemmed more from daggers lurking in shadowy corners and the treachery of men than from the swords and sorcery of the battlefield. "We planned to set forth at dawn, heading north into the Empire." Felix seized the moment, his tone imbued with a hint of anticipation for the unknown path ahead, laced with a barely perceptible unease. Gortek believed that there, he would have a greater chance of discovering the glory he sought. "I too yearned to behold the fabled places, the steel factories of Nunn and the Temple of the White Wolf in Middenheim." The heart of the Empire quickened ever so slightly within Yiming. It was a realm broader and more perilous than Tilia. He had gleaned scattered tales of the Empire from the merchant caravans and mercenaries, the ceaseless wars with the chaotic tribes of the north, the beastmen and greenskins that prowled the forests, and the Skaven lurking in the city sewers. It was a land where heroes arose and countless souls found their final rest upon its battlefields. He picked up a clean cloth, wiping the bar as if this simple act could still his tumultuous thoughts. Were their belongings ready? Provisions, fresh water, and weapons maintenance. Felix cast him an approving glance, saying, "Thanks to your reminders these past few days, Lee, we have procured ample supplies. Your meticulousness is always impressive." He paused, a sly smile gracing his face, his tone lightening. "Honestly, Lee, you should join us. At least in those forsaken wilds, we have your invigorating brews instead of that wretched ale or the even worse horse piss. Your skill is a supreme comfort on long journeys." It was clearly a jest. Felix understood that Li Yiming held a stable job here and seemed more inclined toward a tranquil life. Yet, beneath the humor lay a genuine sense of regret and appreciation for Li Yiming's craft. Upon hearing this, Li Yiming's movements faltered slightly. He raised his gaze, meeting Felix's mirthful eyes, and noted the rare absence of impatience in Gortek's singular gaze. Somewhere within him, a corner of his heart stirred at the notion. To journey together? To the Empire? To confront those unknown dangers and challenges? This thought, like a stone cast into a lake, rippled through his mind. He recalled the dark days in Halargansi, the bloody baths of Helibin, and the exiled fear and despair that enveloped him. Then came the tumultuous life in the city of Zhan'guo, where the old merchant offered refuge amidst the relentless travels of the caravan and the brutal plundering beyond the gates of Balaki. His existence seemed perpetually marked by upheaval and wandering. The tranquility he found in Miraglino was a hard-won reprieve. Would he truly be willing to relinquish this hard-earned peace? "Mr." Felix chuckled, and Li Yiming bowed his head, continuing to polish the bar counter, his voice tinged with self-mockery. "I am merely a bartender, utterly powerless. Accompanying you might only render me a burden." "Humph, at least you are more useful than some of those aristocratic fools who only know how to boast," Gortek interjected suddenly, his voice still gruff, yet lacking the usual edge of irritation. He referred to Felix, but his words also conveyed a certain acknowledgement of Li Yiming, perhaps admiring his composure or his ability to maintain integrity in such a chaotic city. Felix shrugged, unperturbed, and replied with a smile, "See, Gortek thinks so too. Well, enough of the jesting. However, if one day you grow weary of life here and wish to venture out, remember to seek us in the Empire. Though we may be elusive, you can always find tidings of the butcher and the poet in the taverns of Nunn or Middenheim." "I shall remember," Li Yiming replied solemnly. Nodding, he understood that this might merely be a courteous remark, yet he cherished the goodwill deep within his heart. "Tonight, let us honor you." Li Yiming straightened, a smile gracing his face. "Allow me to prepare some special drinks for you both, as a token of my gratitude for your kindness and friendship during my time as a foreigner." A flicker of surprise crossed Felix's eyes. "Oh, then we are in for a treat. I eagerly await your special concoction, Lee. It shall surely not disappoint us." Gortek remained silent, merely thumping his drinking vessel heavily to signify his agreement. Li Yiming turned towards the storage shelf behind the bar, where he kept some unique ingredients he had brought from Zhan'guo, as well as those he had meticulously selected from the markets of Miraglino. He retrieved a small, elegant celadone bottle containing a specialty from the southern regions of Zhan'guo, an amber liquid steeped with an array of spices and strong spirits, exuding a peculiar fragrance. He also gathered some dried herbs and a few chunks of a dark substance, rich with a bittersweet aroma, crafted from a blend of locally sourced berries and cocoa beans. A rare treasure from the distant New World. Skillfully, he combined these ingredients in precise proportions, adding a local premium ale as the base, and then employed his distinctive shaking technique to harmonize the myriad flavors. Soon, 2 glasses filled with a deep, gem-like crimson liquid graced the bar. The surface of the drink was adorned with a fine layer of froth, emanating a complex and enticing aroma, a blend of the spirit's richness, the spice's piquancy, and a hint of floral freshness mingled with the cocoa's slight bitterness. "I call this drink the Song of the Wayfarer." Li Yiming gently pushed the wine glasses towards the two, wishing that they might bring strength and courage for their journey, and that their songs would echo far and wide. Felix lifted his glass, inhaling deeply the extraordinary aroma, his eyes sparkling with admiration. The Song of the Wayfarers is indeed a splendid name. Just this fragrance alone is enough to invigorate the spirit. He took a sip, and his eyes instantly brightened, This is simply the most unique wine I have ever tasted. Its flavor is so rich and layered, akin to an epic with its undulating narrative. Godtek, on the other hand, raised his glass without savoring it like Felix, downing nearly half in one gulp. He smacked his lips, a rare look of satisfaction crossing his rugged face. Ah, that packs a punch. Much better than the juices those women drink. This wine is indeed commendable. Receiving such straightforward praise from the dwarf butcher was more valuable than the accolades of 10 nobles. And Yiming felt a sense of comfort within. To the wayfarers, Felix proclaimed, raising his glass. To battle, Godtek echoed, his voice booming. Yiming poured himself a small glass of the same wine, clinking it with theirs, to friendship and to our reunion. Clink. The 3 glasses gently collided in the air, producing a clear, melodious sound, as if marking a brief pause in this fleeting bond. As the wine flowed, conversation flourished. Felix spoke of his yearning for the culture of the empire, recounting ancient legends and heroic deeds. Godtek, however, mostly complained about the lack of formidable monsters in Tyrol and expressed his anticipation for the legendary beings rumored to dwell within the empire. He mentioned the bloodthirsty giants that roamed the northern forests, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, excitement glimmering in his single eye. And then, there were the champions of the chaotic tribes, blessed by malevolent deities, wielding powers beyond mortal reach. If only I could engage in a proper battle with such beings. Even if it meant my immediate demise, it would be worth it. Felix sighed with a wry smile. Godtek, we are embarking on an adventure, not courting death. At least, not until I have immortalized your heroic exploits in verse. You cannot fall easily. Humph, my fate is mine to shape, dictated by my own hand and my axe. Godtek huffed heavily, though his tone bore little resistance. He understood that, despite Felix's frail appearance, this human poet was the sole witness and chronicler of his journey as a butcher. This peculiar symbiotic relationship had long since entwined their fates together. Yiming listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a word or two. He could sense Godtek's almost obsessive desire for death, as well as Felix's sense of duty as a chronicler and his concern for his friend. Their world was rife with peril and adventure that surpassed mortal imagination. Yet he himself felt as though he would forever remain a mere observer, an ordinary person behind the safety of the bar, offering farewell toasts to heroes. This sentiment left him with a tinge of wistfulness. He recalled his adoptive father, the benevolent old merchant from the east. The aged merchant had once traversed the vast expanse of the world with his caravan, enduring countless storms and tribulations. He had imparted to Yiming that the world is immense, and each individual's path is distinct. Some opt for a tranquil existence, while others are destined to traverse myriad mountains and rivers. What matters is discovering one's own path and resolutely pursuing it. But where lies Yiming's path? Is it behind the bar of this pioneering tavern, mixing a plethora of beverages day after day, or in some far-off land yet to be explored? Felix's jesting invitation struck Yiming's heart like a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring ripples that lingered in his mind without respite. Felix, sensing Yiming's momentary distraction, set down his glass and regarded him earnestly. Have you been well during your time in Miraglino? I mean, have you found the life you seek? Yiming paused, then gently shook his head, followed by a nod, and finally offered a wry smile. I do not know. It is safe here and quite serene. At least, it is better than many places I have known. Yet, at times, this tranquility feels akin to a stagnant pool. He refrained from voicing the nightmares that lurked within, the crimson memories of Zhan'guo, or the gnawing solitude that clung to him like a persistent shadow. Such burdens were too heavy, too intimate to mention at a farewell gathering. Felix nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Sometimes, complacency can erode one's resolve more than peril. We are all wanderers, merely traversing different paths. Perhaps, Yiming replied, raising his glass and draining the remaining contents of the song of the wayfarer. The spicy, rich liquid coursed down his throat, igniting a wave of warmth and a flicker of inexplicable courage. As the tavern's closing bell tolled, Godtek and Felix prepared to take their leave. So, we part ways here. Felix extended his hand, clasping Yiming's firmly. Take care. I hope we shall meet again. Farewell, Mr. Felix. I wish you and Mr. Godtek safe travels and prosperous fortunes, Yiming replied sincerely, returning the handshake. Godtek simply gave Yiming's shoulder a hearty pat, the force of which nearly dislocated his bones. Yet from the dwarf's rough hand, Li Yiming felt an unspoken acknowledgement and perhaps a subtle sense of farewell. "Young man, live well," the dwarf butcher rumbled, then turned and strode out of the tavern, his enormous runic battle axe glinting coldly in the light. Felix nodded at Li Yiming before following suit. Li Yiming stood at the entrance, watching their figures fade into the night of Miraglino. A gust of evening breeze swept by, carrying with it the briny scent of the harbor and a hint of autumn's chill. He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of solitude. These two adventurers, so divergent in nature yet united in purpose, had streaked across his tranquil life like fleeting meteors, hastening toward their respective destinies. Their departure seemed to carry away the last breath of vitality from the tavern. Li Yiming slowly closed the heavy door, sealing off the clamor of the outside world. He returned to the bar, gazing at the two empty traveling song goblets and a small ink blot left carelessly on the table by Felix. With separation imminent, the opportunity for choice had briefly manifested. Felix's jesting invitation lingered like a feather, gently brushing against his soul. Was he truly content with his current existence? Content to be a mere bartender, mixing drinks for sailors embarking on their voyages in a safe haven? Or, deep within him, did he harbor a yearning for the unknown, a longing for adventure? He was uncertain. Yet, he understood that starting tomorrow, the corner of the Pioneer Tavern would be devoid of a silent, steadfast dwarf butcher and an eloquent, charming exiled poet. And he, Li Yiming, would continue to stand behind the bar, awaiting new patrons and fresh tales. However, amidst those stories, he might occasionally recall tonight's farewell drink, remembering the words, "You should come with us," and silently questioning himself, what if that was not merely a jest? As night deepened, Li Yiming tidied up the tavern and extinguished the oil lamp. He stepped outside the Pioneer Tavern, lifting his gaze to the star-studded night sky. The northern stars appeared brighter than usual. He knew that at this very moment, Houtsai and Felix might also be gazing at the same celestial expanse, each nurturing their own dreams and vows as they embarked on new journeys. And he, Li Yiming, the survivor of the boiling seas, the forsaken child of Halgangxi, the adopted son of the merchants of Zhan'guo, and the bartender of Miraglino, wondered where his path of adventure would lead him next. This night, sleep eluded him. The spirit of the farewell drink had yet to dissipate completely, while the mists of the future quietly enveloped his heart. The opportunity for choice shimmered like the reflection of the moon on water, seemingly within reach, yet forever elusive. Nevertheless, he sensed that certain things might soon undergo transformation. Chapter 7. An unexpected invitation. In the days following Houtsai and Felix's departure, Miraglino remained the bustling, vibrant port city of Tiller, teeming with opportunities and dangers. The Pioneer Tavern continued to welcome and bid farewell to mercenaries, sailors, and merchants of various accents, all seeking a moment of joy or intoxicating forgetfulness. Li Yiming still stood behind the bar, skillfully mixing a variety of drinks, using his keen, discerning eyes honed at the Zhan'guo Academy to observe every patron who entered the tavern. However, some things had inevitably changed. The table in the corner, once occupied by the dwarf butcher and the exiled poet, now stood perpetually empty. Occasionally, an oblivious newcomer attempted to claim it, only to be dissuaded by the knowing glances and hushed conversations of the tavern's regulars. It seemed that table had become a symbol, awaiting the return of its rightful owners. In Li Yiming's heart, there felt like a void as well. He had grown accustomed to the silent, yet formidable presence of Godtek, the occasionally resonant and scholarly laughter of Felix, the meticulous preparation of their bespoke beverages, and the enthralling tales of their daring adventures. Their departure had stripped the daily routine of the pioneering sommelier of its most vibrant hues. He once believed that he would swiftly acclimate to this newfound tranquility. After all, serenity had always been his pursuit. Having spent his childhood beneath the shadow of Halgangxi, navigating the treacherous existence in the city of Zhan'guo, and enduring the harrowing plunder by pirates on the Tooth Road, each experience intensified his yearning for a stable life. The role of a bartender in Miraglino felt akin to a sanctuary after tumultuous storms, granting him a momentary respite. However, as Felix's jest, "You should join us," echoed like an incantation in his mind, he found himself growing weary of this peace. The daily ritual of mixing drinks, the comings and goings of patrons, the drunken ramblings, and the avaricious or longing gazes all began to feel monotonous. He began to reminisce about the fervent desire for battle that occasionally flickered in Godtek's singular eye, and the spark of passion that illuminated Felix's blue eyes when he spoke of history and poetry. Their lives brimmed with uncertainty and challenge, infused with fervor and purpose. And what of his own existence? It seemed he was merely echoing the tales of others, peddling fleeting intoxication. As evening approached, the tavern filled with patrons. Yiming was busy crafting a potent rum for a burly Estalian mercenary when, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of two familiar figures entering the establishment. His heart raced, and his hands instinctively paused. Godtek Nizen remained clad in his signature attire, bare-chested, revealing bronze, scarred muscles, with an orange-red mohawk resembling burning flames, and a formidable rune-etched battle axe at his waist. His singular eye scanned the tavern with an undeniable air of authority. Following closely was Felix J. Gur, still adorned in his respectable traveler-esque garb, though a hint of weariness lingered upon his features. Yet, within the depths of his blue eyes, an unmistakable excitement sparkled. Upon spotting Yiming behind the bar, Felix's face broke into a radiant smile, and he waved enthusiastically. "Li, my friend, I did not expect to see you so soon." Felix approached the bar with a buoyant stride, a teasing tone lacing his words. Yiming suppressed his astonishment, allowing a faint smile to bloom. "Mr. Felix, Mr. Godtek, I thought you had ventured far." He began preparing their customary drinks as he spoke. "We have traveled a fair distance." Felix leaned against the bar, accepting the green fairy that Yiming offered, savoring a hearty sip. "Perhaps we have covered several dozen miles." Then, Godtek abruptly halted. Yiming curiously glanced at the silent dwarf, who was furrowing his brow, seemingly troubled by some unspoken concern. He did not immediately seize the bottle for a hearty drink as he usually did, which was quite unusual. He spoke in a lowered voice, a hint of enigmatic amusement gracing his features, and remarked, "It seems we have forgotten something." "Forgotten what?" Yiming inquired, his mind racing to consider only the essential supplies, or perhaps a map. I had posed the same question to him. Felix shrugged, stating, "I have inspected all our packs. Weapons, provisions, clean water, fire-starting materials, sharpening stones, and even my treasured volumes of poetry are all in order. I truly cannot fathom what we may have overlooked." At that moment, Godtek finally spoke, his voice still low and gravelly, emanating from the depths of his chest. "We have forgotten a competent person to manage affairs." Yiming was taken aback. "A competent person? What does that entail?" Felix interjected, explaining, "On the very first night after departing from Miraglino, we encountered trouble. Godtek insisted on sleeping outdoors, and as fate would have it, it rained in the middle of the night, leaving our provisions soaked. The following day, when we sought a village for resupply, Godtek fixated on an old axe at the blacksmith's and insisted on trading for it, nearly sparking a confrontation. As for cooking, you know that Godtek only manages to char everything, and I must admit I lack any culinary talent." He shook his head with a wry smile. "We are two individuals. One focused solely on battle, the other solely on documenting it. As for the mundane daily tasks, such as setting up camp, procuring supplies, distributing food, and repairing equipment, we have made a mess of it all." Godtek suddenly realized that, in Miraglino, it was you, Li, who silently managed everything for us. It dawned on Yiming. Indeed, during Godtek and Felix's stay in Miraglino, aside from serving them at the tavern, he often assisted them with various chores when needed. For instance, when Godtek's axe handle became loose, he would remind him and help find a reliable craftsman for repairs. When Felix ran out of ink, he would procure the finest quality from a familiar merchant. Even before their departure, he had meticulously prepared a detailed supply list and advised them where to find quality goods at reasonable prices. To him, these were mere trifles, small gestures of friendship. Little did he realize how significant they were to Godtek and Felix. Thus, Godtek's singular eye now fixed intently upon Yiming, his gaze imbued with undeniable seriousness. "We have returned to formally invite you to join us." "What?" Yiming nearly thought he had misheard. Felix's previous invitation had been dismissed as a jest. However, at this moment, the formal invitation from Godtek, the dwarven butcher with a singular focus on death, bore a weight of gravity that was entirely different. "Indeed, Li," Felix said, his playful demeanor now subsiding, "Godtek believes you should accompany us. And he is serious this time." The ruckus of the tavern seemed to fade away in that instant. All Yiming could hear was the thunderous beat of his own heart. He gazed at the weathered and menacing visage of Mr. Godtek, and then met the sincere gaze of Felix. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. "Mr. Godtek," Yiming stammered, "you know I am not skilled in combat." I am merely a bartender. I fear I may become a burden to you. Humph. Hawktrick emitted a characteristic nasal sound. As for fighting, leave that to me. Though the poet may be as fragile as a feather, he at least possesses swiftness and can rally our spirits. What we require is someone who allows us to focus on battle without the worry of threats lurking behind us. Felix interjected. What Hawktrick means is that he does not value your combat prowess. Of course, should you wish to learn, we would be more than willing to impart some self-defense techniques. What he truly appreciates is your attentiveness and organization. Your presence would certainly facilitate our adventurous endeavors. Moreover, to be frank, we feel rather uncomfortable without your drinks. Yiming fell silent. Hawktrick's reasoning, while unexpected, made sense. The dwarf butcher's mindset was always refreshingly direct and pragmatic. He would not invite a liability out of some ethereal notion of friendship. Rather, he must see a tangible value in Yiming. Furthermore, Hawktrick added suddenly, his voice low, you possess a certain resilience, unlike those weaklings who perish easily. Surviving alone in a place like Miraglino, and doing so reasonably well, is no small feat. This unexpected praise warmed Yiming's heart. The resilience Hawktrick spoke of might be that indefinable tenacity for survival that he himself had not yet recognized, the grit cultivated through his bloody exile from Zhan'guo, the struggles in the port of Zhan'guo, and the harrowing experiences beyond the gates of Balakheim. Each of these trials had left him with an invisible shield and forged an indomitable will within him. Give us your response, Li, Felix spoke softly. There is no rush. Take your time to consider it. We can linger in Miraglino for a day or two longer. At this moment, Yiming's heart was embroiled in a fierce internal conflict. On one hand lay the tranquil life in Miraglino, where he enjoyed the stability of a steady job as a bartender, familiar streets and ports, along with the fragile connections and order he had painstakingly built. To depart from this sanctuary would mean embarking once more into the unknown, confronting unpredictable dangers. He had only just escaped a life of wandering. Was he truly willing to plunge back into it? The tales of the Empire's wilderness, the terrifying stories of orcs, beastmen, and chaotic minions were not mere exaggerations spun by wandering bards. On the other hand, there simmered a weariness of this stable existence, coupled with an unbreakable bond of friendship with Hawktrick and Felix. He yearned to break free from the confines of the bar, to explore a broader world, to experience a life brimming with challenge and passion. Hawktrick's butcher's oath and Felix's poetic ideals blazed like a fire, drawing him, a moth that had flitted in darkness for far too long. Moreover, he could not deny that he missed them. He longed for the moments spent sharing drinks and engaging in conversations, listening to their tales of the bizarre and extraordinary. His thoughts drifted to his adoptive father, the kind-hearted old merchant from the east. The merchant once imparted wisdom to him, saying, Yiming, life is akin to a grand voyage. Some choose to dock in the serene harbors of comfort, while others set sail into the tumultuous seas. No path is unequivocally right. The essence lies in whether you heed the voice of your own heart. What was that voice within him saying? Was it contentment with the status quo, continuing as a bartender at Miraglino, mixing potions of forgetfulness? Or was it to seize this unexpected invitation and embark on an adventure replete with uncertainties, yet potentially brimming with miracles? He gazed into the unwavering resolve of Gortek's solitary eye and the encouraging anticipation reflected in Felix's gaze. He understood that if he declined, they might feel a tinge of disappointment, yet they would ultimately respect his choice and venture forth on their journey once more. Meanwhile, he would remain here, day after day, until he too transformed into one of those old mercenaries boasting of distant pasts in the tavern. Was that the future he desired? Yiming inhaled deeply. The air infused with the fragrance of malt liquor, the saltiness of sweat, and a barely perceptible scent of rust and blood that belonged to adventure. Suddenly, he recalled the drink he had crafted for them, the Song of the Voyager. That cup of wine was not merely a farewell. Perhaps it was also the overture for the restless spirit within him that yearned to break free. Yiming, he began, his voice somewhat parched. He noticed Gortek and Felix's gazes fixed upon him, awaiting his response. He needed time. He needed to contemplate this thoroughly. This was not a decision to be made lightly. It bore implications for his future, even for his very existence. I need to think it over, Yiming finally articulated, a hint of regret in his tone. Could you grant me a day? Felix immediately responded with an understanding smile. Of course, Li. That is only right. We shall return to you tomorrow evening. Whatever decision you arrive at, we will respect it. Gortek merely nodded in agreement. He raised his cup high, taking a generous gulp, then slammed it down upon the bar with a heavy thud, as if that action encapsulated the complexity of his emotions at that moment. In the time that followed, Yiming found himself somewhat distracted. He continued to mix drinks for patrons, skillfully navigating various flirtations and inquiries. Yet his thoughts had already soared far beyond the confines of the tavern. He weighed the pros and cons repeatedly. The advantages of remaining in Miraglino were glaringly apparent. Safety, stability, a steady income, and an escape from the bloodshed and violence. He could continue honing his bartending skills and, perhaps after saving enough, purchase this tavern or even open a more distinctive establishment of his own. It was a foreseeable, tranquil, and comfortable life. Conversely, to choose the path of adventure with Gortek and Felix, the dangers were omnipresent. He lacked any combat experience, and, when faced with the legendary monsters and foes, he might not even be able to protect himself. He may find himself injured, or even meet his demise in some unknown corner of the world. He could once again lead a life of uncertainty, struggling against the elements and facing hunger. Yet, such a life brims with boundless possibilities. He could witness the valor of Gortek, explore ancient ruins alongside Felix, acquire new skills, forge new friendships, and perhaps discover his true self. Memories of his years in Zhan'guo flooded back, a deep-seated sense of oppression and fear. He recalled the dying words of the old merchant, urging him to see the world, to avoid being confined to a single place. He remembered the moments beyond the Barak Hyman Pass, when he thought death was imminent, and the yearning for life surged within him, mingled with regret for not having experienced more of what life had to offer. Perhaps, deep down, he was not meant to be a man content with tranquility. Past experiences had taught him to mask his true self with indifference and caution, burying his thirst for adventure. Now, the invitations from Gortek and Felix acted as a key, unlocking a long-sealed door within his heart. Beyond that door lay howling winds, flashing lightning, and endless unknowns, but also the potential for a resplendent starry sky. That night, Yiming hardly slept. He paced in his small room, various thoughts swirling in his mind. The moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating his somewhat gaunt face, which bore an unexpected maturity for his age. He faced a significant choice, one that would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Should he remain sheltered in the safe harbor, avoiding the storms, or set sail to chase the unknown? The answer seemed to gradually crystallize within him. Chapter 8. The choice of the crossbow and shield. The following day, Miraglino awakened once more to the dawn's gentle embrace. The shouts of dockworkers, the calls of market vendors, and the rhythmic clangs from the blacksmith's forge wove together a vibrant urban morning symphony. Yiming had scarcely slept through the night. As the first light of dawn painted the eastern sky, he rose and splashed cold water on his face, striving to dispel the tumult in his mind. The mirror reflected a face that appeared somewhat weary, yet bore an unusual brightness in his eyes. No longer did those deep-set eyes reflect the confusion and hesitation of recent days. Instead, they radiated a calm determination. He knew what he must do. Upon arriving at the Pioneer Tavern, the proprietor, a short and portly elderly man named Zhan'guo, was yawning as he wiped down the bar. Upon seeing Yiming arrive punctually, he nodded with satisfaction. "Good morning, Li. Last night's deep-sea slumber was a hit. The sailors just off the ship can't get enough of it." "Zhan'guo," Yiming replied, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "I have come to bid you farewell." Zhan'guo paused in his task, looking up in surprise. "Farewell? Where are you going? Have you found a higher-paying job, or are you planning to return to your homeland, Zhan'guo?" He was aware that Yiming hailed from the distant east, though the specifics were somewhat unclear. "Neither," Yiming shook his head. "Some friends have invited me to embark on an adventure. After much contemplation, I have resolved to accompany them." Zhan'guo fell silent for a moment, his keen little eyes scrutinizing Yiming. He had encountered a myriad of adventurers, some returned in glory, while many faded quietly into obscurity in some unknown corner. "Adventure, my dear Li, is no trifling endeavor," he intoned gravely. "It is a perilous path, fraught with uncertainty. You possess a remarkable talent for mixology. Would it not be better to lead a stable life here?" "I appreciate your concern, boss." Yiming bowed slightly, expressing gratitude for your care during my time here. "However, I have made my decision." Zhan'guo sighed, recognizing Yiming's resolute stance, and ceased his further persuasion. "Very well. The youth has his own aspirations. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not impede you. Here is your salary for the month, along with a little extra, a token of my goodwill." He retrieved a pouch of coins from his drawer and handed it to Li Yiming. Should you find it challenging to cope with the outside world or grow weary of this life, the Pioneer Tavern will always welcome you back. Li Yiming accepted the pouch, a warm sensation flooding his heart. Thank you, Boss Bajuo. Your kindness will forever be etched in my memory. After bidding farewell to Bajuo, Li Yiming returned to his modest dwelling. He had little luggage, merely a few changes of clothing, some trinkets from the East, and a few relics left by his adoptive father. He meticulously packed these belongings, his heart a tumult of emotions. Although his time in Miraglino was brief, it had afforded him a sense of tranquility long forgotten. Yet now, he was determined to shatter this tranquility in pursuit of a life entirely distinct from the one he had known. As dusk descended, painting Miraglino in hues of gold with the setting sun, Godtek and Felix arrived at the Pioneer Tavern as promised. The tavern buzzed with its usual liveliness, but they quickly spotted Li Yiming waiting near the bar. He was no longer clad in the familiar attire of a bartender. Instead, he wore a simple yet sturdy travel outfit, with a small satchel by his side. Felix's eyes lit up as he approached briskly. Li, it seems you have made a decision. Li Yiming nodded, meeting their gaze with unwavering resolve. Yes, I have decided. I will accompany you. Splendid. A genuine smile broke across Felix's face as he clapped Li Yiming on the shoulder. I knew you would make the right choice. With you by our side, our journey will surely be much smoother. We shall not go hungry, nor will we catch a cold from sleeping in a leaky tent. A rare semblance of a smile graced Godtek's scarred visage, and he simply grunted in affirmation, a testament to his approval. For the taciturn dwarven butcher, this was a remarkably positive response. However, Li Yiming took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Before we embark, there are certain matters I must candidly share with you both. Godtek and Felix fell silent, their attention fixed upon him. First and foremost, as I mentioned earlier, I possess virtually no combat experience. Li Yiming stated candidly, I am merely a mixologist, a former merchant. During my time in the East, I learned a few rudimentary martial arts, but only for self-defense against petty street thugs. Faced with genuine adversaries, such as those legendary orcs, or even more fearsome monsters, I fear I may be of little assistance, and might even become a burden to you. Felix was about to offer some words of comfort when Li Yiming waved his hand and continued, thus, I hope both of you understand that my capabilities in combat are rather limited. However, I shall do my utmost not to hinder the group. We understand, Li. Felix replied gently. No one expects you to transform into a seasoned warrior overnight. Hokrik's invitation to you is rooted more in appreciation for your other skills. He glanced at Hokrik, who, the dwarf butcher, nodded slightly in agreement. Then, Li Yiming's expression grew more solemn. Although I am not adept in close combat, I am not entirely unarmed. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. He carefully retrieved a long, slender object wrapped in thick cloth from his satchel. Hokrik and Felix looked on with curiosity as Li Yiming placed the cloth bundle upon an empty table and slowly unwrapped it. As the layers of fabric were peeled away, an unusually designed weapon was revealed before them. It was a hand crossbow, emanating a muted metallic sheen, slightly more compact than the common imperial hand crossbows, yet possessing a more intricate and refined structure. The limbs were crafted from a resilient black wood, adorned with intricate patterns of a style Felix had never before encountered. Most striking was the flat metal magazine affixed beneath the crossbow body, seemingly capable of accommodating multiple bolts. What is this? Felix exclaimed in astonishment, having never seen such a meticulous design. This is a repeating crossbow I brought from the East, Li Yiming explained, his fingers gently caressing the body of the crossbow, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. It is one of the relics left to me by my adoptive father. Its structure is quite unique. This magazine can be preloaded with 5 specially crafted short bolts, allowing for rapid successive firing through a clever lever mechanism. As he spoke, he produced 5 slender metal bolts, devoid of fletching, from a small pouch at his waist, skillfully loading them into the magazine. He then raised the hand crossbow, assuming a poised aiming stance. Although he did not fire, the steadiness and focus he exhibited made both Hokrik and Felix acutely aware that this hand crossbow was anything but a mere toy in his hands. In the East, I used it for hunting and also for self-defense. Li Yiming's tone turned somber, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Its range is not particularly far, and its power pales in comparison to military-grade crossbows, but it excels in rapid fire and ease of operation. In certain situations, it may provide some degree of range support. Hakrik leaned in closer, his single eye scrutinizing the peculiar weapon from the east. He extended his sturdy fingers, delicately touching the connection between the limbs and the magazine, appreciating the precision of its construction. As a dwarf, he possessed an innate sensitivity and fascination for all manner of weapons and machinery. A fine piece of craftsmanship, Hakrik muttered, his tone laced with admiration. Much more agile than those clumsy imperial crossbows. Indeed, the artisans of the East possess remarkable skill. Felix was also filled with curiosity about the repeating crossbow. So, you are not entirely defenseless. That is commendable, Li. At least in the face of unforeseen circumstances. You can mount some resistance. Indeed, Li Yiming nodded, but this merely provides long-range harassment and suppression. Once the enemy closes in, I remain perilously vulnerable. He set down the crossbow, his expression growing serious once more. Thus, I wish to learn from both of you. What do you wish to learn? Trek inquired, somewhat taken aback by the young man's honesty and initiative. I wish to learn how to wield a shield, Li Yiming asserted, his gaze resolute. If I cannot inflict effective damage upon the enemy in close combat, then at the very least, I hope to protect myself and, when necessary, provide cover for you. He recalled the devastating defeat outside the Balakhaiman Pass. If the guards of the merchant convoy had possessed better defenses, and if he himself had been able to raise a shield, perhaps the outcome would have been different. That sense of helplessness was an experience he did not wish to endure a second time. A shield? Felix exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Are you certain? Utilizing a shield demands considerable strength and skill, and it will restrict your movements. I am certain, Li Yiming replied without hesitation. I am aware of the challenges, but I am eager to learn. I can manage logistics, provide long-range fire support, but I also wish to be a reliable point of defense within the team, rather than a weakling in constant need of protection. Trek scrutinized Li Yiming, a flicker of unusual light flashing in his solitary eye. This young man from the East possessed more grit and thoughtfulness than he had anticipated. He had no fondness for cowards. And though Li Yiming candidly admitted his lack of combat prowess, he exhibited the courage to learn and shoulder responsibility. Very well, Trek said gravely. A shield is an excellent tool. When wielded properly, it surpasses 100 flashy swordsmen. I can teach you some fundamental techniques for dwarf shield blocking. Although our physiques differ, the principles remain the same. I can also impart some basic footwork and battlefield observation skills. Felix added enthusiastically. Understanding how to leverage terrain and discern the enemy's intentions is equally vital for a shield bearer. Li Yiming smiled gratefully. Thank you so much, Mr. Trek and Mr. Felix. I shall endeavor to learn diligently. Thus, Li Yiming officially joined this peculiar adventuring party. His role was initially established to manage the team's logistical supplies, provide long-range crossbow support during combat, and undertake certain defensive responsibilities after mastering shield techniques. When shall we depart? Li Yiming inquired, his heart brimming with anticipation for the unknown journey ahead. No hurry, Felix waved his hand. Since you have joined us, we must replan our itinerary and supplies. Moreover, you need to acquire some equipment, such as a suitable shield, and perhaps a short sword for self-defense. Indeed, Trek added. The blacksmith in Miraglino should have some excellent wares. We will need at least 2 or 3 days to prepare. In the ensuing days, Li Yiming's existence underwent a profound transformation. No longer was he the graceful bartender behind the bar, but rather a bustling procurement officer and apprentice. Under Felix's guidance, he ventured to the largest arms market in Miragliano. The clamor and chaos there starkly contrasted with the refined atmosphere of his previous vocation. The air was thick with the scent of rust, leather, and sweat, as mercenaries and adventurers of various hues and accents wove through the stalls, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of bargaining. Li Yiming was meticulous in his selections. He sought a shield of moderate size and suitable weight. Too large would hinder his agility, while too small would offer insufficient protection. Ultimately, he chose a kite-shaped wooden shield, reinforced with iron along its edges, featuring a small metal boss at its center. While not particularly sturdy, its lightness made it ideal for a novice. He also procured a one-handed short sword of half-arm length. Unadorned, yet possessing a fine steel edge, its handle wrapped in coarse leather provided a solid grip. This sword was not intended for active offense, but served as a last line of defense when his crossbow was unusable or when an enemy closed in. In addition to weapons and shields, he gathered a plethora of travel supplies, sturdy leather boots, a waterproof cloak, a warm blanket, flint, rope, herbs, and bandages. Every penny was judiciously spent on essentials, as he endeavored to acquire the most practical items at minimal expense. His prior experience at the Zhan'guo Trading Company proved invaluable, enhancing his ability to discern quality and his sensitivity to pricing, which left Felix in awe. "Li, you are truly a born quartermaster," Felix exclaimed, observing Li Yiming systematically categorizing and organizing the procured materials. "With you on our side, we can save at least half our expenses and ensure we never purchase inferior goods." Though Gortek remained silent, he regarded Li Yiming's industrious figure with a newfound respect. This young man was indeed as capable as he had anticipated. Amidst the procurement and organization of supplies, Li Yiming remained committed to learning from Gortek and Felix. Each morning, in a secluded clearing outside Mirigliano, Gortek personally instructed him in the techniques of shield usage. The dwarf butcher's teaching style was straightforward and robust, yet remarkably effective. He wielded a thick wooden stick to simulate enemy attacks, prompting Li Yiming to block with his shield. Initially, Li Yiming struggled with timing and angles, often ending up with numb arms or his shield easily dislodged. Gortek, unyielding, pointed out his errors and demonstrated the correct maneuvers. "Lower your center of gravity. Keep the shield steady. Feel the impact with your body, not just your arms." Gortek's bellow echoed across the clearing. Li Yiming gritted his teeth, enduring the soreness in his arms and Gortek's stern reprimands as he practiced tirelessly. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his clothes became soiled with dirt and grass. Yet the focus and determination in his eyes earned Gortek's silent nod of approval. Meanwhile, Felix stood nearby, guiding him in footwork and observational techniques. "Watch your footing, Li. A proficient shield bearer must first establish a firm stance." As Felix spoke, he demonstrated agile footwork and lateral movements, teaching the importance of utilizing small-scale shifts to dissipate force rather than meeting it head-on. Simultaneously, he emphasized that one's gaze should not solely fixate on the opponent's weapon, but rather observe their shoulders and eyes, anticipating their intentions to strike. Li Yiming diligently absorbed this knowledge, acutely aware that these seemingly fundamental skills could ultimately dictate life or death on the true battlefield. His aptitude for learning was remarkable, perhaps a gift from the latent talents entwined in his dark elf lineage, or perhaps a testament to the adaptability he had honed over years in various intricate environments. He swiftly mastered the basic shield blocking techniques and footwork. Though still somewhat clumsy, he had begun to show promise. His repeating crossbow, originating from the distant land of Zhan'guo, became an integral part of his daily practice. He would set up rudimentary targets in an open space, honing his ability to shoot while in motion and practicing rapid magazine reloads. He discovered that when he concentrated entirely on the crossbow and the target, he could attain a remarkable state of tranquility. Each time he pulled the trigger, every short arrow that sliced through the air imbued him with a sense of control. The weapons he chose, crossbow and shield, seemed to symbolize his current inner state, the cautiousness of ranged combat paired with the guardianship of close quarters. He yearned for adventure, yet remained ever vigilant. He longed to integrate into a team while simultaneously wishing to preserve a sense of independent self. Thus, amidst the busyness and fulfillment of preparation, 3 days swiftly passed. Li Yiming was no longer the bartender lost in uncertainty about the future. He was now ready to embrace the unknown path of adventure. His pack was meticulously arranged, his crossbow bolts sharpened, and his shield polished anew. Within him surged a blend of anticipation and trepidation regarding what lay ahead. He understood that this journey would not be smooth, yet he had made his choice, without regret. The lights of Mirigliano continued to flicker in the night, heralding the onset of a new tale, set to unfold alongside 3 travelers from disparate backgrounds. Chapter 9. Ready for departure, Li Yiming's decision to join the adventuring party was akin to a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples that swiftly spread outward. In the ensuing days, the sunlight of Mirigliano seemed to shimmer with an inexplicable restlessness, reflecting the imminent journey of the trio. The dwarf butcher, the exiled poet, and Li Yiming, the enigmatic former bartender from the distant east, busied themselves with preparations for their shared adventurous goal. For Li Yiming, the intensity of these days mirrored the times he had managed the entire caravan alone. However, unlike the anxiety and weight of those moments, his heart now brimmed with a sense of fulfillment driven by purpose and a subtle anticipation of the unknown journey ahead. He applied his unique attention to detail and organization to the pre-departure preparations with great finesse. At dawn, As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the weathered sign of the Pioneer Tavern, Yiming had already departed from his humble dwelling. In his hand, he always clutched a piece of parchment, meticulously inscribed with fine characters learned from the Orient, enumerating the various tasks that required procurement and attention for the day. This was not merely a shopping list. It resembled a comprehensive action plan. Food held the utmost priority. Yiming emphasized to Gortek and Felix that we needed sufficient provisions to sustain us for at least 10 days to half a month, and they must be easy to carry and preserve. He recalled the types of food that the caravans had carried along the Longfong Road, as well as those exquisite delicacies from the Orient that could withstand harsh conditions while maintaining their quality. Felix naturally had no objections, having accompanied Gortek on numerous adventures. He understood the significance of sustenance. Gortek merely grunted, for to him, as long as there was ample mead and the strength to swing his battle axe, the specifics of what he consumed seemed rather inconsequential. Yet, he recognized that a famished butcher would undoubtedly see a substantial decline in fighting prowess. Thus, a slender yet keen-eyed figure from the east began to navigate the bustling markets of Miraglino. Yiming wove through the throng of vendors, his deep-set eyes effortlessly discerning the quality of smoked meats and selecting the freshest from a pile of hard, dry flatbreads. He would debate with the vendors over the price of a bag of oats for quite some time, not out of stinginess, but because he understood that every penny ought to be spent judiciously. He procured a considerable amount of coarse rye bread, which, despite its rough texture, was remarkably durable for storage. He also acquired strips of smoked salted meat and air-dried sausages, high-calorie provisions that guaranteed the restoration of strength during long journeys. Large sacks of toasted oats and beans, which could be easily prepared with hot water or simmered into a thick porridge with jerky. He even made a point to purchase some tea bricks from the Orient, a type of tea compressed through a special process that not only invigorated the mind, but was also said to possess certain warming and detoxifying properties. This is dragon's breath tea, Yiming explained to the inquisitive Felix, carefully wrapping several tea bricks in oil paper. In the Orient, merchants and travelers alike would carry it. Just a small piece could brew a pot of rich tea, reviving one's spirits during fatigue. Felix picked up a small piece and inhaled deeply, a peculiar blend of spicy and herbal aromas wafting towards him. Sounds delightful, he remarked. At least it is far healthier than that inferior imperial ale. In addition to staples, Yiming procured salt, spices, a modest assortment of dried fruits and nuts. He even located a shop specializing in herbs, where, drawing upon the herbal knowledge he had gleaned from his time with caravans and the teachings of his adoptive father regarding Oriental medicine, he selected common hemostatic herbs, anti-inflammatory ointments, and several packets of powders that could treat colds and diarrhea. May we never have to use these, he said as he meticulously divided the herbs into waterproof pouches. But should the need arise, they may prove life-saving. Gortek watched Yiming skillfully handle these vials and containers, his rough hands exhibiting an unexpected steadiness as they manipulated such delicate objects, prompting him to regard this young man with newfound admiration. Most of the adventurers he had encountered were rather careless, often merely remembering to bring along weapons and provisions. Individuals like Yiming, who meticulously considered nearly every conceivable scenario, were indeed a rarity. Once the supplies were procured, the next step was organization and packing. Yiming showcased his remarkable organizational skills. He separated all the food by type and shelf life, wrapping them in moisture-resistant oilcloth and repacking them into several bags of varying sizes. He meticulously calculated the weight of each bag, striving for ease of access while ensuring a balanced distribution of the load. The sleeping bags and blankets had to be placed in the most accessible spot. As he spoke, he secured the rolled sleeping bags with leather straps to the exterior of the bags, treating the tent and oilcloth poncho similarly. Essentials such as ropes, flint boxes, and small knives were best kept in close pockets or waist packs. He even took into account the issue of water supply. In addition to purchasing several sturdy leather water bags, he prepared a small pouch of alum powder from the east. If clean water sources were unavailable, this powder could clarify muddy water. He explained while demonstrating how to use this remarkable substance. Felix watched in astonishment, feeling that his previous adventures had been nothing short of child's play. He typically stuffed a large backpack with a few clothes, some food, and his cherished writing materials, rarely considering how to allocate resources or respond to unforeseen circumstances. Although Gortek was experienced, his preparations were primarily combat-oriented, often dismissing mundane life matters. "Lee," Felix exclaimed sincerely, "I believe the success rate of our adventure has increased by at least 30% with your involvement. I am even beginning to believe we might truly live to see Gortek find his glorious demise." Gortek shot Felix a glare, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a subtle upward curve. While Yiming busied himself with logistical support, Gortek and Felix remained industrious, focusing on their respective weaponry. Gortek's colossal runic battle axe was an extension of his very life and a testament to his butcher's oath. He devoted an entire day to its maintenance, meticulously honing the blade with a coarse whetstone. Each stroke produced a deep, resonant sound, accompanied by sparks. The cold steel seemed to come alive in his hands, the ancient runes glimmering with a shadowy glow in the sunlight. After polishing, he carefully wiped down the axe head and handle with a cloth soaked in oil, preventing rust and enhancing grip comfort. Felix observed from the side, sensing Gortek's almost reverent focus during the axe's upkeep. It was not merely a weapon. It was a part of the dwarf's soul. He silently committed this scene to memory, intending to include it in his future epic of heroes. Felix's own weapon was a finely crafted imperial longsword, its scabbard made of black leather, with the hilt adorned with his family's crest, a soaring eagle. He too diligently polished the blade, checking its sharpness, and inspected every chain link of his chainmail, ensuring there were no loose or rusted parts. Beyond weapons and armor, Felix cherished his writing tools above all. He prepared an ample supply of parchment, several meticulously sharpened quills, and a small vial of exquisite oak ink. These treasures he wrapped in layers of oilcloth, fearing any damage during their journey. For him, documenting the exploits of High Trek was one of his paramount missions. As night fell, the trio would typically gather in the modest lodgings they had rented, encircling a simple wooden table. Upon it lay a humble yet delectable dinner crafted from limited provisions by Yiming. Usually a hearty mlang of jerky and vegetable porridge accompanied by a few pieces of crusty bread. Our general route lay northward, into the heart of the empire. Felix unfurled a rough map procured from the market, which marked the territories of Tyrol and several key towns and roads in the southern empire. Our initial destination was to be the Fortress of Seoul, a crucial bastion against threats from the south, though it had recently endured the ravages of war. Passing through the Fortress of Seoul, we could reach the industrial stronghold of Nun in the Waisen territory, where we could resupply thoroughly. High Trek seemed indifferent to these place names, his sole concern being the whereabouts of worthy adversaries. Yiming listened intently, mentally cataloging the names and routes. His knowledge of the empire confined to mere hearsay and snippets occasionally mentioned by old merchants. An unusual tension permeated the atmosphere. On one hand, there was excitement and anticipation for the impending journey into the unknown, while on the other, a solemn awareness of the lurking dangers and challenges in the wilderness. They all understood that this venture would be long and fraught with uncertainties of life and death. Occasionally, Yiming would gaze out at the twinkling lights of Mirigliano, a swirl of complex emotions rising within him. He had just begun to find a semblance of stability here, yet he was to willingly plunge into the tumultuous currents of fate. Nevertheless, he bore no regret. The tranquility of serving the pioneers, day in and day out, though comfortable, felt stifling, akin to a stagnant pool. He yearned for change, for a broader vista of the world, and for the discovery of his true place amidst the chaos. The presence of High Trek and Felix shone like a beacon, illuminating his path forward, albeit one laden with thorns and blood. On the eve of their departure, the three did not indulge in revelry at a tavern, but rather chose to spend a quiet evening in their lodgings. Yiming produced a cherished small jar of Zhan'guo rice wine, pouring a modest cup for each. The liquid was crisp, imbued with a hint of sweet rice fragrance. To our impending journey, Felix raised his cup, his tone tinged with sentiment. To glorious death, High Trek intoned gravely, draining his cup in one gulp. Yiming too lifted his glass, gazing at the swirling liquid within, softly proclaiming, to the road ahead. The three drank in silence, the only sound in the cabin being the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. No further words were exchanged, yet an invisible bond had firmly entwined them together. The resolute determination of the dwarven butcher, the lofty ideals of the wandering poet, and the dark elven scion's yearning for rebirth converge at this moment. The adventurers' party has now truly been established in the most profound sense. They share a common goal, a collective burden, and the courage to face the unknown together. On the following morning, as the clock tower of Mirigliano told the dawn, three figures appeared at the city's northern gate. Gortek remained in his signature attire, his bare torso revealing a tapestry of scars and tattoos, while he bore upon his shoulder a massive rune-engraved battle axe. Felix, clad in a fitted travel ensemble, sported a long sword at his waist and carried his satchel and parchment for recording on his back. Yiming walked among them, his transformation the most pronounced. He was no longer the neatly attired young oriental bartender, but donned a rugged ensemble in earthy tones, with sturdy leather boots beneath him. A medium-sized satchel rested on his back, while his left hand grasped a newly acquired kite-shaped shield, and his right wielded a repeating crossbow from the east. A short sword was sheathed at his waist, ready for any unforeseen circumstance. His demeanor was calm, yet his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented sharpness. They did not look back, nor did they bid farewell to anyone. The splendor and clamor of Miraglino were left behind. Ahead lay an unknown path, a wilderness fraught with challenges. The sunlight pierced through the morning mist, casting a warm glow upon them and elongating their shadows. The adventurers' party officially embarked on their journey. Yiming took a deep breath, savoring the cool morning air, silently affirming, "The path of adventure has begun." He was unaware of where this road would lead, but he knew he was prepared to embrace whatever may come. The two companions by his side would be his most steadfast support on this arduous journey. Chapter 10. Farewell to Miraglino. The gentle light of dawn fell like the finest gold dust upon the uneven rooftops of Miraglino. The city had yet to fully awaken from its slumber, with only a few early risers echoing faint footsteps on the cobbled streets, occasionally intermingled with distant calls from the harbor. The air was imbued with the lingering chill of the night, mingled with the fresh scent of bread wafting from the bakery and the residual staleness from the gutters. This was the unique, intricate, and vibrant aroma of Tyler City. Yiming had scarcely slept through the night. He lay upon the hard cot in his small abode, gazing at the flickering shadows cast by the oil lamp on the ceiling, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Excitement and apprehension, two starkly contrasting emotions, intertwined within him, like the rising tide repeatedly lapping at his nerves. The excitement stemmed from his imminent embarkation on a genuine adventure. No longer merely a member of a merchant caravan, passively traversing the established trade routes, nor was he confined to the docks of Seabreeze City or the taverns of Miraglino, repeating similar tasks day in and day out. This time, he was making a conscious choice, embarking alongside two companions with whom he felt a profound kinship, to explore the unknown world and pursue an ineffable goal. This sensation stirred the long-dormant waters of his heart, sending ripples of anticipation through his being. Anxiety stems from the uncertainty of the future and a keen awareness of one's own capabilities. He is not a born warrior. Although the tremulous hand crossbow provides him with a modicum of confidence, and the newly acquired shield offers a semblance of security, he is acutely aware that true combat is far more brutal and intricate than he had envisioned. The perils lurking in the wilderness, whether predatory beasts or the more savage greenskins and brigands, not to mention the terrifying creatures that exist solely in legend, instill in him a primal sense of dread and unease. He fears becoming a burden to Gortek and Felix, apprehensive that he may struggle to adapt to a life where tension is a constant companion. A deeper layer of his anxiety arises from a past he is reluctant to confront. The shadows of Hargonsi, the bloody baptism of Helleborn, and the images buried deep within his memory occasionally resurface unbidden. He worries that when he finds himself once again amidst savagery and slaughter, those repressed dark memories may resurface to engulf him anew. The path he has chosen seems eerily reminiscent of the fate he once desperately sought to flee, one rife with violence and uncertainty. Yiming exhaled softly, attempting to expel these tumultuous thoughts from his mind. He turned and sat up, the light from the oil lamp illuminating his lean yet resolute visage. He understood that regardless of what awaited him ahead, he had already made his choice. There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. He began to methodically arrange his gear. Each item was placed according to the plan devised the previous night, ensuring swift access when needed. He meticulously examined the mechanism of the repeating crossbow, confirmed the position of the spare magazine, and adjusted the tightness of the shield strap. Finally, he sheathed the short sword at his waist, its cold touch providing a slight comfort. From the adjacent room came the heavy breaths of Gortek and Felix, interspersed with Felix's occasional murmurs in the throes of slumber. Yiming refrained from disturbing them, instead quietly stepping out of the small cabin into the morning air. The dawn in Miraglino possessed a unique charm. The thin mist had yet to completely lift, draping the mercenary city in a shrouded veil. In the distance, several spires emerged from the fog, reminiscent of a mirage. The streets gradually filled with people. Vendors pushed their carts, creating a symphony of creaks and groans. Patrolling city guards yawned, their polearms scraping the cobblestones with a jarring friction, and some ragged beggars huddled in corners, eyeing passers-by with wary gazes. Yiming inhaled deeply, imprinting the scene in his mind. He did not know when he would return here, or if he would have the chance to do so at all. Miraglino, the city that had sheltered him during his lowest ebb, now appeared both familiar and foreign in his eyes. Before long, Harkrick and Felix awoke in succession. The dwarf merely splashed water on his face before stretching his limbs, producing a cacophony of cracking bones. Felix appeared somewhat bleary-eyed but was in relatively good spirits. "Good morning, Lee," Felix greeted, his voice slightly hoarse. "It seems you rose earlier than us." "I couldn't sleep," Yiming succinctly replied. Gortek merely nodded, a subtle acknowledgement. He hoisted the rune-engraved battle axe, the weighty weapon seeming almost weightless in his grasp. The trio exchanged no further words, quickly consuming remnants of last night's provisions before shouldering their packs and proceeding towards the northern gate of Miraglino. As they traversed the streets, the city's clamor enveloped them. The rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammer echoed, tavern staff rolled empty barrels to the curb, and merchants vociferously beckoned patrons. Felix paused intermittently, intrigued by various captivating scenes, even jotting down notes in his small notebook. Gortek, however, remained steadfast in his gaze, indifferent to the surrounding spectacle, as if only the path ahead warranted his attention. Yiming silently trailed behind them, his eyes sweeping over the familiar yet foreign streetscapes. He spotted the well-known sign of the Pioneer Tavern, its doors still closed, emanating an air of desolation. He could almost detect the lingering aroma of inferior ale mingled with sweat in the atmosphere. That place had once been a fleeting refuge for him. He recalled the tavern keeper's perpetually stern visage, the myriad of patrons, and the drinks he had crafted. Those days, though mundane, were undeniably authentic. Yet now, he was destined to bid farewell to it all. A profound sense of loss washed over him, swiftly supplanted by an exhilarating anticipation for the future. He understood that he could not remain forever sheltered behind the tavern bar. He belonged to a broader expanse, even if that realm was fraught with peril. The northern gate of Miraglino stood as the principal exit toward the Empire. The imposing, robust gate, constructed of thick oak and reinforced with iron bars, was flanked by watchtowers where vigilant city guards monitored the ebb and flow of travelers. A considerable gathering had amassed at the city gates, comprising hurried messengers, heavily laden caravans, and fellow adventurers equipped with packs and weapons, much like themselves. The air was alive with the sounds of neighing horses, rolling wheels, and animated conversations. After paying a modest exit tax, the trio gradually stepped through the city gate, mingling with the throng. As they crossed the threshold, Yiming felt an inexplicable lightness wash over him, as if an invisible shackle had quietly shattered with his first step beyond the gate. The Miraglino he left behind, along with the life it represented, swiftly receded from view. The landscape outside the city bore a stark contrast to the bustling interior. Gone were the crowded buildings and raucous crowds, replaced by expansive fields and undulating hills. A dusty road wound northward, vanishing into the distant horizon. Flanking the path were humble cottages and sparse woodlands. The air grew crisp, imbued with the fragrance of earth and fresh grass. The sun shone brighter, casting a warm glow upon them. "All right, comrades," Felix stretched lazily, a relaxed smile gracing his face. "Our adventure officially commences." Gortek remained silent, his profound gaze scanning the road ahead, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement shimmering in his eyes. For him, departing the city signified a step closer to the fray. Yiming tightened the straps of his pack, his palms slightly damp against the crossbow he held. Before him lay a path leading into the unknown, evoking both anticipation and trepidation in his heart. Yet, overwhelmingly, there was a resolute determination akin to burning bridges behind him. They commenced their journey northward along the road. Initially, a few other travelers accompanied them, but as they ventured further, the presence of fellow wayfarers dwindled. The path grew increasingly rugged, losing the well-trodden smoothness characteristic of the city outskirts. The scenery around them transformed continuously, with open fields gradually giving way to dense forests, and the distant hills morphing into undulating mountains. The air was saturated with the humid essence of the primordial forest, filled with the incessant sounds of birdsong and the calls of wild creatures. Li Yiming had never encountered such a journey. His childhood memories of Hargangxi were vague and oppressive, steeped in an atmosphere of steel and blood. Later, during his time in Zhan'guo, he traversed the Longfang Road with his adoptive father's caravan, a grueling and perilous experience, yet bolstered by the collective security of numbers. Now, however, it was merely the three of them, treading upon unfamiliar soil. His senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Even the slightest rustle of wind or movement in the underbrush would set him on edge. He scrutinized the trees flanking the road, attentive to any suspicious markings on the ground. The crossbow in his grip remained primed, while his shield was ever ready to be raised. Gao Zueka led the way, his steps steady and powerful, seemingly tireless. His imposing stature alone served as a deterrent to potential threats. Felix trailed behind, occasionally engaging in conversation or documenting their observations along the way. Li Yiming brought up the rear, vigilant and alert. He endeavored to adapt to the rhythm of their march, regulating his breath and conserving his energy. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true trial lay ahead. As the sun ascended, the temperature rose accordingly. Sweat soaked Li Yiming's garments, yet he dared not relent. Memories of the tragic events at Balak Haimen Pass flooded his mind, recalling the fearsome pirates and the desperate cries of his comrades. Those recollections lashed at him like a whip, compelling him to remain ever watchful. He recognized that he could not afford to feel helpless and desolate as he had before. He must learn to safeguard himself and his companions. At midday, they stumbled upon a small brook and decided to pause for a brief respite. The water was crystal clear and painfully cold. The trio drank heartily, splashing their faces with the refreshing liquid to dispel the fatigue of their journey. Li Yiming retrieved some provisions and jerky from his pack, distributing them among Gao Zueka and Felix. Although the fare was simple, hunger rendered it particularly delectable. "How far do you suppose we can travel today?" Li Yiming inquired, gnawing on a piece of rye bread. "If all goes well, we should reach the edge of the Soul Hills before nightfall," Felix replied, unfurling a map and indicating the markings upon it. "The Soul Fortress lies just beyond those hills. However, this forest is rumored to harbor many wild beasts, and there have been sightings of goblins as well. We must tread carefully." Upon hearing the term goblin, Gayasik's eyes glimmered momentarily, a hint of a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his lips. He muttered, his mouth stuffed with food, expressing a desire for more of them. Li Yiming felt a shiver run down his spine. Goblins, those malevolent creatures he had only heard of in legends, filled him with uncertainty about his own courage to confront them. After a simple lunch, the trio set forth once more. The afternoon journey proved to be more arduous than the morning's. The forest thickened, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the dense canopy, casting a dim light throughout the woods. The path grew increasingly treacherous, with fallen trees and entangled vines obstructing their way. Li Yiming sensed his stamina swiftly depleting, his legs heavy as if laden with lead. Yet, he gritted his teeth, striving to keep pace with Gayasik and Felix, acutely aware of the dire consequences should he fall behind. Felix, too, seemed weary, his earlier chatter subdued into silence as he trudged along. Only Gayasik remained vibrant and sprightly, brimming with seemingly inexhaustible energy. Li Yiming began to genuinely grasp the hardships of adventure. This was not merely a physical trial, it was a test of willpower. He recalled the promises he made when he decided to join the group, as well as his yearning for a new life. These thoughts propelled him forward. He started to observe Gayasik's gait and breathing, learning the art of conserving energy in his stride. He also paid attention to how Felix maintained his balance on the rugged terrain. He was learning, adapting, and evolving. It was a slow and painful process, but Li Yiming understood that it was a necessary journey to escape the shadows of his past and carve out his own place in this merciless world. He must grow stronger. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness crept in. The forest grew even dimmer, enveloped in an eerie silence. The occasional howl of an unknown beast sent chills down their spines. "We must find a place to camp," Felix gasped, cautioning against the dangers of traversing the forest in the dark. Gayasik nodded in agreement, setting off to scout for a suitable campsite. Li Yiming steeled himself, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. He knew that the forest at night was fraught with peril. Eventually, they discovered a relatively flat clearing on a wind-sheltered hillside, surrounded by massive boulders that offered a natural barrier. The three collaborated to establish their camp. Gayasik cleared the area, and chopped some dry branches for firewood. While Felix retrieved the tent and sleeping bags from their packs, Yiming took charge of keeping watch and preparing to light a fire. Before long, a bright campfire blazed in the clearing, dispelling the chill and darkness of the woods. The flickering flames illuminated the trio's faces, reflecting their hopes for the future and their wariness of the present. This marked their first night away from Miraglino, the beginning of countless nights on their adventure. Seated beside the campfire, Yiming gazed into the dancing flames, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He thought of the lights of Miraglino, the warmth of the wine's steward's embrace, and the familiar faces he once knew. But he understood that he could not turn back. He glanced at his companions. Gaiusike was meticulously polishing his runic battle axe with an oilcloth, his expression focused and reverent. Felix, by the campfire, unrolled a piece of parchment, recording his observations from the day by the flickering light. A warm surge of emotion welled up in Yiming's heart. He realized he was not alone. He had companions, a purpose, and hope. The journey of adventure had officially commenced. He, Yiming, had taken a resolute first step on this path, filled with uncertainty and challenges. He was filled with anticipation for his future growth and was prepared to face all hardships and obstacles. The road ahead was long, but he believed that as long as the three of them worked together with a shared resolve, they could overcome any difficulties and reach their desired destination. As night deepened, the only sounds in the forest were the crackling of the fire and the distant howls of wolves. Yiming wrapped his blanket tightly around himself and closed his eyes. Tomorrow would bring a new day, a new challenge, and he was ready. Chapter 11. The shadow of Soul Fortress. The embers of the first night's campfire turned to a pile of warm ashes in the dawn light. The birdsong in the forest replaced the night's chorus of insects and wolf howls, heralding the beginning of a new day. Yiming was gently awakened by Felix, whose face bore a hint of fatigue, yet his eyes remained clear. Gaiusike had already risen, meticulously sharpening his blood-soaked runic battle axe on a whetstone, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the tranquil morning light. "We must leave this forest before the sun rises fully," Felix whispered, handing Yiming a piece of hard, dry rations. "The Soul Hills lie ahead, but traversing them to reach the ruins of Soul Fortress will require a full day's journey. That place is far from peaceful." Yiming accepted the rations and nodded silently. His sleep the previous night had been restless. The unfamiliar surroundings and the vigilance against the unknown had jolted him awake multiple times from shallow slumber. The night in the forest was filled with myriad subtle sounds, the rustling of leaves in the wind, the distant murmurs of unknown creatures, keeping his nerves taut. At this moment, his body felt somewhat stiff and sore, the aftermath of maintaining a defensive posture for too long. The trio washed their mouths with stream water, divided the scant remaining food, and swiftly packed their belongings, extinguishing the last spark of fire before embarking on the northern path once more. As they gradually exited the heart of the forest, the trees began to thin, and the terrain steadily rose. The ground beneath their feet transformed from soft loamy soil to hard earth mingled with gravel. Sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The humid scent of grass and wood was gradually replaced by a dry, dusty aroma. "We are nearing the Soul Hills," Felix remarked, pointing toward the undulating ochre hills ahead. Soul Fortress was once a crucial bastion of the Southern Empire, guarding the vital passage to the Wason territory. However, after numerous wars, it changed hands several times and is now in ruins. Today, it resembles more of a vast battlefield than a fortress. Yiming gazed into the distance. The undulating hills, rugged in their lines and sparse in vegetation, evoke a profound sense of desolation. He could envision the fierce battles that once transpired amidst those rolling slopes and ravines. A tightening grip on his repeating crossbow accompanied a heavy weight of oppression settling upon his heart. Hawktrick remained silent, leading the charge with his stout figure traversing the treacherous mountain path as if it were level ground. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, continuously scanned the surroundings, as if no hint of disturbance could escape his notice. Upon their arrival on the soil of the Soul Hills, the feeling of bleakness and decay intensified. The road had nearly vanished, leaving only a vague path, worn by the footsteps of passing travelers, winding through the rubble and withered grasses. Along the way, collapsed stone walls, remnants of abandoned arrow towers, and wooden structures, long eroded by the elements, were intermittently visible. The air was tinged with a faint scent of rust, reminiscent of congealed blood. "Look there," Felix pointed towards a nearby cluster of scattered bones, his expression grave. The scars of war were omnipresent. Here, one must be wary not only of lurking beasts, but also of marauding brigands who take advantage of chaos, as well as the green-skinned foes infiltrating from the north. Li Yiming followed Felix's gesture, spotting several incomplete skeletal remains strewn across the parched grass, one of which bore a rusted arrow embedded in its ribcage. A sudden heaviness weighed upon his heart, and his stomach churned. Although he had witnessed more horrific scenes at the Balakai Gate, the proximity of such evidence of death sent a chill down his spine. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, understanding that fear would resolve nothing. He must adapt to this environment and confront the lurking dangers. He retrieved his shield from his back, securing it on his left arm, while his right hand firmly grasped the crossbow's grip, fingers resting on the trigger guard. "Stay vigilant, Li," Felix noted his tension, softly advising him to stay close and observe keenly. "If anything occurs, remain calm and heed Hoctrik's commands." Li Yiming nodded appreciatively at Felix, finding solace in the support of his companion. They pressed onward through the desolate hills, surrounded by an eerie silence, broken only by the wind's mournful whispers through the dry grass and the crunch of their footsteps on the gravel. The sun scorched the earth, and the air felt dry and oppressive. Li Yiming's throat parched. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Suddenly, Hochtrik, leading the way, halted, his distinctive orange hair slightly stirring as if attuned to something. He raised a hand, signaling the two behind him to stop. Li Yiming's heart leapt into his throat. He held his breath, straining to listen to the sounds around them. To the left front, about 50 paces, "There is something," Hochtrik's low voice emerged, laced with a barely perceptible excitement. Felix tensed, drawing his longsword, his gaze alertly directed towards the area Hochtrik indicated. Following the direction, Li Yiming beheld a thicket of shrubbery, swaying gently in the breeze, standing at half his height. He saw nothing and heard nothing, yet he placed his faith in Gortrek's judgment. The dwarf's extraordinary senses were known to detect danger ahead of time. He raised the repeating crossbow to his chest, aiming the bolt at the thicket. His heart raced, and his palms began to sweat. This was the first time he might truly confront an unknown enemy. Time seemed to stand still, each second stretching into eternity. Just as Li Yiming began to doubt Gortrek's assessment, the thicket suddenly shook violently. Following that, sharp, piercing howls erupted as three diminutive, gaunt figures with filthy green skin burst forth from the underbrush. "Goblins!" Felix hissed softly. Li Yiming's pupils constricted sharply. These were the fabled goblins. They were smaller than he had imagined, perhaps no taller than a human child, yet their faces were grotesquely fierce. Sharp ears and blood-red eyes gleamed with cunning and malice, while sharp fangs protruded from their gaping mouths. Wielding crude weapons, some rusty daggers, others sharpened sticks, the trio of goblins charged towards them with surprising speed. "Humph, scum!" Gortek scoffed disdainfully, his massive frame lunging forward, the runic battle axe slicing through the air towards the foremost goblin. "Be careful, Li. Use the crossbow," Felix shouted as he parried a goblin attempting to assault him from the side. Li Yiming's mind went blank. The chaotic scene before him spun, a dizzying amalgamation of goblin shrieks, Gortrek's furious roars, and the clashing of weapons that formed an overwhelming wave of chaos. His finger instinctively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A bolt shot forth, but due to the tremor in his arm, it veered off course, landing far from the intended target. "Damn it!" Li Yiming cursed silently, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He felt a surge of intense frustration. At a critical moment, he had failed at the most fundamental task of shooting. Meanwhile, Gortek had plunged into the midst of the goblins like a tiger among sheep. With each swing of his runic axe, blood sprayed forth. The first goblin barely had time to emit a scream before it was cleaved in two. The dwarf butcher's combat style was simple and brutal, imbued with primal ferocity and destructive power. Felix, on the other hand, displayed greater agility. His swordsmanship, though not as forceful as Gortrek's, was remarkably precise and effective. He deflected one goblin's attack and swiftly pierced another's throat with a single thrust. Only one goblin remained, and upon witnessing its companion's swift demise, it screeched in terror and attempted to flee. "Don't let it escape," Felix shouted, his attention drawn by a slight movement from another direction, hinting that more goblins might be lurking. As Li Yiming watched the fleeing goblin, the fear and panic in his heart gradually transformed into an inexplicable fury. He recalled the tragic scene at the Balakhyman Pass, the innocent companions who had perished, These green-skinned wretches were among the roots of chaos and calamity that plagued this land. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his trembling hands. He raised his repeating crossbow once more. This time, he refrained from hastily shooting and instead focused on recalling the shooting techniques his adoptive father had taught him during his time in the eastern lands. Steady his breath, aim carefully, and pull the trigger smoothly. The goblin was frantically darting towards a pile of rubble. Yiming's gaze was fixed on the goblin's back, his finger gently resting on the trigger. Whoosh! Another bolt was released. This time, the bolt struck the goblin's left leg with precision. A piercing scream erupted from the goblin as it collapsed, rolling on the ground while clutching its injured leg in agony. "Well done, Li," Felix exclaimed approvingly. A surge of excitement coursed through Yiming. He had succeeded. He had hit his target, although he had merely wounded the goblin's leg. It was a significant encouragement for him. Gortek strode forward with determination to the injured goblin, showing no hesitation as he dispatched it with a single swing of his axe. Blood and brain matter splattered upon him, yet he seemed indifferent, even wearing a faint smile of satisfaction. The battle concluded swiftly, lasting only a matter of breaths. Yiming lowered his crossbow, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His legs felt weak, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Gazing at the 3 lifeless goblin corpses, along with the scattered entrails and blood, his stomach churned once more. He fought to suppress the urge to vomit, his complexion pale. Felix approached him, patting his shoulder. "It's normal to feel this way the first time. You'll get used to it. That shot you made was crucial. It prevented them from escaping to call for reinforcements." Gortek merely cast a glance at Yiming with his deep, penetrating eyes, saying nothing, though his expression seemed to lack the earlier pure indifference. Yiming managed a faint smile and replied, "I still need to practice more." Indeed, Gortek finally spoke. His voice still low, "Your hands were too shaky, and your aim lacked precision. However, at least you shot, and you didn't soil yourself. That's far better than some of the rookies on the battlefield." Though his words might sound harsh, Yiming recognized this as a rare form of encouragement from the dwarf. He approached the corpse of the goblin he had wounded, examining the injury inflicted by the bolt. The bolt had embedded itself deeply into the goblin's thigh muscle, blood staining the surrounding fur. He noted how he had instinctively avoided targeting the goblin's vital organs. Was it due to nervousness, or the shadow of Zhan'guo? He was reluctant to ponder further. "It seems there are more than just these few," Felix noted, inspecting the surroundings and spotting fresh goblin footprints. "We should depart quickly to avoid attracting more." The 3 swiftly vacated the small battlefield, continuing their advance towards the ruins of Soul Fortress. Having endured this minor skirmish, Yiming found himself in a tumult of emotions. Fear, excitement, nausea, and a faint sense of accomplishment intertwined within him. He realized that the true adventure had commenced, and for the first time, he had taken part in the act of killing. Although his performance was still somewhat clumsy, even awkward, he had nonetheless taken that critical first step. He used his crossbow to support his comrades. Though his contribution was negligible, it instilled in him a sense of purpose. No longer merely a bystander or a burden. He began to ponder how he could improve in the next battle, how to master his nerves, how to enhance his shooting accuracy, and how to wield his shield more effectively for self-protection. Silence enveloped them as they traversed the desolate landscape of the Soul Hills, which seemed even more oppressive in the aftermath of the recent skirmish. They proceeded with heightened caution, ever vigilant against potential threats. Fortunately, until dusk, they reached the outskirts of the ruins of Soul Fortress without encountering further troubles. The sight before Yiming took his breath away. The so-called Soul Fortress had long ceased to be a stronghold. The crumbling walls stretched endlessly, massive stones scattered as if hurled by a giant. The once towering walls now lay in fragmented bases, and most arrow towers had collapsed, leaving only jagged openings. Charred marks were scattered throughout, bearing witness to the fierce battles that had transpired here. An air of decay and death permeated the atmosphere, and the dying rays of the sun cast a crimson hue over the ruins, adding an extra layer of melancholy and eeriness. "Tonight, we shall camp here," Gortek declared, pointing to a relatively intact remnant, which offered a broad view and some cover. Yiming silently assisted Felix in erecting the tent and organizing the campsite. His gaze occasionally swept over the vast ruins, filled with a profound reverence for the horrors of war and a deep reflection on life. The shadow of Soul Fortress represented not only the tangible shadows cast by its remnants, but also the indelible wounds and terrifying memories that war had etched upon this land. As night fell, The campfire flickered to life once more. Unlike the previous night, Li Yiming felt a newfound depth within him. He understood that he was gradually acclimating to this brutal world. His initial experience in combat, though far from perfect and somewhat disheveled, allowed him to genuinely feel the pulse of battle. He touched the repeating crossbow at his waist and glanced at the shield resting beside him. These cold instruments of iron would serve as his lifeline in this unforgiving terrain. He knew that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet, at that moment, a sense of resolve began to blossom within him. He vowed to survive, to grow stronger, and to traverse this shadowy land alongside his comrades. The night at Seoul Fortress was particularly silent, with only the wind lamenting through the ruins, reminiscent of countless lost souls weeping. Li Yiming wrapped himself tighter in his blanket, listening to Hoktrich's steady snores and the faint rustling of Felix turning over, gradually drifting into slumber. He dreamt of the grotesque green-skinned faces, of flying crossbow bolts, and of the distant Halganshi. Yet this time, in his dreams, he was no longer a helpless fugitive. Chapter 12. The ambush of the greenskins. The crumbling remnants of Seoul Fortress appeared even more sinister in the morning mist. The whispers of last night's winds seemed to linger in his ears, the ethereal murmurs of lost souls rendering Li Yiming's slumber restless. He awoke earlier than usual. The campfire extinguished, leaving only a heap of blackened embers. Gao Tsuika sat like a silent statue nearby, his enormous runic battle axe resting across his knees, maintaining a posture poised for battle even in repose. Felix rummaged through their meager belongings, tallying the scant provisions of food and water remaining. "It appears we must depart this cursed place today, lest we face hunger," Felix remarked with a wry smile upon noticing Li Yiming's awakening, dark circles under his eyes betraying his own lack of rest. Li Yiming nodded, accepting the charred piece of jerky Felix offered, chewing it vigorously. The jerky was tough and fibrous, carrying an unpleasant smoky flavor, yet he recognized it as their best source of sustenance at present. "Goblins are merely an appetizer," Gao Tsuika suddenly interjected, his deep-set eyes glinting with a sharp light in the morning glow. "The true peril of Fort Seoul lies with those hulking green-skinned brutes and the shadows that lurk within." He gestured northward, indicating that traversing the ruins would lead to a gradually flattening terrain, yet accompanied by an escalation of danger. Orcs delight in hunting across open expanses. A heaviness settled in Li Yiming's heart. The skirmish with the goblins still haunted him, and he questioned whether he could withstand an encounter with the formidable green-skinned giant spoken of by Gao Tsuika. Although his arrow had found its mark yesterday, it was largely a stroke of luck, a reflex born from desperation. He gripped the repeating crossbow, still feeling a remnant tremor from the previous day's ordeal. The trio hastily dismantled their rudimentary camp and resumed their journey through the ruins of Fort Seoul. As they ventured northward, the desolation expanded before them. Crumbled walls, shattered trebuchets, and rusted remnants of siege engines littered the landscape. The ground was strewn with an assortment of debris and relics of war, broken armor, shattered weapons, and the remains of both humans and non-humans alike. The air thickened with the stench of decay and rust. Li Yiming closely trailed Felix, while Gao Tsuika forged ahead. He secured his shield firmly to his left arm, his right hand never straying far from the repeating crossbow. The previous day's combat had taught him that this seemingly cumbersome shield might very well save his life in a critical moment. His senses were heightened, vigilantly scanning every possible hiding place for foes, the collapsed buildings, shadowy doorways, and dense thickets. "Watch your step," Felix suddenly cautioned, "for there are many traps laid by scavengers, or worse." Li Yiming lowered his gaze and noticed that the arrangement of stones on the ground nearby was decidedly unnatural. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a nearly buried thin cord, obscured by dust. Had it not been for Felix's warning, he might have unwittingly triggered the trap. A cold sweat broke out on his brow, deepening his admiration for his seemingly frail poet companion. Felix was not only skilled with a sword, but also possessed far greater battlefield experience than he. The sun gradually ascended, scorching the ravaged land beneath it. The air grew increasingly arid. Each breath taken was accompanied by a searing sensation. Their water supplies dwindled perilously low, necessitating the urgent search for a new source. As they traversed a relatively open plaza, preparing to enter another ruin, the stout figure of Guy Trike suddenly halted. Leaning forward slightly, he inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. "Something approaches." Guy Trike's voice was deep and resonant, laced with an almost imperceptible thrill and murderous intent. there were many orcs. Prepare for battle. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of savage war cries erupted from all directions. The sound reverberated through the ruins like thunder, causing Li Yiming's eardrums to thrum painfully. In the next instant, dozens of green-skinned, hulking creatures surged forth from the shattered remnants of the surroundings, brandishing crude yet lethal weapons, launching a fierce charge towards the trio. These were orcs. Li Yiming's heart leapt to his throat. Unlike the diminutive and squalid goblins they had encountered the previous day, the orcs before him were towering and robust, nearly the height of a grown man, if not taller. Their limbs were thick and muscular, broad shoulders supporting grotesque and fearsome heads. Their skin was a deep, inky green, adorned with pig-like snouts and protruding tusks, their blood-red eyes gleaming with a savage and frenzied light. They donned rudimentary leather armor and iron scraps, brandishing massive cleavers, rough battle axes, and spiked maces that whistled through the air. This was undoubtedly a premeditated ambush. Back to back, Godtek bellowed, his runic battle axe humming with anticipation. He stepped forward with a fierce determination, sweeping his colossal axe with tremendous force, sending the first orc that dared approach flying, its cleaver soaring from its grasp. Blood and flesh erupted like fireworks. Felix swiftly drew his long sword, the blade shimmering with cold light. He positioned himself closely beside Godtek, warily eyeing the orcs encroaching from the right flank, muttering incantations under his breath, seemingly bestowing upon himself a feeble blessing. Li Yiming's mind went blank. The orcs' ferocious demeanor and grotesque visages instilled within him a profound sense of suffocation. The repeating crossbow in his hands felt unbearably heavy, nearly slipping from his grasp. Fear gripped his heart like an invisible hand. Li, shoot. Don't dawdle. Felix's sharp cry jolted him from his stupor. Li Yiming bit down on his tongue, the sudden pain clearing his mind slightly. He spotted an orc wielding a spiked mace, roaring as it charged towards him, its gaping maw exuding a nauseating stench. There could be no retreat. To retreat was to die. He forced himself to raise the repeating crossbow, aiming at the oncoming orc. His arms trembled violently, making it impossible to steady his aim. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt was released, narrowly missing the orc's shoulder and embedding itself into the wall behind. Damn it! A wave of despair washed over Li Yiming. The orc let out a mocking roar, raising its spiked mace high, a malevolent gust accompanying its descent towards his head. In that critical moment, Li Yiming instinctively raised the shield on his left arm to protect his head. Thud! A dull, thunderous sound erupted as the mace struck the shield with tremendous force, sending a jolt through his arm, causing him to stagger backward several steps, nearly losing his balance. The surface of the shield bore a deep dent, splinters of wood scattering in all directions. That was close. If it weren't for this shield, his skull would likely have shattered like a watermelon. The orc, evidently taken aback that this seemingly frail individual could withstand its blow, paused momentarily. Now is the time. A flicker of clarity ignited in Li Yiming's mind. Ignoring the numbness in his arm, he swiftly adjusted his stance while the orc was momentarily dazed, lifting his repeating crossbow once more. This time, he hesitated not at all, pulling the trigger aimed at the orc's exposed, muscular thigh. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two bolts flew forth almost synchronously, striking the orc's thigh with precision. A piercing scream erupted from the orc as blood gushed from the wound. It teetered, collapsing to one knee, the mace falling from its grasp. Witnessing his successful strike, an indescribable surge of excitement and exhilaration welled up within Li Yiming. The sense of fear seemed to dissipate, replaced by a fervor born from battling on the precipice of life and death. Well done, Li. Felix's voice rang out from not far away, engaged in a fierce struggle with two orcs, his sword glimmering as he moved with agility, though clearly under immense pressure. In stark contrast, the scene at Godtek's position was one of chaotic carnage. The dwarf butcher spun like a whirlwind of death, each swing of his runic battle axe ensuring that an orc would fall. His body was splattered with green blood and remnants of flesh, and his thunderous roars accompanied each lethal strike. Despite the ferocity of the orc onslaught, they crumbled before him like fragile twigs. Yet, the sheer number of orcs was overwhelming. At least a dozen. They charged fearlessly, one falling only to be immediately replaced by another, relentlessly battering the trio's defenses. Li Yiming took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that he could not rely solely on Godtek and Felix to vanquish all foes. He had to contribute his share. He began to consciously observe the battlefield, Hytrek had drawn most of the orcs' attention, his frenzied combat style inspiring both rage and fear in them. Felix maneuvered on the flanks, employing agile swordplay to distract the enemies while occasionally covering for Hytrek. As for himself, he occupied a relatively rear position. His task was to provide ranged support with his repeating crossbow, diminishing the enemy's combat effectiveness as much as possible. He spotted an orc wielding dual axes attempting to launch a surprise attack on Hytrek from the side. Gao was fiercely engaged in combat with 3 orc adversaries, seemingly oblivious to the imminent peril lurking behind him. Without hesitation, Yiming raised his crossbow, steadying his breath as he aimed for the arm of one of the orcs. He instinctively avoided targeting any lethal areas, perhaps haunted by the shadow of Harganshi, or perhaps reluctant to extinguish a life directly. Whoosh! The bolt from the crossbow struck true, piercing the right arm of the orc wielding an axe. With a cry of pain, the orc lost grip of its weapon, turning its blood-red eyes towards Yiming in a furious glare. "Come on, you bastard!" Yiming shouted, striving to divert its attention. He understood that he must buy time for Gao. The orc roared and charged at him. Unperturbed, Yiming raised his shield once more, this time mentally prepared. He bent his knees slightly, anchoring his stance to brace for the impending impact. Bang! The orc's body collided violently with the shield. Yiming felt an immense force surge through him, yet he clenched his teeth and endured the blow. In the fleeting moment, when the orc slightly staggered from the impact, Yiming fired again with his repeating crossbow. Whoosh! 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 3 bolts flew in quick succession, all striking the orc's torso, although none found a fatal mark. The intense pain and blood loss elicited a pained howl from the orc, its movements noticeably slowing. "Well done, lad." Gaotsueka's voice boomed like thunder. He had dispatched his frontline foes and, with a swift turn, cleaved the orc attacking Yiming in 2. The rhythm of battle seemed to subtly shift at that moment. No longer was Yiming merely a trembling novice hiding in the shadows. He began to learn to seek opportunities on the battlefield, wielding his weapon and shield to provide effective support for his comrades. He started to grasp the battlefield tempo Felix had previously spoken of. It was an ineffable sensation, a delicate balance between life and death, an instantaneous transition between offense and defense, a coexistence of opportunity and peril. He observed as Felix was forced back by a particularly towering orc, which swung a massive spiked club with immense force, leaving Felix struggling to parry, teetering on the edge of danger. Without delay, Yiming redirected his crossbow towards the knee of the colossal orc. Whoosh! The bolt sailed through the air. The towering orc seemed to sense the impending threat, abruptly shifting its body to evade the shot, momentarily halting its assault. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Felix deftly floated backward like a willow seed, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike, and with a flick of his wrist, his sword struck like a viper, piercing the wrist of the orc clutching the spiked club. Splurt! Blood sprayed forth as the towering orc let out a wail, the club slipping from its grasp and falling to the ground. The remaining orcs, witnessing their comrades fall one after another, did not falter but instead became more frenzied, roaring deafeningly as they charged forward in a final desperate assault. "Come on, greenskin scum. Feel the might of the dwarven axe." Gaotsueka, filled with fervor for battle, advanced proactively, his runic battle axe weaving a tapestry of light and shadow. Each clash resonated with a deafening metallic symphony. Yiming steadied his repeating crossbow, shooting with remarkable calmness. His aim remained primarily focused on the adversary's limbs and non-lethal areas, yet each arrow effectively impeded the enemy's movements, creating opportunities for Gaotsueka and Felix. A peculiar tranquility began to envelop him, amidst the cacophony of war cries and the chaos of a blood-soaked battlefield. His mind sharpened with extraordinary focus, his gaze fixated on every shifting target, his fingers steadily pulling the trigger, while his body adjusted its position in response to the battlefield dynamics. Fear had not entirely vanished, but it lay suppressed deep within his soul. In its stead blossomed a profound instinct for survival, accompanied by a sense of duty to fight alongside his comrades. At last, the final orc emitted a reluctant wail, cleaved in 2 by Gaotsueka's axe. The battle concluded. On the square's ruins, the bodies of a dozen orcs lay strewn haphazardly. The pungent scent of blood mingled with the distinct stench of the orcs, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Gaotsueka stood amidst the carnage, his chest heaving violently, his orange hair drenched in sweat and blood, clinging closely to his scalp. Green blood dripped steadily from the runic axe in his grasp. Felix leaned on his sword, gasping for breath, his complexion pale and his garments marred with tears, yet his eyes retained a bright glimmer. Yiming felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion. Leaning against a fractured stone pillar, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The repeating crossbow nearly slipped from his grasp, his arms and shoulders aching from the repeated motions of raising his shield and shooting. Yet, he had survived. All three of them had made it through. He surveyed the devastation around him, gazing at the grotesque orc corpses, and the fear within him gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented fatigue intertwined with a faint but palpable sense of accomplishment that surged through his nerves. He was no longer merely a clumsy support in the rear. He had engaged in this brutal combat in his own way and had made a contribution. He began to truly comprehend that in this perilous world, survival hinged solely upon oneself and one's companions. Well done, Lee, Felix panted, a hint of approving smile gracing his features. You're starting to find your rhythm. Yiming managed a faint smile, but refrained from speaking. He understood this was merely the beginning. The true test lay ahead. The shadow of Soul Fortress continued to envelop them, yet beneath that shadow, a faint glimmer of light gradually ignited within his heart. It was the light of courage, of growth, and the thirst for survival amidst despair. He recognized that he was gradually overcoming his inner fears, slowly acclimating to this bloody and stark reality. This path of adventure had only just begun. Chapter 13. A bloody baptism. The cries of battle receded rapidly like a receding tide, leaving only an eerie silence. No, not a complete silence. In Yiming's ears, the sound of his own heavy and rapid breathing echoed, each inhalation carrying a metallic, sweet tang reminiscent of rust. His heart thumped furiously within his chest, as if striving to break free from the confines of his ribs. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead. Every slight movement tugged at his aching muscles, eliciting pitiful groans of strain. The repeating crossbow in his grasp had never felt so burdensome, its frame stained with an unknown blood that grew viscous in the chilling air. Leaning against a fractured stone pillar, he slowly sank to the ground. His shield clanged as it fell beside him, stirring up a cloud of dust. He lacked the strength even to retrieve it. The square, once a place of daily life for the inhabitants of the Soul Fortress, had transformed into a grim slaughterhouse. A dozen twisted, green corpses lay sprawled on the cold stone, contorted in grotesque positions. The air was thick with a suffocating miasma of blood, sweat, the distinct stench of orcish filth, and an indescribable decay emanating from ruptured entrails. Flies had begun to gather, buzzing irritably. Nizen stood at the center of the heap of bodies, his stout form resembling a blood-soaked monument. His runic battle axe pointed downward. Droplets of viscous green blood continuously dripped from the blade, spreading dark stains across the stone. His bare torso was a tapestry of knotted muscle, sweat mingling with blood, tracing sinister patterns on his bronze skin. He tilted his head back, his fiery orange hair resembling flames, his chest rising and falling violently as he emitted deep, beast-like breaths. Yet, within his profound gaze burned a fierce satisfaction, a primal fervor for battle. He seemed utterly indifferent to the filth clinging to him, even reveling in this baptism of blood and fire. Felix Jaeger appeared far more disheveled. Leaning heavily on his longsword, he bent forward, coughing violently. His once relatively neat attire was now tattered, smeared with dirt and blood, and a long gash marred the sleeve of his left arm, crimson fluid oozing from within. Yet, he appeared momentarily unconcerned with tending to his wound. His complexion was pale. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his golden hair clung messily to his cheeks. The former poet's charm utterly vanished, leaving only the exhaustion of survival. Yiming's gaze swept over the battlefield, finally resting upon an orc corpse not far from him. It was the one he had struck in the thigh with a bolt, only to have Treg sever its head with a single axe blow. At this moment, its grotesque head lay beside its body, blood-red eyes wide open and staring vacantly at the sky, its mouth agape, as if silently roaring. The smooth cut at the neck, the curling flesh, and the splattered dark green blood painted a nauseating tableau. His stomach churned violently. He abruptly turned his head, gagging a few times, but nothing emerged save for bitter bile. The remnants of food had long since been expended in the heat of battle. His pallor deepened as he fought to suppress his nausea, his lips trembling slightly. This was not his first encounter with death. In Zhan'guo, he had been forced to witness scenes far more bloody and brutal than this. Heli Ben bathed in the pool of blood, haunted by the tormenting images of slaves tortured to death and gladiators mercilessly slaughtered in the arena, all etched indelibly into the depths of his memory, transforming into an eternal nightmare. Yet in those moments, he was merely an observer, a reluctant witness. He felt fear, disgust, and despair, yet he did not participate directly. However, today was different. The deaths of these orcs bore his mark. He recalled every bolt he had loosed, the first that missed its mark, the second that struck a thigh, and the subsequent shots that found another orc's arm, as well as the final bolts that pierced the chest and abdomen. Each arrow carried his will, his fear, and his instinct for survival. He did not aim for the vital spots. He instinctively avoided those areas that could deliver a swift death. His intention was simply to incapacitate them, to halt their advance, and to preserve his own life. Yet, war is war. Once it commences, it allows no room for mercy or hesitation. The bolts he had released, even if they did not directly kill those orcs, had nonetheless created opportunities for Gork and Felix, indirectly leading to their demise. He gazed at his hands, stained with dust and blood. These hands, once employed by the pioneer to concoct delightful wines, had counted goods in the merchant halls of Haicheng, and had inscribed the characters of the East under the guidance of an ancient merchant. Now, they were sullied with the blood of slaughter. A strange, chilling sensation surged from the depths of his heart, leaving him shivering. This was not mere fear or disgust. It was a more intricate emotion, confusion over his own actions, helplessness against the brutal laws of this world, and a faint sense of numbness. "Boy, what are you daydreaming about?" Gork's gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. The dwarf butcher stood before him, looking down with an air of authority, those sharp eyes seemingly capable of piercing one's soul. He gently tapped Li Yiming's shoulder with the haft of his battle axe. "Is this your first time killing so many greenskins?" Li Yiming did not respond, merely lowering his head to avoid Gork's gaze. He was uncertain how to reply. To say yes? That would reveal him as too weak. To deny? That would be a lie, at least not concerning this first-hand slaughter. Felix approached, having hastily bandaged his arm with strips of cloth. He noted Li Yiming's pale complexion and dazed expression, then glanced at Gork, letting out a soft sigh. "Gork, do not frighten him. This is not an easy experience for anyone." Felix's voice, though tinged with fatigue, carried a gentle tone. He crouched down and patted Li Yiming's other shoulder. "You did well, Li. Without your bolts, we would be in a far worse predicament." Li Yiming raised his head to meet Felix's gaze. The poet's face bore genuine concern, which eased the chill within him somewhat. I just wanted them to stop," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "On the battlefield, the best way to make the enemy halt is to bring them down." Gao Tsueka let out a cold snort, his tone imbued with an undeniable and brutal logic. "Whether temporary or permanent, you performed admirably today. At least you did not scream like a frightened rabbit." Although the dwarf butcher's words were coarse, Li Yiming detected a hint of scarcely perceptible approval. Perhaps it was merely his illusion. "These green-skinned scum," Gao Tsueka gestured with his battle axe towards the corpses on the ground, "brought nothing but devastation and suffering while they lived. Killing them warrants no guilt. You have saved yourself, and in doing so, you have saved us." Li Yiming fell silent, acutely aware that Gao Tsueka spoke the truth. The orcs were the scourge of the old world, their very nature steeped in plunder and slaughter. To engage in battle with them was a necessary means of survival. Yet, deep within, he found it difficult to readily accept such a bloody reality. The shadows of Halgangxi loomed too large. The fear and loathing of bloodshed had seeped into his very bones. He feared becoming like those bloodthirsty dark elves, indulging in the ecstasy of slaughter. "First, let us inspect the spoils, and then depart from this place as swiftly as possible." Felix rose, commencing his search among the orc corpses. The stench of blood was overwhelming, and it would soon attract other predators or more greenskins. Gao Tsueka also sprang into action, kicking aside one orc's corpse and bending down to wrest a rusted cleaver from its stiff hand, weighing it briefly before disdainfully discarding it. Struggling to rise, Li Yiming found his legs still somewhat weak. He observed Gao Tsueka and Felix skillfully scavenging the bodies for valuable items, some crude coins, a few worn teeth, which orcs sometimes used as currency, or weapons that could barely be salvaged. Their movements were calm, even somewhat numb, as if this were merely a routine task. Is this the life of a mercenary? Is this the daily existence of an adventurer? To grapple on the brink of life and death, only to seek meager rewards amidst the corpses of enemies? He felt a wave of confusion wash over him. His choice to leave Miraglino and join Gout, Zueka, and Felix was motivated by the desire for a new life, one free from the shadows of the past. Yet now, this path appeared more treacherous and blood-soaked than he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress his discomfort. He understood that he could not remain engulfed in fear and confusion indefinitely. If he wished to survive in this merciless world, he must adapt. Forcing himself to take a step forward, he approached the nearest orc corpse, one that Felix had pierced through the chest with his sword, its face frozen in a grimace of death. Yiming hesitated momentarily before extending his hand into the tattered leather pouch of the orc's armor. His fingertips brushed against the cold, sticky leather, along with some hard objects. Drawing them out, he discovered several crude copper coins bearing indistinct engravings, along with what appeared to be a molar of some creature, polished smooth. This is the spoils of war. The worth of a life sometimes dwindles to these trifling remnants. He silently tucked away these items into his pockets and proceeded toward the next corpse. His movements remained somewhat stiff and unnatural, yet he did not falter. He was forcing himself to accept and adapt. Felix noticed Yiming's actions, a glimmer of reassurance flickering in his eyes. He refrained from saying much, merely quickening the pace of their search. Godtek pulled out a relatively intact arrow from the body of a particularly towering orc, its tip laced with a black venom. He sniffed it, expressing disdain with a scoff, then snapped the arrow in half and discarded it. The greenskin poison was both filthy and foul-smelling, he muttered. Soon, they had scavenged all the corpses. Their haul was meager. Aside from a handful of worthless copper coins and a few orc teeth, there were only some battered weapons, most of which were rusted beyond use. It seemed this band of misers had little to offer. Felix brushed off the dust from his hands, offering a wry smile. Greenskins are indeed greenskins. Godtek dismissed the comment, emphasizing instead, what matters is that we are still alive and have slain quite a few mongrels. He paused, glancing at Yiming. Kid, retrieve your crossbow bolts. Salvage whatever you can. Dwarven crafted bolts are not cheap. Yiming nodded and began to search the battlefield for the bolts he had fired. Most were embedded deeply in the orcs' bodies or lodged into walls and the ground. He painstakingly extracted them one by one, inspecting each closely. Some shafts were broken, others had dulled tips, but a few remained intact. A bit of cleaning would render them usable. As he extracted a bolt that had pierced an orc's lower leg, the thick, warm blood splattered onto his hand. His body tensed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, silently wiping the blood from the shaft with a scrap of cloth. He realized that he was not as fragile as he had imagined. Fear still lingered, yet it no longer engulfed him entirely as it once had. Perhaps this was a part of growth. Through repeated shocks and trials, he was gradually becoming more resilient, more numb, and more akin to a true warrior. All right, gather your things. We must leave this place swiftly, Felix urged. Before nightfall, we should find a relatively safe place to spend the night. The three quickly organized their gear, securing the salvaged crossbow bolts and scattered items. Yiming slung his repeating crossbow back over his shoulder and strapped his shield to his arm. This time, he felt that the weapons in his hands and the gear on his body were no longer a heavy burden, but rather a source of strength to rely upon. They did not bury the orc corpses, nor did they have time to tend to the battlefield. In this chaotic land, the bodies would soon be devoured by scavenging beasts or other foragers. As they departed the bloody remnants of the square, Yiming glanced back. The twilight sun cast a bizarre dark red hue upon the shattered walls, reminiscent of congealed blood. The scattered orc corpses appeared even more grotesque and terrifying in the dim light. He knew that this scene would remain etched in his memory, much like the blood pool of Zhan'guo, forever haunting him. Yet, unlike before, this time, his memories were not solely filled with fear and despair, but also a faint sense of empowerment. He had survived, he had fought, he had safeguarded his existence in his own manner. This could very well be the baptism that Godtek spoke of, a brutal rite of passage wrought with blood and death. He turned his gaze away from the haunting sights behind him and quietly followed in the footsteps of Godtek and Felix. The path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet within his heart, he felt a newfound weighty assurance. The shadow of Soul Fortress loomed heavily still, but beneath that shadow, Yiming sensed something deep within himself was subtly transforming. It was a renewed understanding of the world, a nascent grasp of his own strength, and a blend of confusion and resolute anticipation for the road that lay ahead. Following this bloody baptism, he was no longer the naive youth. unversed in the ways of combat. He was evolving into a true adventurer, a soul striving to survive in the merciless realm of Warhammer. And this journey, he must continue, for he had no retreat. Chapter 14. Reflections after the battle. The night descended like a vast expanse of black velvet, silently enveloping the ruins of Soul Fortress. A few sparse stars defiantly twinkled through the gaps in the clouds, casting a meager, chilling light. The air still bore a faint metallic scent of blood, mingled with the earthy aroma of the wilderness at night, enhanced by the evening breeze, adding an air of desolation. They discovered a relatively intact section of a crumbled wall to serve as shelter. Perhaps once the base of a tower, it was made of heavy stone blocks, most of which had collapsed, yet the remaining fragments still managed to shield them from some of the night's chill while providing a relatively concealed spot to rest. Gortek, wielding his rune-etched battle axe stained with greenish blood, swiftly cleared a small patch of ground, cutting down several dead trees to kindle a modest fire. The flickering flames dispelled a portion of the cold and breathed a hint of vitality into the desolate ruins. Felix, having tended to the wound on his arm, thankfully just a flesh wound without damage to the bone, leaned against the broken wall, retrieving his notebook and charcoal pencil. By the firelight, he diligently chronicled the day's battle, his brow furrowed, the tip of his pencil scratching against the parchment, occasionally pausing as he pondered his words or recalled a particularly harrowing moment. Even in such dire circumstances, the poet did not forget his mission. On the opposite side of the fire, Gortek meticulously wiped his rune axe with a piece of tattered cloth. The green blood had been cleaned away, revealing the runes beneath, shimmering with a faint blue glow. He worked slowly and with great focus, as if the axe were not merely a weapon of death, but a precious work of art. His breathing was steady and deep. The day's fierce battle seemed to leave little trace of fatigue upon him. In fact, it invigorated him, akin to a beast quenched by a sweet spring. Yiming silently sat in the shadows, a short distance from the fire. He had washed his hands and face, donning a relatively clean undergarment. Yet the visceral scent of blood, deeply ingrained, seemed impossible to erase, lingering persistently at the tip of his nose. He curled into himself, arms wrapped around his knees, resting his chin upon them as he stared blankly at the flickering flames. The scenes from the day replayed in his mind like a revolving lantern. The roars of the orcs, the clash of weapons, the unstoppable charge of Gortek. Felix's agile dodges and counterattacks, the thunderous pounding of his heart as he squeezed the trigger, the piercing shriek of the bolts slicing through the air, and the agonizing cries of the green-skinned as they fell, struck down. He shut his eyes, attempting to banish these images, yet they only became more vivid. Particularly haunting was the orc he had shot in the thigh, only to witness Gortek behead him. The glare of its wide, defiant, and furious eyes seemed to be fixed on him eternally. His stomach churned once more. "Boy, what are you thinking about?" Gortek's voice suddenly broke his reverie. The dwarf butcher had finished cleaning his battle axe and set it down carefully beside him, now scrutinizing Yiming with his sharp gaze. Yiming opened his eyes and shook his head in silence. "The first time one takes a life, it is always somewhat jarring," Gortek remarked, his tone unusually softened by a hint of understanding. "When I first slaughtered a goblin, I retched for quite some time. Of course, I was just a lad then. Barely sprouted facial hair." He flashed a grin, revealing a row of stark white teeth that gleamed ominously in the firelight. Yiming gazed at Gortek in surprise. He had not anticipated this seemingly cold-hearted butcher would possess such an approachable side, even sharing tales of his youthful misadventures. "But you will soon grow accustomed to it," Gortek continued, his tone reverting to its usual gruffness. "In this damned world, it's either you kill it, or it slaughters you. There's no need to ponder. Survival is the only truth." Felix also paused his writing, lifting his gaze to Yiming, concern and a hint of worry dancing in his eyes. "Gortek is right, Lee," Felix said gently. "You performed admirably today. In the face of such a scene, you did not falter and provided us with valuable support. Many who step onto the battlefield for the first time do not fare as well as you." He hesitated, seemingly gathering his thoughts, before slowly approaching and sitting beside Yiming. The firelight cast a long shadow of him. "I know you're not feeling well inside," Felix whispered. "Killing, especially one's first act of taking a life, is a hurdle for anyone. That feeling is difficult to articulate. When I first ventured with Gortek against a band of vicious brigands, I felt much like you. After the battle, I hid away and retched for a long time, unable to eat for days, haunted by bloody dreams at night." Yiming looked up, Incredulity etched across his face as he regarded Felix. To him, this bard, though not as fierce as Gortek, always appeared composed and masterful in swordplay, seemingly accustomed to the life of conflict. He had not expected that Felix, too, had endured such a disconcerting experience. How did you overcome it? Yiming could not help but inquire. Felix offered a wry smile. Overcome? I am uncertain whether I have truly triumphed. Perhaps I have merely grown accustomed to it, or rather, numb to the reality. As one endures more battles and witnesses greater death, it becomes evident that without fortifying oneself, hardening one's heart, survival becomes an insurmountable challenge. He gently patted Yiming on the shoulder, his tone sincere. But remember, Li, to become habituated to killing and to derive pleasure from it are two entirely different matters. We fight not for the sake of bloodlust, but to survive, to protect ourselves and our comrades. Uphold this boundary, and you shall not lose your way. Yiming listened in silence, Felix's words flowing through his icy heart like a warm current. He recognized that Felix was both comforting and admonishing him. Thank you, Mr. Felix, he murmured. Just call me Felix, the poet replied with a smile. We are companions, are we not? Gaotsueka, standing nearby, let out a grunt. Seemingly impatient with the tender exchange, yet he refrained from interrupting. He rummaged through his pack and pulled out a piece of tough jerky, gnawing on it absent-mindedly. Felix turned to Yiming, lowering his voice. To be candid, Li, your shooting today was rather remarkable. Yiming's heart tightened. Did Felix perceive something? It seems you consistently aim to avoid fatal strikes, Felix observed, his gaze deepening in the firelight, opting instead to target limbs or other non-lethal areas that induce significant blood loss. This is an unusual tactic. Did you learn this at Jindan? Yiming's heart jolted. He instinctively yearned to deny it, to conceal the truth. Yet, gazing into Felix's earnest and unmalicious eyes, he hesitated. Memories of Halgangxi flooded back, the bloody night. The sickly smile of Helibin amidst the swirling pool of blood, the profound terror of the slaves slowly succumbing to their agony, the morbid aversion to blood. Intertwined with a distorted sense of familiarity, these were the deepest scars within him, hidden from all. He could neither explain nor wish to. I merely thought it would incapacitate them more swiftly, Yiming stammered, avoiding Felix's gaze. It was a feeble excuse, one he could not even justify to himself. Felix regarded him quietly for a moment, refraining from pressing further. He seemed to sense Yiming's reluctance to discuss it, letting out a gentle sigh. Perhaps, he mused, but you must understand that the battlefield is ever-changing. Sometimes, a fleeting hesitation or a less than fatal strike may place you in jeopardy. Your crossbow possesses formidable power. If you could strike more precisely at vital points, it might expedite the conclusion of combat, thus diminishing the risk for us all. He paused, as if weighing his words carefully. I am not reproaching you, Li. I merely wish for you to comprehend that in certain circumstances, mercy may endanger both yourself and your comrades. Ultimately, however, the choice lies with you. Yiming remained silent. Felix's words struck like a gentle hammer against his heart's defenses. He recognized the truth in Felix's statement. In this harsh world, showing mercy to one's foes equates to cruelty towards oneself. His instinctive habit of avoiding vital strikes stemmed from childhood traumas and the dark elf's tradition of enslavement, yet on the battlefield, this was undoubtedly a fatal flaw. Had he been confronted not by these relatively foolish orcs, but by more cunning and formidable adversaries, his mercy could very well lead to catastrophic consequences. I will try my best, Yiming murmured, his voice somewhat hoarse. He understood that altering deeply ingrained habits and psychological barriers was no simple task. However, this was a matter of his survival and the safety of his comrades. He had to make the effort. Felix nodded reassuringly. I believe in you. You are intelligent and talented. Given time, you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional warrior. With that, Felix rose and returned to his notebook to continue his recording. The campfire fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the crackling of burning wood and the subtle sounds of Gortek chewing on jerky. Yiming sank once more into contemplation. Yet this time, his thoughts were no longer merely filled with fear and aversion. They were accompanied by a sense of calm reflection and scrutiny. He began to meticulously recall every detail of the day's battle. Gortek's fighting style was fierce, direct, and imposing. He charged like an unstoppable bull, cleaving through enemy lines with his heavy runic axe. Each swing was imbued with tremendous force, simple, effective, devoid of any superfluous movements. His defense relied heavily on his dwarven physique and sturdy armor, combined with a keen anticipation of enemy attacks. He seemed to consistently discern the weakest points in the enemy formation or the most threatening targets, charging forth without hesitation. Felix, by contrast, was entirely different. His swordplay was light and lethal, akin to a dance upon the edge of a blade. He excelled in utilizing speed and finesse, seeking out vulnerabilities in the moments between enemy strikes. His footwork was agile, his dodges precise. The long sword in his hand always found the most elusive angles to inflict continuous, albeit minor, damage on his foes or to distract powerful enemies, thereby creating opportunities for Godtek. He also had a keen sense of his surroundings. Previously, in the square, he adeptly used stone columns and crumbling walls as cover. And what about himself? Yiming scrutinized his own combat style. His advantage lay in the repeated fire of his hand crossbow, rapidly firing and easily reloaded. It possessed considerable lethality at mid-range. The shield provided essential protection, particularly against ranged attacks or close assaults. Yet he realized that his utilization of these two weapons was still quite rudimentary. His shooting relied more on instinct and a touch of luck. Although he consciously aimed, his accuracy needed significant improvement. Especially when shooting on the move or as enemies closed in quickly, his hit rate plummeted. Moreover, as Felix had pointed out, his habit of avoiding vital strikes must be corrected. Perhaps he need not compel himself to aim for the heart or the skull. However, he should at least endeavor to strike at those vital points capable of swiftly dismantling his adversary's combat effectiveness, such as the joints, areas dense with tendons, or regions that, while not immediately lethal, could inflict excruciating pain and hinder movement. As for the shield, he primarily employed it in a passive manner for defense. He had yet to master the art of actively using the shield to charge at foes or to strike with its edges. Nor had he learned to better integrate the shield's defense with the shooting of his crossbow. He habitually raised his shield first before seeking an opportunity to shoot, which rendered his movements somewhat stiff and sluggish. He recalled the seasoned mercenaries at the tavern in Miraglino, who, while boasting of their combat prowess, would occasionally mention various tricks of the trade. For instance, how to maintain composure amidst the chaos of battle, how to observe the movements of enemies, how to coordinate with comrades, and how to leverage the advantages of terrain. These were once mere tales to him, but now he recognized them as invaluable wisdom. Perhaps I should seek counsel from Godtek and Felix more often, he pondered. Godtek, though irritable, was undoubtedly a master with considerable experience in combat. Felix, despite being a poet, possessed swordsmanship and battlefield experience that far exceeded his own. He could also practice independently. In safe moments, he would hone his aim and shooting with the crossbow, familiarize himself with the myriad uses of the shield, and strive to make the transitions between the two actions more fluid. Furthermore, he ought to learn to observe the battlefield with greater acuity. During today's skirmish, he had overlooked his surroundings multiple times due to overwhelming anxiety, nearly falling victim to a side ambush by an orc. Had it not been for Felix's timely warning, the outcome could have been dire. Combat awareness, that was indeed what he currently lacked most. He needed to cultivate an instinct, one that would enable him to make swift, accurate judgments and reactions amidst chaos and peril. The flames danced gently, casting a warm glow upon Yiming's youthful, resolute visage. The confusion and fear in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a burgeoning focus and contemplation. That bloody battle had served as a key, unlocking a long-sealed door deep within his soul. Beyond that door lay challenges and dangers, but also the potential for growth and transformation. He clenched his fist, the faint pain in his fingertips sharpening his clarity. He understood that this path would not be easy, yet he must tread it, for the sake of survival, to avoid feeling as helpless as he had in Hargansi, and to honor the trust of his two companions by his side. As night deepened, the campfire began to dim. Godtek yawned, wrapped himself tightly in his furs, and succumbed to a deep slumber, his snores resonating like thunder. Felix also stowed away his notebook, finding a sheltered corner to sleep in his clothing. Yet Yiming did not drift into slumber immediately. He retrieved his repeating crossbow from his pack, and, by the faint light of the fire and stars, meticulously cleaned its body, inspecting each component with care. His movements were gentle and slow, imbued with concentration. It was as if through this ritual, he could better comprehend the weapon and, in turn, gain a deeper understanding of the future he was about to face. He comprehended that, from this day forth, he would no longer be merely a bartender, a merchant, or a fugitive. He was transforming into a warrior. This path was fraught with blood and fire, yet also shrouded in uncertainty. However, having taken the first step, he would not easily turn back. The reflections post-battle were akin to seeds sown upon barren land. Though they may not take root and sprout immediately, given suitable soil and moisture, one day they would burgeon into towering trees, supporting him through the tempests of the future. The night at Seoul Fortress was cold and interminable. Yet within Li Yiming's heart, a small flame ignited. Though faint, it was unwavering. Chapter 15. Arrival at Nun. As the last vestiges of Seoul Fortress's desolation faded from view, even the air seemed to become a touch more invigorating. The gloom that had weighed upon the group began to lift alongside the increasingly verdant foliage and the occasional sight of farmland and cottages. They traveled north along the ancient Imperial Road, where the number of pedestrians and carts gradually swelled, heralding their approach to a significant center of civilization. Li Yiming found himself atop a wretched steed, seized from an unfortunate orc, its emaciated frame barely sufficient for transport. Yet it spared him the necessity of walking alongside Gortek and Felix for the entire journey. Despite the lingering soreness in his muscles from the relentless battles at Seoul Fortress, he felt a sense of relaxation following exhaustion and a subtle, secret satisfaction. No longer was he the bewildered bartender stepping onto the battlefield for the first time. He had internalized the motions of loading a crossbow, aiming, firing, raising his shield to block, and even drawing his short sword for hasty parries when necessary. These actions had begun to merge with his instincts. While he still felt queasy after each confrontation, disquieted by the splattered blood and the dying cries, he had learned to suppress these emotions deep within, ensuring they would not cloud his judgment or actions until the battle concluded and safety was assured. He understood that this was the necessary toll of survival. Felix's demeanor had markedly improved, having left behind the land that evoked memories of past battlefields. The poet regained his vigor. He no longer merely recorded in silence, but began to take an avid interest in the scenery along the way, conversing with fellow travelers and gathering an array of stories and rumors. He even attempted to hum a few ballads of Tyrol in the imperial tongue. Though his clumsy pronunciation drew Gortek's merciless laughter, yet it added a rare lightness to the otherwise somber journey. Gortek remained as taciturn as ever. Yet Li Yiming sensed that the dwarf butcher was in good spirits. Perhaps the relentless battles at Seoul Fortress had somewhat satisfied his warrior's hunger. Or perhaps it was the distance from the unsettling aura of tainted magic that lent him steadier steps. The runic battle axe rested casually upon his shoulder, no longer held in a constant state of readiness. Ahead lay the boundary of the AV territory, Felix declared, consulting a crumpled map and pointing toward the distance. Beyond AV, further north, lay the Wason territory. Our destination, Nun, lies to the south of the Wason territory, adjacent to the River Rick. Nun. Li Yiming softly repeated the name. For his knowledge of the empire's geography was scant, he only recognized it as a city renowned for its artillery and engineering prowess, one of the empire's armories. For a former merchant, such a city typically signified prosperity and opportunity, yet for him now, it resembled a mere way station, a place to rest, replenish supplies, and prepare for the next leg of his journey. After several more days of arduous travel, they finally entered the Wason territory. The scenery here starkly contrasted with the desolation of the Seoul Fortress and the pastoral charm of the AV region. A faint, indefinable aroma, part coal smoke, part metallic smelting, began to permeate the air. The trees lining the road appeared to be shrouded in a thin layer of sooty gray. On the distant horizon, instead of rolling forests or undulating hills, towering chimneys belched thick plumes of smoke. "It seems we are nearing our destination," remarked Gortek in a deep, resonant voice, his distaste for the air evident as his nose twitched occasionally. As they approached Nun, the thoroughfare became increasingly bustling. Heavy carts laden with iron or coal and various industrial goods rumbled ceaselessly, emitting a cacophony of creaks and groans. Craftsmen and apprentices, clad in heavy leather aprons and smeared with grease, hurried past. Occasionally, they encountered squads of Nun soldiers, clad in black uniforms, wearing iron helmets, and wielding rifles or halberds, marching in disciplined formation. Their serious demeanor and vigilant gazes underscored the city's formidable defenses. When the iconic, imposing walls of Nun, fortified with black rock and steel, finally came into view, even the seasoned Felix could not suppress a gasp of awe. "Truly magnificent," he murmured, as his charcoal pencil eagerly sketched the scene in his notebook. I have heard tales of Nun's fortifications being among the strongest in the empire, and seeing them today, they do not disappoint. The walls towered several meters high, immensely thick, with angular bastions rising at intervals, their dark cannon mouths resembling watchful eyes surveying the vast lands beyond. The massive gates, forged from steel and adorned with rivets and reinforcements, emanated an aura of cold, unyielding strength. Inside and outside the gates, a throng of people moved in a continuous stream, while carts and horses flowed like a river, all orchestrated with precision by the gate guards. Yiming was astounded by the spectacle before him. This was a stark departure from the Mediterranean charm and commercial vibrancy of Miraglino, and it diverged completely from his imaginings of the ornate and exquisite cities of the East. None conveyed an essence of coldness, hardness, and sheer power, much like a lurking steel beast, each component existing solely for efficiency and warfare. The acrid scent of coal smoke intensified, mingling with sulfur, machine oil, and the distinctive odor of heated metals. In the distance, the rhythmic hissing of steam engines and the deep, resonant thud of massive hammers striking metal echoed through the air, as if these sounds were the very heartbeat of the Steel City. As they ventured forth, Gortek took the lead, hoping that the ale here would be as robust as their weaponry. After paying the city entrance fee and undergoing a brief inquiry and baggage inspection by the guards, Gortek's runic battle axe stirred a minor commotion. However, thanks to Felix's eloquence and a scholar's badge of the Empire, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, the guards' suspicions were finally allayed, allowing the trio to step into the city of Nun. The sights within the city were even more impressive than those outside. The streets were paved with resilient black stone slabs, not perfectly level, yet remarkably sturdy, sufficient to support the passage of heavy artillery and siege machinery. Most buildings along the thoroughfare were constructed of stone or a sturdy brick-stone amalgamation, rising 3 to 5 stories high, with thick walls and narrow windows, exuding a rugged and utilitarian style, devoid of superfluous embellishments. Many walls bore the deep black stains of years of smoke and fire, contributing to an atmosphere that felt both oppressive and solemn. Scattered throughout were various workshops and shops. The blacksmith's forge blazed brightly, with the incessant clanging of metal ringing in the air. The armory showcased polished plate armor, longswords, firearms, and an array of crossbow bolts. The towering structure of the engineering academy occasionally flickered with peculiar magical glows, accompanied by a subtle hum of energy. Imperial engineers, artillerymen clad in uniforms, and mercenaries dressed in leather armor mingled freely on the streets, most bearing a distinctive expression of determination and practicality, characteristic of an industrial city. It was as if the city itself was an immense war machine. Felix mused as he documented his observations. Yiming shared this sentiment. He noted that even the most ordinary residences possessed an unusual sturdiness, with iron bars affixed to the windows, seemingly prepared for a siege at any moment. Each inhabitant appeared to dwell in a state of heightened tension and vigilance. They settled into a modest and named the Artilleryman's Rest. The accommodations were far from luxurious. The rooms were cramped, the light dim, and the air thick with the persistent scent of low-quality ale and sweat. Yet, for the 3 weary travelers emerging from the wilderness, a reasonably clean bed and a warm meal sufficed to bring them contentment. After dinner, Gortek eagerly set off to sample Nun's ale, while Felix resolved to explore the city's library or the Scholars Guild in hopes of uncovering records pertaining to local history or legends. Yiming, however, chose to remain in their quarters. He required time to organize his thoughts and to inspect and maintain his gear. The repeating hand crossbow had proven invaluable in prior battles, its rapid-fire capability and ease of use allowing him to effectively suppress and eliminate swarms of greenskins. Yet, due to frequent usage, certain components of the crossbow had begun to exhibit slight wear. He meticulously disassembled the weapon, carefully wiping each part with a clean cloth before applying the maintenance grease he had brought from Miraglino. His movements were focused and adept. Once upon a time, he was merely a young bartender mixing cocktails for the pioneers, with his knowledge of weaponry limited to hearsay. Yet now, he has become adept at maintaining and wielding these intricate instruments of death, even managing to remain composed amidst fierce combat, seeking the vulnerabilities of his foes. This transformation is one that he himself finds somewhat astonishing. He recalls the final battle at Fort Sol, where they were encircled by a small elite squad of orcs, one of whom, a ferocious chieftain wielding a massive cleaver, proved formidable enough to give even Hykrag pause. Felix found himself entangled with several other orc brutes, unable to assist. In that dire moment, it was Yiming who, after unleashing 3 arrows to repel 2 orcs attempting a flanking assault on Hykrag, seized a fleeting opportunity during the chieftain's offensive. With remarkable precision, he shot an arrow that struck the wrist of the chieftain's cleaver-wielding hand. While not a fatal blow, he had deliberately selected a specialized bolt with barbs. The intense pain and sudden loss of strength prompted a furious roar from the orc chieftain, causing the cleaver to clatter to the ground. Hykrag capitalized on this rare opportunity, his runic battle axe delivering a decisive and thunderous end to the conflict. After the battle, Hykrag merely patted him on the shoulder and, with his characteristic gravelly voice, remarked, "Well done, lad." Felix gazed at him with an expression mingling surprise and admiration, saying, "Lee, your progress is truly remarkable. That shot, both timely and accurate, was impeccable." In that moment, an indescribable exhilaration surged within Yiming. It was not solely the acknowledgement of his companions that stirred him, but a profound realization that he was no longer a burden or mere logistician within the team. He could contribute with his own strength, even turning the tide of battle at critical junctures. He was no longer just the son of Halgangxi, weighed down by that heavy identity, nor was he the lost Yiming drifting through the streets of Auroria or the Milagrino tavern. During his time fighting alongside Hykrag and Felix, he was gradually discovering a new identity, a new role, one of a warrior. Perhaps he was still not powerful enough, nor sufficiently seasoned, and deep within, he still harbored remnants of fear and aversion towards the sanguinary. Yet, he had taken the most arduous step forward. He meticulously reassembled his crossbow and inspected the quiver of bolts. The ordinary bolts had been nearly exhausted, leaving only a few specialized ones he had purchased in Milagrino, equipped with various unique tips, such as armor-piercing, barbed, and poisoned. He pondered the possibility of acquiring high-quality standard bolts in none and perhaps exploring opportunities to modify and upgrade his crossbow. His shield also required mending. The kite-shaped shield he had brought from Milagrino bore numerous nicks along its edges after repeated blocks and impacts, with the leather wrapping loosening. He considered seeking a skilled blacksmith to reinforce the shield's edge with a band of iron, or even to replace it with a sturdier imperial shield. The initial phase of the journey, from Milagrino to Nunn, was fraught with hardships and peril, yet it also bestowed upon him invaluable rewards. Beyond merely accumulating combat experience and enhancing his physical prowess, the more significant transformation lay in his mindset and the deepening bonds with his companions. He recognized that, although Gortek and Felix did not vocalize it, they had genuinely come to regard him as a trustworthy ally. This trust was one of the driving forces propelling him forward. As night descended, the unique symphony of Nunn, crafted by countless workshops and machines, persisted tirelessly outside the window. Yiming reclined on his bed, absorbing the stark contrast of this sound to the melodious serenity of Milagrino and the eerie silence of Soul Fortress, and he felt an unprecedented tranquility within. The shadows of Soul Fortress had receded, and a new adventure seemed to be just beginning in this city of steel. He was no longer the novice who merely hid behind his companions. He had proven his worth through action. This growth and the sense of recognition he felt were the finest rewards of this journey. Tomorrow, he would explore this paramount industrial city of the Empire alongside Gortek and Felix. Perhaps they would stumble upon new clues, fresh opportunities, or even unforeseen troubles. Regardless, Yiming understood that he was prepared. He tightened his grip on the crossbow beside him, relishing its cold and familiar touch, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The night in Nunn was profound and imbued with strength. A young man hailing from a distant land had discovered his own power and direction within this city. Chapter 16. Iron and Fire of Nunn. The night spent at the Gunner's Rest was far from comfortable, yet it was undeniably substantial. The hard bed was punishing to his bones, but at least it spared him from the insects and the occasional howls of wild beasts that plagued the outdoors. When dawn broke, and the first rays of sunlight, tainted with cold dust, streamed through the grimy window, Yiming was already awake. He did not rise immediately. Instead, he lay in bed, listening to the cacophony outside, the rumbling of wheels over cobblestones, the creaking of craftsmen opening their shop doors, and the rhythmic thundering of steam hammers in the distance. This was Nunn, a city forged in steel and flame. After a simple washing up and a breakfast of hearty, albeit unremarkable, black bread, salted meat, and ale, the three gathered in the bustling common room of the inn to discuss the day's agenda. "I intend to visit the armory district," Gortek declared, gulping down a generous draught of ale and wiping the foam from his beard. "I've heard the craftsmanship of the dwarven smiths in Nun is exceptional. I shall see if there's anything worth acquiring, or at the very least, find a decent mill to tend to my old companion." He patted the runic battle axe at his side, its blade still shimmering ominously in the morning light, having quenched its thirst in the blood of orcs. Felix then produced his small notebook and charcoal pencil. "I plan to visit the Imperial Engineers Guild and the library of Nun University. This city serves as the cradle of Imperial engineering, and I believe it harbors numerous intriguing records and blueprints, perhaps even clues regarding the ancient craftsmanship of dwarves or other esoteric knowledge." A spark of scholarly curiosity glimmered in his eyes. Yiming nodded and articulated his plan. "I intend to explore the market and the artisan district. My supply of crossbow bolts has diminished significantly, necessitating replenishment. Furthermore, I seek a skilled craftsman to consult on the maintenance of my hand crossbow and potential enhancements. My shield also requires repairs." "Oh, that little contraption of yours?" Gortek raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with a hint of dwarven disdain for non-dwarven creations. Yet he promptly added, "However, it has proven quite useful at Fort Sol. It would be wise to seek a competent craftsman. One cannot afford to falter in critical moments." Felix encouraged, "It is a splendid idea, Li. Understanding and adeptly utilizing one's weaponry is an essential lesson for every warrior. The craftsmanship of Nun is renowned far and wide. You are certain to gain valuable insights." The three agreed to reconvene at the inn by evening and then dispersed. Yiming wandered alone through the streets of Nun. In stark contrast to the vibrant and artistic hues of Mirigliano, Nun's palette is somber and weighty. The buildings are predominantly constructed of dark stone or brick, with many walls blackened by years of smoke and soot. An indelible scent of coal, sulfur, and heated metal permeates the air. The streets bustle with hurried pedestrians, most bearing the resolute and weary expressions shaped by the trials of life and labor. Yet, he found no disdain for this atmosphere. On the contrary, the orderly, purpose-driven, and power-infused city instilled in him a sense of inexplicable reassurance. Perhaps it was the pragmatic spirit inherited from his adoptive merchant father, or perhaps it was the longing for order after the chaos and bloodshed of Zhan'guo, and the despair along the Tooth Road. This stability, grounded in formidable industrial and military might, offered him a sense of reliability. His first destination was the largest free market in Nun. The place was abuzz with voices, the cacophony of various accents bargaining and hawking their wares. Stalls brimmed with an array of goods, from everyday necessities to weapons and armor, from inferior homemade spirits to spices purportedly from the distant land of Alabi. Yiming's objective was clear: crossbow bolts. He meticulously selected from several stalls selling bows and arrows. The craftsmanship of Nun's arrows was indeed exquisite. The shafts were straight, the fletchings uniform, and the arrowheads gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. He chose 50 standard steel-tipped arrows, known for their formidable piercing power, suitable for engaging lightly armored or unarmored targets. He also spent a considerable sum on 20 specially crafted heavy armor-piercing arrows, designed with a triangular tip specifically for confronting heavily armored foes. Although costly, they could prove life-saving in dire circumstances. Finally, he replenished his stock of barbed arrows and acquired a few rare poisoned arrows. The vendor mysteriously informed him that this poison originated from the southern Russia jungles, though scarce. It was lethal upon contact with blood. Yiming approached the matter with a hint of skepticism, yet he ultimately decided to procure the items for future contingencies. In addition to the crossbow bolts, he acquired a compact set of maintenance tools for the crossbow, which included several fine steel files of varying sizes, a small tin of what was purported to be a dwarven secret high-grade lubricant, a selection of whetstones of different grits, as well as some spare bowstrings and minor components. This expenditure consumed a modest portion of his savings, but he deemed it a worthy investment. His experiences at the Soul Fortress had imparted a profound understanding that a well-performing and meticulously maintained weapon was akin to a second life on the battlefield. After completing his purchases, Yiming did not hasten to leave the market. Instead, he meandered through the various stalls, observing the unique wares of this industrious city. He encountered intricately designed gears and clockwork devices, beheld engineering marvels aglow with magical luminescence, and even stumbled upon a stall selling a simple, palm-sized steam-powered model. These wonders expanded his horizons and deepened his curiosity regarding the structural principles of his rapid-fire crossbow, which hailed from the distant lands of Zhan'guo. Upon departing the market, he followed the innkeeper's directions towards the artisan district in the western part of the city. This area represented the true heart of Nguyen, where blacksmith shops, armories, clockmaking workshops, and engineering laboratories were interspersed. The air was thick with the scent of metal and coal smoke, and the cacophony of noise threatened to deafen any who ventured too close. He sought a craftsman of genuine expertise, one far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary blacksmith. The intricate design of his rapid-fire crossbow, particularly the automatic loading mechanism and firing apparatus, was not something that could be grasped by just anyone. After inquiring with several passers-by and offering a few copper coins to an informant, a limping beggar, Yiming learned of an individual named Old Bolin, a retired technician who had once worked for the Imperial Engineers Guild but had since embarked on an independent path due to his eccentric temperament. It was said that he possessed an extraordinary passion and talent for various peculiar mechanical devices. Following the directions provided, Yiming found himself at the entrance of a nondescript workshop deep within a secluded alley. The façade was modest, adorned only with a faded wooden sign that bore the words Bolin Precision Workshop in a haphazard script. He knocked on the door and waited an extended period before a frail, impatient voice emerged from within. "Who is it? If you're not buying, then be gone. May I inquire if Master Bolin is present?" Yiming attempted to infuse his tone with respect. "I possess a mechanical device and seek your assistance in examining it, along with inquiries regarding maintenance and calibration. I am prepared to offer adequate compensation." The door creaked open a narrow gap, revealing the head of an elderly gentleman with disheveled white hair and a scraggly beard. He appeared to be at least in his 60s, his face etched with wrinkles. Yet his gaze remained remarkably sharp, imbued with scrutiny and skepticism. He appraised Yiming from head to toe, his eyes lingering for a moment on the rapid-fire crossbow at his waist. "What mechanical device? Show it to me." The old man's tone was still rather brusque. Yiming unfastened the crossbow from his waist and extended it with both hands. Old Bolin took the weapon, initially inspecting it with casual indifference, but soon, the impatience on his face began to fade, replaced by an expression of focus and astonishment. His fingers gently caressed the intricate latches, gears, and springs of the crossbow, occasionally furrowing his brow or nodding in contemplation, while muffled murmurs escaped his lips. "How fascinating, truly fascinating." Old Bolin returned to the workshop with the hand crossbow in hand, followed closely by Yiming. Inside, the workshop was more spacious than it appeared from the outside, yet equally chaotic. A plethora of tools, components, blueprints, and half-finished mechanical devices cluttered every nook and cranny, leaving little room to maneuver. The air was thick with the peculiar aroma of machine oil, metallic rust, and a blend of chemical agents. Old Bolin placed the crossbow on a workbench marred by scratches and grease, donned a peculiar pair of glasses embedded with several lenses of varying magnification, and began meticulously inspecting each detail of the weapon. "Is this from the Zhan'guo dynasty?" he inquired without looking up. "Indeed, master. It has been passed down in my family," Yiming responded, withholding further details regarding the crossbow's origins to avoid unnecessary complications. "Humph. The Zhan'guo people always delight in these fanciful contraptions." Despite his words, Old Bolin's movements grew increasingly cautious, his gaze filled with scholarly interest. "However, this design is quite clever, particularly the magazine feeding mechanism and the trigger linkage, quite intriguing." He picked up a delicate screwdriver and tweezers, commencing the disassembly of certain components of the crossbow. Yiming watched anxiously, fearful that this crucial weapon might be damaged. "Do not fret, lad," Old Bolin remarked, seemingly sensing his unease without lifting his head. "I have disassembled more precision machinery than you have had hot meals. It won't break." For over an hour, Old Bolin thoroughly dismantled Yiming's repeating crossbow, scrutinizing the structure and function of each part. He occasionally expressed admiration, while at other times he scoffed at certain designs, deeming them insufficiently robust or efficient. Yiming, eager to learn, absorbed every piece of advice regarding maintenance, the replacement of wear-prone components, and methods for fine-tuning in different environments. He discovered that this eccentric old craftsman possessed an astonishing depth of knowledge in mechanical engineering. Not only did he identify several hidden vulnerabilities within the crossbow, but he also imparted maintenance tips that were entirely new to Yiming. such as using specific animal fats mixed with graphite powder to lubricate certain minute-moving parts, effectively reducing wear and preventing jamming in low-temperature conditions. The power of this crossbow is quite acceptable. Old Boren finally set aside his tools, methodically returning the disassembled parts to their rightful places and reassembling the crossbow before handing it back to Yiming. Its rate of fire is indeed swift, suitable for dealing with those who don't don heavy armor. However, should you encounter true ironclad foes, it may fall short. Do you have any suggestions for improvements, Master? Yiming seized the opportunity to inquire. Old Boren cast him a sidelong glance. Improvements? It is not impossible. For instance, one could experiment with stronger materials for the bow arms, but this would necessitate recalibrating the entire mechanical balance of the crossbow. Otherwise, it is prone to destruction. Alternatively, one might invest effort into the crossbow bolts, employing specially crafted armor-piercing tips akin to those used by your Empire's artillery. However, this would result in alterations to the weight and trajectory of the bolts, necessitating a period of reacclimatization. He paused momentarily and continued, "Youngster, I see you possess a genuine interest in this matter. Here, I have a few contrivances I tinkered with in my youth, which may prove useful to you." As he spoke, he rummaged through a dusty wooden box beneath the workbench and soon produced several items to present before Yiming. Among them was a small vial containing a pungent, deep green liquid, a coil of metal wire as fine as a hair, yet remarkably resilient, and several peculiar metal attachments that appeared to be affixed to the tips of crossbow bolts. "This vial contains the corrosion elixir," Old Bolen remarked, gesturing towards the liquid. "When applied to the crossbow bolts, it may not immediately dissolve armor, yet it will render the metal fragile, facilitating easier penetration on your next assault. But exercise caution, for this substance is also corrosive to the skin. This wire," he continued, "is crafted from a unique volcanic obsidian known as spider silk, significantly more durable than the finest steel, yet remarkably lightweight. You could utilize it to replace some critical components in your crossbow's mechanism, or if your craftsmanship allows, weave it into delicate tripwire traps. As for these attachments," he said, picking up a diamond-shaped metal piece, "this is a wind cutter. When installed at the rear of the bolt, it slightly enhances both range and accuracy, albeit at the cost of increased susceptibility to crosswinds." He then lifted a ring-like object adorned with tiny barbs, and this is the blood channel ring, affixed behind the arrowhead, once embedded in a target. It inflicts greater trauma and bleeding upon extraction. Yiming gazed at these items, a shiver running through him. The blood channel ring, in particular, evoked memories of the dark elves of Halgongxi, who reveled in torment. He felt an instinctive mix of curiosity and aversion towards such a cruel device. Sensing his hesitation, Old Bolen scoffed, "What's the matter? Do you find these tools too vicious? Youngster, there's no room for mercy on the battlefield. It's either you perish or your enemy does. The true path lies in eliminating foes swiftly and efficiently. Your method of merely wounding limbs, letting the enemy bleed out slowly, may seem humane, but when faced with a formidable opponent or overwhelming numbers, you are merely courting disaster." Yiming felt a jolt within. Though blunt, Bolen's words struck a chord. His unique shooting habits stemmed from the psychological scars of witnessing the bloodbath in Harbin and the dark elf slave-hunting practices. He instinctively avoided targeting vital areas, favoring methods that inflicted widespread bleeding. In previous battles, this approach had sometimes delayed his response, even endangering himself and his comrades. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Yiming solemnly replied. Ultimately, he procured the corrosion elixir, spider silk, along with several wind cutters and blood channel rings. As he departed from Old Bolen's workshop, the sun had begun its descent. Yiming felt a sense of profound accomplishment. Not only had he replenished his equipment, but more importantly, he had gleaned invaluable insights into weapon maintenance and practical application from Old Bolen. The seemingly eccentric old technician imparted a vivid lesson in his own unique manner. Upon returning to the resting place of the gunners, both Hoctrick and Felix arrived shortly thereafter. Hoctrick appeared to be in high spirits. He had discovered a skilled dwarven blacksmith who not only sharpened his runic battle axe, but also reinforced his tattered chainmail with several sturdy patches. He boasted that the mead from this blacksmith shop was the most invigorating he had ever tasted in Neuen. Felix, on the other hand, returned with an abundance of transcribed notes and several rolls of parchment maps. He excitedly informed the two of them that he had unearthed some fragmented records regarding the ancient dwarven underground passage network in the archives of the Engineers Guild. including a blurry copy of an ancient map purportedly leading to the Eight Peaks region. Although much of the content was vague and its authenticity questionable, Felix waved the parchment in the air, for this was undoubtedly a significant clue. Perhaps Hawktrick's oath as a butcher would lead them to new directions. At this, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement flashed in Hawktrick's eyes. Yiming gazed at his companions, then at the newly acquired equipment and tools in his backpack. Filled with a sense of determination, the rest and resupply in Nguyen had significantly elevated their small band of adventurers in both gear and morale. As night fell, the city of Nguyen was enveloped in a symphony of steel clamor and the glow of furnace fires. Yiming sat by the window, diligently cleaning his repeating crossbow in the dim light of an oil lamp, carefully replacing a worn-out string inside the mechanism with a newly purchased strand of spider silk. He could feel himself gradually growing stronger and more adept. The iron and fire of Nguyen not only forged the steel backbone of the city, but also tempered the will and skills of every adventurer who came here. And Yiming was, within this crucible, continuously absorbing the essence, amassing strength for the road ahead. Unbeknownst to him, his professionalism had ascended to a new level. Chapter 17. Sweat on the training grounds on the second morning spent at the gunner's resting place in Nguyen. The air still lingered with the familiar scent of coal smoke mingled with metal. Yiming awoke earlier than usual, tossing and turning as the echoes of the slaughter at Seoul Fortress, the grotesque faces of the greenskins, and old Boland's stark remarks on the brutality of the battlefield reverberated in his mind. He realized that merely relying on a finely crafted crossbow and a bit of cunning was akin to dreaming in vain if he wished to survive long-term in a world where lives were as disposable as grass. He required greater strength, more comprehensive skills, and a more resilient will. After a simple breakfast, as Hawktrick meticulously polished his recently sharpened runic battle axe, the blade glinting with a deadly sheen in the morning light, and Felix spread out a topographical map of the Nguyen vicinity he had transcribed from the Engineers Guild. Seemingly engrossed in study, Yiming took a deep breath and approached them. Godtek, the formidable Felix, spoke with an uncharacteristic gravity. I wish to implore you to impart upon me some authentic combat techniques. Godtek paused momentarily in his task of wiping the bloodied axe, lifting his one-eyed gaze, scrutinizing Yiming with an intensity that seemed to penetrate the very soul, causing an inexplicable pressure to envelop him. The dwarven butcher's face betrayed no emotion, merely emitting a vague, unintelligible murmur from his throat. Felix, on the other hand, appeared somewhat astonished. He set aside the map in his hands and adjusted his glasses. Though he wore none, this was merely a habitual gesture during contemplation. Lee, are you certain? I mean, combat is not a trivial pursuit, particularly. He cast a glance at Godtek and his fearsome weapon. Godtek's methods might be somewhat direct. I am aware. Yiming replied, his gaze resolute. At Fort Seoul, I witnessed my own shortcomings. Were it not for you, I might have perished several times over. I do not wish to be a burden to the team any longer. At the very least, I aspire to safeguard myself in critical moments and provide you with more substantial assistance. He paused, adding, my hand crossbow serves me well, yet in close combat. I am nearly defenseless. I wish to learn the use of a shield and some fundamental melee blocking techniques. Also, Felix, I have observed your footwork. It is remarkably agile, and I desire to learn how to navigate and perceive the battlefield more adeptly. Finally, Godtek spoke, his voice gravelly and deep, akin to two grinding stones. Boy, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Dwarven training is no mere display of human flourishes. Once commenced, there is no turning back. You shall bleed. You may break bones, and you might even lose your life. His gaze lingered on Yiming with a hint of skepticism. With your delicate physique, I can endure. Yiming met Godtek's stare without flinching. I have faced considerable hardships in Haller and Zhan'guo. He nearly let slip too much, but caught himself in time. Felix observed the resolve in Yiming's eyes and nodded thoughtfully. Godtek, I believe it is worth a try. Lee possesses keen observational skills and a strong capacity for learning, coupled with determination. Having another capable fighter can only bode well for our future endeavors. He turned to Yiming, offering a hint of encouragement. As you mentioned, my swordsmanship may not be directly applicable, but I would be delighted to share my experiences regarding footwork and battlefield awareness. Godtek fell silent for a moment, his robust fingers gently tapping against the cold surface of the runic battle axe, producing a dull resonance. Ultimately, he grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow by mead. a smile that appeared somewhat menacing. Very well, lad. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. However, let it be known, should you cry for mercy and wish to withdraw, I shall show no leniency. Thus, a pact was established. Li Yiming felt a weight lift from his heart, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of exhilaration and trepidation. Consequently, in the ensuing days, an abandoned old military training ground on the outskirts of Nun City transformed into Li Yiming's personal hell. Gao Zueka's training methods were exceedingly crude and brutal. He tossed a battered yet sturdy round shield and a blunted practice short sword to Li Yiming, and then commenced a relentless onslaught. Raise your shield, fool. Do you wish to receive the orc's great axe with your face? Gao Zueka bellowed, as the training stick in his hand, thicker than Li Yiming's forearm, mercilessly struck the shield Li Yiming barely managed to lift. A thunderous crash resounded, and Li Yiming felt a tremendous force radiate from the shield, causing his arms to tingle and his body to stagger backward several steps, nearly toppling over. Too slow. Too soft. Gao Zueka assessed without mercy. The enemy will not grant you a moment's respite. Again, sweat quickly drenched Li Yiming's garments as he gritted his teeth, striving to recall the shield-holding stance that Gao Zueka had previously demonstrated. Body slightly bent, center of gravity lowered, the shield protecting his torso and head, and his arms maintaining a slight bend to absorb the impact. Thud, thud, thud. Gao Zueka's wooden stick fell like rain, striking various points on the shield. Li Yiming could only rely on instinct and the scant knowledge he had just acquired to block the blows. At first, he was frequently knocked off balance, and it was common for the shield to slip from his grasp. Each time the shield hit the ground, it summoned Gao Zueka's scathing reprimands and unrelenting punitive strikes. Have your feet taken root? Move. Use your legs. The shield is not a shell for you to cower in like a turtle. The dwarf butcher roared while attacking, dazed and reeling from the blows. Li Yiming's arms ached to the point where he could hardly lift them, and his body was covered in bruises of various shades. Yet he uttered no complaints, nor did he relent. Each time he was knocked down, he gritted his teeth and rose again, raising the shield anew. He understood that this was a trial he must endure. In addition to shield training, Gao Zueka also taught him the most fundamental one-handed sword blocking and counterattack techniques. However, in Gao Zueka's view, these moves were less about swordsmanship and more about flailing the iron piece in hand before the enemy could sever his head, buying a fleeting moment of time. Your strength is too weak, and your speed is insufficient. Gao Zueka frowned as he observed Li Yiming clumsily wielding the practice short sword. Do not think of clashing head-on with those hulking brutes. Use your wits. Find their vulnerabilities, then strike hard with your little crossbow. Despite Gao Zueka's harsh critiques, Li Yiming persevered in his learning. He recognized that even the most basic block could save his life in a critical moment. He endeavored to combine the shield's defense with the short sword's blocking, and though his movements remained awkward, a semblance of coordination began to take shape. In stark contrast to Gao Zueka's tempestuous training, Felix's guidance resembled a gentle spring, equally rigorous but with a greater emphasis on technique and theory. Felix primarily taught Li Yiming footwork and battlefield awareness. Look, Felix pointed at several stones haphazardly arranged on the training ground. Imagine these as your enemies or obstacles. Your movement should not be linear, but rather a fluid curve. One must learn to utilize the terrain, maintaining a safe distance from adversaries while simultaneously crafting optimal routes for attack or retreat. He personally demonstrated several fundamental footwork techniques: the lateral slide, the cross step, and the retreat step, along with the art of maintaining balance and a wide field of vision while in motion. His movements were both graceful and swift, akin to a sprite dancing upon the edge of a blade. Combat is not merely a contest of brute strength, Felix patiently elucidated. Rather, it is fundamentally about rhythm and timing. Observe your opponent, discern his intentions, and anticipate his next move. Only in the moment he strikes can one identify his vulnerabilities. Li Yiming listened intently, striving to emulate Felix's motions. He discovered that these seemingly simple footwork techniques were, in practice, exceedingly challenging. He needed to coordinate his entire body, regulate his breathing, and remain vigilant of his surroundings. Felix would also create simple scenarios for Li Yiming to practice observation and judgment in simulated combat. Now, envision Gortek charging from that direction. Felix pointed toward one end of the training ground. He typically wields his axe in his right hand, and his initial strike is often a powerful downward blow. How will you respond? Is your crossbow ready? In which direction should your shield face? Beads of sweat formed on Li Yiming's forehead as he endeavored to conjure a mental image of the battle. He attempted to integrate the footwork taught by Felix with the shield defenses imparted by Gortek. I will first execute a lateral slide to the left, evading his frontal assault while raising my shield to guard my right side, Li Yiming articulated, gesturing as he spoke. And then what? Felix inquired. Will you stab his iron boot with your short sword? Do not forget your advantage. A sudden realization dawned upon Li Yiming. Then I shall use the crossbow. I will strike at his side or leg while he is spent from exertion and has yet to regain his strength. Indeed, Felix nodded approvingly. Remember, the battlefield is ever-changing, and there are no fixed patterns. Yet, the fundamental principles remain unchanged. Seek advantage and avoid harm. Capitalize on strengths and evade weaknesses. Days passed in the midst of such arduous and fulfilling training. Each morning, Li Yiming arrived at the training ground before the first light of dawn, commencing with Felix's footwork and observation exercises to warm up his body. Subsequently, Gortek would appear punctually, initiating his grueling shield and melee blocking drills. In the afternoons, Li Yiming would practice alone, striving to integrate the knowledge acquired during the day and attempting to combine crossbow shooting, shield defense, and short sword blocking. This process proved exceptionally challenging. His repeating crossbow required one-handed operation, while the other hand wielded either a shield or sword. The immense challenge lay in maintaining balance and shooting accuracy while swiftly switching weapons. He frequently stumbled due to uncoordinated movements, or accidentally struck his face with the shield while attempting to transition weapons, or inadvertently sent the short sword flying from his grasp. Yet, the resilience derived from his dark elf lineage and the diligence instilled by his adoptive merchant father manifested in full measure at that moment. He never complained, nor did he ever relent. The bruises on his body, remnants of past struggles, have yet to fade, while new ones continue to emerge. His hands are adorned with blisters and calluses, and his muscles ache as though they might tear apart. Yet, he remains steadfast, arriving punctually at the training grounds each day, with a spark in his eyes that grows brighter with each passing moment. Gortek maintains his fearsome demeanor, frequently uttering various dwarf curses and slang. Yet his strikes have unconsciously softened compared to their initial ferocity, though he does not voice it. He secretly admires the perseverance of this seemingly frail young man from the East. After all, it is rare to encounter a human who can endure so many days under his tutelage without succumbing to despair. Felix, on the other hand, offers more encouragement and concrete guidance. He identifies Li Yiming's shortcomings in movement transitions, assists him in analyzing mistakes during simulated battles, and shares practical experiences gleaned from his own adventures. Li Yiming's progress is unmistakable. His shield-holding posture has become increasingly refined. He can now firmly stand his ground against Gortek's assaults, effectively dissipating much of the impact with his shield. Although he still cannot achieve absolute perfection, he is no longer as clumsy as he was in the beginning. His footwork has also become more agile. He has learned to remain vigilant while on the move, how to dodge and maneuver in confined spaces, and how to stabilize his hand crossbow for quick shots while running. Most importantly, he has begun to develop a fighting style unique to himself, centering on rapid-fire crossbow shots complemented by the solid defense of his shield and close-quarter blocking with a short sword. He can swiftly switch weapons as enemies approach, using his shield to absorb the initial onslaught, then seizing opportunities to parry or repel foes with his short sword, before creating distance to retaliate with his crossbow. Though this technique remains somewhat immature, it has already demonstrated considerable potential, particularly when confronting a single adversary or a small group, showcasing agility and efficiency. That evening, as training concluded, Li Yiming collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, gasping for breath. Sweat trickled down his cheeks and neck, leaving dark imprints on the dust-laden earth. Gortek approached, tossing him a water skin. "Drink up, kid. You showed some promise today." His gruff voice still held its roughness, yet Li Yiming detected a subtle hint of approval. Grasping the water skin, he gulped down several mouthfuls. The cool water slid down his throat, alleviating some of his fatigue. "Your progress is rapid," Felix remarked, joining him and offering a clean cloth to wipe away the sweat. "Faster than I anticipated. You seem inherently suited for combat." Li Yiming wiped his face, a wry smile playing on his lips. Perhaps, or maybe it's just a result of necessity. He recalled the bloody city of Zhan'guo and the gladiators who fought for survival in the arena. Though he had not directly participated in those brutal slaughters during his childhood, The keen awareness of danger and the thirst for survival had been deeply ingrained within him. Regardless, your current state is far superior to when you first arrived in Miraglino. Felix patted his shoulder, remarking that the next time he encounters the green-skinned adversaries, he should be better equipped to protect himself. Li Yiming nodded in agreement. Acutely aware of the transformations within his body, his muscles had grown firmer and his reflexes sharper. More significantly, his inner strength and confidence had deepened. No longer was he the quivering survivor, cowering behind others. He was resolutely striving to become a true warrior. During his time in Nun, it was not merely an evolution of equipment, but a remarkable enhancement of Li Yiming's combat skills and determination. Every drop of sweat shed on the training grounds, every fall endured, every moment of grit and perseverance laid a solid foundation for the adventures that lay ahead. His unique combat style, an amalgamation of the Zhan'guo crossbow, imperial shield techniques, and fundamental swordsmanship, was gradually taking shape. He understood that the true test awaited him. Yet at that moment, he was imbued with strength. The evening sun elongated the shadows of the three figures, while the sounds of blacksmithing and the thunderous clamor of steam hammers from within the city of Nun served as the backdrop to their arduous training. Li Yiming clenched his hands, now calloused from prolonged weapon handling, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. He was prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. The iron and fire of Nun were not merely forging weapons. They were also shaping the soul of this distant stranger from another realm. Chapter 18. The acknowledgement of Gortek. After lingering at the gunner's respite in Nun for several days, Li Yiming's training never wavered. Before the morning mist dissipated, he was already maneuvering in the abandoned training grounds on the outskirts of the city, instinctively integrating the footwork and battlefield observation techniques imparted by Felix. As the sun pierced through the clouds, the imposing figure of Gortek would appear punctually, wielding a heavy practice staff that cut through the air, testing Li Yiming's newly forged shield and increasingly resilient arms. The rapid-fire crossbow he had brought from Zhan'guo, meticulously maintained and finely tuned by imperial craftsmen, now produced a crisper sound upon firing, and the bolts flew with greater swiftness. This period of rigorous training not only significantly enhanced Li Yiming's physical capabilities, but, more importantly, allowed him to cultivate a unique rhythm of combat. He was no longer the novice who could only shoot haphazardly from the rear, nor the burden who faltered in the face of close-quarter enemies. He learned how to maintain shooting accuracy while on the move, how to calmly observe foes behind the shield's protection, and how to fluidly transition between crossbow, short sword, and shield. Felix marveled more than once at Li Yiming's capacity for learning and his almost obsessive dedication. He had privately confided to Gortek, stating that this young man resembled a sponge. Any combat technique, with just a hint or two, he could swiftly absorb and apply. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would find it hard to believe that a seemingly delicate dark elf from Zhan'guo could achieve such remarkable progress in such a short span. Gortek typically responded with a grunt, his solitary, deep-set eye occasionally lingering on Li Yiming before he returned to polishing his bloodied runic battle axe. Yet Li Yiming could sense that the seemingly indifferent gaze of the dwarf butcher held a trace less of the initial disdain and a hint more of subtle scrutiny. That day, as the three enjoyed a modest repast of dark bread, cured meat, and weak ale at the gunner's rest, a disheveled militiaman from Nun burst in. Clad in grimy leather armor and bearing fresh scratches upon his face, clutching a crumpled piece of parchment. A bounty, he rasped, drawing the attention of numerous mercenaries and adventurers within the tavern. From the town hall, the sewer system beneath Blackwater Alley in the northern part of the city is currently infested with vermin. Those accursed ratfolk not only pilfer food supplies, but have also bitten several residents. The Engineers Guild has ventured down there multiple times, only to be driven back by those sharp-toothed beasts, suffering casualties in the process. Now, anyone who can eradicate the Ratmen's lair in that area will be rewarded with 50 silver coins. 50 silver coins is indeed a considerable sum for an ordinary mercenary. A murmur of discussion erupted in the tavern. Ratmen? Bah! Those filthy creatures. I wouldn't venture into that stinking sewer for 100 silver coins. Spat a burly mercenary. But 50 silver coins could buy a good amount of fine wine, mused another lanky mercenary, stroking his chin. However, I've heard that these ratmen are particularly fierce, and there's a leader among them that can command the little ones. Listening to these deliberations, Li Yiming felt a stir within. Ratmen. He had heard of these half-human, half-rat beings during his time in Zhan'guo, rumored to be cunning, cruel, and numerous. This was undoubtedly a perilous undertaking. Yet it also presented an exceptional opportunity to test the fruits of his training. Furthermore, they truly needed some income to replenish their provisions in preparation for their impending journey northward. He glanced at Gortek and Felix. Felix was evidently intrigued by the task. The poet's blood always coursed with a thirst for unknown adventures, even if such escapades took place in the fetid depths of a sewer. Gortek, he said, this sounds like splendid material, and 50 silver coins would suffice to replenish our stock of high-quality arrows and ale. Gortek, twirling his greasy fingers through his orange-red beard, allowed a fleeting glint of fierceness to flicker in his single eye. To dwarves, rat men were arch-enemies. Any opportunity to slay these vile creatures would not be easily dismissed. 50 silver coins, a pittance for those bureaucrats at the town hall. He grumbled, yet his tone betrayed a hint of eagerness, but a bit of exercise wouldn't hurt. Seeing that both men were inclined towards the task, Yiming spoke up. I too believe we should give it a try. The sewer's intricate environment may allow me to better practice my footwork and close combat skills. Gortek cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent, a tacit agreement. Thus, the three accepted the task. After registering at the town hall, they obtained a rudimentary map of the Blackwater Alley sewer from a pale-faced apprentice of the Engineers Guild, marked in red ink with the areas where rat men were most frequently sighted. Those cunning creatures, the apprentice warned, his voice trembling, will emerge from the holes in the walls and launch ambushes from the shadows. Be vigilant. We have already lost several comrades. That afternoon, the trio ventured into the Blackwater Alley, a particularly impoverished and chaotic area within the city of None. The streets were narrow, with sewage flowing freely, and the air was permeated with a nauseating stench. The entrance to the sewer lay concealed behind an abandoned warehouse, a dark maw reeking of mildew and the fetid odor of rodents. Hytrick led the way, unsheathing his runic battle axe, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Felix drew his longsword, closely following him, while Yiming, clutching a newly acquired tallow lantern in one hand and a repeating crossbow in the other, brought up the rear. Ever watchful, the atmosphere within the sewer was even more oppressive than anticipated. The passage was so narrow that only two could walk side by side, with a low ceiling from which droplets of sewage occasionally fell. The ground was slick and grimy, a vile mixture of mud, refuse, and unidentifiable filth. The lantern's flickering light illuminated only a few meters ahead, beyond which the darkness seemed to harbor countless pairs of eyes watching intently. The sound of scurrying claws echoed from all directions, at times distant, at times alarmingly close, unsettling the mind. Stay alert, lad, Hytrick growled without turning. These long-tailed vermin prefer to strike from behind. Yiming nodded, striving to steady his breathing. He applied the battlefield observation techniques taught by Felix to their fullest extent. His ears attuned to any suspicious noise, while his eyes vigilantly scanned every corner illuminated by the lantern, especially the cracks in the walls and the shadows cast by the pipes. After approximately 15 minutes, they reached a junction. The map indicated this as a frequented area for the rat folk. Suddenly, a sharp shriek erupted from the right passage, and immediately, several dark figures lunged forth from the darkness, charging at Hytrick. It was the rat folk. These creatures were even more grotesque and fearsome than Yiming had imagined. They stood about as tall as human children, their filthy brown-black fur bristling, backs hunched, dragging long, hairless tails, and their blood-red eyes glimmering with greed and malice in the shadows. They wielded rusty knives and sharp wooden sticks. Come forth, Hytrick roared, advancing rather than retreating, as his runic battle axe cleaved through the air with a dazzling glimmer. Aimed squarely at the foremost two ratfolk. With a sickening thud, blood and flesh erupted as the two ratfolk were cleaved in half before they could even emit a scream. The pungent scent of blood instantly filled the air. Felix too lunged, his sword piercing the throat of a ratfolk attempting to flank Hytrick. Yiming swiftly raised his repeating crossbow. His heart raced, yet his hands remained remarkably steady. Instead of panicking as he had in the past, he observed the movements of the ratfolk with calm resolve. Though fierce, their actions appeared somewhat disordered. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 bolts flew forth in a formation resembling a letter Y. A rat man, poised to pounce upon Felix, emitted a piercing scream as an arrow struck his knee, sending him crashing to the ground, frantically gnawing at his wounded leg. Another rat man was pierced through the wrist of his weapon-bearing hand by a crossbow bolt, causing him to relinquish his blade and emit a cry of agony. A third arrow was aimed at a larger rat man, seemingly the leader orchestrating the others. However, the leader reacted quickly, ducking just in time as the bolt grazed his scalp, leaving a deep hole in the wall behind him. "Well done, lad," exclaimed Gortek amidst the chaos, his battle axe relentless in its swing, decimating one rat man after another like a meat grinder. More rat men surged forth from the shadows, their numbers vastly exceeding prior estimates. In the narrow corridor, a cacophony of flesh and blood, screams, and the clash of weapons filled the air. Yiming swiftly retreated a few paces, creating distance between himself, Gortek, and Felix to better leverage the advantages of his crossbow. He consciously avoided the rat men already engaged with Gortek and Felix, focusing instead on those attempting to flank from the sides or poised to hurl stones from a distance. His shots adhered to his principle of targeting non-lethal vital points, primarily aimed at the joints of the ratman's limbs, wrists, ankles, and such. He did not seek cruelty. Rather, it was an instinctive aversion rooted in the bloody memories of Zhan'guo that compelled him to subconsciously avoid directly striking the torso or head, where a single blow could prove fatal. Nevertheless, this method of shooting unexpectedly proved to be remarkably effective on the battlefield, serving to significantly impede the ratman's advance. One ratman had just raised a stone when his wrist was pierced by a bolt. The stone clattered to the ground as he clutched his injured arm, wailing in pain. Another ratman, attempting to ambush Felix from the shadows, darted forward only to be struck in the calf by an arrow, stumbling and falling, whereupon Felix dispatched him with a swift strike. Yiming's rapid-fire crossbow displayed astonishing efficiency. With each pull of the trigger, he nearly always struck a target, effectively undermining the ratman's offensive and alleviating immense pressure on Gortek and Felix. His movements became exceptionally nimble, continuously shifting within the confined space to find optimal angles for shooting while deftly avoiding becoming a target himself. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from a crack in the wall behind Yiming. A shiver ran down his spine, and he instinctively sidestepped while swiftly retracting his crossbow and raising the round shield strapped to his back. With a swift motion, a shadowy assassin wielding a poisoned dagger erupted from the crevice, the dagger slicing through the air where Yiming had just stood, trailing a noxious breeze. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he would have surely met a gruesome fate. Bang! The assassin's second strike crashed against Yiming's shield with a muffled thud. Though his arm jolted from the impact, the shield held firm. Remaining composed, he swiftly drew the short sword from his waist. This marked his inaugural switch from shield to sword in actual combat, and Gortek's hellish training bore fruit in that moment. His movements, while not as swift as the wind, were remarkably steady and effective. The shadow assassin emitted a sharp, piercing shriek, evidently taken aback by the tenacity of what appeared to be its weakest adversary. In a swift motion, it transformed into a blurred shadow, attempting to maneuver around Yiming's flank. Drawing a deep breath, Yiming employed Professor Felix's evasive steps, pressing his body against the wall, his shield steadfastly guarding his vital points, while his short sword remained poised, vigilant for an opportunity to counterattack. "Need assistance, lad?" The voice of Gao Zueka resonated from ahead, having noticed the peril Yiming faced. "No, I can manage," Yiming retorted sharply, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the elusive darkness that danced before him. He understood this moment as the ultimate trial of his abilities. The shadow assassin moved with remarkable speed and launched attacks from exceedingly cunning angles. Yet, with the robust defense of his shield and nimble footwork, Yiming withstood wave after wave of fierce onslaughts. Although his short sword rarely found the chance to strike first, each parry was impeccably timed, effectively neutralizing his opponent's aggression. In a particularly precarious moment, after successfully deflecting the shadow assassin's poisoned dagger, Yiming astutely observed a fleeting moment of stiffness resulting from the opponent's overexertion. An opportunity. Without hesitation, he relinquished his cautious defense and lunged forward, thrusting his short sword upward at an uncanny angle. Thud! The blade's tip pierced the wrist of the shadow assassin, causing it to emit a chilling wail as the poisoned dagger clattered to the ground. It seemed poised to retaliate, but Yiming had already retreated a step, forcefully thrusting his shield forward. Boom! The edge of the shield struck the shadow assassin's head with a resounding impact. The cunning rat-like assassin let out a muffled grunt, swaying unsteadily before collapsing backward. Yiming offered no respite. Almost simultaneously with the shield strike, He released his short sword and deftly grasped the repeating crossbow hanging at his waist. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 crossbow bolts accurately found their marks, embedding themselves in the chest and abdomen of the fallen shadow assassin. This time, he did not shy away from targeting vulnerable areas, for he recognized that any mercy towards such a sly and lethal foe would be nothing short of folly. The shadow assassin convulsed a few times before falling utterly silent. Li Yiming finally exhaled, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. He glanced at his shield, now marred with several deep gashes. Meanwhile, the battle involving Godless and Felix was drawing to a close. Under the relentless assault of the dwarven butcher, the remaining rat men had already disbanded, retreating in a cacophony of terrified screams into the depths of the shadowy passage. Those bastards can run fast. Godless spat onto the ground, a mixture of blood and foam adorning his mouth, while his runic axe dripped with filthy rat blood. Felix approached Li Yiming, casting a glance at the corpse of the shadow assassin before looking back at Li Yiming, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossing his features. Well done, Li. I didn't expect you to handle a shadow assassin on your own. Their tenacity far surpasses that of ordinary clan rats. Li Yiming took a deep breath and shook his head. It was merely fortune. Had it not been for the shield, I fear the outcome would have been dire. Gortek approached, his singular eye scanning Li Yiming before taking in the hand crossbow and shield he wielded, as well as the bloodied short sword lying on the ground. In a gruff voice, he remarked, "Youngster, your performance today has displayed a commendable degree of skill." This was, indeed, the highest praise one could expect from the dwarf butcher. He hesitated briefly, seemingly gathering his thoughts, then continued with a tone tinged with surprise. "Your crossbow is quite effective at mid-range. Far superior to those elven scouts who merely hide behind cover, firing arrows from the shadows. Moreover, your method of alternating between the crossbow, shield, and shortsword demonstrates a certain finesse, agile and cunning. It is far more practical than the brutish tactics employed by some dark elf dreadlords I have encountered who ride their black dragons into a frenzied charge." Gortek was unaware of Li Yiming's true origins. The dark elf dreadlord he referenced was merely a point of reference from his past battles. However, Li Yiming felt a slight tremor in his heart upon hearing those words. The dark elf dreadlord Zhan'guo. He shook his head, casting aside the unsettling associations. What mattered was that he had earned Gortek's recognition, which invigorated him far more than any monetary reward. Felix chimed in with a smile. "Gortek speaks the truth, Li. Your calmness and judgment today, along with your fluidity in weapon switching, have truly impressed me. It seems the training has borne fruit. You are no longer merely our logistics officer. You have become a genuine warrior, a rather unique ranged marksman, or rather, a flexible skirmisher." At these words, a shy smile graced Li Yiming's face. He understood that he still had a long journey ahead, yet in this moment, he felt a genuine joy in his progress. Through sweat and effort, he had earned the respect of these 2 formidable companions. "We should best inspect the surrounding area to ensure no enemies have escaped, then locate their lair." Li Yiming quickly adjusted his emotions and proposed. The trio continued to delve deeper into the passage. During the ensuing purge, Li Yiming's demeanor grew increasingly composed. He adeptly provided precise fire support amidst the skirmishes of Gortek and Felix, and when faced with sudden threats, he swiftly transitioned between shield and sword for defense and counterattack. His presence significantly enhanced the team's combat efficiency. Ultimately, they discovered the lair of the rat men in a relatively spacious cavern, littered with remnants of pilfered food, tattered rags, and human bones, the air thick with filth. After a costly engagement, they vanquished several ratmen sentinels. As they emerged from the foul-smelling sewer, dragging their weary bodies and carrying a dozen ratmen heads as proof of their completed task, they inhaled the mixed aromas of coal smoke and metal that permeated the air of Nuan City. Li Yiming felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The bounty of 50 silver coins was swiftly secured. That evening, the 3 of them ordered the finest ale and roasted meat at the Gunner's Rest, celebrating their minor victory. Gortek, breaking tradition, raised a toast to Li Yiming. "To your progress, lad." Li Yiming raised his goblet, clinking it heartily with the dwarf butcher and the exiled poet. The liquor, though pungent, warmed the very soul. He understood that this was not merely a successful venture. It represented a significant milestone on his path of personal growth. The endorsement from Gortek felt akin to a medal, an invisible emblem worn proudly upon his chest. It validated his endeavors and solidified his resolve to forge ahead. He was no longer merely a survivor of Halgongxi. He was evolving into an adventurer poised to thrive in the brutal realm of Warhammer fantasy. As Felix had observed, his role in combat was subtly transforming from a mere logistical supporter to a skilled ranged marksman and an agile melee assistant. The iron and fire of Nun not only forged weapons, but also tempered his will and skills. With each step along this adventurous path, he walked with increasing steadiness. Chapter 19. The weight of steel and shadows. Mornings in Nun always bore a distinctive aroma. It was a complex blend of the river's faint brininess, the acrid smoke of coal stoves, the searing heat of blacksmith forges, and the mingled sense of countless lives and sweat. For Li Yiming, this scent had shifted from initial discomfort to a familiar backdrop. Since their successful foray into the sewers, the trio's reputation at the Gunner's Rest had elevated, particularly the notorious name of Hawk-Trick Journeyman. Though 50 silver sigils were not a fortune, they sufficed to procure urgently needed supplies and afforded Li Yiming the opportunity to have his rapid-fire crossbow, which he had brought from Zhan'guo, along with his newly acquired short sword and shield, meticulously maintained and fine-tuned by the finest armorer in town. The armorer, a taciturn dwarf, was perpetually surrounded by the clanging of hammers and the acrid fumes of tempering metal. He scrutinized Li Yiming's equipment, marveling at the intricately designed crossbow, while reinforcing and mending the shield that bore scars from a skirmish with ratmen. When Li Yiming retrieved his gear, the crossbow's mechanism was smoother. The short sword gleamed with a chilling luster, and although the shield still bore the marks of battle, it appeared sturdier and more reliable. With the remaining coins, he purchased a fine whetstone, several bundles of high-quality bolts, and some herbs to treat bruises and injuries, necessities that had increased due to Hawk-Trick's rigorous training regimen. Indeed, training, if earlier practices had primarily involved Felix guiding him in footwork and observational skills, Hawk-Trick Journeyman's interest in Li Yiming had evidently deepened after witnessing his solo encounter with the Shadow Assassin. The Dwarf Butcher's training methods were brutally simplistic, yet imbued with a primal intuition and remarkable efficiency. Typically conducted in the abandoned training grounds outside of Nun, or occasionally in the backyard of the Gunner's Rest, Hawk-Trick would wield a heavy hardwood staff and launch assaults on Li Yiming without warning. He held nothing back. Each strike carried the force of a mountain's might, compelling Li Yiming to devote all his energy to evasion, blocking, and seeking openings for counterattacks. "Too slow, lad. Are your feet rooted to the ground?" Hawk-Trick's thunderous voice echoed like a storm. Bang! The wooden staff struck fiercely against the shield raised by Li Yiming, the tremendous impact causing his arm to tingle, nearly rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the shield. He gritted his teeth, striving to steady his stance, feeling the force transmit through the shield to his arm and then throughout his entire body. Eyes. Use your eyes. How did that long-haired rodent manage to sneak up on you? Did you think the enemy would stand in line waiting for you to shoot? Another sweeping blow came, and Li Yiming clumsily rolled away, his back colliding with the rough wooden post, eliciting a wince of pain. Gao Zueka's training lacked fixed routines, brimming with randomness and a palpable sense of pressure. He would suddenly alter the rhythm of his attacks, sometimes striking with the ferocity of thunder, at other times remaining as steadfast as a mountain. He would imitate various combat styles of different foes, at times embodying the brutish charge of the green-skinned marauders, at others unleashing the frenzied claw strikes of beastmen, and occasionally employing a method reminiscent of the sinister stabs of dark elves, sending chills down Li Yiming's spine. Li Yiming understood that Gao Zueka was not imparting intricate techniques, but rather honing his reactions, endurance, willpower, and the ability to maintain a calm mind under extreme pressure. After each training session, he emerged as if pulled from water, his body sore and bruised, yet he never complained, silently applying herbal ointments to his injuries while mentally reviewing the gains and losses of each offensive and defensive encounter. Felix would sometimes watch from the sidelines, his poet-like, keen observation allowing him to discern the subtleties in Gao Zueka's training methods. Gao Zueka was not merely venting his combat desires. Felix once told Li Yiming that he was pushing him to transcend his limits. The battle philosophy of dwarves, particularly that of butchers, is often inseparable from the concept of resilience. They believe that as long as one can withstand blows heavier than those of the enemy, one can survive to the end. Li Yiming deeply resonated with this notion. He began to learn how to utilize his body's movements more effectively to dissipate force under the shield's cover. He grew accustomed to seeking out the opponent's weaknesses while evading, even if it was merely to intimidate with a crossbow aim. His footwork became more agile and unpredictable, no longer confined to the foundational steps initially taught by Felix, but instead incorporating practical techniques discovered through real combat experiences. Most importantly, his mindset began to transform quietly. Initially, facing Gao Tsueka's ferocious onslaught, he felt fear and helplessness, but gradually, he learned to convert that fear into vigilance, turning pressure into motivation. He began to relish the sensation of teetering on the edge of extremity. Each successful block, each clever dodge, brought him a subtle sense of accomplishment. However, after Gao Tsueka's remark that was far more practical than the foolish, bloodthirsty brutes beneath some dark elf overlord I have encountered, a more complex emotion began to stir deep within Li Yiming. The shadow of the dark elf Hargansi lingered in his memories like a festering wound. The city built upon blood and fear, those twisted and cruel faces, and the cold, piercing gaze of his mother, the woman known as the Lady of Fear. He had desperately sought to extricate himself from it all, yearning to sever all ties with that blood-soaked race. Yet, within the unintentional remarks of Gortek, he discerned an unsettling resonance. Practical, adaptable, cunning. These terms seemed to overlap to a certain extent with his subconscious understanding of the dark elves' martial methods. One fateful night, Li Yiming awoke from a nightmare, cold sweat soaking his forehead. In his dream, he found himself once again in the ominous arena of Hargansi, surrounded by the deafening, bloodthirsty cheers, facing a menacing cold lizard, unarmed and vulnerable. Despair and terror engulfed him like a chilling tide. He sat up abruptly, gasping for breath, the cacophony of Nguyen City outside fading into a distant and surreal echo. He reached for his waist, where his short sword and hand crossbow were always secured in their leather sheaths. The cold touch offered him a modicum of solace. Practical, he muttered the word to himself. In Hargansi, what was deemed practical often meant resorting to any means necessary, embodying the utmost in treachery and guile. All the education he had received, all the training that had pushed him to the brink of life and death, had instilled this very philosophy within him. He had always believed himself to be in vehement opposition to it all. Yet, in the heat of battle, when he instinctively executed the actions most conducive to his survival, most effective in restraining his foes, and most likely to minimize the deaths of captives, he could not help but acknowledge that those deeply rooted instincts, embedded in his blood and memory, were influencing him in ways he had yet to comprehend. This realization sparked an inexplicable panic within him. He feared becoming like the kin he loathed, terrified that the lurking darkness would consume the identity of Li Yiming he had painstakingly forged. The following day during training, he appeared somewhat distracted, resulting in Gortek's heavy shield strike toppling him to the ground. The shield flew from his grasp, and the end of the wooden staff grazed his cheek before crashing to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. "What are you thinking, lad?" Gortek loomed over him, a dangerous glint in his single eye. "Daydreaming on the battlefield is tantamount to offering your head to the enemy's axe." Li Yiming scrambled to his feet, retrieving his shield, and took a deep breath. "Apologies, Master Gortek." "Humph." Gortek offered no further comment, but his assault grew even more ferocious. After training that day, Li Yiming sought out Felix. They settled in a relatively quiet corner of the gunner's rest area, where Felix was enjoying some ale while revising his epic on Gortek's heroic deeds. "Felix," Li Yiming began hesitantly, "may I inquire about the dark elves of Nagaloros?" Felix set down his quill, looking at him with surprise. "Dark elves? What has piqued your sudden interest in those vile creatures? Their reputation is hardly commendable. Li, betrayal, cruelty, endless plunder. These are their hallmarks. I have come across some fragments of ancient texts that describe them and found them rather intriguing," Li Yiming carefully articulated, striving to conceal any information pertaining to his own lineage. Felix pondered for a moment and remarked, "The Dark Elves, or what they call themselves, the Drow, are a fallen branch of the High Elves. Their society is rooted in suffering and fear, ruled by the sorcerer King Marikis. Their warriors are notorious for their cold ruthlessness, excelling in ambushes and employing a variety of poison weapons. Consequently, they prefer to strike at non-vital yet incapacitating points. And your combat style bears the shadow of the Dark Elves. Their fleet is a nightmare for all coastal nations of the Old World, with their maritime fortress known as the Black Ark leaving devastation in its wake." He paused, observing Li Yiming's serious demeanor before continuing. "Their methods of warfare are indeed pragmatic, if one interprets that as being merciless. They care little for honor or fairness. Victory is their sole objective. Their scouts and assassins are especially lethal, lurking in the shadows like venomous serpents, awaiting the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. As for their ordinary soldiers, the dreaded spear-wielders and the shadowy swordsmen, under the lash of their fear lords, can unleash astonishing combat prowess. Li Yiming listened intently, Felix's description resonating profoundly with his recollections of Hargansi. A chill surged from the depths of his heart. However, Felix shifted his tone, noting that they are not invincible. Their arrogance and internal strife often serve as their greatest weaknesses. Moreover, when confronted with genuine courage and unity, their reign of terror can falter. Just like Gortek, whose axe has felled many a dark elf soul. Li Yiming nodded, yet the weight upon his heart grew heavier. What he had inherited was precisely such a cursed lineage. How should he confront this burdensome legacy? Should he wholly reject it, or selectively exploit certain practical aspects to survive in this equally brutal world? This question loomed like a vast shadow over his spirit. In the ensuing days, aside from their daily training, the trio began earnestly planning their journey northward. Their destination was Middenheim in the Empire's northern reaches, reputed to offer greater opportunities for adventure, and Felix wished to reconnect with some old acquaintances. None, being the Empire's largest city and a military stronghold in the south, boasted relatively abundant resources. Li Yiming, utilizing his modern societal acumen, took charge of managing their shared assets and procurement. He meticulously compared the prices and quality of various rations, medicines, arrows, and repair tools, striving to purchase the most practical items with their limited funds. Gortek welcomed this development, as he had always dismissed such trivialities in favor of combat and revelry. Felix, on the other hand, focused on his poetry and the collection of various rumors, occasionally providing Li Yiming with insights regarding the prices and trade routes across the empire. That afternoon, while Li Yiming was procuring a batch of ropes and tinder at a larger market in the city, a commotion erupted from a nearby square. Driven by curiosity, he approached, only to find a makeshift platform erected in the center of the square. Upon it stood a gaunt man clad in a coarse monk's robe. His face withered, yet his eyes ablaze with fervor. He waved his arms, delivering a speech in a highly provocative tone. Whispers of corruption permeate the air. The minions of chaos lurk among us. Look around. Laziness, greed, indulgence. These are the breeding grounds for evil. Only through unwavering faith in His Majesty Sigma. Only by taking up arms to cleanse the filth in our souls and in our city can the Empire find salvation. A crowd had gathered below, composed mostly of plainclothed citizens and some idle onlookers. Their expressions varied. Some showed piety, while others wore masks of apathy and skepticism. Li Yiming was no stranger to such fervent religious preaching. It seemed that in every world, there existed individuals of this ilk. Just as he was about to turn away, the monk's tone shifted. Last night, in the Crow's Nest district to the west of the city, an innocent family was brutally slain. Their blood was used to inscribe sinister symbols. Their souls were sacrificed to the dark gods. This is a warning, a provocation from chaos. The witch hunters have already commenced their investigation, but we cannot remain passive. Each of us bears the responsibility to unearth the heretics and cultists hidden among us. A stir of unrest and gasps rippled through the crowd. Li Yiming felt a chill run down his spine. Although Nuan City was rife with chaos and homicides, associating such acts with cults and sacrifices rendered the situation entirely different. At that moment, a series of shrill, mocking laughs erupted from the outskirts of the crowd. A group of ragged, unfriendly youths pushed through the throng, led by a burly man with a shaved head and a neck tattoo of a twisted serpent. "Hey, you mad monk," the bald man shouted in a bizarre tone. "Stop with your alarmist nonsense. Those evil gods and demons are just tricks to fool fools like you. Instead of wasting time here, why not haul some sacks of flour at the docks? You might earn a few coins to buy some black bread." His companions joined in, jeering and laughing. The monk's expression darkened, and he barked, "Blasphemer! Your souls have been tainted by darkness. The wrath of Sigma will inevitably descend upon you unrepentant sinners." "Shut your mouth." The bald man, evidently incensed, suddenly drew a rusted hand axe from his cloak and pointed it menacingly at the monk. "Today, you'll witness whether your Sigma is mightier or my axe." The atmosphere grew tense as the onlookers began to retreat, fearing they might be caught in the impending conflict. Li Yiming furrowed his brow. He had no desire to meddle, but witnessing the brewing violence, especially with the axe in the bald man's grip, He instinctively reached for the crossbow at his waist. Just as the bald man prepared to charge the platform, a formidable figure burst forth from the crowd like a whirlwind. Bellowing, "Foolhardy wretch! Dare you brandish an axe before me?" It was Heikrik. He was evidently drawn by the commotion around him. Felix followed closely behind, his face a complex tapestry of resignation and excitement. The dwarf butcher moved with astonishing speed, not even drawing his runic battle axe. Instead, he utilized his robust arms and sturdy head to send the ruffians attempting to obstruct him sprawling. The bald, burly man did not anticipate such a formidable adversary emerging from the fray, and he hesitated momentarily, axe in hand. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Gortek had already charged to his front. With a resounding thud, Gortek delivered a vicious headbutt that landed squarely on the man's chest. The brute let out a wretched scream, akin to a severed kite, as he flew backwards, his axe slipping from his grasp. Gortek howled into the heavens, his fiery orange hair whipping in the wind, radiating an aura of ferocity that instantly quelled the crowd. The remaining ruffians, witnessing this, were seized by terror, scurrying away in a panic, their fear palpable. The scholar on the platform stood aghast, mouth agape as he beheld the dwarf who had so effortlessly dispatched the troublemakers, momentarily forgetting his discourse. Felix approached Gortek, remarking, "Gortek, you are ever so direct." "Humph, when dealing with such scum, straightforwardness is the only effective approach," Gortek retorted indifferently, casting a glance at the groaning bald man on the ground before surveying the still-shaken scholar, seemingly harboring little fondness for either. Yiming also approached, having maintained a vigilant stance, his crossbow cocked and ready for any unforeseen developments. Now, witnessing the situation de-escalate, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "It appears that Nguyen City is not as tranquil as it seems," he murmured. "Wherever there are people, there will be discord," Felix sighed. "Especially in this era, conflicts of faith, entanglements of interests, and the lurking shadows of darkness." At that moment, a group of city guards clad in black uniforms, armed with swords and pistols, arrived in response to the commotion. They briefly inquired about the situation, glancing at the still groaning bald man, seemingly accustomed to street brawls. Upon confirming that Gortek and his companions were not the instigators, they dragged the bald man away and dispersed the gathering crowd. The scholar regained his composure, descending from the platform to stand before Gortek, bowing deeply. "Brave dwarf warrior, I thank you for your timely intervention in halting the blasphemers' atrocities. May the light of Sigma be with you." Gortek merely waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in such religious expressions of gratitude. However, Yiming noticed that as the scholar expressed his thanks, his gaze inadvertently swept over the three of them. Lingering momentarily on Felix's slender sword and the crossbow slung across Yiming's back, a flicker of something keen flashing in his eyes, barely perceptible. "We should depart swiftly," Yiming whispered to his companions. "I sense something amiss with that scholar." Felix nodded in agreement. "I feel it too. His gaze does not belong to that of an ordinary fervent believer. Moreover, the sacrificial incident in the Crow's Nest district that he just mentioned sounds quite troublesome. It would be prudent for us to avoid getting entangled in the murky affairs of Nun City." The trio departed from the square, continuing with their procurement. Yet, the recent episode rippled through Yiming's mind like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake. This world is far more intricate and perilous than he had ever imagined. Not only are there the green-skinned creatures and rat men lurking in the wilderness, but the city itself harbors myriad threats. Cultists, gangs, and fervent zealots each pose a potential for lethal trouble. As dusk settled, upon their return to the Gunner's Rest, and after organizing their acquired supplies, Gortek suddenly spoke. "Boy, take out your shield and short sword." Yiming was somewhat taken aback, but complied nonetheless. Gortek received Yiming's short sword, weighing it in his hands, and scrutinized the reinforced round shield before exclaiming, "Your hand crossbow is commendable, yet in close combat, your swordsmanship remains rather unrefined. Relying solely on your shield for defense will inevitably lead to moments where it cannot protect you." He paused, a glimmer of reminiscence flickering in his single eye. "I once encountered the shadow guard of the Dark Elves, who wielded both short swords and hand crossbows. Their swordplay, I must admit, was quite impressive, cunning, ruthless, with every strike targeting joints and tendons." A tightening sensation gripped Yiming's heart. The shadow guard of the Dark Elves, renowned as one of Naga Ross's elite ranged forces, was equally famed for their elegant, yet lethal sword techniques. "You possess the physique of a dark elf," more agile than robust dwarves, taller and leaner than most humans, truly not far off their mark. Godtrek continued, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Starting tomorrow, in addition to practicing with the crossbow and shield defense, I shall impart to you some more practical close combat techniques. At the very least, you ought to be able to defend yourself without merely raising your shield to absorb blows. Yiming was taken aback. Godtrek was going to personally teach him close combat skills? This was an unprecedented occurrence. Although the dwarven butcher's combat style thrived on ferocity and strength, his combat experience and understanding of various enemies' fighting techniques were undoubtedly top-notch. What? Are you unwilling? Godtrek raised an eyebrow. No, of course I am willing. Thank you, Master Godtrek. Yiming replied eagerly, a surge of inexplicable excitement swelling within him. Felix, standing nearby, chuckled. It seems Godtrek has finally recognized your potential, Li. This is a rare opportunity. Make the most of it. The butcher's combat wisdom is not something just anyone can grasp. Yiming nodded vigorously. He understood that this was not merely an opportunity for learning, but a weighty responsibility. Gottrek's approval felt like a heavy steel burden on his shoulders, akin to a sharp blade urging him forward. The shadow of the dark elf lurking within his bloodline seemed, at that moment, to lose its menacing edge. Perhaps he need not entirely reject that inheritance, but rather learn to selectively harness it, transforming its practical aspects into a means of safeguarding himself and his companions. The weight of steel and the weight of shadow bore down upon his heart. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he felt an unprecedented resolve. As the night deepens in none, the clamor within the tavern gradually subsides. Yiming reclines upon a modest bed, his fingers caressing the newly acquired whetstone, appreciating its coarse and resilient texture. Tomorrow heralds yet another day fraught with challenges. Yet he stands prepared to embrace the weight of steel and shadow that belongs to him. He senses that their journey in none may soon encounter a pivotal turn, and the road north no longer seems so distant. Chapter 20. The White Wolf of Middenheim. Upon departing from None, the group traverses northward along the tributaries of the Reek River. The scenery of the Empire's heartland starkly contrasts with the desolation of Seoul Fortress and the industrial tumult of None. Lush forests and rolling hills alternate, occasionally adorned with tranquil villages and the fortified castles of barons. Although the roads are far from the smooth expanses of the Imperial Highway, they are reasonably maintained, frequently revealing merchant caravans and pilgrims journeying northward. Yiming notes that the further north they venture, the colder the air becomes. The tree species transition from broadleaf to coniferous, and the fragrant scent of resin permeates the atmosphere. Godtrek appears quite acclimated to the chill, remaining bare-chested, donning only a thick bear pelt during nighttime encampments. Felix, on the other hand, has added a wool-lined cloak, periodically rubbing his hands together while lamenting the northern winds. Strangely, Yiming feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this cold environment. Though the climate of southern Jindian is warm and humid, certain regions of Halganshi, particularly those near the icebound gardens conjured by dark elven nobles or the ice cellars harboring sacred offerings, evoke a similar biting cold. He even discovers that in this frigid atmosphere, his mind seems clearer and his senses sharper. Nevertheless, he remains clad in sturdy leather armor and a fur-lined coat, essential for survival. Their destination is the capital of the Midden Territory, the city of Middenheim, perched atop a colossal rock pillar. Felix has described the grandeur and uniqueness of this legendary city to Yiming on numerous occasions. It stands as the most significant fortress in the Northern Empire and the holy city of the war god Ulrich, renowned for its impregnable defenses and valiant order of the White Wolf. After weeks of arduous travel, as they finally emerge from the somber and vast expanse of the Drakewald forest, an incredible monolith looms on the horizon, rising dramatically amidst the mountains and woods. This is the fabled Felskarag, meaning the blow of the giant fist, upon which the city of Middenheim is situated. As if a remnant of ancient titans had been cast down to the earth, or like a slumbering behemoth, coldly surveying all that surrounds it. Even Felix, well-versed and seasoned, gazes upon this magnificent sight with awe. Look, Lee, he gestures toward the distant silhouette. That is Middenheim, Ulrich's steadfast shield, the northern gateway of the empire. No other city can compare. Godtrek merely grunted in response, a glimmer of scrutiny flashing in his single eye, as if he were assessing the city's defensive capabilities. Yiming was profoundly struck by the scene before him. He had witnessed the twisted spires of Halgangxi, perched precariously upon the cliffs of the abyss, and the bustling port of Miraglino, as well as the steel forests of Nun. Yet none could rival Midheim in its exquisite fusion of nature's formidable power with the indomitable spirit of humanity. This city itself was a masterpiece, a proclamation of resilience and strength. As they drew nearer, the intricate details of Fuskarag became increasingly vivid. The colossal rock face rose almost vertically, with only a few treacherous winding paths ascending, clearly intended for those with special permits or those unwilling to pay the exorbitant fees for the gondolas. The vast majority of people, along with all goods, were compelled to enter the city via the immense lift gondolas positioned around the rocky facade. These gondolas were operated by hefty iron chains and a complex system of gears, each ascent and descent accompanied by the harsh sounds of metal grinding and the laborers' heavy chants. Felix explained that these lift systems were integral to Midheim's defensive architecture. In the event of a siege, they could be swiftly severed, transforming the city into a solitary fortress suspended in the air. They opted for a lift platform that appeared to be bustling with activity. After paying a considerable toll, the three of them, along with their meager belongings, were loaded into a vast wooden gondola. As the winch turned slowly, the gondola began its gradual ascent amidst creaks and groans. The ground receded beneath them, and the forests and fields diminished in their view. A biting cold wind surged into the gondola from all directions, stinging their cheeks. Yiming tightly grasped the railings of the gondola, looking down and feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. He observed the winding paths coiling around the rock face like delicate threads, while further in the distance, the dark green expanse of the Drakvald forest stretched towards the horizon. First-timers often felt uneasy, and Felix, noticing Yiming's tension, chuckled, "You'll get used to it. Just think. When the forces of chaos are at our doorstep, this height will be our most reliable ally. If one day I were to be corrupted by chaos, I would fight until my last breath," declared Hawkrake, who was somewhat impatient with the slow ascent, wishing instead for a broad slope to charge up directly. "As long as I'm not corroded by the filth, I have no desire to become a grotesque creature, moving as sluggishly as this gondola." After approximately 15 minutes, the gondola finally reached the upper platform. The heavy iron gate swung open, and a wave of even colder yet refreshing air rushed in. Stepping out of the gondola, Yiming found himself on a spacious stone-paved square, surrounded by tall, sturdy walls and arrow towers. The city guards, clad in heavy furs and gleaming armor, wielded long pikes, vigilantly watching each individual disembarking from the gondola. Their armor was predominantly adorned with wolf head emblems or motifs of flames and frost, symbolizing the faith of Ulrich. The scene within Midheim starkly contrasted with that of Nun. If Nun embodied a city of steel and fire, order and efficiency, then Midheim resembled an ancient and resilient fortress. The primary building material of the city is locally quarried dark gray rock, bestowing upon the entire metropolis a tone of solemnity and starkness. Although the streets are reasonably spacious, they lack the straightness of Neuen, instead meandering and undulating with the terrain. The architectural style flanking the roads is rugged and utilitarian, predominantly comprising 2 to 3-story timber and stone structures, their steep roofs designed to facilitate the sliding off of snow. The air is permeated by the aroma of burning firewood, the scent of tanned leather, and a faint hint of pine resin. The pedestrians on the streets often appear hurried, many clad in thick fur garments, their faces reflecting the resilience and ruggedness characteristic of northern folk. Warriors and hunters, armed and vigilant, are a common sight, their gaze is sharp and step steady. This is Middenheim, my friends. Felix inhaled deeply, a nostalgic expression gracing his features, as he noted the distinctness of the air compared to the south. "Let us first find a place to rest, and then I shall take you to sample the local spirit known as the White Wolf's Kiss. Its flavor will surely dispel the chill of our journey." They traversed a main thoroughfare toward the city center. Shops lined the streets, including blacksmiths, weaponry shops, leather goods merchants, and taverns, all exuding an atmosphere reminiscent of military and hunting endeavors. Yiming observed that nearly every shop sign, and even many door frames of residences, bore carvings or paintings of wolves in various forms, some fierce and roaring, others calm and crouching, symbolizing the city's veneration for the war god Ulrich and his sacred beast, the White Wolf. They ultimately settled at and named the Howl of the Ice Plains. The proprietor was a stout, bearded man of Middenheim, his voice resonant like a bell. Though the room was modest, it was relatively clean, with a warm fire crackling in the hearth. After settling their belongings, Felix eagerly led his companions to the tavern he had mentioned. Nestled in a relatively secluded alley, the tavern's facade was modest, yet inside it was abuzz with activity. The air was thick with the fragrance of malted beer, the scent of roasted meats, and the boisterous laughter of men. Felix navigated adeptly to an unoccupied table, signaling the server to bring 3 glasses of amber-hued spirits. "Try this, the White Wolf's Kiss," he proclaimed. Raising his glass, the local specialty brewed with northern thistle and several secret herbs, potent and robust. Yiming took a sip, feeling a fiery trail coursing from his throat to his stomach, instantly dispelling the chill that clung to him. Hockrick downed his glass in one go, emitting a satisfied smacking of lips. "A fine brew," the dwarf butcher remarked, rarely offering such praise. In the days that followed, they primarily wandered through the streets of Middenheim, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings. Felix assumed the role of guide, providing Yiming with a detailed account of the city's history and layout. At the heart of Middenheim lies the Grand Midden Square, surrounded by several of the city's most significant edifices. The magnificent Ulrich Cathedral, with its towering spire piercing the heavens, serves as the epicenter of Ulrich's faith. The palace of the Middenland Elector Count Boris Todbringer, a formidable fortress-like structure symbolizing the zenith of secular power. And the esteemed Middenheim University, which, though lacking the academic renown of institutions in Nuln or Altdorf, possesses its own distinct merits in the fields of military engineering and theological study. The Ulrich Cathedral left a profound impression on Yiming. Unlike the opulent Sigmar Cathedral, it is constructed from immense dark stones, exuding a solemn and majestic aura, imbued with a primal and powerful sense of energy. Countless sculptures and reliefs of wolves adorn both the interior and exterior, alongside motifs of ice axes and burning torches that signify the priesthood of Ulrich. It is not uncommon to see Ulrich priests and temple guards, clad in white fur-trimmed robes, traversing its grounds, their expressions stern, strides resolute, emanating a palpable aura of martial vigor. Felix elucidated that Ulrich is the god of winter, war, and wolves, revered by his followers for their valor, resilience, and honor. In Middenheim, the faith in Ulrich resonates deeply within the hearts of the populace, at times surpassing the veneration of the empire's principal deity, Sigmar. The residents are predominantly characterized by their ruggedness and martial spirit, scornful of cowardice and hypocrisy. Ulrich's devotees believe that only through relentless struggle and refinement can one prove their worth and earn the favor of the divine. Felix remarked that, as a result, the martial ethos here far exceeds that found in other parts of the empire. Look at those young men. Many aspire to join the White Wolf Knights, the most elite force of Middenland, the earthly blade of Ulrich. Indeed, Yiming observed a number of White Wolf Knights on the streets, clad in shimmering silver plate armor, wearing helmets shaped like wolf heads and draped in white wolf pelts, exuding an air of formidable presence. Their mere existence serves as a deterrent to any potential foes. Hocktrek evidently holds a deep admiration for the city's martial spirit. He often lingers in weapon shops and blacksmiths, meticulously observing the finely crafted arms, occasionally exchanging a few words with the smiths about their forging techniques. He even purchased a substantial white wolf pelt from a store specializing in hunting supplies, intending to replace his somewhat worn bear pelt. Meanwhile, Yiming quietly observed the entirety of the city. He noted that, despite the pronounced military atmosphere in Middenheim, the fundamental order of the city is remarkably well maintained. Guards patrol frequently, and the streets seldom display the chaotic scenes found in the impoverished districts of Nuln. This may be attributed to the discipline and honor emphasized in the faith of Ulrich. He began to comprehend why the raiding fleets of the Dark Elves rarely pose a genuine threat to the Northern Empire. Faced with such a city, built upon natural fortifications, where every citizen is a soldier and bolstered by a powerful faith, any invader would be compelled to pay a heavy toll. In the common lounge of their inn, they also heard various rumors regarding the current situation. It is said that the chaotic tribes of the north have recently begun to stir once again, frequently raiding the borders of Kislev. Consequently, the forces of Middenheim have bolstered their defenses, and numerous mercenary bands and adventurers have received summons from the Elector Count, preparing to embark on missions to the northern frontiers. Indeed, it seems we have arrived at an opportune moment. As Felix polished his rapier, he remarked that this place is never devoid of opportunities for adventure. I intend to visit a few old acquaintances in hopes of securing some suitable commissions. We shall rest here for a few days to replenish our supplies, and then consider our next course of action. Hockrick had no objections, as long as there was combat. The destination mattered little to him. Yiming, however, was contemplating his role. After several battles, and under Hockrick's guidance, his combat skills had progressed significantly. He no longer contented himself with merely logistical support and ranged assistance, but began to engage more actively in battle. Combining the precise shooting of his repeating crossbow with agile parries using his short sword and shield, he understood that in this perilous world, only by continuously growing stronger could he better safeguard himself and his comrades. The frigid air and unyielding rocks of Middenheim seemed to silently sharpen his resolve. The city itself resembled a slumbering giant wolf, imbued with primal strength and an indomitable spirit. Their small band of adventurers, under the watchful gaze of this city, was gathering strength for the journey ahead. At night, Yiming lay in bed, listening to the howling wind outside the window, which echoed like the cries of ancient ice wolves, reverberating above the city. He recalled the chill of Halgangxi, the clamor of Mirigliano, and the iron fire of Nguyen. Now having arrived in this city of the White Wolf, each place bore its unique imprint, leaving varying depths of marks upon his life. He was uncertain of what the future held, but one thing was clear: he was no longer alone. With a formidable and reliable warrior like Hockrick by his side, and an erudite and witty friend like Felix, he felt a sense of camaraderie. Though their goals diverged, fate had intertwined their paths tightly. He softly uttered the name Middenheim, feeling the weight and power it encapsulated. He had an inkling that this city would serve as a pivotal point in their journey of adventure. New tales would perhaps soon unfurl here, and he was ready to embrace any challenge that lay ahead. He grasped the well-maintained, gleaming repeating crossbow at his bedside, savoring its cold, solid touch, and gradually found solace in his heart. Chapter 21. An unexpected reunion. The morning in Middenheim was sharp as an icy blade, each breath carrying a hint of frost. Even at noon, the sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick stone walls of this colossal rock city, failing to bring any genuine warmth. Yiming and his companions had been in the city of the White Wolf for several days. Following their plan, they rested within its confines, replenishing their provisions while absorbing the atmosphere of this city, so distinctly different from Nguyen. During these days, Felix, leveraging his past experiences and connections, had been exploring potential opportunities for adventure or employment. Heitrick diligently polished his enormous axe, practicing astonishingly powerful cleaves in the inn's courtyard, causing the innkeeper to harbor unspoken resentment, fearful that the rune-imbued weapon might inadvertently slice through his woodpile or stable. The dwarven butcher held a profound respect for the martial spirit of the city, particularly when he observed the robust and stern Teutonic knights and White Wolf knights near the Ulrich Cathedral. A glimmer of excitement akin to encountering a worthy adversary flickered in his single eye. Yiming devoted much of his time to familiarizing himself with the city and enhancing his own skills. He meticulously examined the fortifications of Middenheim, gaining invaluable insights from the clever arrow slits, sturdy gates, and towering watchtowers. He even spent a few copper coins practicing his rapid-fire crossbow in the public shooting area along the city walls. Thanks to Nun's systematic training and real combat experience along the way, his marksmanship had vastly improved. He no longer merely sought to hit his target. Instead, he began to contemplate how to achieve precision shots at varying distances and wind conditions, how to predict moving targets, and how to reload and aim in the shortest possible time. He also procured a booklet on Northern Empire herbs and wilderness survival techniques. Although the text was somewhat convoluted for him, he diligently studied with the assistance of Felix and his strong memory. He understood that in the perilous old world, even the slightest fragment of knowledge or skill could prove life-saving in a critical moment. As evening descended, Felix returned to the Howl of the Ice Wolf Inn with a hint of excitement in his demeanor. "Fellows, I have gathered some information," he said while unfastening his cloak. "It seems that the Elector Count has recently been recruiting experienced adventurers for a mission directed northward, towards the Troll Kingdom near the Kislev border. The rewards are quite substantial, and it is said that there are many formidable foes worth fighting." He cast a deliberate glance at Heitrick. Upon hearing this, the dwarven butcher ceased his axe polishing, a flash of keen interest igniting in his eye. "Trolls? Humph, merely gluttonous oafs. But if there are enough of them, it might serve as a decent warm-up." Yiming felt a stir in his heart. Kislev, that was the northern land of ice and snow, reputed to be the first bastion against the incursion of chaos. He was filled with curiosity about that mysterious and harsh realm. The details remain unclear, Felix continued. I have arranged to meet an old friend well-versed in such matters tomorrow at a CAF near Midden Square. He may provide more accurate intelligence. Would you like to join? Heitrick remained non-committal, which implied his intention to attend. Li Yiming nodded as well, eager to gather more information for his assessment. On the following afternoon, the three traversed the bustling streets of Middenheim, arriving at Midden Square, located in the heart of the city. Though smaller than Nun's Imperial Square, it exuded a more solemn and dignified atmosphere. The colossal shadow of Ulrich Cathedral loomed over one corner of the square, where citizens clad in thick furs and armored soldiers hurried along the cold stone slabs. The air was rich with the scents of pine resin, leather, and a faint metallic tang. The CAF that Felix spoke of is named the Scholar's Rest, nestled within a relatively quiet alley at the edge of the square. Unlike the typical raucous taverns, this establishment exudes an air of elegance, filled with the rich aroma of roasted coffee beans mingling with hints of exotic spices. The clientele primarily consists of scholars, officials, and well-dressed merchants. They settled into a window-side table. Felix ordered a pot of hot coffee, reputed to be from Arabia, while Gortek stubbornly opted for a large mug of ale, and Li Yiming selected a steaming cup of vanilla tea, attempting to dispel the chill that enveloped him. My friend, Elmter, is a purveyor of news, yet he is relatively trustworthy, Felix whispered, explaining that in his youth, he too was an adventurer. But after sustaining an injury to his leg, he transitioned to this profession. Li Yiming nodded, his gaze casually sweeping across the other patrons in the CAF. He observed that, despite their varied attire, most bore the resolute and cautious demeanor characteristic of people from the north. At that moment, Felix's gaze suddenly fixated, as if he had spotted something astonishing. A complex expression of surprise, bewilderment, and a hint of barely perceptible joy crossed his face. He instinctively adjusted his collar, a rather rare gesture for a poet who typically eschews such formalities. Li Yiming followed his line of sight and noticed, at the far end of the CAF near the fireplace, a serene corner where a young lady sat alone. Before her rested a steaming beverage and an open book. Sunlight streamed through the impeccably clean glass window, casting a gentle halo around her. She was an exceptionally striking woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, tall and graceful. Clad in a tailored, deep blue travel dress, complemented by a short fur-edged cloak adorned with silver embroidery. Her lustrous silver hair was cropped short, with a few rebellious strands falling across her smooth forehead, adding a touch of vivacity. Her features were delicately sculpted, her skin fair, with a straight nose and lips that curved with an innate pride. Most impressive were her eyes. Deep ice blue orbs reminiscent of the lakes on the Kislev ice field, clear and piercing, exuding a sharp insight into human nature while subtly revealing the reserved elegance typical of nobility. At that moment, she appeared to be slightly furrowing her brow, seemingly engrossed in the contents of her book, her expression focused yet serene. Felix? Li Yiming gently called, having never witnessed the poet so uncharacteristically flustered. Felix seemed to awaken from a dream, a faint, unnatural blush gracing his cheeks. Oh, it's nothing, he mumbled vaguely, though his gaze remained inexplicably drawn to the lady. Gortek, oblivious to the unfolding scene, remained preoccupied with his mug of ale, as if nothing in the world could rival the substance before him. Just then, the lady seemed to sense their scrutiny, slowly raising her head, her gaze meeting Felix's in the air. She first paused slightly, a flicker of confusion passing through her beautiful ice-blue eyes, which soon transformed into astonishment. Subsequently, an incredulous joy blossomed on her face like the warm sun of winter. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wished to utter something. Eureka? Felix instinctively breathed out, his voice quivering with an emotion he himself had not recognized. The lady known as Eureka rose and gracefully approached them, her steps light and elegant, imbued with a unique rhythm cultivated by years of genteel upbringing. As she drew nearer, Li Yiming caught a faint, cool fragrance reminiscent of cedar mixed with some rare blossoms. Felix Jaeger? Her voice flowed like a brook thawing in early spring, crisp and melodious, tinged with a slight, distinctive Kislev accent. Is it truly you? I thought I must have been mistaken. Miss Mardova. Felix, too, rose, striving to maintain his composure, yet the excitement in his tone was unmistakable. I never anticipated encountering you here. I thought you would have returned to Kislev by now. Life is full of surprises, is it not? Eureka smiled, her gaze lingering on Felix for a moment, imbued with a hint of curiosity and nostalgia. You appear somewhat different than before. She referred to the rugged aura of an adventurer that now enveloped Felix, along with the glimmer in his eyes, which no longer merely reflected the visage of a frail scholar. You too, Miss Eureka, still exude elegance, Felix replied somewhat awkwardly, as if attempting to execute a noble gesture, yet feeling it incongruous with his current station. Please, just call me Eureka. She extended her hand, her demeanor naturally graceful. Felix promptly grasped her hand, touching it lightly before releasing it, though Li Yiming noticed the poet's fingertips seemed to tremble slightly. These two are my companions, Felix recalled the introductions. This is Mr. Gortek Nissen, a rather seasoned warrior. He evidently pondered how best to introduce a dwarven butcher to a lady of noble standing. Gortek merely lifted his eyelids in acknowledgement before returning to his drink. Eureka's gaze briefly lingered on Gortek's scarred musculature and fearsome mohawk hairstyle, flashing a momentary surprise, which was swiftly replaced by a polite smile. This is Mr. Li Yiming, hailing from the distant land of Zhan'guo. Felix gestured toward Li Yiming. Li Yiming rose and inclined his head slightly. Miss Mardova, good day. He sensed a hint of curiosity and scrutiny in Eureka's gaze. A dark elf from Zhan'guo was indeed a rarity in Middenheim. Good day, Mr. Li Yiming, Eureka responded courteously, her eyes briefly pausing on Li Yiming's dark elven visage and composed demeanor. Are you also here in Middenheim for adventure? One could say so, Felix answered. We have just arrived from the south and intend to linger here for a while to seek suitable opportunities. What a coincidence, Eureka blinked her lovely eyes. I too am temporarily residing in Middenheim. I initially accompanied a small family trading group to attend to some matters related to the Midden Merchant Guild. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, our return plans had to be postponed. A hint of subtle resignation laced her tone. If it would not be too much trouble, dear Eureka, might you grace us with your presence at our table for a while? Felix extended the invitation, his voice imbued with a touch of anticipation. Eureka glanced at the vacant seats and readily agreed. Certainly, I would be delighted. Coincidentally, I also have some inquiries for you. Perhaps your seasoned experience as adventurers could provide me with some valuable insights. The waiter promptly brought an extra chair and a fresh cup of hot beverage for Eureka. The four of them gathered around the table, and the atmosphere transformed subtly with the addition of the elegant and noble lady from Kisreef. Li Yiming observed quietly, acutely aware of the unusual familiarity and rapport between Felix and Eureka. Their conversation, though courteous, conveyed far more through their exchanged glances than their words. Felix's usual carefree demeanor was tempered in Eureka's presence, replaced by a hint of refinement and an almost imperceptible tension. Eureka, while maintaining her noble composure, regarded Felix with a softness and warmth that others might overlook. Our last encounter must have been in Neuen, Eureka reminisced, a gentle smile gracing her lips. At that time, you were the most renowned, shall we say, mischievous poet student at Neuen University. Felix offered a wry smile in response. The past is not so easily revisited, Eureka. In those youthful days, I was reckless and naive. Reflecting on it now fills me with embarrassment. Yet, I recall your poetic brilliance, which was greatly esteemed in the literary salons of Neuen. Eureka spoke softly, her tone imbued with genuine admiration. I still cherish a small poem you gifted me back then, about the snows and springtime of Kisreef. Felix's cheeks flushed slightly. Those were merely trivial scribbles. To have garnered your appreciation is indeed an honor. Li Yiming understood the depth of their acquaintance. It was evident that Miss Eureka Magdova and Felix shared a connection far beyond a mere first meeting. There seemed to be a shared history, perhaps even a vague sense of affection lingering in the air. Neuen University, literary salons, and the exchange of poetry painted a romantic tableau of a young poet and a noble maiden. However, Gortek appeared indifferent to the sentimental undertones, occasionally glancing at Eureka, seemingly assessing whether this woman might complicate their adventure or distract Felix, the chronicler, from his focus. Speaking of which, Felix, what prompted your departure from Neuen? Eureka inquired with curiosity, clearly unaware of Felix's later experiences. I have heard various rumors about you, but none are particularly clear. Felix's expression darkened slightly. He lifted his coffee cup and took a sip, seemingly gathering his thoughts. It is a long story, Eureka. In succinct terms, due to unforeseen circumstances, I was compelled to bid farewell to the tranquility of campus life and embark on a path starkly divergent from my past. He cast a glance at the silent Gautrowike beside him. Fortunately, I encountered some trustworthy companions. Eureka's gaze flitted between Felix, Gautrowike, and Yiming, her expression contemplative. She was an astute woman, adept at discerning the unspoken nuances within Felix's brief remarks. Without probing for details, she tactfully redirected the conversation. Indeed, my journey to Middenheim encompassed not only familial trade matters, but also a personal motive. Eureka sighed softly, a hint of worry shadowing her beautiful brow. My younger brother, Lev, is an unsettled young man, perpetually yearning to achieve greatness and prove his worth. Several months ago, he joined a mercenary group in Middenland against our family's wishes, reportedly to venture to the northern frontier to partake in the extermination of the Beastman tribes. Since then, we have gradually lost touch with him. I have come partly to inquire about his whereabouts. A mercenary group? The northern frontier? Extermination of beastmen? Felix immediately latched onto the key terms. Do you know which mercenary group he joined? Or the specific area of their operations? Eureka shook her head, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her eyes. I am unaware of the specific name. He left in haste, leaving only a brief letter. The letter mentioned they would depart from the northern gate of Middenheim, progressing northward along the eastern edge of the Drakewald forest, with their target area roughly near an abandoned fortress at the juncture of Ostland and Kislev. However, that information is several months old. The eastern edge of the Drakewald forest, the border between Ostland and Kislev, Felix mused. That region is indeed frequented by beastmen and greenskins, characterized by its complex terrain and lurking dangers. If an inexperienced mercenary group ventures in recklessly, they are likely to face dire consequences. Yiming noted that when Eureka spoke of her brother, her voice brimmed with concern and care. This seemingly proud noblewoman harbored a tender and vulnerable side within her depths. Thus, I initially intended to hire reliable guides and guards to personally search for him, Eureka stated, her tone imbued with undeniable resolve. Yet, the mercenary market in Middenheim is rife with deception, and as an outsider from Kislev, it is difficult for me to discern who is truly trustworthy. Moreover, it seems the Elector Count has recently been conducting large-scale recruitments. Most experienced adventurers in the city have been conscripted, leaving behind. She left the thought unfinished. Yet the implication was unmistakable. This indeed poses a significant challenge. Felix nodded in agreement. At that moment, the informant Felix had previously arranged, Elmter, arrived fashionably late. He was a somewhat portly man with keen eyes, limping slightly, yet moving with a certain agility. Upon noticing the presence of the beautiful noblewoman beside Felix, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, quickly replaced by a professional smile. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries and introductions, Elmter commenced sharing the intelligence he possessed. The news regarding the Elector's recruitment of adventurers to confront the trolls in the north is largely accurate, yet the specific details and departure time remain uncertain. He also mentioned rumors concerning the unrest among the northern Chaos tribes and the tense situation at the Kislev border. When Felix inquired with Elmt regarding a mercenary group that had ventured to the eastern edge of the Drakewald forest months ago to eradicate the orc presence, Elmt furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Months ago, the orcs at the eastern edge of the Drakewald forest, he murmured, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Indeed, during that period, numerous mercenary bands undertook similar missions. The orc tribes in that area had become unusually active for some reason, even attacking several villages near the forest. The main force of the Elector's army was preoccupied with the disturbances caused by the greenskins to the west, thus issuing numerous bounties targeting the orcs. He paused, seemingly recalling something. I remember a group called the Iron Thorn Mercenaries, not large in number, about 20 or 30 men, led by a fellow known as One-Eyed Carl. They were tasked with cleansing an orc nest near the Drakewald forest, which was said to be ruled by a particularly cunning and formidable war orc. After they set out, they never returned. Some say they were annihilated, while others claim they completed their mission but suffered heavy losses before disbanding with their bounty. Eureka's breath quickened at this revelation. The Iron Thorn Mercenaries? One-Eyed Carl? Was there a young warrior from Kislev among them, around 17 or 18 years old, with silver hair and blue eyes, perhaps wielding a family heirloom spear? Elm pondered carefully and shook his head. I cannot say for certain, Miss Magdova. The personnel within mercenary bands are quite transient, making it difficult to remember everyone unless they are core members. However, if your brother truly joined that mercenary group and they found themselves trapped in the Drakewald forest, the situation may be rather grim. That area is remote, overrun by orcs, and the chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Eureka's complexion paled instantly, her lips pressed tightly together, and her hands resting on the table trembled slightly. Felix observed this with concern, glancing at Guy Trick and then at Li Yiming, as if seeking their counsel. Guy Trick remained impassive. Yet the mention of a formidable war orc and total annihilation sparked a flicker of interest in his one eye. Li Yiming maintained his silence, recognizing that Felix was on the verge of making a decision, one that could very well alter their original plans. The sudden appearance of the Kislev noblewoman and her brother's uncertain fate rippled through their tranquil existence, like a stone cast into a still lake. Chapter 22. A new companion. The atmosphere within the Scholar's Rest CF grew heavy as Elmt recounted the tale. Eureka Magdova, whose face had initially brightened at the reunion with Felix, now appeared pallid, her beautiful ice-blue eyes brimming with anxiety and fear. She clutched the cup of once warm vanilla tea before her, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure of her grip. The entire army of the Drakvald Forest Ironthorn Mercenary Corps has perished. She softly repeated these cruel words, her voice so faint it was nearly inaudible, as if each syllable were a sharp thorn, piercing her heart deeply. Felix Jaeger observed this with a surge of pity and helplessness within him. He had known Yulika during their youthful and reckless days at Nun University, when she was a resplendent jewel of the Kislev noble class, beautiful, intelligent, and imbued with a hint of exotic pride. In contrast, he was a gifted yet troubled student of literature. They had shared a fleeting, beautiful time together, filled with poetry, ideals, and the tremors of youth. Though time had passed and circumstances had changed, he had become a wandering poet chronicling the legends of butchers. Yet the special feelings he harbored for Yulika had never truly faded. He longed to offer her words of comfort, but as they formed on his lips, he felt that any words would seem feeble in the face of such devastating news. He understood all too well the harshness of an adventurous life and how common it was for lives to vanish in the wilderness. Gortek Nizen remained expressionless, sipping his ale as if everything beyond his immediate surroundings was of no concern to him. Yet, Li Yiming noticed a flicker of barely perceptible excitement in the butcher's single eye when Elmter mentioned the powerful war beasts and the total annihilation of the army, akin to a ravenous wolf catching the scent of blood. For a butcher who had devoted his life to the pursuit of glory in battle, any formidable foe and fierce conflict resembled a lighthouse in the night, drawing him closer like a moth to a flame. Li Yiming remained composed, analyzing the situation at hand. Yulika's brother was missing, his fate uncertain, a devastating blow indeed. Their small party had originally planned to take a brief respite in Middenheim before continuing northward to seek Gortek's grand death. Although the location of Yulika's brother's disappearance lay in the northern Drakvald forest, it remained uncertain whether it aligned precisely with their intended route. More importantly, the risk of searching for survivors of a mercenary corps that might have already perished was undeniably significant. Elmter, the purveyor of news, added after relaying what he knew. Miss Magdova, if I may be frank, should your brother indeed have been among that Iron Thorn mercenary corps, and should they truly have encountered misfortune in the Drakvald forest, then after several months, the hope for survival is exceedingly slim. That region is a haven for beastmen. Even the most seasoned rangers would hesitate to venture too far in. If you wish to search, I implore you to think carefully and ensure you hire the very best guards. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Gortek and Felix. Yulika took a deep breath. Striving to compose herself, she raised her gaze, her eyes still tinged with sorrow but now also imbued with an undeniable resolve. Thank you, Mr. Elmter. No matter how slim the hope may be, I must verify the truth. Lev is my brother, and I cannot abandon him. Her voice trembled slightly, yet her tone was resolutely firm. She turned to Felix, her ice-blue eyes shimmering with a glimmer of earnest hope. Felix, you are seasoned adventurers, are you not? You intend to journey north, correct? A sense of foreboding tightened within Felix. He sensed the direction in which Yulika was heading. He instinctively glanced at Hark, then cast a sidelong look at Li Yiming. Indeed, Yulika, he replied cautiously, we do have plans to head north. Might your destination traverse the eastern edge of the Drakvald forest, or the area where Ostern meets Kisrif? Yulika pressed, her tone laced with urgency. Felix pondered for a moment. They did not possess a definitive destination. Hark's great demise could occur in any perilous locale. Theoretically, any northern region might be their target. Our route is not yet fully determined. Felix chose his words carefully, But traversing the Eastern Empire into Kisrif is indeed one of our intended paths. If it aligns with our journey, perhaps. He faltered, aware that this was not merely a matter of convenience. That was a known perilous area. To venture there voluntarily would place the party at additional risk. Yulika seemed to glean something from Felix's hesitation. She bit her lip, a resolute expression gracing her beautiful face. From a silken pouch at her waist, she produced a hefty coin purse, placing it upon the table with a clear metallic clink. I understand this is presumptuous and fraught with danger. Yulika's voice trembled slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute. Felix, and Mr. Nizan, Mr. Li Yiming, I implore you. Will you accept my employment to escort me to the Drakfold Forest in search of my brother Lev? Regardless of the outcome, I seek an answer. She paused before continuing. Though I lack combat skills, I am able to offer ample remuneration. Herein lies 300 imperial gold coins as a retainer. Should you locate Lev or acquire definite news, I shall pay an additional 700 gold coins. I realize this sum may not be substantial for adventurers of your caliber, but it constitutes all my savings at present. Furthermore, if you are willing to ensure my safe passage to Elengrad and Kisrif, my family possesses modest assets and connections there. And I assure you there will be generous recompense. 1,000 gold coins. This was by no means an insignificant amount. For an ordinary mercenary band, it was sufficient to tempt them to undertake a perilous endeavor. Even for seasoned adventurers like Hark and Felix, this represented a considerable income, enough to secure their sustenance for an extended period while acquiring superior equipment and supplies. Felix's brow furrowed even deeper. His concern was not for the reward, but for Yulika's safety. How could a pampered noblewoman endure the treacherous wilderness? Moreover, in a place like the Drakfold Forest, even experienced veterans could meet their demise. Eureka, Felix said solemnly, this is not merely a matter of finances. The Drakfold Forest is exceedingly perilous, and even we must tread with utmost caution. Bringing you along. He did not finish his sentence, yet the implication was unmistakable. You might become a burden to us, potentially placing us in even greater danger. Eureka's complexion paled, yet she did not waver. I understand your concerns, Felix. I assure you, I shall not encumber you. While I may lack combat skills, my equestrian abilities are commendable, and I am accustomed to hardship. All I require is your protection and guidance at critical junctures. Moreover, I possess a deeper familiarity with the geography and customs of northern Kislev than you do, which may prove beneficial in certain respects. Her gaze traversed Felix, Gortek, and Li Yiming, imbued with an earnestness that brooked no refusal. I recognize that it is profoundly unfair to place such risks upon you for the sake of a stranger. However, Lev is my kin, and I cannot remain indifferent while he may be in peril. Should you decline my employment, I shall seek my own means, even if it necessitates hiring those infamous mercenaries. I must go. These words stirred a tumult of emotions within Felix. He understood Eureka's disposition, gentle yet resolute. Once she made up her mind, it was seldom changed. If they refused her, she might indeed resort to those unreliable mercenaries, with consequences that could be dire. He turned to Gortek, who was scrutinizing Eureka with his solitary eye, his gaze sharp enough to pierce the soul. After a protracted silence, Gortek emitted a distinctive grunt, as though it emerged from the depths of his chest. Woman, Gortek's voice was low and gravelly, carrying a metallic rasp. The place you wish to enter is a battlefield, not your backyard. There exists only blood, death, and wails. Are you certain you can endure it? Eureka straightened her back, fearlessly meeting Gortek's gaze. Mr. Gortek, I may not possess the prowess to fight as you do, but I can guarantee that I will not recoil from fear. Nor will I become a burden due to cowardice. I simply require an opportunity to locate my brother. Gortek fell silent. His weathered, scarred visage betrayed no emotion. However, Li Yiming discerned a flicker of something unusual in Gortek's subtle shifts in expression. Perhaps the indomitable spirit of this Kislev noblewoman, along with her willingness to risk herself for her kin, touched upon a hardened aspect of the dwarf's heart. Though the butcher sought death, he was not devoid of sentiment. They too cherished honor, loyalty, and family. Felix turned to Li Yiming, seeking his counsel with a glance. After all, they were now a collective, and any significant decision necessitated mutual deliberation. Li Yiming pondered for a moment. From a rational standpoint, accepting Eureka's employment meant diverging from their originally established, relatively unfettered path of adventure to undertake a mission with a clear objective but fraught with peril. Eureka, as a noblewoman devoid of martial experience, may indeed become a vulnerable link within the team under certain circumstances. However, from an emotional standpoint, her plight evokes sympathy, and her courage is commendable. Moreover, her mention of the Dracwold Forest and the formidable war beasts seems to resonate with Galtrek's adventurous spirit. If their endeavors in such a battle could aid Eureka in locating her brother while simultaneously providing Galtrek with an exhilarating challenge, it might not be a misfortune after all. Furthermore, the promise of 1,000 gold coins would serve as a significant boon for their subsequent journey and supplies. Additionally, Yiming sensed a latent desire within Felix to assist Eureka, not merely due to past affections, but also stemming from a chivalrous sense of duty. With this thought in mind, Yiming nodded slightly and addressed Felix, stating, "Felix, if Mr. Galtrek has no objections, I believe we should consider accepting Miss Magdova's commission. After all, our objective is to head north, and the Dracwold Forest may lie along our path. An extra companion could provide us with more strength. And perhaps Miss Magdova's local knowledge would indeed be beneficial." He intentionally emphasized Mr. Galtrek's lack of dissent, knowing well that the dwarf butcher's decision would be paramount. A glimmer of gratitude flickered in Felix's eyes as he turned to Galtrek, awaiting his ultimate judgment. Galtrek downed the last sip of ale from his cup and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His solitary eye lingered on Eureka for a moment, then scanned Felix and Yiming before he emitted an enigmatic grunt. "Humph, since both of you have spoken, then let us take her along." Galtrek's voice remained gruff. "But let me make myself clear. Once on the road, the woman must adhere to our arrangements. Should you dare to weep or hinder our progress, do not blame me for leaving you by the roadside to feed the wolves." His words, though stern, conveyed a hint of concession to Yiming. Eureka's face instantly illuminated with relief, her pallid cheeks flushed with excitement. "Thank you, Mr. Galtrek. Thank you, Felix. And you too, Mr. Yiming. I assure you, I will not be a burden." Her excitement rendered her somewhat incoherent. Felix exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing a smile to grace his features. Then, "Eureka, welcome to our adventure party." He pondered for a moment, deeming the term rather fitting. "Just temporarily, poet," Galtrek interjected inopportunely. "Until we find her ungrateful brother or ascertain he has become a meal for beasts, our transaction will conclude." Eureka's smile faltered momentarily but quickly resumed. "I understand, Mr. Galtrek." She recognized that this dwarf butcher, despite his hard exterior, had a soft heart. Thus, within a CAF in Middenheim known as the Scholar's Rest, a party originally comprising 3 adventurers unexpectedly welcomed a new companion, a beautiful, noble, yet troubled Kislevite noblewoman, Eureka Magdova, due to the disappearance of a young man from Kislev. In the ensuing moments, they commenced deliberations regarding their specific itinerary and preparations. Eureka pushed a pouch containing 300 gold coins toward Felix, stating, "This is a prepaid deposit. Please accept it. Should you require any additional equipment or supplies, do not hesitate to inform me." Felix glanced at Galtrek and Yiming, noting their lack of dissent, and accepted the pouch. 300 gold coins were sufficient to procure a suitable set of travel gear for Eureka, as well as replenish a substantial supply of arrows, provisions, and medicinal supplies. "Eureka, you must prepare some clothing and equipment suitable for long journeys," Felix remarked. "Middenheim boasts several excellent shops. We can accompany you for your purchases. You will need a horse with great endurance, some warm furs, and perhaps a simple weapon for self-defense, like a dagger." Eureka nodded. "I have some clothing with me, but I indeed require more practical equipment. I also have some belongings at my residence in Middenheim that I must return to organize." "Where is your residence? Is it safe?" Felix inquired, his tone tinged with concern. "I am temporarily residing at a respectable inn in the southern district, the Crown of the Silver Moon. It is frequented by many, so it should be relatively secure." After attending to my family's trade affairs, the original caravan guards returned to Kislev, leaving only myself and a few servants to manage the subsequent matters. "As it stands, it seems I can no longer rely on those servants," Eureka replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. "Let us do this," Felix proposed. "We shall first escort you back to the inn to assist you in gathering your belongings. Then we will procure the necessary supplies together. We shall depart for the Dracwold Forest at dawn tomorrow." "Is it so soon?" Eureka expressed her surprise, though her eyes reflected gratitude. She understood that the longer they delayed, the more elusive the hope of finding her brother would become. The longer the night, the more dreams. Galtrek succinctly stated. Yiming concurred. "Leaving early will also allow us to avoid the troubles of the elector's conscription." The city is rife with recruitment for adventurers. We should not linger here. Elmert, listening to their plans, exhibited a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Gentlemen, if you indeed intend to venture into the Drakewald forest, I could provide you with a relatively accurate map, marking known beastmen lairs and relatively safe paths. Of course, this requires a modest fee. Felix regarded him with a smile. Elmert, you always find opportunities to profit. Name your price. 50 silver coins, no less. Elmert held up 5 fingers. Agreed, Felix responded readily. A reliable map holds value far exceeding 50 silver coins in the perilous wilderness. Thus, matters were settled. Yulika Magdova officially became a member of their party. At least until they located her brother Leviticus, Yiming silently observed the proceedings. Sensing that Yulika's inclusion not only altered the composition of their group, but also infused their previously monotonous and singularly focused adventure with an unpredictable new variable. The evident past affection between Felix and Eureka, the anticipation that High Trick holds for the formidable beastmen, and Eureka's unwavering obsession with finding her kin will undoubtedly become pivotal factors influencing their future journey. He has even discerned. During those fleeting moments when Eureka casts a glance at Felix, the complex emotions that flicker in her eyes, an amalgamation of reliance, admiration, and a subtle hint of shyness. Conversely, Felix, in the presence of Eureka, has tucked away his usual carefree demeanor, adopting a gentler and more gentlemanly consideration. What kind of journey awaits them? Yiming remains uncertain. All he knows is that their unexpected reunion in Middenheim has quietly altered the course of their fates. As a member of this ensemble, he too will continue to learn, grow, and seek his own place and significance within this new odyssey. As they departed from the Scholar's Rest CF, the sunlight of Middenheim pierced through the clouds, casting its warm glow upon the streets of this rugged city. The air remained crisp, yet within Yiming's heart, this sudden transformation kindled an inexplicable warmth and anticipation. New companions, new objectives, new challenges. Their adventure seemed to evolve into something more intricate and intriguing. He cast a glance at Felix and Eureka walking ahead. Side by side in quiet conversation, the handsome man and the graceful woman formed a harmonious tableau against the coarse backdrop of Middenheim. Meanwhile, High Trick strode ahead with an air of aloofness, seemingly eager for the next bloody feast. Yiming smiled softly, tightening his grip on the repeating crossbow at his waist. Whatever awaited them ahead, he was resolutely prepared. Chapter 23. The cold gaze. The morning in Middenheim bore the characteristic chill of the mountains. As the first rays of sunlight struggled to break through the dense cloud cover, casting a faint glow upon the streets of the colossal city, the quartet was ready to embark on their new journey. The addition of Eureka Magdova brought a splash of color to this otherwise robust ensemble, introducing subtle changes to their dynamic. Dressed in a form-fitting deep blue riding outfit that accentuated her graceful figure, her radiant silver hair was neatly styled at the back, with a few curled strands framing her face, adding an element of vivacity. Although her ice blue eyes still reflected concern for her brother Lev's safety, they also sparkled with anticipation for the unknown adventure ahead and an unabashed closeness to Felix Jaeger. After bidding farewell to Elmeth of the Scholar's Rest, they led their horses slowly out of the eastern gate of Middenheim. High Trick Nizen remained at the forefront, his imposing figure and distinctive orange mohawk making him particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Felix and Eureka walked side by side, their soft conversation punctuated by Eureka's melodic laughter. Felix appeared to be in high spirits, regaling her with references and anecdotes that elicited smiles and laughter from Eureka. Yiming trailed quietly at the rear of the group, guiding the sturdy horse that bore the bulk of their supplies. He observed everything ahead with a calm demeanor, his heart untroubled by tumultuous emotions. He took delight in the interactions between Felix and Eureka, believing Felix deserving of a beautiful relationship. As for Eureka, apart from the delicate nature typical of a noblewoman, she was fundamentally a kind and courageous young lady. However, since departing from Middenheim, Yiming had keenly sensed a gaze that inadvertently lingered upon him. This gaze held a hint of scrutiny, a touch of curiosity, and an indescribable sense of detachment and coldness. It belonged to Eureka Magdova. Initially, Yiming thought it was merely his overactive imagination. After all, he was the only anomaly among the group, a human with distinctly dark elven features. His pointed ears, slightly pale complexion, and eyes that gleamed with a deep violet hue under certain light set him apart from the inhabitants of the Empire and Kislev. It was entirely reasonable for Eureka to regard him with curiosity, even a modicum of wariness. Yet, as their journey progressed, this feeling became increasingly pronounced. Especially during moments of camping or dining. Whenever Li Yiming occasionally glanced up, he would invariably catch Eureka swiftly averting her gaze, accompanied by a fleeting expression in her eyes that mingled inquiry with discomfort. Li Yiming was no fool. He had learned to read people in the brutal environment of Halkangxi and to discern hearts amidst the chaos of the city of Zhan'guo. He sensed that Eureka's attitude towards him was not merely one of curiosity, but also bore a subtle undertone of rejection. This rejection became more palpable and acute after he had first truly showcased his combat skills before her. On the third day after leaving Middenheim, they reached the fringes of the Drakvald forest. This vast and ancient woodland was renowned for its darkness, mystery, and lurking dangers. Even the most seasoned hunters dared not venture too deeply into its heart. Their objective lay at the eastern edge of the Drakvald forest, necessitating passage through a portion of its periphery. Everyone heightened their vigilance. Felix reined in his horse, his voice lowered, for this area was frequented by beastmen and goblins. Though they had chosen the well-trodden path of merchant caravans, they could not afford to be complacent. Hochtrick merely scoffed disdainfully, yet gripped his battle axe with renewed intensity. Li Yiming silently checked his repeating crossbow, ensuring the quiver was well-stocked and the mechanism responsive. Eureka appeared somewhat anxious, instinctively drawing closer to Felix, her beautiful face betraying a hint of unease. Felix, could there truly be danger here? Better safe than sorry, Eureka, Felix reassured her, casting a vigilant glance at the dense woods surrounding them. Just as they traversed a glade, an odd whistling sound suddenly erupted from the underbrush on either side of the path, followed by a horde of ragged green-skinned creatures brandishing crude weapons, charging towards them with raucous cries. Goblins. And it seems they are a band of ravenous highwaymen. Protect Eureka. Felix let out a fierce shout as he unsheathed his longsword. Hochtrick, already roaring in fury, charged forward, his runic battle axe carving lethal arcs through the air. With every swing, the anguished cries of the goblins and the sound of shattering bones accompanied his relentless assault. The dwarven butcher moved like an insatiable machine of slaughter, swiftly creating a bloody clearing amidst the goblin horde. Meanwhile, Felix skillfully maneuvered beside Hochtrick, deftly thrusting his blade to fell those goblins attempting to flank or flee. His swordplay was both graceful and deadly, each strike executed with impeccable precision. Li Yiming swiftly dismounted from his steed, retrieving his kite shield to protect himself, while simultaneously raising his repeating crossbow. Unlike Hochtrick, who plunged headlong into the fray, or Felix, who engaged in close-quarters combat, his role was to provide ranged suppression and eliminate any foes that slipped through. Eureka, startled by the sudden onslaught, gripped the reins tightly, her pallid face betraying her horror as she witnessed the gruesome slaughter before her. Though she had heard many tales of adventure and combat, this was her first experience of such brutality. Li Yiming's gaze calmly swept across the battlefield. His objective was not to tally enemy kills, but to diminish their combat effectiveness, while safeguarding the flanks and rear of his team. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 3 short, sharp bolts flew forth in rapid succession. The first bolt accurately struck a goblin attempting to sneak around Hochtrick, piercing its knee. The creature let out a scream and collapsed, its rusted sword clattering from its grasp. The second bolt pierced the shoulder of another goblin charging at Felix with a wooden club. The tremendous impact forced the goblin to drop its weapon and stagger backward, its momentum abruptly halted. The third bolt found its mark in the wrist of a goblin drawing a crude short bow, aiming at Eureka. The bolt penetrated its wrist, causing the bow to fall to the ground as the goblin clutched its injured arm, wailing in agony. Li Yiming's shots were swift, accurate, and merciless. Yet, he possessed a distinctive quirk. He rarely aimed for the heart or head, the most lethal targets. Instead, he often targeted the joints of the limbs, the wrists, the ankles, or areas of the torso that would inflict immense pain and substantial blood loss, without resulting in instant death. This tendency stemmed from a subconscious self-preservation instinct, a profound scar left by the horrific bloodbath of his childhood. He feared witnessing instant, total death, dreading the bright red that signified the end of life. Instead, he chose a more circuitous method of crippling his enemies, allowing them to slowly bleed out amidst pain and terror. To the observer, this might seem more cruel, but in Li Yiming's mind, it represented a buffer, a distance from the finality of death. On the battlefield, The goblins struck by Li Yiming did not perish immediately. Most collapsed, emitting harrowing screams as blood gushed from their wounds, staining the earth beneath them. Their struggles and wails, in some respects, were even more harrowing than the instantaneous deaths dealt by Hoctrick's axe. Eureka, who had momentarily found solace in the valor displayed by Godtek and Felix, was once again engulfed by a profound shock as she witnessed the scene before her. She observed the goblins writhing on the ground, their faces contorted in agony, and the blood seeping beneath them, all orchestrated by the dark elf standing calmly in the rear, coolly pulling the trigger. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. Each shot he fired was unfailingly precise, each hit yielding a chorus of bloodshed and lamentation. To Eureka, this was no mere battle. It was an act of cold-blooded slaughter. An involuntary shiver coursed through her, and her eyes, fixed on Li Yiming, brimmed with disbelief and a tinge of deep revulsion. The skirmish swiftly reached its conclusion. Under the ferocious onslaught of the dwarven butcher and Felix's deft swordsmanship, the horde of goblins crumbled into disarray. The few remaining goblins, sensing the dire straits, shrieked in panic, discarding their weapons and scrambling back into the depths of the forest. Godtek was eager to pursue them, but Felix intervened. "We must not chase a retreating foe, Godtek. Our objective lies at the eastern edge of the forest. There is no need to squander time here," Felix asserted, panting slightly. Godtek grunted in reluctant agreement, slamming his battle axe into the ground, splattering blood and mud. Li Yiming silently stowed his crossbow and began to survey the battlefield, collecting any recoverable bolts. Most of the wounded goblins met their demise at Godtek's hands during his inspection of the field. The butcher never spared any lives, especially not those of the green-skinned foes who were his natural enemies. Eureka remained seated upon her steed, her complexion pale and her body trembling slightly. Felix approached her, offering gentle reassurance. "It is over now, Eureka. They were merely inconsequential goblins." She managed to force a smile, yet her gaze uncontrollably drifted toward Li Yiming, who was meticulously clearing the battlefield. She watched as he bent down to extract a bolt from the corpse of a fallen goblin, his movements practiced and numb, as if performing an utterly mundane task. The goblin bore a grotesque wound in its thigh. The surrounding flesh turned outward, blood nearly drained, leaving a pitiful sight. Why? Eureka's voice faltered, her throat dry as she pointed toward Li Yiming, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Felix followed her gaze and immediately grasped her unspoken concerns. He sighed softly and replied, "Eureka, the battlefield is inherently ruthless. Li Yiming's marksmanship is exceptional. It allows him to incapacitate our enemies effectively, alleviating our burdens. But those goblins," Eureka's voice trembled, "he could have ended their lives swiftly. Why must he allow them to suffer so painfully?" She found it incomprehensible. In her upbringing, she had been taught that even enemies deserved a modicum of dignity in death. The deliberate torment inflicted by Li Yiming, causing them to bleed out in agony, struck her as nothing short of malevolence. Felix opened his mouth, intending to defend Li Yiming's actions. He was aware of Li Yiming's past, albeit not fully cognizant of the intricate details surrounding Zhan'guo. He knew that Li hailed from the distant realm of Zhan'guo and bore unspoken sorrows. There lingered within him a vague sense that Li Yiming's unique approach to combat might be rooted in some extraordinary rationale. Yet, he was at a loss as to how to convey this to Eureka. Should he disclose that Li Yiming might harbor a fear of killing directly due to childhood traumas? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Perhaps it was merely the battle instinct of the Dark Elves, who required living slaves to capture. Ultimately, Felix could only offer a vague explanation, attempting to assuage Eureka's concerns with a seemingly rational justification, unaware that this very explanation only intensified her negative impressions of Li Yiming. The dark elf Eureka murmured the words softly, her gaze becoming increasingly intricate. In the legends and tales of Kisrolf, dark elves were invariably associated with cruelty, betrayal, and unending malice. They were elegant yet lethal marauders, deriving pleasure from tormenting and enslaving other races. Was it possible that Li Yiming truly embodied the sanguinary and ruthless essence attributed to dark elves in these fables? She recalled his eyes, which shimmered with a purplish hue under certain lights, his sharply pointed ears, and the almost numb indifference etched upon his face during battle. A fear and loathing born of racial prejudice and hearsay quietly took root in her heart, swiftly proliferating. Upon clearing the battlefield, Li Yiming returned. He noticed Eureka regarding him with an unusual gaze, one rife with vigilance, confusion, and an unmistakable chill. A weight pressed upon his heart. He understood that his distinctive combat style might breed misunderstandings, but he had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Eureka. He refrained from attempting to clarify anything. His past and his wounds could not be distilled into mere phrases, nor could every soul comprehend or accept them. Silently, he cleaned the retrieved crossbow bolts, reloading them into his quiver before mounting his steed, preparing to continue their journey. As the party set forth once more, the atmosphere had grown notably heavier. Eureka scarcely exchanged glances with Yiming. Even when their eyes briefly met, she would avert her gaze as if scorched, as though a lingering look might tarnish her vision. All her attention was fixated on Felix, and when conversing with him, her tone unconsciously softened, her eyes brimming with reliance. In stark contrast, she maintained a deliberate, polite, and distant demeanor towards Yiming. Felix, too, sensed the shift in the air. Sandwiched between the two, he felt a sense of dilemma. On one hand, he was captivated by Eureka's beauty and innocence. On the other hand, he cherished the bond forged with Yiming in Miraglino. He endeavored to mediate the tension between them, but to little avail. Gortek, however, remained entirely indifferent to the unfolding dynamics. To him, as long as Yiming could efficiently vanquish foes, whether his methods were cruel or compassionate mattered not at all. The dwarven butcher was solely concerned with the act of battle itself and the possibility of achieving a glorious death therein. Yiming silently bore the distance and wariness of Eureka. He had long grown accustomed to being misunderstood and ostracized. In Zhan'guo, he was a banished orphan. In Zhan'guo, he was an outcast. Now, on the lands of the Empire, once again he faced peculiar gazes due to his origins and unconventional behavior. He harbored no resentment or anger. Instead, a yearning for stability and belonging quietly diminished within him. He began to focus more intently on his duties: reconnaissance, vigilance, logistical support, and providing precise, lethal, or rather, crippling, fire support in battle. His repeating crossbow seemed to come alive in his hands. With every pull of the trigger, a bolt would soar forth, striking its mark with unerring accuracy. The enemies he felled all succumbed to excruciating pain and massive blood loss, losing their combat effectiveness. In the ensuing days, they encountered several small-scale attacks, from wandering beastmen to scattered green-skinned scouts. In each skirmish, Yiming's unique and efficient marksmanship provided crucial support to the team. However, the more calm and efficient he appeared, the colder Eureka's gaze became. In her eyes, his precise shooting and indifference to the enemy's suffering became irrefutable evidence of the dark elven nature. Thus, the seeds of conflict were quietly sown within the ranks. Eureka's negative perception of Yiming was like an undercurrent beneath the ice, accumulating strength in obscurity, awaiting the moment to erupt. Meanwhile, Yiming continued to walk silently at the rear of the group, feeling the chill of her gaze piercing his back. He understood that some rifts, once formed, were challenging to mend. He could only hope that the path leading to the eastern edge of the forest would not become more arduous due to these internal conflicts. The shadows of the Drakvold forest grew ever denser, the road ahead fraught with uncertainty. That cold gaze lingered in his heart like an inescapable gloom. Chapter 24. The nature of the dark elf. The shadows of the Drakvold forest seemed almost alive, thickening as they journeyed deeper. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the layered canopy, casting mottled, fragmented spots of light upon the ground blanketed in decaying leaves and moss, resembling an ominous omen. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth and the faintly sour aroma of decaying vegetation, occasionally mingled with the unidentifiable stench of wild beasts. Silence was the prevailing melody, occasionally disrupted by the hoarse cawing of crows or the distant, low growls of unseen predators, adding a layer of eeriness and unease. Since their last encounter with the brazen bandits by the roadside, the atmosphere within the group had grown subtly oppressive. That brief yet bloody clash had rippled through their tranquility like a stone cast into a still lake, the echoes lingering long after. Particularly for Eureka Magdova. Her demeanor towards Yiming had shifted from the initial polite scrutiny of nobility to an almost unabashed coldness and wariness. She no longer maintained the vibrant curiosity she once exhibited upon entering the ranks, nor did she frequently inquire of Felix about the myriad details of an adventurous life. More often than not, she chose silence, her gaze drifting, consciously or unconsciously, toward Yiming. As he engaged in the routine maintenance of his uniquely designed repeating crossbow, Yulika would furrow her brow, her eyes filled with scrutiny and unabashed disdain. Whether he was tending to the horses, distributing rations, or simply sitting quietly by the campfire, she regarded him with a look of both inquiry and detachment, as though he were a hazardous entity to be approached with caution. Felix Jaeger, caught in the middle of this unspoken tension, felt a profound sense of helplessness. He could keenly perceive the shift in Yulika's attitude toward Li Yiming and vaguely surmised its underlying reasons. During that fateful conflict, Li Yiming's precise and composed marksmanship had deftly avoided the vital areas of the bandits, incapacitating them just enough to render their resistance futile, leaving them to bleed out amidst their anguished cries. Such a calmness bordering on cruelty had evidently left a significant impression on Yulika. The poet had attempted to communicate privately with Yulika, seeking to elucidate the harsh realities of the battlefield and to offer a defense for Li Yiming, hinting that he might harbor undisclosed burdens. Yet, Yulika merely regarded him with a look that conveyed, "Felix, you are too kind. Some matters are innate and unchangeable." Leaving him speechless, Felix astutely recognized that Yulika's perception of Li Yiming was not solely based on observations from that singular battle. Rather, it was likely rooted in her deep-seated prejudice and fear of the Dark Elves, fueled by the widely circulated, terrifying legends of Nagaloth that had long since etched an indelible impression in her mind. Grim and unyielding as ever, Gunter Nissen exhibited a straightforward logic. Any means that effectively harmed the enemy was commendable, regardless of how the enemy perished or whether their demise was agonizing. After one dinner, when Felix expressed his concerns regarding Yulika's demeanor, Gunter rumbled dismissively, "That lad shoots with precision, far superior to those who dawdle aiming for heads or hearts. That girl has simply never seen blood. The battlefield is no place for fanciful notions." Naturally, Yulika did not overhear this, or it would have likely sparked an even greater dispute. Li Yiming observed all of this, feeling the weight of Yulika's estrangement and wariness. He channeled more energy into his responsibilities, frequently checking the horses' conditions, meticulously managing supplies, and remaining more vigilant than ever during night watch. To Yulika, his silence might have seemed like acquiescence or indifference, yet to Felix, it bore an ineffable layer of solitude. He could sense that Li Yiming was not numb to the situation. Rather, he was either unwilling or disinterested in justifying himself. That evening, as they set up camp in a slightly more open glade deep within the Drakvold forest, trouble unexpectedly approached. Something was coming, in considerable numbers. Li Yiming let out a low growl. His eyes, sharp and piercing even in the dim light, caught sight of a shadowy figure swaying in the depths of the forest, accompanied by the faint rustle of footsteps. Almost instinctively, he raised his kite shield before him, swiftly drawing a crossbow bolt from his quiver and loading it into the magazine of his repeating crossbow. Thanks to Nguyen's rigorous training and the real combat he had experienced along the way, his movements with this equipment had become fluid, steady, and efficient. At nearly the same moment that Li Yiming spoke, Gao Tsuka seized his blood-soaked runed battle axe, a glimmer of bloodlust flickering in his eyes, his lips curling into a sinister grin. "This is perfect. Just the opportunity for my axe to savor the wild flavors of this forest." Felix also unsheathed his longsword, its tip angled toward the ground as he positioned himself protectively behind Yulika. Yulika clenched the delicate sword in her hand, a gift from Felix for her protection during their journey in Middenheim. Despite having faced several minor skirmishes along the way, the impending unknown adversary still quickened her heartbeat and caused her palms to sweat. Emerging from the woods was a horde of beastmen. They possessed robust, humanoid forms but bore grotesque animal heads, some with the twisted horns of rams, others with the exposed fangs of wild boars, and some resembling mutated wolves, saliva dripping from their maws. They were draped in filthy, tattered hides, wielding crude stone axes, wooden clubs, and rusted metal weapons, emitting savage roars. Their eyes gleaming with chaotic greed and brutal malice, fixed hungrily upon the fresh meat before them. These chaotic wretches again, Gao Tsueka bellowed, charging forth like a tiger unleashed. His battle axe sliced through the air with a dull whoosh, each swing accurate and lethal, effortlessly tearing through the beastman's coarse skin and tough bones. Blood and flesh flew, and the cries of the beastmen echoed, piercing through the stillness of the forest. Felix, utilizing his agile movements, complemented Gao Tsueka's ferocity. His long sword struck with the precision of a venomous serpent, finding the vulnerable throats, hearts, and joints of the beastmen amid their attacks. His swordplay was elegant yet deadly, starkly contrasting with Gao Zueka's wild onslaught. Li Yiming remained steadfast at the rear flank of the group, his duty to safeguard the relatively vulnerable Yulika while suppressing any beastmen attempting to flank or threaten Gao, Zueka, and Felix. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The distinctive sharp and brief sounds of the repeating crossbow filled the air. A bolt struck true, piercing the right knee of a ram-headed beastman who was brandishing a spiked club, attempting to launch a side attack on Gao Zueka. With a cry of agony, the beastman collapsed, his club slipping from his grasp with a dull thud. He writhed on the ground, clutching his injured knee as blood rapidly soaked the decaying leaves beneath him. Another bolt flew toward a wolf-headed beastman, its maw agape, poised to pounce upon Felix. The crossbow bolt embedded deeply into its left scapula, a surge of excruciating pain eliciting a piercing wail. Its frantic movements became distorted, revealing an opening that Felix seized upon, delivering a swift and precise strike to its throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A third bolt soared toward a towering boar-headed beastman, who was attempting to break through the defenses of High-Trek, charging toward the rear where Yulika stood. The bolt struck true, piercing the wrist of the beastman's axe-wielding hand, the sharp tip penetrating tough skin and tendons, causing an involuntary release of its weapon accompanied by an enraged and defiant roar. Li Yiming maintained his characteristic shooting style, deliberately avoiding fatal targets such as the heart or head, instead focusing on joints and limbs, areas that would inflict immense suffering and hinder movement. He observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor, each pull of the trigger akin to a meticulous calculation. Most of the beastmen he struck did not succumb immediately. Rather, they writhed on the ground, howling in agony as blood rapidly soaked the earth beneath them, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Yulika stood close behind Felix, her complexion pale as a sheet. She witnessed the brutal carnage unfolding before her, observing High-Trek as an unyielding war machine harvesting the lives of beastmen, and watched Felix courageously battling amidst the clash of blades, her heart filled with a mixture of fear and admiration. Yet, when her gaze shifted to Li Yiming, that fear was compounded by an inexplicable loathing and chill. She beheld his expressionless visage as he loosed bolt after bolt, witnessing the beastmen's heart-wrenching screams and their anguished writhing on the ground, blood gushing from their wounds, staining the withered leaves a shocking dark red. To her, Li Yiming's actions seemed far more ruthless and chilling than those of the beastmen themselves. The beastmen acted out of primal savagery and bloodlust, whereas Li Yiming appeared to inflict suffering with calm deliberation, like a skilled executioner meticulously dismembering his prey, savoring the process. He is doing it again. Yulika's voice trembled slightly as she whispered to Felix, who was not far ahead, her words nearly drowned out by the chaos of battle. Felix was fully engaged with a particularly robust ram-headed beastman, its horns thrusting toward him like sharp spears. Li Yiming noticed the beastman without hesitation, loosing an arrow that struck true into its eye socket. Felix narrowly dodged, countering with a swift cut across the beastman's axe-wielding arm. He cast a brief glance in Li Yiming's direction, responding vaguely, "He is doing splendidly. Yulika, he has been a tremendous help. Be cautious." The last remark was directed at Yulika, for the wounded ram-headed beastman was struggling to crawl toward her. Li Yiming released another arrow, striking the creature's other eye, effectively halting its advance. The battle did not endure for long, despite the considerable number of beastmen. They were swiftly overwhelmed by High-Trek's nearly invincible fury and Felix's agile and effective coordination. Li Yiming's precise and suppressive shooting played a crucial role, preventing the beastmen from forming an effective encirclement and assault. The remaining few beastmen, sensing the dire situation, emitted a series of reluctant howls and hastily retreated into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses and dying wounded. Gao Zueka, still unsatisfied, spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and tore off a filthy pelt from a beastman to wipe the blood and brain matter from his battle axe. The runes etched on the blade flickered ominously in the dim light of the woods. Not enough. These scoundrels were far too fragile. Felix let out a sigh of relief and walked over to Yulika, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all right, Yulika? Are you injured?" Yulika shook her head, her complexion still pale, her lips trembling slightly. Yet, her gaze drifted past Felix's shoulder, fixating intently on Li Yiming, who was retrieving crossbow bolts from a twitching horned beastman. She witnessed Li Yiming, expressionless, extract a bolt from the eye of the beast man, who emitted a faint groan filled with despair and agony. Li Yiming, however, paid it no mind, focusing instead on cleaning the blood from the bolt with a tattered cloth before returning it to his quiver. He meticulously examined each wound as if evaluating his handiwork. An uncontrollable wave of nausea surged within Yulika. She could no longer endure the oppressive silence, nor suppress her growing disdain for Li Yiming. She felt a sense of responsibility, an obligation to unveil the true nature of this dark elf, at the very least to make Felix aware of him. That night, the crackling campfire dispelled the chill of the forest and illuminated the faces of the group, yet it could not dissipate the tension that hung heavily in the air. Li Yiming silently distributed the roasted pieces of lamb to everyone, then sat aside, eating slowly while vigilantly observing the surroundings. As if an invisible barrier separated him from the revelry around the fire, Yulika barely touched her portion of food. She glanced at Felix, hesitating several times, her gaze complex. Finally, under Felix's concerned stare, she took a deep breath, as if resolving to make a decision, and said, "Felix, can we talk privately?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse, and her eyes inadvertently flickered towards Li Yiming before quickly averting, as if he were something unclean that would sully her sight. Felix felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Knowing that this conversation was inevitable, he nodded and gently replied, "Of course, Yulika. Let's go over there." The two moved to a secluded corner at the edge of the campfire's glow, where the light dimmed, allowing them to avoid the direct gaze of Gao Tsueka and Li Yiming. Gao Tsueka remained engrossed in devouring the roasted meat, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Or perhaps he simply found human matters too trivial to concern himself with. Li Yiming, meanwhile, lifted his head, contemplatively glancing at their retreating figures before lowering it again. Meticulously cleaning his repeating crossbow, attending to every scratch and component with utmost care. Felix, Eureka's voice carried a hint of suppressed wrath and profound bewilderment. She cut straight to the heart of the matter, questioning, "Do you genuinely believe that Mr. Li's combat methods today were devoid of any issues?" She deliberately emphasized the name Mr. Li, her tone laced with unmistakable sarcasm and detachment. Felix sighed, carefully weighing his words as he sought a more tactful response. "Eureka, the battlefield is a realm of constant flux, and it is exceedingly brutal. Li Yiming's marksmanship is remarkably precise. He effectively diminishes the enemy's combat capabilities, alleviating the pressure we face in direct confrontation. This is invaluable in battle. Had it not been for him today, our situation could have been far more dire." "Valuable?" Eureka's voice suddenly escalated, only to be tempered by a realization of her own impassioned outburst. She quickly lowered her tone, yet her agitation remained unabated. But he could have simply slain those monsters. A single arrow through the heart, or a shot to the head. Why subject them to such torment? Allowing them to bleed to death in endless agony? Did you not witness it? Those beastmen collapsed, wailing in despair, as their lives ebbed away. She struggled to articulate the horrific scene that had so deeply unsettled her, finally managing to utter two words, heavy with moral condemnation: "Evil. This is pure evil. Eureka, please refrain from casually branding someone as evil, especially on the battlefield," Felix interjected, his brow furrowing and his tone growing grave. "Those are beastmen, minions of chaos, our adversaries. They will show us no mercy. If we fall into their hands, our fate would be far worse. I am fully aware that they are enemies." Eureka's emotions surged, her voice trembling. "I do not sympathize with those monsters. However, even an adversary deserves a relatively dignified death, not to be slowly tortured to death like that, treated as mere spoils of war. Did you not see the anguish and terror in the eyes of those beastmen as they faced their demise? That extreme fear and indescribable despair. It was not a battle, it was a massacre, a pathological delight in the suffering of others." She paused, gazing at Felix with a complex expression, her voice tinged with disappointment and sorrow. "Felix, you are a poet, a person of conscience and compassion. Your poetry is replete with praises for beauty and empathy for suffering. Can you truly accept such nearly perverse cruelty? Or is it that, because he is your comrade, you turn a blind eye to his actions and even defend him?" Felix found himself momentarily speechless in the face of Eureka's barrage of inquiries. He had to concede that from the perspective of an observer, especially a woman encountering such direct and gruesome scenes for the first time, with an aristocratic moral scruple, Li Yiming's methods did appear excessively bloody and drawn out, even possessing an intentional quality. Yet, He also understood that Li Yiming was not a bloodthirsty individual. In Felix's recollection, Li Yiming was composed, meticulous, and even somewhat introverted, harboring a sensitivity that remained largely unrecognized. He faintly sensed that the unique combat style of Li Yiming concealed some unspoken reason, some profound trauma. Eureka, Felix struggled to articulate, attempting to defend his friend. Li Yiming might have a past unknown to us. Perhaps his manner of fighting is related to his experiences. He does not revel in slaughter. I can feel it. He recalled the occasional glimmer of violet in Li Yiming's eyes, the foreign aura that starkly contrasted with the Empire's ethos, and the buried past that he seemed reluctant to confront. Upon hearing this, Eureka's gaze turned even colder and more contemptuous. It seemed she had anticipated Felix's response. Experience? What kind of experience could render someone so callous, deriving pleasure from tormenting lives? She scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Felix, you are far too kind and too trusting. Have you forgotten who he is? He is a dark elf, a denizen of Nagalos, a kin of Halgansi, those who delight in tormenting and enslaving other races, who appease their malevolent god, Cain, with blood and suffering. His actions merely affirm the horrific legends surrounding his kind, do they not? This is not a result of experiences. It is their inherent nature. It is the cruelty, sadism, and obsession with pain that courses through their veins. It is the very essence of the dark elf. The phrase "the essence of the dark elf" struck like a poisoned arrow, heavy as a block of ice, crashing down upon Li Yiming's heart. Despite the distance from the campfire and Eureka's deliberate attempt to lower her voice, each word resonated with thunderous clarity in the stillness of the night, echoing through the empty woods. Particularly that final sentence, laden with an unequivocal judgment. His grip tightened abruptly, nails nearly embedding themselves into the frigid metal of his crossbow. An indescribable chill rose from the depths of his heart, swiftly spreading through his limbs, plunging him into a state of icy despair. Yet again, such rhetoric. In Halgansi, he was a despised pariah, a coward, mercilessly exiled by the executioners under the Witch King's command for his inability to endure the grotesquely bloody Hellborn blood sacrifices, driven away by the fear and repulsion that stemmed from the very core of his being. In distant Zhan'guo, he was an outcast, a barbaric foster child, subjected to discrimination and suspicion due to his distinct appearance and the indelible mark of being an adopted son. Now, in this unfamiliar imperial land, he was easily branded as cruel and evil, a dark elf, merely for a combat style shaped by childhood shadows, a subconscious evasion of direct lethal strikes. He yearned to speak up, to tell them that he did not take pleasure in killing. He was merely afraid. Afraid of that instantaneous, complete death. Afraid of the overwhelming blood that symbolized the end of life. His choice to aim for limbs was a subconscious escape from that childhood nightmare. An attempt to retain a semblance of control, a buffer, a delusive distance before his enemies completely succumbed to death. However, these words remained unspoken. His pride, that which stemmed from Halgansi and had not been extinguished even in exile, the pride belonging to the Dark Elves, forbade him from revealing the deepest wounds and fears of his heart to one who harbored such prejudice and disdain against him. Moreover, even if he were to speak, would Eureka believe him? She would likely dismiss it as the cunning rationalizations and hypocritical facades typical of Dark Elves. Felix found himself at a loss, even exasperated, by Eureka's impassioned and biased remarks. He was acutely aware that her perception of Dark Elves was largely shaped by the countless embellished horror tales and propaganda circulated in the imperial taverns and on the streets. Yet, having spent time with Li Yiming, he could not reconcile the image of his taciturn, considerate, and dependable steadfast companion with the legendary monsters who reveled in the slaughter. Eureka, this is unjust. Felix's voice carried a note of suppressed anger. You cannot harbor such deep-seated prejudice against him solely because of his origins and the hearsay that surrounds them. Li Yiming has saved our lives, not just once. He has tirelessly protected each of us, including you. Protect? Eureka's emotions flared further. She abruptly turned as if to point toward Li Yiming, but ultimately restrained herself. Her voice rising sharply. You dare call that protection? It is merely satisfying his perverse desires. Each shot he fires is akin to admiring a piece of art he has meticulously crafted, relishing the beauty of life slowly ebbing away in his hands. Can you truly say he does not derive some twisted pleasure from it? Look at his expressionless face. It is not indifference, it is enjoyment. Upon hearing this, even the dwarf Gortek, who had been voraciously consuming his meal, paused, furrowing his brow as he glanced toward Eureka. Though dwarves are often brusque, they are not entirely devoid of understanding. He sensed that this human girl's accusations against Li Yiming had transcended mere discourse on combat style, infused with intense personal emotion and unabashed racial bias. It reminded him of the prejudices some humans held against dwarves. Li Yiming slowly rose, fastening his freshly cleaned crossbow back into its leather sheath at his waist. He did not glance at Eureka or Felix. He merely spoke with a calmness that betrayed no emotion, as tranquil as an unfathomable cold lake. I will keep watch for the first half of the night. With that, he turned and walked toward the shadows at the edge of the camp, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary and desolate beneath the flickering campfire, as if seeking to merge with the boundless darkness. Look, he is guilty. He does not even dare to face our inquiries. He has fled. Eureka, witnessing Li Yiming's departure, became even more convinced of her judgment, her tone laced with a subtly detectable, morbid sense of triumph. Felix gazed at Li Yiming's forlorn figure, filled with helplessness, guilt, and an ineffable sorrow. He understood that Li Yiming's retreat was not born of guilt, but of disappointment. It is both a disappointment at such unfounded accusations and deeply ingrained biases, as well as a sorrow for the nascent and fragile friendship that may be overshadowed by them. Eureka, Felix's voice emerged, weary and hoarse, imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. You have truly misunderstood him. Moreover, your words are exceedingly hurtful. You do not comprehend him at all. Eureka seemed to realize that her previous emotional outburst had been somewhat uncontrolled. Her tone softened slightly, yet she stubbornly declared, Felix, I am merely articulating the facts as I perceive them and the conclusions I have drawn from common sense. Certain natures are immutable. Much like wolves are born to prey upon sheep. I simply wish for you not to be deceived by his seemingly harmless facade, nor to suffer any harm. Her gaze bore a flicker of sincere concern, mingled with a barely perceptible hint of possessiveness towards Felix. At that moment, Godless could no longer restrain himself. He set aside the half-eaten beast bone, wiping his greasy mouth with the back of his rough hand, and rumbled in his deep voice, Girl, I care not what sort of creature that lad is, be he black, white, or green, nor do I concern myself with whether he shoots arrows for pleasure or practicality. All I know is that he is accurate and can assist us in vanquishing those who wish to slay us. That is sufficient. In battle, survival is the ultimate truth. If you deem him cruel, then the next time you encounter a greenskin or a beast man, you should deliver them a swift and decisive end. With that, he dismissed Eureka, whose face had turned crimson, and took a hearty bite of the remaining meat, savoring the satisfying crunch. To him, the convolutions of human nobility paled in comparison to the tangible importance of a well-roasted piece of lamb. Eureka found herself momentarily speechless, choked by Godless's blunt words. Her chest heaving with agitation, she looked to Felix for assistance, hoping he would side with her and refute the boorish dwarf. Yet Felix merely shook his head wearily, murmuring, Eureka, though Godless's words may be coarse, the underlying truth stands. We are now a team, and in this wretched place of Drakewald, mutual trust and reliance are paramount, far more than suspicion and accusation. Li Yiming is not the malevolent figure you envision. Please grant him some time, as well as us. With that, he offered no further opportunity for Eureka to counter, casting a lingering glance her way before turning to follow the direction where Li Yiming had departed, perhaps intending to console the silent companion or simply seeking to escape the stifling atmosphere and ceaseless debate. Eureka remained by the fire, watching as Felix and Li Yiming vanished into the enveloping darkness, then glancing at Godless, who continued to feast with indifference to her plight. Her heart brimmed with feelings of injustice, anger, and a strange sense of panic and isolation. She could not fathom why both Felix and Godless failed to discern Li Yiming's true nature. Had they been beguiled by the dark elf's flowery words? Even though Li Yiming spoke little, silence can oftentimes be more deceitful than words, or his feigned vulnerability. Or was it that the so-called bond of brotherhood among men had clouded their judgment? The inherent nature of dark elves is immutable. Eureka silently recited this phrase in her heart, her gaze increasingly resolute, even tinged with a hint of obsession. She firmly believed her judgment was infallible. Each precise shot fired by Li Yiming, coupled with his indifferent disregard for his enemy's suffering, was a manifestation of his malevolent essence, a reflection of the sadistic desires lurking within his soul. As Eureka Magdova, the sole individual in the team who retained clarity and conscience. It was her responsibility to unveil these truths and to safeguard Felix, the poet she had cherished since her youth, from the dangers posed by that cunning and treacherous dark elf. The seeds of discord, once laid bare, sprouted with astonishing rapidity, flourishing in their growth. Eureka's vigilance and animosity towards Li Yiming had escalated from covert dissatisfaction and observation to overt confrontation. She began to nitpick his every action, questioning his decisions, and even intentionally creating minor inconveniences during food distribution and night watch arrangements, subtly delivering barbed remarks. Li Yiming, for the most part, chose to endure and acquiesce. He did not wish to exacerbate tensions over what he deemed trivial matters, which could jeopardize the safety of their journey through the perilous forest. However, in Eureka's eyes, his silence and concession appeared as weaknesses, emboldening her to push further, convinced that she occupied the moral high ground. The journey through the Drakewald forest grew increasingly oppressive and arduous due to this sudden internal rift. The path ahead remained fraught with lurking dangers, feral beasts, famished goblins, and possibly even more terrifying forest trolls and other chaotic creatures. Meanwhile, the undercurrents of discord within the group felt akin to a concealed explosive, ready to detonate at any moment, leaving everyone unsettled, except for the seemingly ever-joyful Hakrek. Only Li Yiming continued to fulfill his duties in silence, his gaze sharper and colder than ever. The repeating crossbow in his hands appeared to grow even more frigid and lethal under the weight of this unspoken pressure. He understood that amidst the perilous forest, in an environment rife with prejudice and hostility, the sole reliance he had was upon his weapon and the indomitable will to survive forged through countless moments of despair. The so-called nature of the Dark Elf was merely a shackle imposed by the ignorant. He needed to prove nothing to anyone. He simply needed to endure. Then, he would find his rightful place, far removed from all of this. Chapter 25. The silent defense. The night enveloped the Drakewald forest like a heavy velvet cloth steeped in ink, thoroughly concealing the twisted canopy above. The campfire crackled in the clearing, its orange glow striving to dispel the surrounding impenetrable darkness, casting flickering shadows upon each face, rendering their expressions inscrutable in the interplay of light and dark. Once again, a new night descends. Li Yiming sits alone at the edge of the camp, leaning against a rugged oak tree. The cold night breeze tousles his hair, bringing with it the unique dampness and decay of the forest depths. The repeating crossbow rests across his lap, its frigid metallic touch offering a semblance of tranquility amidst his chaotic thoughts. The voice of the dark elf, Yulika, imbued with disdain and contempt, echoes in his ears like the most venomous of curses, piercing through his already battered nerves. He closes his eyes, attempting to shield himself from those jarring accusations, yet the scene materializes in his mind as vividly as a nightmare. Blood, an endless cascade of blood, flooding the vast altar square of Hargansi. Helibin, the so-called witch of Hargansi, renowned as its most exquisite beauty, dances amidst the fervent screams of the faithful and the wails of the dying. With every flourish of her hand, more lives extinguish, more blood surges into the churning pool. And he, the young dark elf orphan, trembling in the shadows, watches in horror as the ultimate cruelty and bloodshed unfold before him. Witnessing the last flicker of life fade from the eyes of the sacrificial offerings, their throats slit. The sheer terror of life being stripped away in an instant leaves an indelible mark upon his soul, a shadow he can never escape. From that moment onward, he developed an almost pathological aversion to direct, fatal violence. He feared the moment blood spurts forth, the emptiness that accompanies the sudden departure of life. He chose to target limbs, opting for those areas that incapacitate the enemy without leading to immediate death, not out of a desire to revel in torment, but rather in a subconscious attempt to prolong death's arrival, to maintain a semblance of illusory control before his adversary's final breath, a deceptive buffer against the inevitable. This is a twisted form of self-preservation, a response born from profound terror. Yet, how could he possibly explain this to Yulika? To someone who harbors such deep-seated prejudice against him from the outset? He could imagine that if he attempted to justify himself, her beautiful blue eyes would only brim with further disdain and scorn, perceiving it as the cunning rhetoric of a dark elf, a hypocritical self-glorification. A suppressed sigh escaped Li Yiming's lips. He opened his eyes, gazing at the few individuals confronting each other by the campfire. Yulika Magdova stood there, Her beautiful visage flushed with anger and agitation, her chest rising and falling violently. Her gaze was fixed intently on Felix, as though she wished to awaken him from his state of oblivion. "Felix, how long will you continue to defend him?" Her voice, sharp from excitement, yet deliberately lowered, seemed to intend that Yiming, who had already walked away, would not hear more. Yet in the stillness of the night, every word she uttered reached his ears with crystal clarity. "Can you truly not see? His combat style is not for tactical necessity, nor to alleviate our burdens. It is sheer cruelty, deriving pleasure from the torment of life. It is an evil inscribed within their very bones." Felix Jaeger's countenance was grim, his poetically handsome features marred by fatigue and profound helplessness. He gazed at the agitated Yulika before him, feeling the almost obsessive accusation in her words. A wave of impotence surged within him. He understood that Yulika's perception of the Dark Elves was largely shaped by the exaggerated and distorted horror tales circulating in the taverns of the Empire. These tales depicted Dark Elves as a breed of monsters who reveled in slaughter, enslavement, and betrayal, the archenemies of all noble races. "Yulika, I shall reiterate, this is unjust." Felix's voice bore the weight of suppressed anger, as he endeavored to maintain a calm tone, though his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. "You cannot harbor such deep-seated prejudice against him solely based on his origins and those hearsay tales. Have you forgotten how Yiming treated us throughout our journey? He is meticulous, reliable. In battle, he safeguarded each one of us, including you, in his own way." He recalled the ambush by the Greenskins at Soul Fortress. Had it not been for Yiming's precise crossbow bolts suppressing the enemies on their flank, he and Gortek would likely have found themselves in a far more perilous situation. He remembered Yiming meticulously procuring supplies in Nguyen, diligently maintaining their equipment, even proactively seeking Gortek's counsel on shield techniques. These memories starkly contrasted with the image of a malevolent tormentor that Yulika painted. "Protection?" Yulika emitted a sharp, derisive laugh, as if she had heard the most absurd of jokes. "Felix, you are exceedingly naive. Your so-called protection, in my eyes, is merely an excuse for him to satiate his twisted desires. Have you not noticed? Each time he strikes an enemy, he pauses momentarily. It is not to assess the battlefield, but to revel in the beauty of life ebbing away in his hands. Can you assert that he does not derive a perverse pleasure from it? Look at his expressionless face. It is not indifference. It is the enjoyment of being immersed in his own sinister ecstasy." Yulika grew increasingly agitated, her voice rising in hysteria. She seemed entirely ensnared in her own imaginings and deductions, interpreting every silence and calm shot from Yiming as manifestations of the Dark Elf's innate nature. "Be silent, girl." A deep, gravelly voice suddenly interjected, interrupting Yulika's vehement accusations. Gortek Nizen had, unbeknownst to them, ceased gnawing on the roasted meat in his hand. His eyes, deeply set beneath a bushy brow, were fixed sharply on Yulika, revealing a hint of the dwarf's characteristic impatience and scrutiny. "Once more, I shall reiterate, regardless of whether that lad is a gray-skinned elf or a white-skinned one, and irrespective of the nonsensical thoughts that may flit through his mind whilst he draws his bow, Hytrick wiped his greasy beard, dappled with meat juices, with the back of his oily hand and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "All I know is that his crossbow bolts can strike down those ruffians intent on our demise, rendering them incapable of approaching us. Left to groan helplessly on the ground, that is sufficient." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Eureka's face, twisted in anger, then casting a glance at the distant, silent Yiming. He continued, "On the battlefield, survival is the ultimate truth. Those greenskins and beastmen, when they charge, will not concern themselves with the dignity of death. If you believe that Yiming's method of dispatching those scoundrels is too merciful, then next time you encounter the enemy, feel free to approach them and engage in discourse to see if they might grant you a more respectable end." Though Hytrick's words were coarse, they struck Eureka's heart like a heavy hammer. He did not directly counter her arguments regarding the nature of Dark Elves, nor did he endeavor to fathom the deeper motivations behind Yiming's actions. The logic of the dwarven butcher was simple and straightforward. Effectiveness is paramount. Regardless of how inhumane Yiming's combat style appeared to others, as long as it effectively eradicated the enemy and safeguarded his comrades, it was worthy of affirmation. Felix cast a grateful glance at Hytrick. Although the dwarf's remarks were somewhat crude, his stance was unequivocal, indirectly lending support to Yiming. Felix recognized that, despite Hytrick's taciturn nature, He harbored a distinct and clear moral compass and set of principles. He sensed that Heitrick harbored a certain fondness for Li Yiming, perhaps stemming from the latter's composure, attentiveness, and the extraordinary calm he exhibited in battle, a resilience hidden beneath a facade of indifference that Felix could scarcely articulate. Master Heitrick, that is not what I meant, Eureka stammered, her face alternating between crimson and pallor at Heitrick's barbed words. She attempted to defend her stance, yet her voice lacked conviction. She understood that in terms of combat experience and comprehension of life and death, she was far inferior to the battle-hardened dwarf before her. What do you mean then? Heitrick grinned, revealing a set of rough yet sturdy teeth, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery. Do you wish to suggest that allowing the enemy to die in agony would tarnish our knightly spirit? Or do you believe Li Yiming ought to coat his bolts in honey, permitting those ruffians to perish in a sweet dream? The surrounding mercenaries, who happened to pass by, erupted in laughter at this, further reddening Eureka's cheeks. Observing this, Felix hastily intervened. Heitrick, Eureka is merely unaccustomed to such overtly bloody scenarios. After all, she hails from noble lineage, and her understanding of war may differ from ours. He turned to Eureka, his tone softening slightly, yet imbued with undeniable firmness. Eureka, I understand your feelings, but please trust me, and also endeavor to trust Li Yiming. He is not the person you envision. We are now a team, and in a place like Drakvalder, mutual trust and reliance are far more significant than unfounded suspicion and reproach. Felix is aware that Li Yiming hails from the distant dark elves of Zhan'guo. Although Li Yiming has never divulged the specific details, Felix can perceive a hint of weariness and sorrow beyond his years in the occasional glimmer of his gaze. He vaguely senses that Li Yiming's distinctive shooting habits may be tied to a hidden past, a manifestation of trauma rather than deliberate cruelty. He even speculates that Li Yiming may have endured horrors more terrifying than any of them, which has led to this seemingly peculiar behavioral pattern. Eureka gazes at Felix, her expression complex. She senses the sincerity and protection in his words, yet her internal biases and fears cling to her reason like stubborn vines. She opens her mouth, seemingly wishing to voice something more, but ultimately, under the oppressive gaze of Heitrick and Felix's earnest eyes, she merely exhales a heavy sigh, turning away in silence. Yet, the tightness of her lips and the slight trembling of her shoulders betray her inner turmoil and stubbornness. An impending fierce argument is momentarily suppressed by Heitrick's blunt intervention and Felix's earnest mediation. However, the invisible rift within the group has not been mended. Instead, it has become clearer and more profound due to this public confrontation. Li Yiming absorbs everything with keen awareness. Felix's support sends a warm current through him, a long-lost feeling of being understood and trusted. Heitrick's seemingly brusque yet incisive defense also imparts an unspoken acknowledgement among warriors. Yet, this does not entirely dispel the chill within him. Eureka's words cut deep, like sharp blades, inflicting wounds that resonate within. He knows that as long as the blood of dark elves courses through his veins, and his unusual appearance and past cannot be entirely erased, the prejudice and discrimination based on his lineage and race may forever accompany him. Silently, he rises and approaches the campfire, retrieving some dry wood from his pack and adding it to the waning flames. The flickering light casts shadows that define his chiseled profile, and his eyes, deepened in the shadows, remain calm and undisturbed, as if the preceding arguments were of no concern to him. He makes no attempt to explain anything to Eureka, nor does he express gratitude to Felix or Heitrick. He simply attends to his duties, inspecting the horse's feed, counting the remaining arrows, and meticulously wiping each component of his repeating crossbow with oiled cloth, his movements precise and tranquil. This is his silent defense. He cannot alter others' perceptions or erase the deeply ingrained biases in their hearts. The only thing he can do is to prove his worth through actions and to confront baseless accusations with silence. He will continue to fight in his own way, to survive in his own manner, because he understood that in this cruel world, mere survival grants one the right to seek true understanding and acceptance. Felix gazed at Li Yiming's silent and focused figure, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. He felt a twinge of guilt for not having more forcefully countered Eureka's remarks, and an injustice for the misunderstandings and pressures that Li Yiming endured. He contemplated approaching him, perhaps to offer a comforting pat on the shoulder and some soothing words. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Language often appeared feeble and inadequate in such moments. Gortek resumed his gnawing on a piece of roasted meat, muttering indistinctly. Damn it, as long as he can fight, that's all that matters. For him. As long as Li Yiming remained the companion capable of launching fatal or disarming crossbow bolts at critical moments, everything else was of little significance. Eureka, on the other hand, kept her distance from Li Yiming, seated beside her sleeping bag with her head lowered, lost in her thoughts. Her face still bore the remnants of anger and grievance. Yet her gaze hinted at a subtle confusion and wavering uncertainty. The reactions of Gortek and Felix had evidently impacted her. The night deepened further. The night in the Dracwold forest resounded with a symphony of various sounds. The rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, the distant growls of wild beasts, the chirping of unknown insects, and the oppressive silence of the camp occasionally punctuated by hushed, deliberate conversations. Li Yiming accepted the water pouch offered by Felix and took a sip. The cool liquid slid down his throat, providing a slight calm to his tumultuous thoughts. "Thank you," he said softly. Felix nodded and, after a brief hesitation, ventured, "Li, don't take Eureka's words too much to heart. She can be rather stubborn, and her understanding of dark elves stems solely from those exaggerated tales." Li Yiming did not respond, but gently wiped a small scratch on his crossbow, a remnant from his last encounter with beastmen. His fingers were long and steady, exuding a dexterity unique to one accustomed to handling precise instruments. "Your marksmanship is rather remarkable." Felix carefully chose his words, attempting to adopt a more neutral tone, "but I believe you have your own reasons." Li Yiming paused, lifting his gaze to meet Felix's. In the poet's eyes, there was no scrutiny or judgment, only genuine understanding and a barely perceptible concern. "Reasons?" Li Yiming's lips curled into the faintest, almost imperceptible smile, tinged with self-mockery. Perhaps I have merely grown accustomed to it. Accustomed to seeking a semblance of illusory control amidst fear. Accustomed to evading the nightmares that lurk deep within." Felix wished to say more, yet seeing Li Yiming's gaze fall once more, reluctant to elaborate, he ultimately swallowed his words. He knew that some wounds are not easily touched. All he could offer was ample space and respect. "Get some rest, Li," Felix gently patted his shoulder. "We have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Gortek and I will take care of the watch." Li Yiming nodded, accepting the suggestion without objection. He indeed felt a wave of profound exhaustion, not merely physical, but predominantly mental. As he nestled into his sleeping bag and closed his eyes, the words of Eureka regarding the nature of dark elves continued to swirl in his mind like an incantation. Yet, he was resolute. He could not let such words shatter his spirit. He must endure. He must grow stronger, not solely for himself, but for those who had once offered him warmth and trust, such as the distant merchant from the east, and his companions Felix and Gortek, who stood by him in this moment. His silent defense was merely beginning, and he was determined to traverse this thorny path fraught with misunderstandings. For beyond the Harrogans, he had felt, for the first time, something faint yet undeniably real, the nascent stirrings of friendship, despite its current trials. The forest's breath resonated distinctly in the stillness. And there, amidst the lurking dangers of the dark woods, Li Yiming sank into a deep slumber under the gaze of companions who either understood or misunderstood him. His brow remained slightly furrowed, as if in slumber he was still engaged in an unending battle against both invisible shackles and tangible foes. Chapter 26. The oppressive journey. The colossal rock city of Middenheim gradually receded behind them, ultimately transforming into a vague shadow upon the horizon. The quartet embarked upon the ancient path heading east, their destination the distant and exotic icy realm of Kislev. Though the autumn sun retained its brightness, the breeze wafting from the edges of the Dracwold forest carried a palpable chill, heralding the approach of a long winter. Yet, more discomforting than the intensifying autumnal cold was the pervasive, almost tangible atmosphere of oppression that enveloped the group. The source of this disquiet lay in Yulika Magdova. Since that fierce debate by the campfire regarding Li Yiming's brutal combat methods, this noble girl from Kislev had unabashedly etched her disdain and distrust of him upon her countenance, manifesting in every subtle action. Whenever her gaze flickered towards Li Yiming, it was imbued with a complex amalgam of scorn, wariness, and a barely perceptible hint of fear. She ceased her attempts to converse with him, even conveying essential communication through Felix whenever possible, as if merely looking at him or uttering a word would tarnish her noble spirit. Consequently, the journey became notably somber. The once light-hearted atmosphere born of shared tales and fine wine at the Miraglino tavern had vanished. Gortek remained the taciturn dwarf butcher, often lost in his own thoughts. Occasionally humming snippets of ancient dwarven war songs or surveying the surroundings with his profound gaze, ever watchful for potential threats. Felix found himself caught in the middle, torn between the prejudices of Yulika and the silence of Yiming, unable to effectively bridge the chasm between them. His attempts to enliven the atmosphere often met with the chilling gaze of Eureka and Yiming's polite, yet distant responses, leaving only an awkward silence in their wake. Yiming bore it all in silence, neither defending himself nor expressing anger. He buried all his emotions deep within, responding with an even greater silence and focus. He devoted all his energy to his duties and relentless self-improvement. Each morning, he was always the first to awaken, inspecting the horse's condition and preparing a simple breakfast. During their march, he took up the rear, vigilantly observing his surroundings, his repeating crossbow ever ready in hand. At night, while camping, he meticulously maintained his weaponry, scrupulously polishing the crossbow and inspecting every arrow's fletching and tip, as if these cold metals were his only trustworthy companions. Eureka's hostility, like an invisible whetstone, sharpened his resolve and compelled him to rely even more on his own strength. He understood that in this perilous world, a realm rife with prejudiced human nobility, only by continuously growing stronger could he secure the right to survive and earn even a modicum of respect. On the third day after departing from Middenheim, they entered an even denser, shadowy forest. Ancient trees loomed overhead, blocking out the sun, which could only dapple the ground covered in decaying leaves. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the sweet decay of plants, occasionally mingled with the foul stench of beasts. "Be cautious." Heitrek's low voice shattered the stillness. "This forest is not peaceful. I smell the odor of beastmen." Felix tightened his grip on his longsword, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Eureka, too, nervously drew her rapier, her complexion paling. Although she had undergone noble training in swordsmanship, the true trials of wilderness survival and bloody combat remained foreign to her. Yiming remained silent, quietly knocking a bolt onto the string of his crossbow, his finger lightly resting on the trigger. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over every shadow in the thicket. Suddenly, a nauseating roar erupted from the dense underbrush to their front right, and a few burly beastmen wielding crude weapons charged forth from the thickets, their murky eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red, rushing towards the group. "Defensive positions," Heitrek bellowed, his great axe already poised to engage. Felix swiftly followed suit, his blade flashing as he intercepted a beastman attempting to flank them. Eureka found herself in a state of panic. She tried to employ her swordsmanship to fend off the onslaught, but the brute strength and frenzied attacks of the beastmen forced her to retreat, perilously close to defeat. Just as one beastman swung a heavy wooden club towards Eureka's head, leaving her no time to evade, a sharp whistle sliced through the air. Whoosh! A bolt from the crossbow struck true, hitting the beastman's wrist with the club, eliciting a shriek of agony as the weapon slipped from its grasp, momentarily halting its assault. Eureka, still shaken, turned her gaze to see Yiming had, unbeknownst to her, repositioned himself to a more advantageous spot for shooting. His expression was inscrutable, and in a fleeting moment, his repeating crossbow discharged once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows struck the knees of the 2 orc warriors attempting to encircle Godtrek, causing them to cry out in agony as they collapsed, momentarily incapacitated. Yiming's aim continued to avoid lethal targets, instead precisely targeting the limbs of his foes, significantly diminishing their combat efficacy and creating opportunities for Godtrek and Felix. His movements were even more fluid and swift than in the Soul Fortress, each shot imbued with a chilling calmness and accuracy. The training under Nun and the real combat experiences had greatly honed his crossbow skills and battlefield awareness. Seizing the moment, Godtrek swung his massive axe, toppling one of the unbalanced orc warriors to the ground, while Felix thrust his sword with fervor, piercing the chest of another. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving a heavy scent of blood lingering in the air. Eureka, gasping for breath, beheld the fallen corpses of the orc warriors and the groans of the wounded enemies. Her complexion pale. Instinctively, she glanced at Yiming, only to find him quietly retrieving the usable bolts and wiping the blood from his crossbow. As if the harrowing skirmish had been a trivial matter to him. "Why didn't you just kill them outright, with such accuracy?" Eureka's voice trembled. a mixture of post-traumatic fear and profound confusion and disdain for Li Yiming's non-lethal approach. To her, inflicting prolonged suffering rather than a swift end seemed far more brutal than simply ending their lives. Li Yiming paused in his task, lifting his gaze to meet hers with calmness, and replied softly, "I prefer it this way. Their loss of combat capability is sufficient." With that, he turned his attention back to his work, leaving Eureka speechless, stifled by his tranquil demeanor and indifferent tone. She yearned to argue, to accuse him of being heartless, to question whether he reveled in this torment. But the words faltered on her lips, for she had to concede that, had it not been for Li Yiming's timely intervention, she might have faced dire consequences. "Not bad, kid," Godtrek gruffly remarked as he approached one of the moaning orc warriors, unhesitatingly delivering a fatal blow with his axe. "You're right. These scum are better off dead. We have no tradition of capturing orc slaves here." He cast a glance at Eureka, his expression tinged with disbelief. "But girl, surviving on the battlefield is what truly matters. It doesn't matter how it's done, as long as the enemy is brought down." Felix also approached, placing a reassuring hand on Eureka's shoulder. "Eureka, Li Yiming just saved you. His methods may be unconventional, but he fights for our protection." He looked towards Li Yiming's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting newfound appreciation and understanding. He could sense that Li Yiming's shooting had become more precise and lethal than ever before, should he choose to unleash such potency. Yet, he stubbornly clung to his own methods. Felix vaguely felt that there must be a deeper reason behind this transformation. Eureka pressed her lips tightly together, choosing silence. Her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Rationality dictated that Li Yiming had saved her and that his combat style was indeed effective. However, on an emotional level, she could not reconcile herself with what she perceived as near murderous behavior, nor could she dispel her deep-seated fear and aversion towards the Dark Elves as a race. As their journey continued, the atmosphere remained oppressive, yet it seemed tinged with a subtle shift. Although Eureka's hostility towards Li Yiming had not diminished, she found herself unconsciously observing him. She noticed him quietly setting up rudimentary snares and warning devices around their campsite during their halts. She observed him taking on more of the night watch duties while Crack and Felix rested. She even witnessed, on one occasion, when Felix accidentally cut his hand, Li Yiming retrieving a peculiar yet remarkably effective healing salve from his pack, seemingly a common remedy among the soldiers of Zhan'guo, named Yuan Nan Bai Yao, and silently handing it over. These subtle gestures seemed at odds with her preconceived image of a cold and cruel dark elf. However, whenever combat erupted, Li Yiming's precise yet non-lethal shots would remind her of the terrifying legends surrounding dark elves, tales of them trading and torturing captives for their own amusement, causing her internal scales to tilt once more towards negativity. Li Yiming remained oblivious to her turmoil, or perhaps he simply did not care. He immersed himself in his own world, diligently studying and quietly growing stronger. He observed Crack's battle strides and techniques with great care, although he had no intention of wielding a heavy battle axe. The dwarf's steadfast defensive stance and efficient attacking style offered him much inspiration. He also sought Felix's counsel on some agile footwork and sword-blocking techniques. Despite his primary weapon being a repeating crossbow, he understood that close-quarters combat skills were equally vital in certain situations. The pamphlet he had purchased on Imperial crossbowman tactics had been perused countless times. He endeavored to apply some of the theories from the booklet to real combat scenarios, such as utilizing terrain and cover for shooting and coordinating with teammates to create crossfire. His progress was unmistakable. On one occasion, they encountered a small band of goblin wolf riders. These cunning green-skinned marauders, mounted on fierce wolves, moved swiftly and excelled at hit-and-run tactics. While Crack and Felix were valiant, they struggled to catch them in the open terrain. Just as the goblin wolf riders attempted their familiar strategy of harassing them with arrows, Li Yiming displayed astonishing shooting prowess. Unlike before, he did not remain fixed in one spot. Instead, he adopted the footwork Felix had taught him, maintaining balance and stability while on the move. His repeating crossbow seemed to come alive in his hands. With every pull of the trigger, a bolt soared forth with a piercing whistle. He did not deliberately aim at the goblins themselves, but rather at the wargs beneath them. The wargs presented a larger target, and once they fell, the goblins atop would inevitably lose their mobility. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The successive crossbow bolts flew like the summons of death, accurately striking the forelegs and hind legs of the wargs. The wounded wargs emitted anguished howls. collapsing to the ground and sending the goblins tumbling off their backs, stripped of their mounts and severely injured. The goblins appeared as helpless lambs before the wrath of Gortek and Felix. When the last goblin was pierced by Felix's longsword, Yulika stared in astonishment at Yiming. He maintained his usual inscrutable expression, silently replacing the crossbow magazine and inspecting the remaining bolts. Felix sensed that, at this moment, Yiming was a far cry from the reticent young bartender he had first encountered at the Miligrano tavern. He exuded a composure and lethal aura that could only be acquired through genuine combat experience. Although he still deliberately avoided taking lives directly, the lethality of his actions was uncompromised. "It seems your time at the training grounds of Nguyen was well spent," Felix remarked genuinely as he approached. "Your moving shots are simply as remarkable as those of seasoned hunters." Gortek, too, nodded in rare agreement, his voice deep and resonant, at the very least. "You are far superior to those who merely hide behind and shoot from the shadows." Yiming merely inclined his head slightly, accepting their praise. His gaze swept over Yulika, noting the complex and inscrutable expression on her face, yet his heart was unmoved. He understood that no matter how well he performed or how earnestly he sought to prove himself, the obstacle in Yulika's heart would likely remain insurmountable. The identity of a dark elf was like an invisible brand, deeply etched upon him and in the minds of all who held biases against him. The journey continued. They traversed the eerie forest, crossed the rushing rivers, and scaled the rugged hills. The scenery shifted continuously, moving from the heart of the empire toward the eastern frontier. The weather grew colder, with fine snowflakes occasionally drifting down. The atmosphere within the group mirrored the weather, fluctuating between brief moments of respite following minor victories and plummeting back to icy silence due to Yulika's casually barbed remarks. Yiming stood like a silent reef, steadfast against the battering winds and waves. His heart grew more resilient amid the trials, and his skills became increasingly refined through real combat. He absorbed knowledge and experience like a sponge, greedily seeking all that could empower him. He knew that only in this way could he carve out his own path to survival in this land fraught with peril and uncertainty. Although this path was destined to be fraught with the oppression of solitude and misunderstanding. As night fell, the campfire flickered in the cold wind. Yiming sat a short distance from the blaze, leaning against a bare tree trunk, meticulously recording something in his small notebook by the faint glow of the fire. It was a habit he had cultivated during his time in the East, to document his daily observations, reflections, and significant information. Felix glanced at Eureka, who was curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, silently gazing into the flickering flames, lost in her thoughts. He sighed, picked up a water pouch, and settled beside Yiming, offering the pouch to him. "Thank you," Yiming replied, accepting it and taking a sip. "Still recording?" Felix inquired casually. Yiming nodded, opting for silence. "We are nearing Hawk territory," Felix continued. "Once we traverse Hawk territory and head east, we shall arrive at Ostermark, not far from Kisleroth. Perhaps we might find Eureka's brother near Hedgig." Yiming acknowledged with a hum, indicating his attentiveness. Felix observed the contours of Yiming's profile, enhanced by the firelight, and felt a wave of emotion. Despite the oppressive nature of their journey, he had witnessed the remarkable transformation of this dark elf from a foreign land. From the somewhat clumsy and hesitant logistics officer in battle to the calm, decisive, and skilled marksman he had become, Yiming's evolution was nothing short of astonishing. Felix hesitated before speaking. "Eureka, she is merely a bit stubborn. Do not take it too much to heart." Yiming closed his notebook and raised his gaze to Felix, his eyes calm as a still pond. "I understand," he replied. He certainly did. He was aware that such stubbornness stemmed from ignorance and fear. Yet, he felt no obligation to dispel everyone's ignorance nor the ability to eradicate everyone's fears. All he could do was focus on his own path. "Regardless, I am truly glad to have a companion like you," Felix said sincerely. The corners of Yiming's mouth appeared to twitch upwards slightly, a fleeting expression barely perceptible. He lowered his head again, carefully stowing away his notebook and pen. The stifling journey continued, the road ahead still fraught with uncertainty. Yet Yiming knew he was no longer the trembling orphan beneath the blood-soaked altar of Halgansi. He possessed a weapon in hand, a sense of direction in heart, and companions by his side. At least, he wished to believe that Felix and Gortek were indeed his allies. That was sufficient. For now, it was enough. Chapter 27. The night before Hedgig, the biting northern wind tore at the last few stubborn withered leaves clinging to the branches at the eastern edge of the Drakwald forest like a ravenous beast. The sky loomed heavy and leaden, foretelling that a late winter snow might soon descend. The party had ventured deep into Hawk territory, less than half a day's journey from the border town of Hedgig in the east of the empire. The air was thick with the bitter scent of pine needles and the earthy aroma of damp soil. Occasionally, when the wind shifted, one could faintly catch the distant whiffs of smoke from cooking fires and the musky scent of livestock from the town ahead. Yiming quietly soaked a piece of hard black bread in the still warm porridge, taking small bites. The crackling campfire dispelled some of the morning chill, yet it could not alleviate the increasingly suffocating atmosphere permeating the group. Eureka Magdova, the noble maiden hailing from Kislev, has, since her departure from Middenheim, become akin to an invisible ice crystal within the ranks, perpetually exuding an aura of chill, particularly directed towards him. Her gaze, when it inadvertently grazes Yiming, invariably carries a blend of disdain, wariness, and an ineffable complexity of emotions. She remains obstinately convinced that Yiming's method of combat, deliberately avoiding lethal strikes, yet inflicting greater suffering and bloodshed upon his foes, is a manifestation of his dark elven nature, a cruelty lurking deep within his bones. Despite Felix's numerous attempts to elucidate this perspective, and even Gortek's blunt assertion that incapacitating the enemy is the hallmark of an effective strategy, the prejudice residing in Eureka's heart is as unyielding as solid ice, resistant to thawing. Yiming has long since acclimated to this scrutiny. He channels his energy into his responsibilities: reconnaissance, night watch, weapon maintenance, and assisting Felix in documenting the terrain and encounters along their journey. His marksmanship has reached new heights through ongoing combat experience and deliberate training, with notable improvements in the precision and stability of his moving shots. He has even begun to experiment with integrating Gortek's steadfast foundation with Felix's agile footwork, forging a combat rhythm more suited to his rapid repositioning after long-range strikes. To Eureka, his silence appears brooding and guilty, yet, to Gortek and Felix, it embodies restraint and focus. Today, Eureka seems somewhat unusual. From the break of dawn, Yiming has keenly sensed her disquiet. Her words are more sparse than usual, while her gaze flits about with even greater uncertainty, particularly when directed at Felix, where, beyond the unconscious admiration she typically reveals, there seems to be an undercurrent of subtle tension and a flicker of determination. Several times, she appears on the verge of speaking, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing, a rather rare lapse for a well-bred and typically proud noblewoman. Felix seems oblivious to this peculiarity, or perhaps he has merely grown accustomed to Eureka's oscillating warmth and reserve. He continues to engage her gently, sharing anecdotes about the Empire's customs or discussing the forthcoming journey with Gortek. The poet's handsome visage bears the weariness of travel, yet his eyes remain clear, brimming with curiosity for the unknown world ahead. Gortek, steadfast as ever, appears indifferent to the intricate emotions entwined among humans, his focus entirely devoted to honing his battle axe, remaining vigilant of his surroundings and contemplating their next glorious confrontation. At this moment, he meticulously wipes down his enormous runic axe with an oilcloth, the blade glinting coldly in the morning light. "We shall camp outside Hedgig," Gortek rumbled, breaking the silence of breakfast. "Tomorrow we will enter the city for supplies and inquire about the road conditions to Kislev. I've heard the eastern route is fraught with danger. The beastmen and greenskins have begun to stir again." Felix nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my ink and parchment require replenishing as well. Moreover, Hedgig is renowned for its exquisite hunting bows and crossbows. Perhaps Li might consider seeking out a suitable one." Upon hearing this, Yiming merely nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. His rapid-fire crossbow, originating from the east, boasts a sophisticated design. The standard arrows of the Empire do not entirely fit, necessitating custom-made or meticulously selected options. At this moment, Eureka's breath seemed to quicken slightly. She set down her bowl of barley porridge, inhaling deeply as if she had made a significant decision. Her gaze lingered on Felix's handsome profile for a brief moment, flickering with a hint of shyness and anticipation before shifting to Mr. Gortek and Yiming. "Mr. Gortek, Mr. Li," her voice trembled imperceptibly, yet she endeavored to maintain her usual composure. "Tonight, I wish to speak with Felix privately regarding certain personal matters. Might I request a moment of solitude?" Upon uttering these words, a swift blush adorned her cheeks, and her eyes darted away, unable to meet theirs. Mr. Gortek, engrossed in polishing his axe, hesitated momentarily. He raised his deep-set eyes to observe Eureka, then glanced at the perplexed Felix, his thick brows arching slightly. The weathered face of the dwarf revealed a glimmer of understanding, tinged with a hint of amusement, yet he refrained from probing further, merely grunting in vague acquiescence. For him, as long as it did not impede the pursuit of a glorious demise, the trivial affairs of young human hearts were of little concern. Yiming, however, appeared somewhat taken aback. He regarded Eureka with calm scrutiny, taking in the mingled expressions of shyness, anticipation, and tension on her youthful face. He comprehended the implications of personal matters and solitude. Felix Jaeger, the exiled poet of the Empire, with his charm, erudition, wit, and a tinge of melancholy, certainly captivated the attention of young women. And Eureka, though harboring biases against him, was undeniably a beautiful maiden of noble descent. It seemed entirely reasonable for emotions to blossom between them. Yet, an uneasy feeling stirred within Yiming. Eureka's choice to make such a request at this juncture, on the eve of their entrance into the Hedgehog border, felt somewhat contrived. She appeared to be on the verge of unveiling something significant. Of course, Yiming replied succinctly, his tone devoid of any emotion, betraying no inner turmoil. He had no desire to pry into the private affairs of others, especially not those of the noble lady who regarded him with hostility. As long as it did not encroach upon him, he relished his peace. It was only then that Felix comprehended the situation. He gazed at Eureka with surprise, then at Gortek and Yiming, his expression a mixture of confusion and discomfort. He opened his mouth as if to inquire, yet wisely chose to remain silent. He sensed the unusual fervor in Eureka's gaze directed towards him, stirring a ripple of emotions within him, accompanied by a blend of anticipation and perhaps an instinctive urge to retreat. Accustomed to wandering, to confining his affections within the realms of poetry and adventure, he found himself momentarily at a loss in the face of such an unexpected, almost confessional suggestion. Having secured the assurances of Gortek and Yiming, Eureka visibly exhaled in relief. Her tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and a somewhat strained smile graced her lips. In the moments that followed, she appeared somewhat distracted, occasionally stealing glances at Felix, while nervously adjusting her clothing and hair, as if preparing for a significant ceremony. The daylight journey unfolded amid a subtle atmosphere. The forests of Outcast domain were denser and more primal than those of Midden, with the paths more rugged and treacherous. They occasionally encountered local hunters out on expeditions or hurried messengers. Gortek led the way, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, while Felix followed closely behind, engaging Eureka in light conversation. Attempting to alleviate her palpable tension, Yiming maintained his position at the rear, his gaze sharp as a hawk, ever watchful for potential threats. His crossbow perpetually poised and half-drawn. He noted a subtle shift in Eureka's demeanor towards him today. The deep-seated disdain seemed temporarily suppressed by a more potent emotion. As her eyes flicked past him, although still distant, they bore less sharpness and perhaps an unspoken plea for him not to intrude. As evening descended, they located a suitable campsite within a sheltered pine grove outside the city of Hedgehog. The terrain rose slightly, offering a broad view where the distant outline of Hedgehog's walls and scattered lights could be discerned. A small stream flowed nearby, providing a source of clean water. Yiming adeptly cleared a patch of ground, using a small shovel to excavate a makeshift fire pit. Gortek ventured nearby to gather some dead pine branches for fuel. Felix and Eureka went to the stream together to fetch water, their silhouettes casting long shadows in the golden glow of the setting sun, appearing quite harmonious. Yiming's gaze lingered on them for a moment before he turned his attention back to his task. He retrieved flint and tinder from his pack, swiftly igniting a bonfire. The flames danced, dispelling the chill of the woods and the encroaching dusk. Dinner was a modest affair of dried provisions and jerky, complemented by steaming wheat porridge. Eureka scarcely touched her food, sipping water in small amounts, her eyes drifting toward Felix and anxiously scanning Gortek and Yiming. The glow of the fire cast a slight flush on her cheeks, leaving one to wonder whether it was from the cold or the tumult of her emotions. Felix seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere. He attempted to share a few jokes he had heard in Neuen, but their reception was lukewarm. Gortek remained his impenetrable self, while Yiming remained silent. Eureka managed a faint smile, yet her eyes sparkled with an intensity that suggested something profound was on the verge of erupting within her. As dinner concluded, darkness enveloped the landscape. The cold stars twinkled in the velvet-hued night sky, and the woods were filled only with the crackling of the fire and the occasional call of an owl. Taking a deep breath, Eureka rose to her feet. "Felix." Her voice was somewhat hoarse yet remarkably clear. "Shall we take a walk over there?" She pointed towards a nearby clearing, where the moonlight could cascade down upon the forest floor. A flicker of excitement ignited in Felix's eyes as he glanced at the shimmering gaze of Eureka, illuminated by the firelight, and instinctively cast a sidelong glance at Gai Chick and Li Yiming. Gai Chick was resting with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, though Felix knew that the dwarf only truly succumbed to slumber after indulging in ale. Li Yiming, however, remained engrossed in his task, not lifting his head. "Perhaps I should indulge in a midnight snack and have another drink," Felix pondered, hesitating for a moment before nodding and rising to his feet. "Let us procure some ale together." A relieved smile blossomed on Eureka's face as she reached out her hand, seemingly wishing to grasp Felix's, but ultimately withdrew shyly, walking alongside him towards the clearing instead. Observing their retreating figures, Li Yiming continued to polish his crossbow bolts without interruption. He sensed the resolute determination emanating from Eureka. This noble girl from Kisrev was evidently prepared to confess her affections to the poet Felix Jaeger this very night. This matter was of no concern to him. Li Yiming mused silently. He merely hoped that their private conversation would conclude smoothly, sparing their already delicate group from any unnecessary complications. He methodically returned the polished bolts to their quiver before inspecting the mechanism and string of the crossbow. The cold touch of metal brought him a sense of reassurance. At some point, Gai Chick opened one eye, casting a glance at Li Yiming, then at the direction in which Felix and Eureka had vanished. A slight, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of his mouth before he closed his eyes again, emitting a soft snore, as if he had truly fallen asleep. The forest returned to its tranquil silence, the campfire continuing to burn tirelessly, casting flickering shadows of the trees around them. Leaning against a sturdy pine tree, Li Yiming turned his gaze towards the night sky. The lights of Hedged shimmered in the distance like scattered stars, and further beyond lay Kisrev, the homeland that Eureka yearned for. She had chosen to reveal her heart to Felix in such close proximity to her homeland, perhaps hoping to embark on her journey home with a sense of certainty in her feelings. Li Yiming remained uncertain of the outcome of this confession. Felix harbored some fondness for Eureka, but whether that affection could blossom into love was beyond his discernment. The poet's heart, which longed for freedom and adventure, might not be inclined to settle for the sake of a beautiful noble maiden, a question left unanswered. All he wished for was that, regardless of the outcome, their expedition could proceed as planned on the morrow. Their destination was Kisrev, in search of Gai Chick's so-called glorious demise. As for matters of the heart, that belonged to another's tale, he was but a bystander, a mere traveler. As the night breeze grew colder, Li Yiming tightened his cloak around him and positioned his crossbow within easy reach. He closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his breathing, striving to banish the distractions from his mind. Yet, the image of Eureka's resolute eyes, shimmering in the firelight, inexplicably flitted through his thoughts. The pivotal night had begun its unfolding, and all he needed to do was wait for the dawn to arrive, and for all to settle into clarity. Or perhaps, wait for the new chaos to commence. Chapter 28. The Intoxication by the Campfire. The night outside the city of Hedged was stripped of some of its primal wildness, yet it bore the unique desolation and tension of the borderlands. The northern wind surged forth from the icy plains of Kislev, sweeping across the edges of the Ostermark, ultimately swirling amidst the pine forests of the Hawk territory, producing a mournful howl akin to that of famished wolves. The campfire was meticulously encircled by Li Yiming with stones, and larger rocks were heaped against the windward side to shield the flames, which blazed ever brighter, crackling and casting warmth and flickering light upon the four seated around it. The air was thick with the enticing aroma of roasted meat, the crispness of pine needles, and an increasingly potent scent of alcohol. The cause was simple. Following the earnest request for a private conversation from Eureka, the already delicate atmosphere among the group grew even more peculiar. Felix appeared somewhat distracted, stealing glances at Eureka, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Eureka, on the brink of what felt like a fateful judgment, fidgeted restlessly, a peculiar flush staining her cheeks, and her gaze towards Li Yiming lost some of its usual sharpness, infused instead with a hint of plea for his cooperation. Godtrek, the astute dwarven butcher, seemed to perceive it all, a faint, almost imperceptible smile of amusement playing upon his lips. Meanwhile, Li Yiming endeavored to minimize his presence, quietly attending to his tasks. During the late-night repast, in an effort to shatter the suffocating silence, or perhaps to cultivate a lighter atmosphere for the momentous occasion ahead, or perhaps simply to ensure that Gortek and Li Yiming would drink themselves into slumber, Felix and Yulika ventured to procure a small barrel of dwarven ale. This prized cask, acquired through Felix's persuasive efforts at the tavern, was said to delight even the most discerning of dwarven kings. To our imminent arrival at Kislev, Felix raised his coarse ceramic cup, a romantic smile reminiscent of a poet gracing his features, attempting to enliven the mood and to toast to their safe journey, as well as to the beautiful happenings that lay ahead. A meaningful glance was cast towards Yulika. Yulika, feeling the heat of his gaze, flushed even deeper but mustered the courage to lift her cup to Kislev. Her voice trembled slightly. Gortek, of course, would not refuse an invitation to fine drink. He even expressed disdain for the modest ceramic cup, opting instead for his horn cup, nearly the size of a small head, filled to the brim with amber liquid. To battle, to glorious death, he bellowed, his voice resonating and causing the pine needles to rain down. Li Yiming raised his cup as well. Though he was not fond of such strong spirits, he felt that perhaps a touch of alcohol would help him navigate this night more smoothly. He recalled the old merchant from the coastal city of Zhan'guo, the man who had taken him in, who also enjoyed a few sips during the cold nights, claiming it warmed the body and allowed thoughts to soar farther. To the journey, he murmured softly, clinking his cup with the others. The first sip slid down his throat, a spicy warmth coursing into his stomach, dispelling some of the night's chill. The dwarven ale truly lives up to its reputation, boasting a robust potency accompanied by a distinctive malt aroma and a subtle bittersweet aftertaste. A fine brew indeed, exclaimed Gortek, wiping the froth from his beard. Far superior to the horse urine brewed by those imperial fellows. Felix, with a smile, concurred, the dwarves' brewing skills are indeed unparalleled. Eureka, upon your return to Kislev, you must surely sample your mead. I have heard it is a delicacy of the mortal realm, he added. Of course, Eureka replied, taking a sip of her drink. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and her gaze becoming slightly dreamy. We can certainly try the mead of Kislev later. It is sweet and fiery, much like the fervor of us Kislevites. As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently darted towards Felix. The alcohol began to weave its enchantment, gradually dissolving the initial shyness and awkwardness. Once the floodgates of conversation were opened, there was no stopping it. Felix, a true poet, was filled with countless tales and anecdotes. He regaled them with thrilling accounts of encountering sandstorms in the deserts of Alabi, the joyous celebrations of harvest festivals in the countryside of Bartonia, and even vividly described how he won the affection of a miller's daughter in a small tavern in Reich with an impromptu love poem, wisely omitting the ensuing developments. Gortek, although uninterested in tales of romance, delighted in Felix's descriptions of legendary beasts and ancient battlefield relics. His eyes would gleam with excitement at the mere mention of giants, chaotic warriors, or lost dwarven fortresses, his grip on his horn cup tightening, as if preparing to wield an axe in battle. He began to boast of his youthful encounters with trolls in the rooftop of the world and his skirmishes with green-skinned tribes at the fringes of the Dark Lands. His stories were straightforward, filled with bloodshed and violence, yet they exuded a primal vigor that stirred the blood. Under the influence of alcohol, Eureka also loosened up considerably. No longer anxious, she laughed gaily, casting bold and passionate glances at Felix. She shared some legends of the icy plains of Kislev, tales of the mysterious magic of the ice witch, the magnificent power of the bear god Urson, and the brave warriors who dared to hunt the woolly mammoths amidst the eternal winter. Her voice, imbued with the clarity characteristic of youth, sparkled in the firelight, her blue eyes shining brilliantly. Li Yiming mostly listened in silence, occasionally chiming in. He noticed that under the numbing effect of alcohol, the shadows buried deep within his heart seemed to recede, if only temporarily. The bloody sacrifices of Halgansi, the despairing drift of the boiling sea, the brutal massacre at the Barak Sea Gate. These memories, like maggots gnawing at his bones, became hazy and unreal in the warmth of the ale. He even shared an ancient tale he had heard during the Age of the Dawn, concerning the Jade Hero and the Guardians of Changyuan, which piqued the curiosity of both Felix and Eureka. The ale in the barrel diminished at a visible pace. By the time the second round was poured, the atmosphere had become quite lively. Gortek began to sing heartily, belting out ancient dwarven battle songs and drinking chants. His voice was rough and resonant, though slightly off-key, yet it brimmed with a bold spirit. Felix was also swept up in the moment, reciting a beautiful poem in Elvish about the stars and the sea. Although Yulika could not comprehend the words, the melodious tune and the poet's rapt expression were enough to enchant her. Yulika's cheeks blushed like ripe apples, her eyes glistening with mirth. She began to toast Felix eagerly, and each clink of their glasses seemed to convey a hidden message. She even boldly suggested they engage in a drinking game from Kislev, the rules of which were simple. Take turns recounting the most outrageous thing one had ever done. And if others deemed it insufficiently wild, a penalty drink would ensue. This proposal was met with immediate enthusiasm from Felix, and even Gortek found it intriguing. Felix went first, recounting how he once leaped from the second floor of his lover's home into a canal to escape an irate husband. Gortek followed, sharing a tale of attempting to wrestle with a bull while intoxicated. Blushing, Yulika revealed that she had once sneaked out of her home to skate on the frozen Elring River until she was found late at night. When it was Li Yiming's turn, he paused for a moment. What was the most reckless thing he had done? Was it spying on Harabin's blood ritual? That was not something he could disclose. After some contemplation, he spoke. I once traded 3 copper coins and a bit of spice for an old parchment claimed to be a treasure map from a drunken merchant at the docks of Haiqing. And what was the outcome? Did you uncover the treasure? Yulika inquired, leaning slightly forward with curiosity. It turned out to be a sewer map of a certain harbor city. Li Yiming shrugged, prompting a wave of laughter. He too joined in the laughter, feeling more relaxed than he had in days. Of course, penalty drinks were inevitable. The alcohol flowed more freely, and reason gradually succumbed to its intoxicating embrace. Gortek's singing grew louder and increasingly discordant. He began to flail about, nearly toppling the bonfire. Grasping Felix by the shoulders, he proclaimed a desire to forge a brotherhood in revelry, insisting that once they reached Kislev, he would seek out the fiercest adversary for an exhilarating showdown. Felix, too, let loose completely, disregarding the decorum of a poet. Alternating between singing wildly with Gortek and gazing affectionately at Yulika, murmuring praises of her beauty, though his tongue began to stumble, rendering his eloquent words indistinct. He even attempted to pull Li Yiming into a dance of his own whimsical invention, only to be playfully evaded. Yulika, however, was utterly intoxicated. Her eyes were dreamy, her smile endearing, and her speech increasingly disjointed. She leaned against Felix's shoulder, giggling foolishly one moment, and the next, she was tugging Li Yiming's hand, urging him to share another tale from the distant lands. It seemed she had altogether forgotten her initial intentions, lost in this carefree joy. Her face, typically marked by a hint of restraint and melancholy, was now animated and enchanting, radiating an astonishing allure due to the effects of alcohol. Li Yiming too felt the strong grip of inebriation. His head felt heavy, and his vision began to blur. Everything around him seemed to be veiled behind a layer of frosted glass, and the glow of the campfire transformed into something as resplendent as a nebula. He felt the blood coursing through his veins, quickening, bringing a sense of delightful, surreal euphoria. He ceased to dwell on the burdens of the past or fret over the uncertainties of the future, allowing himself to be swept away by the fervent and chaotic atmosphere. He gazed upon the 3 individuals before him, the bellowing dwarf butcher, the rambling exile poet, and the noble maiden whose smile resembled a blooming flower. Though they hailed from disparate origins, possessing varied backgrounds and aspirations, fate had conspired to gather them around this modest campfire, sharing a common barrel of ale, relishing this fleeting indulgence. Perhaps this is what one might call adventure, brimming with the unknown, fraught with peril, yet also infused with that sudden, unadulterated joy. Another cup. Godtek unsteadily raised the nearly empty barrel, attempting to refill his goblet, only to spill most of the remaining ale onto the ground, leaving a mere thin layer at the bottom. Oh no, it's gone. Godtek's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by a great blow. Felix leaned in to inspect, mirroring the expression of disappointment. What a pity, this ale is truly exquisite. Yulika, meanwhile, erupted into laughter, pointing at the two in their disarray. Her own giggles causing her to sway dangerously close to the fire, only to be saved by the quick reflexes of Li Yiming, who caught her just in time. Thank you, Li, Yulika said, her eyes, hazy with intoxication, gazed up at him, a tipsy smile adorning her face. Her breath warm with the scent of alcohol wafting towards him. The blue eyes that usually bore a critical and discerning gaze now shimmered with an innocent softness. Dulled by drink, Yiming felt a stir within him, awkwardly loosening his grip. He sensed a flush creeping across his cheeks, unsure whether it was due to the alcohol or the alluring proximity of Eureka's face. He shook his head, striving to regain his composure, aware that they had all indulged too much. This state was perilous, particularly in this desolate wilderness. "I believe we should take a rest," Yiming suggested, his voice slightly hoarse. "Rest?" Godtek bellowed. "We haven't had enough to drink yet. How can we rest?" Felix chimed in. "Indeed, Li, the night is fleeting. We should revel under the candlelight, reciting poetry and enjoying this splendid evening." As he attempted to rise, his legs wobbled, causing him to plop back down heavily. Eureka seemed to recall something, her eyes straining to focus on Felix's face. Her lips moved, as if to speak, but all that escaped was an indistinct murmur. The resolve she once harbored to confess her feelings to Felix appeared to have been washed away by the alcohol, leaving behind only a vague obsession. Yiming observed his three inebriated companions, a wave of resignation washing over him. He understood that a peaceful rest this night was an unlikely prospect. The campfire continued to burn, though its flames had begun to dwindle. The wind among the pine forests seemed to have intensified, rustling the treetops with a gentle whisper. In the distance, the city of Hedgig had dwindled to a mere collection of indistinct glimmers against the night sky. Yiming inhaled deeply, the frigid air slightly sharpening his mind. He understood that he must cling to his last vestiges of clarity, ensuring that the campfire remained alight while remaining vigilant against potential threats. Yet, he had not anticipated that the true chaos would not arise from external dangers, but rather from the uncontrollable intoxication beside the fire. Along with the long-suppressed emotions ignited by alcohol, Eureka's gaze flickered between Felix and Yiming, her expression a tapestry of confusion, bewilderment, and a reckless impulse amplified by the drink. She seemed unable to discern her original intentions or the identities of those before her. Everything felt as uncertain as the flickering flames of the campfire, and the nearly emptied barrel of ale resembled a Pandora's box, unleashing seeds of chaos unforeseen by all. The night stretched on, and the drunkenness of the eve before Hedgig had just begun to reveal its perilous nature. Yiming sensed a twinge of unease, not from the beasts of the forest, but from his companions, who had completely lost their control. He shook his heavy head, striving to maintain his alertness. Yet his eyelids grew increasingly weighted, his consciousness sinking like a vessel caught in a warm quagmire. The last image he beheld was of Eureka's face, radiant under the firelight, and her eyes, seemingly striving to focus, yet perpetually failing to find a target. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil, and the fuse for all that would unfold had already been quietly ignited in the intoxication surrounding the campfire. Chapter 29. Go buy some barley beer. The night wind outside Hedgig had grown even more biting than before. The campfire had dimmed, leaving only a few stubborn embers emitting their last warmth, flickering like the breaths of the dying. The previously vibrant atmosphere dissipated with the last drop of dwarven ale inadvertently spilled on the ground by Godtek, bursting like a punctured soap bubble, leaving behind a scene of disarray and several travelers leaning precariously, deeply inebriated. The scent of pine needles mingled with the earthiness of soil, and the thick aroma of spilled alcohol permeated the makeshift camp. Felix lay supine on his bedding, emitting a steady and resonant snore, a silly smile gracing his lips as if he still reveled with the god of wine in his dreams. Godtek leaned against a pine tree, his massive battle axe carelessly tossed beside him, his head bowed like a slumbering statue, occasionally mumbling indistinctly, most often concerning more ale and mightier foes. Yiming rested his head on a roll of spare blankets, feeling as though the entire world were spinning. The after-effects of the dwarven ale were more potent than he had anticipated. At this moment, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and each breath carried the searing scent of alcohol. He struggled to retain a fragment of clarity, but his consciousness drifted like a small boat lost in a storm, swaying uncertainly in a tumultuous sea of chaotic thoughts. He could sense that Eureka was not far away, her breath rapid and interspersed with suppressed sobs, reminiscent of a wounded creature. Indeed, Eureka was on the brink of collapse. Alcohol had not completely dulled her senses. Rather, it acted as a magnifying glass, amplifying her long-buried emotions of anticipation, tension, shyness, and in this moment, profound disappointment and grievance. All her meticulously planned words of confession, rehearsed countless times in her mind, and the determination she had summoned with all her courage to act upon them, lay shattered amidst this unexpected drunken revelry. She lay on her side beside her sleeping bag, the cold ground seeping through the thin fur, but this chill paled in comparison to the frost within her heart. Stealing a glance at Felix, who was snoring thunderously, tears once again blurred her vision. It was this man, this handsome, witty, and talented poet, who had inspired her to muster the greatest courage of her life, to break free from the restraints of a noble maiden and pursue an elusive love. She recalled how earnestly she had requested Li Yiming and Gao Zueka to grant her and Felix some solitude. Li Yiming had regarded her with a peculiar expression but eventually nodded in agreement. Gao Zueka had patted his chest, assuring her that dwarves were bound by their promises and would never intrude upon the young lover's affairs. Yet, what was the outcome? Gao Zueka was the first to become inebriated, nearly toppling the bonfire in his stupor. And Felix, her Felix, was utterly engrossed in the pleasures of alcohol, seemingly oblivious to her earlier suggestive glances and slightly bashful requests. Eureka whispered his name in her heart, tinged with a bittersweet despair. She understood that if she missed this opportunity tonight, she might never find such courage again. The noble marriages in Kislev were often fraught with considerations of self-interest. As a noble daughter, her future fate was perhaps already sealed. Felix's presence was like a beacon, illuminating her otherwise monotonous life and revealing other possibilities. No, she could not simply surrender. Eureka abruptly sat up, the alcohol making her head swim. Yet the resolve in her heart remained strikingly clear. She took a deep breath, the scent of liquor heavy in the air, her gaze searching the darkness for Felix's figure. She saw him sprawled out, fast asleep. The flickering light from the bonfire cast dancing shadows across his handsome face, rendering his poet's melancholic aura distinctly visible even in slumber. Eureka bit her lip, her heartbeat resounding in her chest. Supporting herself on her somewhat unsteady knees, she wobbled to her feet and moved towards Felix. Each step felt like treading on cotton, the world around her swaying. Yet her resolve remained unwavering. She knelt beside Felix's bedding, her voice quivering and hoarse from anxiety and alcohol. She reached out her hand, gently nudging Felix's shoulder. He murmured in response, turning over, smacking his lips as if dreaming of some delectable dish, showing no signs of waking. Eureka's heart sank. She exerted a bit more strength and gently nudged him. Felix, wake up. I have something to say to you. Her voice trembled with a desperate plea, imbued with a hint of sorrow. This time, Felix seemed to exhibit a flicker of response. He drowsily opened one eye, his hazy gaze lingering on Eureka's face for a moment before breaking into a signature, slightly inebriated, roguish grin. Ah, the beautiful Eureka. What is it? Do you wish to discuss the poetry of stars and the sea? His tongue stumbled, his words slurred. Eureka's heart raced. Despite Felix's heavy intoxication, he was at least awake and had recognized her. That was sufficient. No, not poetry. Felix, she endeavored to steady her voice, though the quivering undertone betrayed her anxiety. It is something quite significant. She could feel her cheeks burning, unsure if it was due to the alcohol or the heartfelt confession on the verge of escaping her lips. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her courage, nearly exhausting her strength to utter the words, Felix, I like you. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She became limp, nervously awaiting Felix's reaction. She couldn't even bear to meet his gaze, her head bowed, hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment. The air around them seemed to freeze. The only sounds were the whisper of the night breeze through the pine trees and the intermittent, thunderous snores of Gortek. Felix appeared momentarily stunned. He blinked his open eye, confusion swirling within his gaze. He struggled to focus, attempting to comprehend Eureka's declaration. Alcohol enveloped his mind like a thick fog, hindering coherent thought. Like me? He murmured to himself, a hint of bewilderment and uncertainty in his tone. Why? Do you like me? Is it because my poetry is commendable? Or perhaps the Arabian tales I shared today were particularly captivating? Eureka's heart sank. She raised her head, only to find Felix's handsome face marred by inebriated confusion, devoid of the surprise she had yearned for, and lacking any indication of reciprocating her feelings. No, it is not merely for those reasons, Eureka was eager to explain. She longed to express her admiration for his wit, his talent, the way his blue eyes seemed to pierce through to the soul, and the free-spirited essence he exuded. However, just as she prepared to pour out her heart, striving to convey her feelings more clearly to this intoxicated poet. A voice as jarring as thunder abruptly shattered the last remnants of tenderness and intimacy in the camp. "Felix, my good brother, are you awake?" "Splendid." Godtek Nizen, the dwarf butcher, had seemingly awakened from his slumber, or perhaps was roused by a more potent desire. His large hand, resembling a fan, slapped Felix's shoulder with such force that it further disoriented his already muddled mind. Eureka was utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events, rendered speechless as she stood frozen in place, gazing at the slightly puffy yet exuberantly spirited face of Godtek, whose hangover had not dulled his enthusiasm. For a moment, she lost track of her surroundings and the purpose of her presence. Godtek, oblivious to the pale and trembling figure of Eureka kneeling beside Felix, possessed eyes bloodshot from alcohol, sparkling with a fervent light. He seized Felix by the neck with his robust arm, hoisting him from the bedding with a boisterous shout. "My dear brother, this drink is not nearly sufficient. Not nearly enough." Felix, gasping for breath due to Godtek's grip, mumbled in a daze, "Yes, yes, Godtek. The drink is indeed a bit lacking." "A bit lacking? It is sorely deficient." Godtek's voice boomed like a thunderclap, resonating throughout the encampment. "We are warriors bound for Kislev. How can we embark without ample mead to fortify our spirits? This is a profound disrespect to the great goddess and an affront to our glorious adventure." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the camp, seemingly searching for something. Upon spotting the now empty barrel, his expression shifted to one of extreme disappointment and rage. "Gone. It is truly gone," Godtek lamented, pounding his chest in despair. "What shall we do? Alone. Endless night without fine wine is far more unbearable than facing a horde of green-skinned ruffians." Yiming, not far off, was thoroughly awakened by Godtek's commotion. Rubbing his aching temples, he struggled to sit up from his bedding, bewildered by the chaotic scene before him. He observed Eureka, bereft of spirit, kneeling as if her very soul had been wrenched away, while Godtek behaved like a frenzied bull, shouting around Felix. Vaguely recalling Eureka's earlier request, he began to grasp that Godtek's current antics were likely to ruin certain matters entirely. "Godtek," Yiming began, rising to approach him, intending to interject and halt the escalation of this farce. However, Godtek did not afford him a moment to speak. Suddenly, the dwarf butcher appeared to have a brilliant idea. His previously dazed eyes sparkled with excitement as he slapped his thigh. "I've got it. Felix, my brother. Remember when we passed that small village at the foot of the mountain? Though Hedgehog City may be a distance away, that village must have a tavern. Surely, there is mead." Felix, shaken and disoriented, found the mention of mead to be like a spell, instantly captivating his alcohol-soaked mind. His eyes brightened, and an expression of eager anticipation spread across his face. The village tavern, mead. What a splendid idea, Godtek. Truly a stroke of genius. Then what are we waiting for? Godtek exclaimed, yanking Felix to his feet. The latter stumbled but managed to steady himself. "We shall go now. A man's word is his bond. If we vow to drink heartily, we shall indeed drink heartily." In his fervor, he completely forgot Eureka's prior request, as well as his own solemn promise. At this moment, his mind was solely consumed by an insatiable thirst for ale and the exuberance of revelry alongside his dear companion, Felix. "Let us go, Felix. We shall depart at once," Godtek proclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with an unwavering determination. "Acquire some ale. The more, the better. We shall fill the night sky of Hedgehog with our boisterous songs and the fragrant aroma of malt." "Fetch the ale," Felix echoed enthusiastically, seemingly oblivious to the earlier words of Eureka, who knelt just a few paces away, gazing at him with a look of near despair. The grasp of alcohol had thoroughly seized his reason, and all he could think of was the forthcoming libations. Eureka watched helplessly as the two intoxicated men, side by side, prepared to leave the camp. Her lips moved as if to utter something, yet no sound escaped her. Her heart felt as though it were clutched tightly by an invisible hand, rendering her breathless with anguish. All her courage and anticipation evaporated in that instant. She gazed at Felix, the very person to whom she had mustered the bravery to confess her feelings, now exuberantly preparing to seek more alcohol with another man. Entirely unaware of her presence and offering no semblance of a response to her heartfelt declaration. "No, don't go." Eureka finally managed to squeeze out a few feeble words, but her voice was drowned by the jubilant shouts of Godtek and Felix. Godtek had already seized his battle axe. carelessly resting it upon his shoulder, while Felix stumbled as he searched for his sword, humming an off-key tune. Li. Eureka cast a desperate glance toward Li Yiming, her eyes filled with pleading. She hoped he would intervene, to remind them of something significant. Upon meeting Eureka's gaze, Li Yiming felt a heaviness in his heart. He opened his mouth, intending to convey a hint of Eureka's distress. However, Gaetrek's impatience interrupted. Felix, hurry up. Stop dawdling like a woman. The Ale-1T come running to us. I'm coming. Felix finally located his sword, haphazardly securing it at his waist, and with a drunken smile, followed Godtek as they ambled toward the camp's exit. They didn't spare a glance back, nor bid farewell to anyone. Soon, their figures vanished into the dark pines at the edge of the camp, leaving behind their fading, boisterous songs and hearty laughter echoing through the silent night. Fetch the ale. That phrase lingered in Eureka's mind like an incantation. Within the camp, only Li Yiming and Eureka remained. The embers of the campfire emitted a few final faint crackles before extinguishing completely. Darkness and cold surged forth like a tide, engulfing the two entirely. Eureka maintained her kneeling position, motionless, resembling a statue suddenly frozen in time, though her face bore no expression. Li Yiming could distinctly sense the profound despair and shattering sorrow radiating from her being. Li Yiming opened his mouth, intending to utter words of comfort, yet found his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. He understood that, at this moment, any language would seem feeble and inadequate. He could only gaze silently at Eureka, his heart brimming with sympathy and a complex, ineffable emotion. He sensed that something had irrevocably changed in that fleeting instant. The catalyst for this turmoil was merely the drunken ramblings of a man urging to procure some ale. The night in Hedgehog became more profound and perilous due to this unexpected utterance. And the fates of the two souls ensconced in this darkness were poised to plunge into an unfathomable abyss, the outcome of which was beyond anyone's anticipation. Li Yiming inhaled deeply the air laced with pine needles and a chilling breeze, striving to clear the tumult within his mind. He knew that the events of this night were far from concluded. Both he and the despondent young woman beside him were destined to bear the brunt of this chaos ignited by alcohol. Chapter 30. The misguided embrace. The night wind wailed through the pine forest, swirling remnants of embers from the dying campfire, which fell helplessly upon the cold earth. The flames that once provided warmth and merriment had dwindled to mere crimson ashes, resembling the final gasps of a dying beast, defiantly resisting the thick, inky darkness. The raucous songs of Gortek and Felix, along with their footsteps, had long been swallowed by the forest's silence, as if they had never existed at all. The camp was enveloped in a suffocating stillness. Li Yiming reclined against a rough-hewn log, resting on his bedding. The after-effects of the dwarven ale struck him like an invisible hammer, pounding against his temples and inducing waves of dizziness. The world before him appeared veiled behind frosted glass, indistinct and muted, with sounds echoing from a distant realm, distorted and surreal. He struggled to blink, attempting to dispel the haze before his eyes. But his eyelids felt laden as if weighed down by lead, each lift a Herculean effort. He was acutely aware of Eureka's presence nearby, curled up beside her sleeping bag like a forsaken creature abandoned to the biting wind. Although he could not hear her voice, he could distinctly sense the palpable despair and sorrow radiating from her, a silent indictment more haunting than any scream or wail. In Li Yiming's mind, the inebriated words of Gortek echoed incessantly, "Go buy some ale." He realized that this phrase, akin to a sharp dagger, had cruelly pierced Eureka's already fragile heart. He yearned to speak, to offer solace, or merely to shatter the suffocating silence. But his tongue felt knotted, his throat parched and incapable of producing sound. The alcohol numbed his body and dulled his thoughts, leaving him with a vague awareness that matters were spiraling towards a dire conclusion. Eureka Magdova felt as though she had plummeted into a bone-chilling abyss. Her body was frigid, her heart colder than an eternal block of ice. Felix had simply walked away. At the moment when she summoned every ounce of courage to confess the deep-seated feelings she had harbored, he left without a backward glance, driven by the allure of that damned beer. The words, "I am going to buy some beer," pierced her heart like a venomous thorn, causing sharp pangs with each breath she took. All her hopes, dreams, and meticulous preparations shattered in an instant. He remained oblivious to her distress, disregarding the pleading look in her eyes. In his mind, the beer, the proposal from Gaetrek'u, or perhaps Gaetrek'u himself, clearly held far more significance than her or the vital words she was on the verge of uttering. Tears cascaded silently from the corners of her eyes like pearls released from a broken string, soaking the fur beneath her. She bit her lip tightly to stifle any sound. Yet her body trembled slightly from overwhelming sadness and injustice. The alcohol did not serve to alleviate her anguish. Instead, it magnified her pain, leaving her feeling as though her heart had been mercilessly torn into countless fragments. Why? Why had it come to this? She could not comprehend it. Was her affection so inconsequential? Did she merely exist as an inconsequential companion in his eyes? Under the influence of the potent alcohol, Yulika's thoughts began to spiral into disarray. Disappointment, anger, resentment, and an unwillingness to accept the reality surged within her, crashing against her nearly fraying sanity like a relentless tide. She felt dizzy, as though the entire world was spinning around her. In the darkness, everything in the camp appeared distorted and blurred. She vaguely recalled that prior to her intended confession to Felix, Guy Shui-ku and Li Yiming had still been present in the camp. Now, Guy Shui-ku had followed Felix. What of Li Yiming? Yulika hastily wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and through her misty vision, she discerned a vague figure not far away. The silhouette leaned against Li Yiming's bed, resembling Felix's tall and slender frame. Could it be Felix? A ludicrous thought suddenly emerged from the chaos of her mind. What if Felix had not gone far? What if it were Li Yiming and Guy Shui-ku who had left together to procure the beer, intending to create an opportunity for her? Once this notion took root, it rapidly consumed her mind like an unruly vine. The alcohol clouded her judgment, and her fervent desire began to distort the reality before her. Was it Li Yiming or Felix? She whispered almost inaudibly, "Yes, it must be him. He surely has not left." Yulika steadied herself against the cold ground and wobbled to her feet. Her legs felt weak, each step akin to walking on clouds. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the indistinct figure, reigniting a flicker of hope within her heart. She staggered toward the shadowy form. Li Yiming was struggling to combat the drowsiness brought on by the alcohol, striving to maintain a semblance of clarity. He sensed that Yulika had risen and was moving in his direction. He wished to inquire about her intentions, but at that moment, an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over him, compelling him to close his eyes and shake his head to regain his composure. As he reluctantly opened his eyes once more, Yurika stood before him, drawing near enough for Li Yiming to catch the faint scent of youthful fragrance mingled with the potent aroma of alcohol. Under the dim starlight and the last flickers of dying embers, her visage appeared strikingly pallid, her beautiful blue eyes brimming with tears, reflecting a tumultuous blend of emotions he could not comprehend: fervor, confusion, and a hint of desperate resolve. Yurika's voice was hoarse and trembling, thick with nasality, every word seemingly forced from the depths of her throat. "You haven't left, have you? I knew it. I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Li Yiming's mind felt frozen, momentarily unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. What was she doing? He yearned to inquire. Yet, Yurika did not grant him the chance to speak. With her cold, slightly trembling hands, she suddenly clutched the sleeve of his garment with surprising strength. Perhaps the alcohol had awakened hidden reserves of power within her. Or perhaps despair had infused her with reckless courage. "I have so much to say to you." Her voice quivered, tears surging forth once again, cascading down her pale cheeks and dripping onto the back of Li Yiming's hand, chilling to the bone. I have always," she stammered, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts while grappling with some immense internal barrier. Li Yiming was utterly bewildered. He could sense Yurika's emotional turmoil and the quaking of her body. He wished to free himself from her grip, to convey that he was not Felix. Yet the effects of alcohol rendered his body clumsy and unresponsive. Moreover, faced with a tear-streaked girl on the verge of emotional collapse, he was at a loss for how to react without further distressing her. "Yurika, you," he finally managed to force out a few words, attempting to awaken her reason. "Shoo," Yurika interjected, abruptly covering his mouth with her other hand, her fingers icy and imbued with the strong scent of alcohol and the saltiness of her tears. Her face drew even closer, her once clear blue eyes now hazy and fervent from the intoxicants and emotions, gazing at him with near-obsessive intensity. "Do not speak. Listen to me, please. Let me finish." Her voice was laced with pleading, each word striking like a small hammer against Li Yiming's frayed nerves. "I like you." The declaration resonated like thunder in the stillness of the campsite, crashing into Li Yiming's ears with force. Though Eureka's voice was somewhat muffled by her agitation, those words penetrated his consciousness with startling clarity. Li Yiming felt his heart constrict sharply. He could sense that uttering those words had caused her entire being to tremble, as if she had expended all her strength in that confession. He wanted to push her away, to shout that he was not Felix. But her hand remained firmly over his mouth, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. And Eureka, having unleashed that long-suppressed truth, spiraled into a complete emotional breakdown. She clung to Li Yiming's arm as if grasping a lifeline, burying her face in his shoulder and weeping openly. I like you. I have always liked you since the very first moment I saw you. Your adventures, your smile, the way you look at me. I adore it all. I know I shouldn't feel this way. I am a noble, and I should maintain my composure. Yet, I cannot control myself. Do you like me? Do you perhaps have even a slight affection for me? Her words tumbled out in a disordered torrent. Those expressions originally intended for a romantic confession, now spilling forth chaotically under the influence of alcohol and despair, crashing upon Li Yiming like a tumultuous wave. He felt as though he had been ensnared in an absurd nightmare. Eureka's tears soaked his clothing, her body shaking violently with sobs. And each of her words pierced him like a sharp dagger, leaving him utterly bewildered. He sensed the sincerity and anguish in her voice, which only amplified his inexplicable panic and a vague sense of guilt. He attempted to pry away the hand Eureka had clamped over her mouth. But her embrace was too tight. Her arms encircled him like iron bands, holding him captive. Just as Li Yiming struggled desperately to extricate himself from this ridiculous predicament, Eureka abruptly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face fixed on his. Her eyes, initially shimmering with uncertainty, transformed into a resolute gaze, infused with a reckless fervor. I know you like me. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be here, she asserted, her voice hoarse with emotion. Kiss me, quickly, kiss me. Her tone was almost commanding, yet laced with desperation. Without waiting for Li Yiming to respond, she shut her eyes tightly, rose onto her toes, and clumsily yet eagerly pressed her lips toward him. Li Yiming's pupils dilated in shock. He wanted to evade her, but Eureka held him too firmly, rendering him immobile. His mind went blank, and the dullness brought on by alcohol hindered his ability to react promptly. Just as her soft, cool lips, imbued with the scent of alcohol, were about to meet his body instinctively jerked backward. However, behind him lay his bedding. This backward motion not only failed to allow him to escape, but also caused him to lose his balance, toppling backward along with Eureka, who clung tightly to him. Eureka gasped, yet her arms remained steadfast around his neck, as if terrified he might vanish. The world spun wildly. Li Yiming felt his back land heavily on the soft fur covering, with Eureka's warm, supple form descending upon him. The rich scent of youthful femininity, the aroma of alcohol, and the salty tang of her tears enveloped him entirely. He could feel Eureka's soft hair brushing against his cheek and neck, bringing with it a gentle tickle. He sensed her rapid breaths, warm and moist, against his ear. He could even feel the astonishing softness of her chest pressed tightly against his, rendering him utterly rigid. I was acutely aware that Eureka was whispering dreamily in his ear, her voice imbued with a sense of enchantment and longing, proclaiming, I know you love me. She seemed entirely oblivious to the suggestive nature of their current posture. Her hands began to roam uncontrollably across his back, as if seeking some form of solace. Li Yiming's heart raced wildly, his blood coursing through his veins like molten lava. The alcohol, the sudden physical contact, and Eureka's tantalizing whispers ignited a primal desire deep within him. He knew this was wrong, utterly wrong. Surely, Eureka had mistaken him for someone else. He was not Felix. They could not proceed like this. He wanted to push her away, to shout out loud, to put an end to this absurd farce. Yet, in the next moment, his body felt as if it had lost all control, becoming inexplicably heavy and powerless. Eureka's soft form ensnared him like an invisible net, binding him tightly within her embrace. The alcohol acted as a potent anesthetic, eroding his will and reason. Eureka seemed to sense the rigidity beneath her, slightly lifting her head, her tear-filled eyes searching for his in the darkness. When she beheld the depths of his violet gaze, still profound even in the shadows, she let out a satisfied sigh. Do not be afraid. I know you desire me, she murmured softly, her voice laced with a hint of seduction, just as I desire you. As she spoke, she leaned in to kiss him once more, this time with a clearer intent. Li Yiming's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind. A carousel of thoughts flashing before him. Felix's furious visage, Hake's disappointed gaze, the bloody rituals of Zhan'guo, the earnest teachings of the old merchant from the city of Zhan'guo. He wished to resist, yet his body betrayed him. He longed to cry out, but his throat remained voiceless. Eureka Magdova, the noble maiden from Kislev, offered her body and soul to him with a blend of clumsiness and an irresistible resolve. And Yiming, the forsaken dark elf from Zhan'guo, perpetually struggling against the whims of fate, found himself utterly lost in Eureka's embrace, overwhelmed by the numbness of alcohol and the sudden surge of desire. The night deepened further. The pine forest silently observed the unfolding scene. A few cold stars flickered with indifferent light in the distant sky, seemingly heralding an impending and more violent storm. The long-extinguished bonfire could no longer provide a shred of warmth or illumination, allowing darkness to consume these two lost souls entirely. The embrace had solidified, and the consequences of their actions were just beginning to unfold. Chapter 31. The confusion of intoxication. The air was saturated with the distinctive sour odor of a hangover, mingling with the damp chill of dew and the bitter scent of pine needles, creating a nauseatingly complex aroma. The celebratory bonfire had long since extinguished, leaving behind a patch of black ash and a few nearly burnt-out logs, silently recounting the echoes of past revelry. Yiming was roused from his slumber by a sharp headache, akin to needles piercing his temples. He let out a groan, his eyelids heavy as if they were glued shut, and with immense effort, he managed to pry them open just a fraction. The indistinct embers crackling on the firewood stung his eyes, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand for protection, only to discover that his arm felt as leaden as if it were filled with iron. Not just his arm, but his entire body felt as though it had been disassembled and carelessly reassembled, each joint protesting with aches and discomfort. He emitted a painful groan, his throat parched like a desert, each swallow akin to a knife's edge. What had transpired? His mind functioned like rusted gears, laboriously attempting to sift through the chaos for memories of the previous night. Dwarven ale? Yes, they had consumed copious amounts of it. Hawktrick's exuberance, Felix's tipsy verses, the tear-streaked visage of Eureka. Eureka! A jolt of clarity surged through Yiming's muddled consciousness, as if awakening from a frost-bitten slumber. He abruptly turned his head, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. The first sight that met his gaze was a disheveled mane of silver hair, resembling a field of wheat ravaged by a tempest, spread across the rudimentary bedding beside him. Next, he noticed an ivory neck and the gently rising shoulders exposed beneath the fur blanket. In the air, mingling with the potent scent of alcohol emanating from his own body, was a faint floral fragrance belonging to a young woman, intertwined with something more primal and unsettling. Yiming's breath hitched, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks in an instant. He stiffly lowered his gaze, inch by inch, to inspect himself. Disheveled garments lay scattered around the bedding. His own attire was in disarray, his chest largely exposed. Feeling the piercing chill of the air against his skin, that fur blanket, which should have been solely his, was now shared with another, Eureka Magdova. No. Yiming's lips moved soundlessly, a bone-chilling dread coursing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him rigid, as if his blood had congealed in an instant. Fragments of the previous night began to flash through his mind like shards of shattered glass, mingled with the disorientation and haze of alcohol. Eureka's tear-filled eyes, her muddled confessions, her fevered breath, her cold, trembling hands, her desperate kiss filled with despair, and afterward, the inescapable descent into a quagmire of indulgence. Alcohol was the instigator. He had imbibed excessively, to the extent of losing his fundamental judgment and self-control. Eureka, too, mistaking him for Felix, in a state of utter despair, sorrow, and intoxication, she had acted in a manner so reckless. And he? Yiming painfully shut his eyes. He could not deny that beneath the numbing effects of the alcohol, under Eureka's overt, ruinous allure, a long-repressed primal wildness from his dark elven lineage, alongside the natural physiological urges of a young man, had been ignited completely. He recalled his futile attempts to resist, to push her away. But those gestures of defiance were rendered powerless, steeped in reluctance. He could scarcely discern whether his inability to resist stemmed from the intoxicating effects of alcohol or from a subconscious desire he ought not to have felt, which led him to acquiesce. This was a grave error, an unequivocal, catastrophic, irretrievable mistake. It was their first encounter. Yiming was certain that for Eureka, This was undeniably her first experience. The raw, clumsy, and somewhat pained and bewildered reactions could not be feigned. And although his memories of Hargansi were filled with various indulgences and cruelties reminiscent of dark elves, for Li Yiming, the bearer of the memories of the dawn, this too was his first, an occurrence birthed from utter chaos, error, and intoxication. What had he done? A profound sense of remorse and self-loathing gnawed at his soul like a venomous serpent. Not only had he betrayed Felix, despite Felix's lack of romantic feelings for Eureka, he had at least been an object of her admiration, but he had also let Eureka down. Regardless of how proactive or disoriented she had been, as a comparatively sober male, he should have intervened to prevent this from transpiring. Yet he had not. In a moment of twisted satisfaction, he even felt a surge of gratification. This thought churned his stomach with revulsion. He perceived himself as wretched, utterly despicable. The shadows of Hargansi, those he had long endeavored to escape, symbolizing bloodshed, betrayal, and desire, seemed to envelop him anew in that instant. Was he, at his core, still that dark elf seeking pleasure through bloody rituals? No, he painfully roared, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. He painstakingly exerted all his strength to suppress the tremors coursing through his body, attempting to distance himself from Eureka. He dared not make a sound, fearing it might awaken her. He could not bear to imagine the scene when Eureka awoke to find him beside her instead of the Felix she believed would be there. He could feel Eureka's steady breathing. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, her beautiful face still marked by the remnants of tears, her brow slightly furrowed. Even in sleep, bearing an indelible sorrow, she resembled a wounded bird, nestled in his embrace, seeking an illusory warmth. Li Yiming's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, painful enough to hinder his breath. Slowly, inch by inch, he withdrew his arm from beneath Eureka's neck. The process was long and arduous. He feared awakening her. When his arm finally regained its freedom, it was left numb. He gently lifted a corner of the fur blanket, extricating himself from the warmth of the bed, and beheld the faint red marks left on the sheets. The cold night breeze swept across his bare skin, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yet, the chill he felt at that moment was but a fraction of the coldness within his heart. He hastily donned his clothing and sat awkwardly at the edge of the bed, his movements stiff and clumsy. His gaze remained fixated on Eureka, akin to a remorseful child awaiting judgment. At that moment, Eureka let out a faint whimper, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately. Li Yiming's heart surged to his throat. The consciousness of Eureka Magdova was slowly rising from a profound and chaotic darkness. Her head throbbed as if it might split, each nerve ending protesting the onslaught of alcohol. Her body, equally fatigued, felt as though it had endured a long and arduous journey. She recollected consuming copious amounts of wine, the tender smile of Felix, and his enchanting voice as he recited poetry. Then, that damned dwarf, Hotrek, interrupted her. He had taken Felix away. Anger and disappointment surged anew. But wait. Within Eureka's hazy recollection, there seemed to be more. Had she cried? And then, had she seen Felix? Hadn't he left? Yes. Surely he couldn't bear to see her sorrow, so he stayed. Hotrek and Li Yiming had gone to fetch ale. She remembered grasping his hand, confiding in him those deeply buried sentiments. She recalled kissing him, and then an inexplicable warmth and shyness flooded her cheeks. Despite the throbbing pain in her head, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She had succeeded. She had finally confessed her feelings to Felix, and he had reciprocated with his body. Though the process was somewhat unclear and the details hazy, the sensation of being embraced, the intimacy of skin against skin, and the tremor of their souls intertwining felt profoundly real. She sighed contentedly, instinctively reaching out to touch the person beside her. Her fingertips brushed against cool, silken skin. Eureka smiled with satisfaction and slowly opened her eyes, eager to glimpse Felix's slumbering visage, wishing to steal another kiss before he awoke. However, as her blurred vision gradually focused and she discerned the face before her, her smile froze instantaneously. It was not Felix Jaeger. The visage, chiseled and adorned with an exotic handsomeness, bore a slightly deeper hue than that of the Empire's denizens, now appearing pale due to the effects of a hangover. Those eyes, laden with a complex amalgamation of emotions, pain, regret, and a hint of fear, were fixed upon her. It was Li Yiming. Eureka's mind went blank, all thoughts evaporating in an instant. She stared at Li Yiming, utterly bewildered by the unfolding reality. Why was it Li Yiming? Where was Felix? She abruptly lowered her gaze to herself, observing her bare form, the disheveled clothing strewn across the modest bed, and the unfamiliar aches and discomfort emanating from certain parts of her body. Those indistinct, vividly colored memories, akin to being plunged into icy water, crystallized into clarity, revealing a grotesque truth. She recalled grasping Li Yiming's hand, willingly offering a kiss, drawing him toward the bed, and forcefully silencing him. She even remembered the moment she had straddled him, the alcohol now having worn off. She was acutely aware that it had always been Li Yiming. No, a piercing scream, brimming with despair and disbelief, brewed in Eureka's throat, yet ultimately transformed into a short, stifled gasp. It was as if someone had seized her throat, rendering her voiceless, leaving her to gaze at Li Yiming with an expression of sheer terror and revulsion. Her body began to tremble violently, her complexion paling to a ghostly white, devoid of any color. Li Yiming observed the rapid spread of fear, disgust, and intense hatred in Eureka's eyes, and his heart sank gradually, as if plummeting into an abyss. He opened his mouth, wishing to utter something, an apology, an explanation, or perhaps a plea for forgiveness. Yet, any words at that moment felt utterly impotent. He struggled to produce a syllable, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. Eureka recoiled abruptly, as if Li Yiming were a ferocious beast or the source of a virulent plague. She pressed her hands firmly against her mouth, stifling any sound, yet tears cascaded forth like a flood, instantly blurring her vision. Shame, anger, regret, and disgust surged through her, crashing against her nearly shattered nerves. She felt as though she were stripped bare, exposed in the filthiest mire, subject to trampling and humiliation. What had she done? She had engaged with a dark elf. No, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that she had surrendered her innocence, her most cherished virtue, to a man she neither loved nor even slightly favored. Moreover, it had occurred under the grave misapprehension of his identity. This was far more humiliating and revolting than outright violation, because it had been her choice. She had drawn him into the abyss. Why? Why? Eureka could no longer contain herself, emitting a whimper akin to that of an injured creature. Her body curled in on itself, trembling violently, as if she wished to erase her existence from this world entirely. Li Yiming watched her in excruciating agony, his heart pierced by countless steel needles, causing him near suffocation. He understood that no matter how he explained, he could never heal the wounds inflicted upon Eureka. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice laden with boundless guilt and despair. "Eureka." He wished to express that he too had been intoxicated. He wanted to say that he had tried to stop it. But those words now sounded like feeble excuses. The air in the tent was thick, heavy as if laden with lead, suffocating in its oppressive weight. Only Eureka's suppressed. Intermittent sobs echoed sharply and painfully in the dead silence. Li Yiming silently rose to his feet, stumbling backward a few steps, creating a distance between himself and Eureka. He understood that any words he uttered now would be futile, only serving to further provoke her. All he could do was wait for her emotions to subside slightly, or for a more violent storm to descend upon them. He lowered his gaze to his hands. These hands had once wielded a repeating crossbow, crafted exquisite wine, and had, on the previous night, been tainted by warmth that should not have been touched. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms, bringing forth a sharp sting that momentarily cleared his chaotic thoughts. He had to confront everything. Avoidance would resolve nothing. Yet, he was uncertain how Felix and Gortek would react upon returning to witness this scene. Everything had already been set in stone. The true tempest was only beginning to brew. Chapter 32. The startling return. The night enveloped the wilderness surrounding Hedgig in a heavy velvet darkness, as if steeped in ink. A few scattered stars stubbornly flickered through the gaps in the clouds, casting a feeble light insufficient to dispel the profound shadow cloaking the earth. The evening breeze, tinged with the chill of early winter, stirred the withered leaves in the forest, creating a rustling sound akin to countless whispers of ghosts. The campfire at the center had long since extinguished, leaving only a few remnants of warm ashes, which occasionally sparked into tiny embers, only to be devoured by the encroaching darkness. In the distance, the haunting howls of wolves echoed, adding an air of foreboding and unease to the tranquil night. Just before Li Yiming and Eureka awoke, Felix Jaeger and Gortek walked along the path leading back to the camp, one following the other. Gortek's robust figure forged ahead, his signature orange-red braids swaying with his steps. as he carried 2 bulging leather wine bags filled with mead he had scavenged from a nearby settlement that barely qualified as a village. Though he referred to it as scavenging, he had indeed paid for it. However, the dwarven vendor's impatient tone and menacing demeanor rendered the transaction anything but amicable. Bah! This imperial mead tastes as bland as horse urine, yet they dare charge me so much. Gortek muttered, his voice ringing distinctly in the stillness of the night. It was evident he was dissatisfied with the outcome of this procurement. Felix followed closely behind, cradling a smaller wine pouch filled with a slightly superior quality of wine, which he had deliberately chosen for himself and Yulika. The poet's mood was a mixture of resignation at being forcibly dragged out by Gortek to procure liquor and a vague sense of anticipation. Leaving the subtly charged atmosphere of the tent and inhaling the crisp night air seemed to clear his mind considerably. He recalled Yulika's tear-filled eyes, brimming with longing yet tinged with despair, and her trembling voice as she implored them to leave. He understood her intentions and vaguely sensed what she wished to convey. Felix was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. He admired Yulika's beauty and had fallen for this passionate girl. May she not be too heartbroken, he sighed inwardly. He felt a twinge of regret for having so readily succumbed to Godless's summons. Perhaps he ought to have stayed behind, rather than leaving her to endure an interminable wait fraught with uncertainty. We're almost there, poet. Godless's voice interrupted his reverie. Hurry back and take a few swigs to warm yourself. This dreadful weather is growing increasingly frigid. Felix nodded, lifting his gaze to the not-so-distant silhouette of their humble tent, which emerged from the night like a ghostly outline. Everything appeared as tranquil as it had been when they departed. Godless strode forward with purpose, parting the tent's entrance flap and bellowing gruffly, "We have returned." His voice abruptly halted, as if someone had seized him by the throat. His towering figure stood at the entrance, obstructing Felix's line of sight. "What is it, Godless?" Felix inquired, a flicker of unease igniting within him. Leaning out from under Godless's arm, he peered into the tent. The interior lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint starlight seeping through the gaps in the flap and the distant horizon, just beginning to blush with the first light of dawn, vaguely outlining the scene within. The air was thick with the pungent scent of alcohol, mingled with an unsettling, ambiguous aura that Felix was loath to contemplate. Initially, his eyes struggled to adjust to the gloom inside the tent. He discerned 2 indistinct figures entwined on the makeshift military cot positioned against the inner wall. That was Yiming's sleeping quarters. "Eureka? Yiming?" Felix called softly, instinctively believing they were merely huddled together for warmth against the chill of the night. After all, the temperature had indeed plummeted. However, as his vision gradually sharpened, he began to comprehend the entangled limbs on the cot, the disheveled garments strewn about the floor, and Eureka's silvery short hair cascading across the pillow, her head nestled intimately in the crook of another pale, grayish head. At that moment, Felix's mind buzzed, plunging into a void of disbelief. The wine pouch in his hand fell with a thud from his trembling fingers, crashing to the ground. The fragile skin could not withstand such an impact, and the wine gushed forth, pooling in deep crimson rivulets upon the earthen floor, reminiscent of a conspicuous bloodstain. The rich aroma of the wine mingled with the earthy scent of the soil, provoking waves of nausea within Felix. What had he witnessed? He beheld Eureka Magdova, the young noblewoman from Kislev who had once showered him with adoration, now bare-shouldered and entwined in a passionate embrace with another man. That man was none other than Yiming, their enigmatic companion from the distant east, bearing the blood of mysterious dark elves. One of Yiming's arms encircled Eureka's neck, while the other rested casually upon her waist. Their faces were nearly pressed together, their breaths audible. Eureka's countenance bore the remnants of unfallen tears, yet her lips curled into a faint smile, one of contentment, perhaps even happiness, as if lost in a delightful dream. As for Yiming, his expression remained indistinct in the dim light, but he appeared to be in a deep slumber. They were disheveled and unkempt. To be precise, most of the garments lay haphazardly piled at the bedside, with some even strewn across the floor. The fur blanket, once belonging to Yiming, now draped over their entwined forms, could not obscure the suggestive warmth of the spring light, nor conceal the unmistakable evidence of a passionate encounter that had just transpired. The faint, musky scent that lingered in the air became acutely vivid and overwhelming in Felix's perception. "This cannot be real," Felix murmured, his voice raspy as though scraped by sandpaper. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. It felt as if all strength had been siphoned from his body, leaving him teetering on the brink of collapse, barely able to brace himself against the tense doorpost to avoid crumpling to the ground. His heart felt as if it were being ruthlessly squeezed by an invisible hand, then cruelly torn apart, crushed, and the pain was so intense he could scarcely breathe. A bone-chilling cold surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. This is not real. It must be a nightmare. He would rather believe he was still intoxicated, that everything before him was merely an illusion conjured by alcohol. Yet, the clothes scattered on the floor appeared so tangible. The scent in the air was so sharp, and the figures entwined on the bed were so glaringly evident. How could Eureka be with Yiming? Had she not always harbored feelings for him? Was she not intending to confess her love to him tonight? Why? How had it come to this? Countless questions gnawed at Felix's heart like venomous serpents. He felt dizzy, his stomach churning violently, nearly leading him to retch. Betrayal. Utter betrayal. Both Eureka and Yiming had forsaken him. Yiming, the one he had once considered a confidant, with whom he had shared secrets, whom he believed he could trust. How could he commit such an act? He knew full well of Eureka's affections for him. How could he exploit her vulnerability? Or had they been clandestinely involved all along? This thought injected itself into Felix's heart like poison, sending chills coursing through him. He recalled Eureka's previous peculiar behavior, her inexplicable attention toward Yiming, perhaps even hostility? Had it all been a fade? No, that was not right. The gaze Eureka had cast upon him tonight was sincere. Such affection and anticipation could not be feigned. Then, was it Yiming? Had he taken advantage of Eureka's inebriation? Or had Eureka mistakenly identified him while intoxicated? Regardless of which possibility it was, the outcome remained the same. During the brief moment he had stepped away, while he and Gao Tsueka sought further revelry, they had engaged in such intimate acts right beneath his very nose. Felix felt his blood coursing frantically through his veins, his temples pounding, an uncontrollable rage igniting from deep within his chest, nearly incinerating his reason. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms, yet he felt no pain. He yearned to storm in, to drag that brazen pair from the bed and confront them with fervent accusations. He wished to hurl insults at them, to contemplate their demise. Yet simultaneously, an immense and suffocating wave of sorrow and disappointment engulfed him like a relentless tide. He felt akin to a jester, a pitiable creature mocked and manipulated by others. In that moment, all his pride and self-esteem were trampled into dust. Standing beside him, Gortek, after an initial moment of shock, finally grasped the scene unfolding within the tent. The dwarf's brow furrowed tightly, his earlier displeasure over the purchase of inferior wine now transformed into an expression of grave seriousness. A flicker of complex emotions danced in his profound eyes, surprise, confusion, and a subtle hint of vexation. He cast a glance at the pale, trembling Felix, and then at the pair of slumbering figures on the bed, letting out a low, guttural murmur akin to a provoked bear. What is happening? Gortek's voice, hoarse and deep, shattered the suffocating silence that enveloped the tent. He too found the scene before him hard to fathom. Though rough around the edges, he was no fool. He could sense the nearly palpable anguish and fury radiating from Felix. Felix offered no response. He merely fixated on the two individuals on the bed, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with pain, rage, hatred, and a profound despair. He felt as though his world had crumbled entirely in that moment. Friendship, trust, and the nascent love that had withered before it could blossom, all of it lay shattered and vulnerable before this sordid and chaotic tableau. Slowly, he raised a trembling hand, pointing at Yiming and Eureka on the bed, his lips quivering as he attempted to articulate something, yet no words escaped his mouth. His chest heaved violently, each breath akin to inhaling searing knives. The first reluctant rays of dawn finally pierced through the clouds of the east, slicing through the darkness that lingered before daybreak like a sharp blade. A few pale beams of light filtered through the crevices of the tent, illuminating the disordered scene inside, as well as Felix's face, twisted and contorted by shock and agony. He noticed suspicious red marks on Eureka's smooth shoulder, resembling the remnants of fervent kisses. Likewise, faint scratches were visible on Yiming's exposed arm. These details seared into Felix's heart like a red-hot iron, inflicting unbearable pain. Unable to endure the repugnant sight any longer, he abruptly turned and stumbled out of the tent, as if some dreadful plague were pursuing him from behind. He dashed to the edge of the camp, beneath an ancient pine tree, clutching its rough trunk, bending over as he coughed violently, as if attempting to expel his very innards. Yet, he could bring nothing forth. Only a series of dry heaves emerged, while tears poured uncontrollably down his face. A man may shed tears sparingly, but only when he has yet to reach the depths of sorrow. Felix Jaeger, the resolute warrior on the battlefield and the carefree poet in life, now resembles a helpless child, weeping inconsolably in this desolate foreign land over a love that has barely begun yet already met its tragic end. Mourning the friendship and trust that have been ruthlessly trampled, Godtek silently sits beside Felix, observing the poet's anguished tears while stealing a glance at the two still slumbering within the tent. A profound confusion and a subtle hint of guilt etched onto the weathered face of the dwarf for the first time. He vaguely senses that this calamity may somehow be intertwined with his earlier insistence on dragging Felix out to procure wine. The cold morning wind sweeps through the chaotic camp, stirring the dust and fallen leaves from the ground, and also rousing the unspeakable pain, regret, and bewilderment harbored within the hearts of the three men. A storm capable of severing all ties between them has quietly begun to unfold in the wake of this shocking return, while the two unsuspecting instigators remain blissfully unaware of the impending turmoil. Chapter 33. The regretful dwarf Felix's figure, akin to that of a wounded beast, strikes like an invisible hammer against the heart of Godtek Nizen. The poet's face, twisted by anguish, fury, and despair, along with his bloodshot and tear-filled eyes, sears itself into the butchered dwarf's mind with the intensity of a branding iron, leaving an indelible mark. Within the tent, the nauseating scent of alcohol mingles with a more ambiguous and unsettling atmosphere. On the rudimentary military cot, Yiming and Yulika remain entwined in slumber, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them. Their garments are strewn haphazardly on the ground, silent witnesses to this tumultuous affair. Godtek stands at the entrance of the tent, his towering, robust form resembling a silent statue. Complex and inscrutable emotions cloud his weathered, chiseled features: shock, confusion, anger, but more prominently, a weighty sense of regret and self-reproach. The effects of the alcohol, which had been steadily numbing him, come crashing down like a bucket of icy water the moment Felix begins to weep, leaving him considerably sober. The remnants of his inebriation morph into a dull headache, rhythmically pounding against his temples. The irritated dwarf mutters under his breath, his rough hand instinctively tightening around the handle of his battle axe, the knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. This was not his first encounter with scenes of romantic entanglement. Throughout his long life, he had witnessed far more sordid affairs. Yet this instance, occurring right before his eyes among those whom he considered friends, particularly involving Felix, whom he regarded as a nephew despite never admitting it, stirs within him an unprecedented agitation and guilt. Indeed, guilt, a crystal-clear thought, akin to a venomous snake, burrows into his mind, gnawing at his conscience. "Go fetch some meat." His coarse, untimely shout lingers in the air, echoing in his ears. It was he, the fool, Godtek Nizen, who interrupted the pivotal moment when the naive girl, Yulika, mustered her courage to confess her feelings to Felix. Like a mindless drunkard, he dragged the equally dazed Felix away from what should have been their night. If it had not been for his accursed addiction to alcohol and a momentary whim, if he had only been attentive to Yulika's conspicuously unusual behavior and the fleeting hope that flickered across Felix's face, if he could have restrained his foul tongue, perhaps it would now be Felix lying beside Yulika, and his poet friend would certainly not be out in the cold winds beyond the camp, nursing his wounds alone like an abandoned wolf cub. "Damn it," Godtek muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse and heavy. He seldom regretted his actions. As a butcher who had vowed to seek glory in death, he had long since cast aside concerns of life, death, and honor. Yet at this moment, a profound sense of guilt, nearly overwhelming, engulfed him like a cold tide. He had ruined Felix's evening, and perhaps even something far more significant for these three young souls. He cast a glance in the distance, where Felix stood with his back to the tent, leaning against a gnarled tree, his shoulders heaving violently, the muffled sobs barely audible even at a distance. Godtek's heart felt as if it were being painfully squeezed by an invisible hand. He understood Felix. This seemingly frail poet bore within him a noble pride and sensitivity. The scene before him was undoubtedly devastating for Felix. The sensation of betrayal from both his most trusted companion and the woman he cherished could shatter anyone's resolve. And all of this transpired because of him, Gortek Jernison. He even began to question whether his cursed vow as a butcher had inadvertently cursed those around him. Otherwise, why did he always seem to bring misfortune and calamity to those who journeyed alongside him? The dwarf irritably tugged at his signature orange-red braids, which had become somewhat tangled with sweat and dirt. He inhaled deeply the crisp morning air, attempting to calm his chaotic thoughts. This was not the time for self-pity. What had happened had happened. No amount of regret would change that. The crucial question was, what should he do next? He redirected his gaze to the bed within the tent. Yiming and Yulika. One was a companion he respected. The other a girl he regarded as troublesome, yet fundamentally good-hearted. Why had they acted in such a manner? Alcohol was undoubtedly the primary culprit. Gortek had himself committed countless absurdities under the influence of alcohol, and he understood that all too well. He believed that if these two had been in their right minds, such a farce would never have occurred. However, alcohol could not serve as an excuse for all mistakes, especially when this blunder had inflicted such immense harm upon the three individuals involved. Gortek furrowed his brow, his gaze oscillating between the two on the bed and the distant Felix. He felt an unprecedented sense of entanglement. This predicament was far more exasperating than confronting a legion of green-skinned foes or a chaotic demon. Those adversaries could be vanquished with his battle axe. Yet the entangled web of human emotions, woven from misunderstandings, alcohol, and desire, left him utterly perplexed. The light of dawn grew ever brighter, dispelling the last vestiges of night's darkness. Strands of golden sunlight pierced through the foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the camp and illuminating the disheartening scene within the tent. Yurika's silver hair cascaded like scattered silk across the pillow, with a few strands clinging to her sweat-dampened forehead. Her cheeks bore an unusual flush, and traces of unshed tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. Yet, the corners of her mouth curled slightly upwards, as if she were lost in a delightful dream, despite the subtle furrow in her brow suggesting that her slumber was not entirely sweet. Her exposed skin was smooth and delicate, but the morning light revealed faint, ambiguous red marks, remnants of passion's embrace. Yiming, whose countenance typically exuded a sense of detachment and vigilance, appeared notably softened in this moment. His arms remained tightly encircled around Yurika's neck, while his other hand rested intimately upon her waist. His breathing was steady and deep, indicating he was soundly asleep. However, his usually meticulously arranged black hair was somewhat disheveled, with a few strands falling across his forehead, obscuring his closed eyes. Gortek sighed heavily, a breath laden with resignation, irritation, and profound fatigue. He understood that when these two awakened, a far greater tempest was poised to unfold, particularly with Yurika, the noblewoman from Kislev, whose temperament was impulsive and fervent. When she discovered that she had succumbed to her desires while inebriated, and that her partner was not the one she admired, Felix, but rather the dark elf she had long held prejudices against, her reaction was all too predictable. Gortek's acquaintance with Yiming was not particularly deep, yet he sensed that beneath the young man's calm exterior lay a trove of unspoken secrets and hidden anguish. Beneath that seemingly composed facade beat a sensitive and fragile heart. How would he react upon realizing the gravity of his mistake and the hurt it had inflicted upon Felix? A throbbing headache assailed Gortek. He would much rather charge into a horde of green-skinned adversaries, reveling in the thrill of battle, than confront this convoluted situation. He moved to the edge of the camp, retrieved a coarse, earthen water pouch from his pack, removed the wooden stopper, and took several gulps of the cold, refreshing water. It coursed down his throat, alleviating his hangover's grip and sharpening his mind. He needed to take action. He could not stand idly by as this small band fell apart over such a tumultuous affair. They had endured so much together, from Tilia to the Empire, from the green-skinned denizens of Fort Sol to the iron and fire of Neuen, and finally to the White Wolf of Middenheim. Their camaraderie, though never explicitly articulated, had been forged through countless battles fought side by side and shared journeys, becoming as resilient as steel shaped by dwarven hands. At least, that was how Gortek perceived it. However, at this moment, the iron heart appeared to bear a profound fissure. He cast another glance at Felix, who retained his posture, though the tremors of his body seemed to have subsided, replaced by a disquieting silence. Gortek understood that Felix required time to privately process this anguish. Yet, he could not allow him to languish in despair for too long. He turned and strode back towards the tent, resolving to rouse Yiming first. At the very least, The young man ought to comprehend what had transpired, thus preparing himself for the impending eruption from Yulika. As Heitrick approached the entrance of the tent, poised to lift the curtain, a faint groan emerged from within. It was Yiming, seemingly stirring from slumber. Heitrick halted, waiting in silence, acutely aware that the forthcoming scene would be exceedingly arduous. Inside the tent, Yiming's eyelids fluttered heavily before gradually parting. He abruptly retracted his arm, attempting to sit up, but his forceful motion disturbed Yulika beside him. She emitted a soft, discontented whimper, furrowing her brow as if on the verge of awakening. Yiming's heart raced, lodged in his throat. He held his breath, paralyzed with trepidation, wishing fervently that Yulika would remain asleep, granting him a moment to untangle this wretched predicament. Yet, contrary to his hopes, Yulika's long lashes trembled before she slowly opened her eyes. Her exquisite blue irises, initially clouded with confusion and drowsiness, gradually regained clarity. Her gaze then settled upon Yiming's face, mere inches away. In that moment, the air seemed to thicken, and time appeared to suspend its flow. Their eyes locked. Meanwhile, Heitrick Nizen stood just beyond the tent's curtain, observing the entire tableau unfold. His weathered heart sank further. He knew that the darkest hour was imminent. The dwarf sighed silently, his robust form casting a lengthy, heavy shadow in the morning light. His fists tightened once more, nails digging deeply into his palms, eliciting a faint sting. Yet, this pain paled in comparison to the weighty regret and self-reproach that burdened his soul. He was a butcher, vowing to cleanse his family's dishonor with the blood of enemies, seeking a glorious death in battle. Yet at this moment, he felt akin to a clumsy apprentice who had utterly botched everything. Confronted by an insurmountable mess of his own making, utterly helpless, a chill breeze wafted through the crevice of the tent, carrying the morning's coldness along with an ominous portent of an approaching storm. This dawn in Hedgig was destined to be anything but tranquil. Perhaps all of this turmoil stemmed from Heitrick Nizen's fateful exclamation, "Damn it, go fetch some mead." Chapter 34. The morning screamed. The throbbing headache of a hangover weighed heavily upon Yulika Magdova's temples, each heartbeat resonating with a sharp pulsation. She groaned softly, her lips seemingly glued shut, resisting the effort to part. Her throat felt parched, akin to the arid expanse of the Sahara Desert, and a nauseating concoction of stale ale and an indescribable acrid scent pervaded her mouth. She turned to retch, only to behold Godtek and Felix outside the tent. A piercing scream, rife with terror and despair, erupted from Eureka's throat, shattering the tranquility of the morning. The sound was so sharp it threatened to rupture eardrums. Imbued with a madness teetering on the brink of collapse, this cry was like a boulder cast into a placid lake, instantly disrupting the stillness of the camp. "You devil! Bastard!" Eureka's voice trembled violently with agitation and rage, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth, suffused with profound hatred. Her gaze was fixed intently on Yiming, her eyes sharp as poisoned blades, wishing to rend him limb from limb. The expression on her face, one of a desire to consume him alive, made Yiming instantly aware that an irrevocable calamity had transpired. A chill, cold as ice, surged from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being. He opened his mouth, wishing to utter something, yet found his throat too parched to produce any sound. A profound, weighty guilt settled upon his heart like a boulder, rendering him nearly breathless. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances of the previous night, or who had been more assertive, he had committed an unforgivable transgression. He had betrayed Felix's trust and sullied the innocence of the girl from Kislev. "I will kill you," Eureka screamed, her sanity seemingly incinerated. Wrapping herself in a fur blanket, she abruptly drew a gleaming dagger from the heap of clothes scattered by the bedside. This was a weapon gifted by her father for self-defense. A finely crafted steel dagger from Kislev, exceedingly sharp. In that moment, the dagger, which was meant to protect her, bore an intense intent to kill as it lunged toward Yiming's chest. Yiming's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated Eureka's fervor, nor her willingness to attack directly. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. Relying on instincts honed through countless brushes with mortality, he instinctively leaned back, extending his arm to block the blow. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing echoed. Eureka's dagger did not pierce Yiming's chest, but was instead seized by a hand, formidable as an iron claw, that suddenly emerged from the side, gripping her wrist tightly. It was Godtek. The dwarven butcher had stormed into the tent, his weathered face now a canvas of shock, fury, and an indescribable regret. With his other hand, he firmly restrained Eureka's arm, preventing her from advancing even a fraction. "Stop it. Eureka, are you mad?" Godtek's deep voice reverberated within the confines of the small tent, imbued with an undeniable authority. Eureka's wrist throbbed painfully under Godtek's grip, the dagger almost slipping from her grasp. Yet, she refused to relent, struggling fiercely to escape the dwarf's hold. "Let me go? Godtek, I want to kill him. I yearn to eliminate that despicable wretch who violated me. That vile dark elf," she screamed hysterically, tears cascading down her cheeks like beads from a severed string, mingling with mucus and saliva, rendering her once beautiful visage a picture of disarray. She deliberately employed the term violation, seemingly seeking to elicit a modicum of sympathy from Godtek and a hint of deception from Felix. Violation? Despicable dark elf? The mere mention of that label pierced Li Yiming's heart, akin to a sharp needle's sting. He was acutely aware of what his origins signified in the eyes of many. Yet hearing it uttered with such loathing from Eureka sent a shiver of icy dread through him. He beheld Eureka's face, contorted by rage and despair, and the unmasked intent to kill in her eyes drowned him in waves of guilt. Indeed, he was a dark elf, an orphan from Zhan'guo, a forsaken child burdened by cursed blood. No matter how fervently he endeavored to shed this identity, how cautiously he concealed his past, this label seemed destined to follow him like a shadow. And now, due to this very identity and the wretched mistake of the previous night, he was once again confronted with the specter of death. The tent flap was abruptly thrown back, and Felix Zhan'guo stumbled in. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze, as if petrified by a spell. His gaze vacantly traversed Eureka, disheveled and tear-streaked, clutching a dagger, then to the pale-faced Li Yiming, whose eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions, and finally to Godtek, who firmly restrained Eureka, his face a mask of fury. His eyes fell upon the chaotic, makeshift bed, clearly burdened with unspeakable memories. In an instant, Felix's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. His blue eyes, usually shimmering with wisdom and warmth, now appeared dull, filled with incredulity, anguish, and a profound sense of betrayal. Violation? What on earth is happening? His voice emerged hoarse and dry, as if forcibly extracted from the depths of his throat, trembling violently. Upon hearing Felix's voice, Eureka's body jolted. She ceased her struggles, rigidly turning to face the poet at the entrance. As her gaze met Felix's, filled with pain and questioning, the anger and madness on her face receded like a tide, replaced by an overwhelming sense of shame and despair. "Felix, I did not violate her, I. She opened her mouth, yearning to explain, yet found herself utterly speechless. Tears surged forth, blurring her vision. She understood that everything was irrevocably shattered. The image she had held in his heart was utterly destroyed. Their future was now entirely forsaken. And all of this calamity was the result of that absurd, erroneous night. Li Yiming watched Felix's soul-crushed countenance, as if abandoned by the entire world, and his heart felt as though it were being pierced by 1,000 needles, engulfed in excruciating pain. He yearned to utter an apology, to offer an explanation. Yet any words seemed woefully inadequate in the face of this harsh reality. Li Yiming struggled to speak, his voice rasping and barely recognizable. "Felix, I'm sorry. Felix suddenly lifted his head, his once gentle eyes now ablaze with furious anger and a nearly maddening anguish. His voice surged, laced with a heart-wrenching despair. "Sorry? You dare say sorry to me?" He pivoted sharply towards Li Yiming, advancing step by step, his gaze resembling that of an injured lone wolf, saturated with bloodlust and ferocity. "You traitor! You despicable coward! I regarded you as a brother. I considered you a friend. This is how you repay me." Felix's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, drawing forth crimson droplets. He approached Li Yiming. The malevolent aura radiating from him rendered the air in the tent almost stagnant. Godtek furrowed his brow, sensing the almost uncontrollable rage emanating from Felix. He released his grip on Eureka's wrist, but remained positioned between the two, vigilant in observing Felix. "Felix, calm down. I dare say it was that girl who was more forward last night," the dwarf muttered under his breath. "Calm down." Felix whirled around, his furious glare directed at Godtek, causing even the dwarf to feel a shiver of apprehension. "How can you expect me to be calm? They were right under my nose." His words faltered, choked by profound agony, tears uncontrollably spilling from his eyes. A noble of the empire. A poet who had once fought valiantly on the battlefield, now resembled a helpless child, weeping inconsolably. Yulika, witnessing Felix's torment, felt her heart wrench in agony. She abruptly hurled the dagger from her hand to the ground, producing a sharp clang. Then, she covered her face, sinking to the ground, stifled sobs escaping her lips in despair. Yiming stood there, head bowed, silently enduring Felix's wrath and Yulika's desolation. He understood that all of this was his fault. Or rather, it was a mistake shared between him and Yulika. Nonetheless, he could not absolve himself of guilt. The morning sunlight pierced through the cracks of the tent, illuminating this chaotic and sorrowful scene. Though the screams had ceased, the bitter fruit born of alcohol, misunderstanding, and desire spread like a plague within each heart, bringing forth endless suffering and regret. This morning in Hedgehog, marked by a scream filled with despair, was irrevocably drawn into a vortex of chaos and sorrow. And this storm was merely in its infancy. Chapter 35. The butcher's intervention. Yulika Magduva's piercing scream sliced through the tranquil morning at the makeshift camp on the outskirts of Hedgehog like the sharpest ice pick. It encapsulated profound fear, shame, fury, and despair, awakening the two other souls within the tent, who had been teetering on the edge of a hangover, in an instant. Eureka gazed at Yiming, whose once radiant and charming visage now appeared as pale as a lifeless corpse in the snow. His beautiful blue eyes were wide and bloodshot, ablaze with a frenzied fire. Had it not been for the dwarf's timely intervention, Yiming had no doubt that the cold, sharp blade would have severed his throat. Felix's complexion drained rapidly, akin to the receding tide, leaving only a pallid ashiness. His blue eyes, which typically sparkled with wisdom and warmth, were now dim and lifeless. Their pupils dilated in utter shock, reflecting the catastrophic collapse of his inner world. His lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, yet no sound escaped him. He stood there, like a statue struck by lightning, utterly motionless, save for the violent rise and fall of his chest, betraying the tumult within. No. This is not the Felix the First. No. Please, let me explain. Eureka's voice trembled with a sob, her words tumbling forth in disarray. Tears cascaded from her beautiful eyes like pearls strung on a broken thread, mingling with mucus and saliva, rendering her once exquisite features a disheveled mess. Yet, her attempts at explanation seemed feeble and impotent in the face of the ironclad truth before them. Felix did not look at her. His gaze was fixed upon Yiming, as if it could ignite flames. That gaze, once filled with kindness and warmth, now bore the weight of profound anguish, fury, and a deep sense of betrayal. Meeting Felix's piercing glare, which seemed capable of inflicting mortal wounds, Yiming felt his heart constrict painfully, as though gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him nearly breathless. He understood that regardless of how the events of the previous night unfolded, who took the initiative, or the role alcohol played, he had committed an irreparable error. One colossal enough to obliterate everything between them. He had betrayed Felix's trust, sullied Eureka's innocence, and tarnished the once pure friendship they shared. Yiming struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and almost unrecognizable, yet any words in that moment felt insincere and absurd. Felix, you traitor. Felix's voice trembled with seething rage, each word dripping with blood and tears. You despicable, shameless wretch. I considered you a brother. I regarded you as a friend. I counted you among the most trustworthy companions of my life. And this is how you repay me. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, drawing forth crimson droplets. He advanced step by step towards Yiming, his eyes blazing like two burning swords, poised to pierce his heart. Grek's brow furrowed deeply. He could sense the almost uncontrollable wrath and murderous intent radiating from Felix. This malevolence was even more intense and unsettling than what Eureka had exuded moments earlier. The instincts of the dwarf butcher warned him that the situation was spiraling towards the direst outcome. Felix, what has occurred cannot be undone. What matters now is, the dwarf's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an undeniable authority. Occurred. Felix abruptly turned his head, glaring at Gortek, his gaze so piercing that even the battle-hardened dwarf felt a shiver run through him. Gortek, my friend, the woman I hold dear. How could such a thing transpire under my very nose, while I placed my trust in them? His voice faltered, choked by an unbearable anguish, tears uncontrollably streaming from his once poetic eyes. A noble of the empire, A poet warrior who had faced the fiercest of foes without a flicker of hesitation, now resembled a child robbed of its most cherished toy, weeping inconsolably. The depth of his pain and despair was starkly real, heart-wrenching in its intensity. Eureka halted at Felix's words, "The woman I hold dear," her sobs momentarily stifled, only to erupt once more with greater ferocity. She realized that she had irrevocably lost Felix, and in doing so, had also destroyed herself. She pounded the ground with her fists, her cries muffled and filled with despair, as if she were attempting to weep out her very innards. Yiming stood behind Gortek, head bowed, silently bearing the brunt of Felix's wrath, Eureka's desolation, and Gortek's complex, heavy gaze. He understood that this turmoil was all due to him. Even if Eureka bore some fault, even if alcohol was the true culprit, he, as a man, as a dark elf, as a companion accepted by Felix and Gortek, had committed an unforgivable transgression. His heart felt as though it were being pierced repeatedly by countless red-hot steel needles, numb yet acutely aware of each agonizing moment. He yearned to kneel and plead for forgiveness, but he knew that some mistakes, once made, leave no room for redemption. The morning sun, having somehow broken free from the horizon's grasp, poured mercilessly through the seams of the tent, illuminating this chaotic, sordid, and sorrowful scene. It laid bare the anguish, anger, regret, and despair etched on each face, leaving no one to hide in the shadows. This morning in Hedgehog, marked by a scream filled with despair and a drunken frenzy, had descended into a whirlpool of chaos and sorrow. Gortek Nizen stood at the center, observing the inconsolable Felix, the crumpled Eureka, and casting a glance at the guilt-ridden Yiming, who hung his head in shame. A wave of inexplicable irritation and fatigue surged within him. The butcher's oath was meant for a glorious death, to expunge the shame of his ancestors. Yet, what lay before him was nothing but endless disgrace and tumult. Devoid of any semblance of glory, he inhaled deeply, feeling the familiar fire of battle and destruction simmering within his chest. Yet, this fury found no outlet at that moment. He understood that this situation would not conclude easily. A storm born of alcohol, misunderstanding, desire, and betrayal had only just begun to rage. And he, Gortek Nizen, the butcher who sought a noble demise in battle, now found himself reluctantly assuming the role of a clumsy mediator, striving to prevent his comrades from descending into utter ruin. This, perhaps, was more daunting and vexing than facing an entire army of green-skinned foes. Chapter 36. The duel of brothers. The air within the tent seemed to have solidified, with only Felix's suppressed gasps and Eureka's intermittent sobs reverberating through the profound silence. Gortek stood like a silent statue, an insurmountable barrier between Felix and Yiming, his broad back serving as a temporary shield against the impending eruption of more intense conflict. Time passed slowly, each second stretching like an eternity. Felix's tears subsided, yet the heaving of his chest remained fervent. He vehemently wiped away the tears with the back of his hand, his bloodshot eyes seemingly ignited by a deeper, colder despair that replaced the burning fury. He lifted his gaze, peering over Gortek's shoulder, locking his eyes onto Yiming once more. That stare was no longer merely anger. It was a tumultuous blend of profound anguish, bone-deep betrayal, and an eerie calmness that chilled Yiming to the core. Gortek, Felix's voice emerged unexpectedly tranquil, devoid of any ripples, as if the anguished figure from moments ago was but a stranger. Stand aside. Gortek remained unmoved, merely tilting his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Felix. Felix, listen to me, it was undoubtedly that girl. I said, stand aside. Felix interrupted, his tone still calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve that sent a shiver down Gortek's spine. The dwarf understood that Felix, in this moment, resembled a bowstring drawn to its utmost tension. Any additional persuasion could cause it to snap entirely. Gortek inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. He comprehended Felix's current turmoil, the anguish of betrayal by one deemed most trustworthy, a pain capable of shattering anyone's reason. Yet, he also recognized that if the situation continued to escalate, it would culminate in an even greater tragedy. You both need to remain calm. Gortek endeavored one last effort, his voice deep and resonant. This misunderstanding is due to the alcohol. Enough. Felix's voice suddenly escalated, the veneer of tranquility fracturing at last. Gortek, I respect you, but this matter is none of your concern. It is between him and me. He extended his hand, pointing at Yiming, his finger trembling slightly with exertion. This is between me and this thief who has stolen my friendship, sullied the woman I cherish, and tarnished my honor. The word thief pierced Li Yiming's heart like a blade. He abruptly raised his head, gazing at Felix's face, twisted with pain and rage. His lips moved, but ultimately uttered nothing. He understood that any defense would be futile. Gortek fell silent. He observed the resoluteness in Felix's eyes and realized he could no longer prevent the forthcoming events. In the culture of the dwarves, honor and oaths reign supreme above all else. Although the present circumstances are steeped in chaos and tragedy, when a man, especially one as proud as Felix, perceives his honor to be irreparably tarnished, ancient and bloody resolutions tend to resurface. He slowly, and with great weight, stepped aside, no longer obstructing the space between the two. His gaze, fraught with complexity, oscillated between Felix and Li Yiming, ultimately dissolving into an inaudible sigh. Felix inhaled deeply, as if seeking to momentarily suppress all the anguish and fury swelling within his chest. He advanced step by step towards Li Yiming, the distance between them merely 3 feet. Li Yiming, Felix's voice was as frigid as the northern winds, each word articulated with crystal clarity. I once regarded you as a brother. In the tavern of Miraglino, we shared our stories and dreams. On the wilds of Soul Fortress, we fought side by side, bound by life and death. Amidst the iron and fire of none, I rejoiced in every stride you made. I believed our friendship to be unassailable. His voice trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. However, you have betrayed me. You have trampled upon my trust and dignity in the most despicable manner. Li Yiming lowered his head, unable to meet Felix's eyes. He could feel the chilling disappointment and hatred emanating from Felix, nearly freezing him in place. He understood that each of Felix's words lashed against his soul like a whip. At this juncture, Felix's voice faltered, as if gathering some latent energy. To speak further would be futile. Words could neither cleanse the dishonor nor mend the rift. He lifted his gaze, surveying the rudimentary furnishings of the tent before returning his focus to Li Yiming's face, where a glimmer of resolute determination flickered in his blue eyes. For honor, Felix's voice resonated like a decree, to conclude this relationship, which you have twisted with your own hands. I, Felix Jaeger, hereby challenge you, Li Yiming, to a duel. The word duel thundered through the small tent like a bolt from the blue. Eureka, slumped on the ground, abruptly raised her head, disbelief written across her features. Tear streaks adorned her face, her eyes filled with terror and a deeper despair. She knew that if it were not for her, if not for the absurd mistake of the previous night, matters would never have escalated to this point. She opened her mouth to speak, but was rendered mute by the overwhelming sorrow that surged in her throat. Gortek sighed heavily, his brow furrowed, his weathered face etched with profound helplessness. He understood that within the Empire, and in many places, dueling was the last resort for resolving irreconcilable personal grievances. It pertained to honor, to dignity, and at times, to life and death. While he did not endorse such a barbaric practice, he comprehended that for Felix in this moment, it might be the only recourse he could conceive to slightly quell the raging tempest of fury and profound trauma within. Li Yiming slowly raised his head, meeting Felix's cold and resolute gaze. His heart was heavy with bitterness and boundless guilt. He understood that he deserved his fate. Felix's wrath and Yulika's despair were both consequences of his own actions. Li Yiming's voice was hoarse. He inhaled deeply, striving to steady his trembling tone. I accept. This response seemed to be anticipated by Felix, who merely nodded slightly, his expression remaining unchanged, still that cold, heart-stopping calmness. Very well, Felix stated. Time now. Location, the clearing outside the camp. Weapons, we shall choose our own. Upon finishing his words, he turned and walked out of the tent without casting another glance at Li Yiming, Yulika, or Gortek. His silhouette appeared particularly desolate and solitary under the faint morning sunlight. Li Yiming silently rose, retrieving his single-handed short sword from the weapon rack by the bed. He refrained from touching the repeating crossbow that had accompanied him throughout his journey. Having become a part of his very being, he knew that should he wield the crossbow, he could assuredly inflict severe injury upon Felix, perhaps even kill him before he could close the distance. Yet, he could not, nor would he. This duel was not about victory for him, but rather a quest for atonement. Gortek observed the sword in Li Yiming's hand, and then glanced at the already exited Felix, speaking in a low voice. Li Yiming. You, Gortek, Li Yiming interrupted him, his tone calm, but his eyes reflecting a nearly deathly serenity. This is what I must endure. With that, he too stepped towards the tent's exit. Inside the tent, only Yulika remained, slumped on the ground, and Gaotric, his expression complex and silent. Yulika watched Li Yiming's departing figure, her heart brimming with indescribable fear and regret. She suddenly sprang to her feet, stumbling as she chased after him, incoherently shouting, "No, no, do not duel Felix. Li Yiming, Li Yiming, Li Yiming. It is all my fault. My fault." However, her voice, carried by the biting cold wind of the Hedgehog morning, seemed so feeble, so powerless. In the clearing outside the camp, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, and sparse trees cast blurred shadows amidst the haze, resembling silent phantoms. The air was icy and damp, a biting chill penetrating deep into the lungs. Felix stood at the center of the clearing, his hand firmly gripping the steel longsword. The blade glinted with a harsh light in the morning sun, mirroring his current mood. His complexion remained pale, yet his gaze was intensely focused, fixed on Li Yiming as he emerged from the tent. Li Yiming came to a halt about 10 paces opposite Felix, also grasping a sword. Its tip angled towards the ground. He regarded Felix, a former comrade who had once fought by his side and shared in joys and sorrows. The brother he had wounded with his own hands, his heart a tumult of emotions. Gaotric followed him out, standing aside with a serious expression. He made no attempt to dissuade them again, knowing that the arrow was drawn and must be released. He could only serve as a witness, perhaps a collector of the remnants of this tragedy. Yulika reached the edge of the clearing, her hands covering her mouth, tears blurring her vision, helplessly watching the two men poised to engage in combat. Her heart ached as if it were being torn asunder. "What? Are you too afraid to wield even your most cherished weapon?" Felix's voice dripped with provocation. "Or do you believe that this pitiful shard of iron can convey your insipid remorse?" Li Yiming remained silent, merely lifting the sword in his hand. Its tip angled towards the ground, adopting a basic defensive stance. He understood that any word spoken at this moment would feel utterly feeble. The only response he could muster was through action. "Li Yiming," Felix's voice echoed across the vast arena, imbued with a hollow resonance. "Draw your sword." Li Yiming nodded silently, gradually raising his short sword, its point aimed at Felix. In his gaze, there was no spark of combativeness, only profound guilt and a hint of relief. Perhaps it was only through this means that he could slightly alleviate the burden of his conscience. Felix observed Li Yiming, his brows furrowing slightly. He sensed that Li Yiming harbored no intention of fighting with full vigor. It resembled more a posture of offering himself up for slaughter. This ignited a fiercer blaze of fury within him, for in his eyes, it was a deeper form of humiliation, as if to imply that his anger and anguish were not worthy of Li Yiming's utmost effort in response. "Are you pitying me?" Felix's voice inquired coldly. Li Yiming shook his head, rasping, "No, Felix. I merely reap what I have sown." "Shut your mouth," Felix roared, choosing not to utter another word. He lunged forward, his long sword carving a sharp arc through the air, slicing down towards Li Yiming's head with a sound that cleaved the wind. Thus, a duel that ought never to have transpired abruptly commenced amidst the cold morning mist of Hedgehog. Brothers turned against each other, swords drawn. Regardless of the outcome, the once genuine friendship between them would be irrevocably shattered in this clash of blood and tears. The architects of such tragedy were perhaps not solely themselves, but also the cursed alcohol and the relentless mockery of fate. Chapter 37. The sword laid down the morning in Hedgehog was bitterly cold. The thin mist hung like a ghostly veil, entwining the withered grass and bare branches, rendering the desolate wilderness of the Empire's eastern frontier, Hawk territory, even more mournful and deathly silent. The air was saturated with the scent of damp earth and an indescribable sense of oppression, as if even the wind had ceased its flow, trembling before the impending storm. Yurika Magdova's cries abruptly ceased, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Felix, whose face, twisted with shame and despair, now bore a profound terror. She opened her mouth, yearning to intervene, to plead, but her throat felt as though it were filled with lead, unable to produce any sound. She understood that this entire ordeal stemmed from her actions, that she had unwittingly thrust these once inseparable companions into the abyss of discord. If it were possible, she would have preferred Felix's sword to be aimed at her instead. On the weathered face of Gaotric Genison, his brow furrowed into a knot. He let out a heavy sigh, his profound gaze filled with a myriad of complex emotions, an exasperation towards Felix's impulsiveness, a lamentation for Li Yiming's misjudgments, and a somber acknowledgement of the inevitable tragedy unfolding. In the culture of dwarves, honor reigns supreme, and oaths bear the weight of mountains. He empathized with Felix's current state of mind. That piercing heartache of betrayal by one's most trusted companion, a pain potent enough to compel any proud soul to seek resolution through the most primal and sanguine means. Instinctively, he yearned to intervene, yet he understood that Felix, in this moment, resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. Any attempt at counsel could easily provoke a counterproductive reaction. Yiming slowly lifted his head, meeting Felix's icy countenance, ablaze with fury and anguish. The wind from the sword howled, an ominous intent palpable in the air. In an instant, Yiming's pupils constricted. The speed and force of Felix's strikes surpassed his expectations. In the face of mortal peril, he relied on instincts honed through countless battles, sharply shifting his body to the left while raising his short sword in defense. The clash of metal rang out with a deafening clang, sparks erupting into the air. Yiming felt an overwhelming force surging from the blade, numbing his grip and sending agonizing pain through his arm. Although he barely managed to deflect Felix's powerful blow, the sheer might of it forced him to stagger backward several steps before he could regain his balance. He was acutely aware that had Felix not unconsciously tempered his strength at the last moment, or if his angle of defense had been slightly off, his sword might have been dislodged entirely, and his arm could have sustained grievous injury. Even so, the pain in his right hand was sharp enough to threaten his grip on the hilt. Felix, having found his mark, did not relent. With relentless fervor, he unleashed a torrent of strikes upon Yiming, slicing, hacking, thrusting, each maneuver infused with unrestrained rage and lethal intent. It was as if he sought to expel every ounce of pain, every shred of humiliation, and all feelings of betrayal through this relentless assault. Yiming, besieged by Felix's tempestuous onslaught, found himself in a dire predicament. He could only rely on the rudimentary footwork and defensive techniques learned in the training grounds of Nguyen, barely managing to keep up. His single-handed sword appeared feeble against Felix's two-handed weapon, each block accompanied by tremendous vibrations and the jarring sound of metal scraping against metal. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, and his breath quickened. Yet, despite being in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position, despite the excruciating pain with every defensive maneuver, Yiming's expression remained composed. He did not attempt to retaliate, nor did he actively seek out weaknesses in Felix's onslaught, a task well within his extraordinary observational acuity and combat intuition. He simply bore the brunt of the assault, as if each clash of swords could alleviate a fraction of his guilt. "Why do you not strike back?" Felix bellowed amidst the intervals of his fury. "Do you believe this will atone for your transgressions? Do you think I will forgive you?" His attacks grew increasingly fierce and chaotic. The assault was no longer a mere attempt to vanquish an adversary. It had transformed into a desperate release of pent-up emotions. Yiming clenched his jaw in silence, choosing to focus intently on his defenses. Each swing of his sword resembled a muted act of contrition. Godless observed nearby, his brow furrowed in concern. He discerned that although Felix's attacks were ferocious, they were erratic, driven solely by rage and anguish. Conversely, Yiming, though appearing to be on the defensive, maintained an extraordinary composure. Each step back and every block deftly dissipated the majority of the force behind Felix's strikes. The young man's innate talent and capacity for learning in close combat exceeded Godless's expectations. Had Yiming wished to, he could have seized several opportunities to counterattack during Felix's moments of vulnerability, potentially turning the tide of the battle. Yet he refrained. The dwarf butcher understood. Yiming was repaying a debt in his own manner. Eureka, watching from the sidelines, felt her heart race with trepidation. She attempted to rush forward multiple times, but each time, Godless's stern gaze held her back. She could only watch helplessly as Felix attacked with the ferocity of a wounded beast, while Yiming swayed precariously like a candle flickering in the wind. Each clash of their blades tightened the knot in her chest. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding echoes of metal against metal rang like a prelude to death. As Felix's onslaught intensified, Yiming found himself in increasingly perilous circumstances. His garments had been torn in several places. Though his flesh remained unscathed, the evidence of their fierce struggle was undeniable. His stamina was waning, and his right hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly from the relentless impacts. Suddenly, Felix let out a furious roar, his dual-handed sword carving an uncanny arc through the air. its blade cutting towards Li Yiming's waist with an unstoppable momentum. The speed and angle of the strike were astoundingly precise, yet it left him entirely exposed. If Li Yiming were to close the distance and thrust, Felix would have no means of evasion. In a moment of dire urgency, Li Yiming leaned back sharply, simultaneously driving his sword down in an attempt to block. A tearing sound, akin to fabric ripping, reverberated through the air. Felix's blade grazed Li Yiming's side, leaving a long gash on his dark outer garment, from which crimson blood swiftly seeped, glistening ominously in the morning light. Li Yiming let out a muffled groan, a searing pain radiating from his injury. Staggering back a few paces, he pressed his left hand against the wound, blood flowing between his fingers. Li Yiming, Eureka cried out, desperate to rush to his aid. Stay back, Gao Tsueka barked, grasping her arm firmly, his expression grave. Once the duel commenced, unless one party conceded or became incapacitated, outsiders were forbidden from intervening. This was an ancient decree. Felix gazed at the blood oozing from Li Yiming's waist, noting his pallid complexion. His sword faltered momentarily, and the madness in his eyes seemed to wane, replaced by a more intricate emotion. He felt no satisfaction in having injured Li Yiming. Rather, an overwhelming sense of emptiness and anguish enveloped him. Why did he not advance? Felix's voice trembled hoarsely, betraying an undercurrent of emotion. Li Yiming gasped, the wound at his waist causing waves of dizziness. Yet he stood upright, summoning all his strength. He gazed at Felix, his eyes devoid of resentment, filled instead with tranquility. I have said this before, I deserve this. Stop, Felix. I volunteered. I knew it was Li Yiming last night. I just couldn't bring myself to admit it. Eureka could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to shield Li Yiming, only to be pulled back by him. This act was the final straw that shattered the taut string of Felix's resolve. Aya! Felix let out a primal roar, akin to a wounded beast, raising his two-handed sword once more. This time, however, his target was not Li Yiming, but the very sword he wielded. Felix lunged forward, his sword crashing down with thunderous force upon the short blade that Li Yiming clutched tightly. Instinctively, Li Yiming attempted to parry the blow, yet the agonizing pain in his side and the blood he had lost dulled his reflexes. Clang! A more piercing sound echoed, followed by the sharp clatter of metal hitting the ground. Li Yiming felt an irresistible force surge through the hilt of his sword, and he could no longer maintain his grip. The short sword, which had accompanied him through countless battles, was knocked from his hand by Felix's strike, tracing a silver arc through the air before landing several paces away on the grass. Weapon lost. Li Yiming staggered backward, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features, but he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at his empty right hand, then raised his gaze to meet the advancing Felix. Step by step, Felix approached, his two-handed sword glinting ominously in the morning light. His face was a tapestry of fury, anguish, sorrow, and an indescribable despair. He stood before Li Yiming, merely a step apart. Slowly, Felix raised his sword, the cold tip aimed at Li Yiming's throat. With a mere flick, he could end it all, terminate this absurd duel, bring closure to their betrayed friendship, and extinguish the relentless pain that dwelled within him. Li Yiming closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable moment. He could sense the icy aura of death emanating from Felix's blade, and his heart raced violently within his chest. Death had never felt so imminent. Yet, the anticipated sting did not arrive. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Felix's hand trembled violently around the sword's hilt. His breathing grew labored and frantic, veins bulging on his forehead. He fixed his gaze upon Li Yiming's pale, serene face, and the fury in his eyes gradually gave way to a deeper torment. To kill him? Was he truly prepared to take this life? To slay the foreigner with whom he once shared dreams of ideals in the taverns of Miraglino? To extinguish the comrade who fought alongside him in the wilderness of Soul Fortress, sharing life and death? To end the friend who once smiled sincerely at the slightest progress on the training grounds of Nguyen? Scenes from the past surged forth in Felix's mind like an unstoppable tide. The adventures they shared, the joy and sorrow they experienced together, and the moments of mutual support in times of despair weighed heavily upon him. The sword in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 burdens. He gazed at Li Yiming's slightly trembling eyelashes and the profound weariness and guilt hidden beneath his tightly shut eyes. Felix's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless with pain. He could not do it. He truly could not. To slay Li Yiming would not liberate him from his suffering. It would only plunge him deeper into despair and self-loathing. Their friendship might have shattered. Yet the beauty of what once existed was indelibly etched into the depths of his soul, impossible to erase. "Ah, you have won. Now, take your eureka and vanish from my sight." A suppressed roar, filled with boundless agony and resentment, erupted from the depths of Felix's throat. He staggered back a step, hurling the deadly longsword that had once been aimed at Yiming's throat fiercely to the ground with all his might. Clang! The steel blade struck the hard-frozen earth, producing a dull yet piercing sound, as if shattering something of great significance. The sword bounced a few times before finally lying still, its tip pointing into the distance, shimmering with a cold and lonely light in the morning glow. Felix felt as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him. He stumbled back a few steps before collapsing to his knees, his hands covering his face as he emitted a muffled whimper, akin to that of a wounded young wolf. Yiming slowly opened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Felix knelt on the ground, his shoulders heaving violently, the suppressed sobs striking his heart like a heavy hammer. He lowered his gaze, glancing at the short sword that lay a short distance away, then at the long sword that Felix had cast down. These two blades had once stood as witnesses to their friendship, weapons they had wielded side by side in battle. Now, however, they proclaimed the end of a relationship in a manner that painfully extended an unbreakable bond. Taking a deep breath, Yiming felt the wound at his waist throb dully, yet he sensed no pain at that moment. He slowly raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat from his brow, then, with somewhat unsteady steps, approached his fallen short sword. He bent down to retrieve it. Then, he walked over to Felix's great sword. He did not pick up Felix's blade. He merely stood there quietly, observing the weeping Felix on the ground, gazing at the two weapons scattered before them, symbols of their fractured friendship. Ultimately, Yiming too slowly loosened his grip on the sword's hilt. Clatter! Another faint metallic sound echoed as Yiming's single-handed sword fell to the ground, lying side by side with Felix's blade, as if they were brothers who had fallen simultaneously on the battlefield. The relinquished swords. This duel, which should have concluded with blood and sacrifice, ultimately descended into a more profound and agonizing finale. The morning mist of Hedgehog seems to thicken. Chapter 38. The tears of reconciliation. A frigid morning breeze swept across the desolate clearing on the outskirts of Hedgehog, failing to carry any warmth. Instead, it spread the mingled scent of earth, blood, and despair even further. The sky remained a leaden gray, with heavy clouds hanging low, as if poised to unleash a chilling rain or snow, thoroughly cleansing the land that had just witnessed an unfinished struggle between life and death. Two swords lay desolately upon the frozen ground. Felix's longsword, its blade still glimmering with a fine sheen, no longer pointed at anyone. It resembled a burdensome relic abandoned by its master, quietly resting there, its ornate hilt dimmed in the murky light. Yiming's short sword, unadorned and plain, had also lost its former sharpness, now appearing more like a piece of ordinary scrap metal, stained with remnants of dirt and grass. The owners of the two swords stood mere paces apart. One knelt in sorrowful weeping, while the other remained silently still. Felix Jaeger, once a spirited exiled poet, now appeared as a lost child, kneeling upon the ground, hands buried deep within his disheveled hair. Choked sobs escaped intermittently between his fingers, each syllable laden with profound pain, regret, and confusion. His shoulders trembled violently, golden strands of hair tousled by the morning wind, now sullied with dust and tears, losing their former luster. He cast away his sword. In the fleeting moment before the sword's tip could have pierced Yiming's throat, he beheld the serene yet despairing gaze in Yiming's eyes, recognizing a complex emotion buried deep within, one he had once known intimately, yet now felt inexplicably alien. In that instant, all his fury, humiliation, and feelings of betrayal seemed to be shattered by a more potent and profound force. He recalled the dim yet warm corner of the Miraglino's tavern, where Yiming, with his deft hands, concocted peculiar yet delightful brews, listening to the grandiose aspirations shared between him and Gao Zika with an air of detachment yet insightful understanding. He remembered the wilds of the Soul Fortress, the fearsome faces of the green-skinned orcs, where Yiming, though clumsy, resolutely raised the crossbow and shot forth a life-saving arrow at the critical moment. He thought of the training grounds of Nguyen, where Yiming, drenched in sweat, was repeatedly thrown down by Gao Zika, only to grit his teeth and rise again, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for strength and an unwavering will to survive. He recalled countless nights by the flickering campfire, sharing food, stories, and dreams for the future, along with the uncertainties that came with them. Those vivid images surged forth like a tidal wave, drowning all his anger. How could he bring himself to strike? How could he possibly wield that lethal blow against a companion who had once shared life and death, dreams and youth with him? Honor? Dignity? Betrayal? At this moment, the words that once weighed heavily upon his heart now appeared utterly impotent. He felt an indescribable void and despair, as if he had severed not only Li Yiming's life, but also a significant part of his own soul. Thus, he cast aside the sword. This gesture drained him of all his strength and stripped away his facade. He could no longer maintain that icy, resolute demeanor, surrendering entirely to the anguish and sorrow that enveloped him. Li Yiming silently observed Felix, who knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The wound at his side still throbbed painfully, and the dizziness from blood loss made it challenging to remain upright. Yet he persevered, refusing to succumb. As he gazed at Felix's desolate countenance, guilt gnawed at his insides like a venomous serpent. He had anticipated meeting his end at Felix's blade, and had even prepared himself to embrace death, believing it to be the sole price for his errors. However, in the final moment, Felix had relinquished his intent. The anguished, unwilling cry and the sword that had been forcefully cast aside struck his heart like a hammer. He comprehended that Felix's torment was no less than his own. In fact, due to the betrayal of trust, Felix bore a heavier burden than he, the instigator. Li Yiming slowly lifted his foot, taking heavy and somewhat unsteady steps toward Felix. Each step felt akin to treading upon shattered glass, painful and arduous. He was at a loss for words, uncertain of what he could offer. Apologies? Confessions? Such feeble expressions seemed laughable and hypocritical in the face of such a grave reality. He paused behind Felix, feeling the chill of the morning breeze tousle his hair. Observing Felix's trembling back and listening to his stifled sobs, his heart was a tumult of emotions. High Commander Gregor Neeson stood at a distance, arms crossed, resembling a silent statue. His weathered face bore no expression, yet his profound gaze shimmered with an inscrutable complexity. Witnessing this scene, he was filled with a sense of helplessness and resignation. He had witnessed countless farewells and experienced too many betrayals and conflicts. Yet, the fraternal rift born of emotional entanglements before him weighed heavily upon him. He understood that the chasm between these two young men would be exceedingly difficult to bridge. Yurika Magdova stood behind Li Yiming, her hands clasped over her mouth, tears cascading down like pearls that had broken free from their string. She beheld Felix in his anguish and Li Yiming's pallid visage, her heart overflowing with boundless remorse and guilt. She recognized that it was all due to her impulsiveness and errors that this tragedy had unfolded. If only she could bear the weight of it all herself. She yearned to rush forward, to apologize, to beseech their forgiveness, yet her legs felt as if they were laden with lead, rendering her immobile. She could only watch helplessly as despair consumed her. Li Yiming stood behind Felix for a long time, and finally, he slowly bent down and gently placed his hand on Felix's violently trembling shoulder. Felix's sobs abruptly stilled, and his body stiffened momentarily. He did not turn around, nor did he push Li Yiming's hand away. Li Yiming felt the penetrating chill and despair emanating from Felix's shoulder. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt as if it were blocked, rendering him silent. He could only stand there in silence, attempting to offer a modicum of comfort to his once dear friend with his meager strength. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The cold wind continued to howl, and the clouds hung low in the sky. After an indeterminate span, Felix's cries gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of suppressed, intermittent gasps. He slowly lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes filled with tears and mingled with dirt, leaving a disheveled trace on his face. He turned around, gazing at Li Yiming, who stood behind him. Their eyes met. Felix's gaze was rife with complex emotions, pain, sorrow, confusion, and a hint of unresolved resentment. In contrast, Li Yiming's eyes reflected guilt, self-reproach, and an ineffable weight. Neither spoke. In that moment, words felt superfluous. They simply gazed at each other in silence, as if wanting to etch each other's visage deeply into their souls. Suddenly, Felix reached out and grasped the hand that rested on his shoulder, then forcefully pulled Li Yiming toward him. Taken by surprise, Li Yiming stumbled forward. Just as he thought Felix might attack him again, Felix wrapped his other arm around him tightly, exerting all his strength in the embrace. This hug was rough and forceful, imbued with despair and anguish. Li Yiming could feel Felix's body shaking violently, along with the warmth of his tears cascading down his neck. In that instant, all of Li Yiming's defenses and facades crumbled under the weight of this unexpected embrace. He could no longer suppress the emotions within him. His eyes welled up, and long-suppressed tears surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. He extended his arms and embraced Felix just as tightly. Two once inseparable companions, two brothers turned adversaries over a ludicrous mistake, now stood together in this frigid wilderness, tightly embracing after an unfinished duel, allowing their tears to flow freely. This was not an embrace of forgiveness, nor one of reconciliation. It was merely an embrace filled with profound pain, regret, and an infinite mourning for a friendship now lost. They wept like two helpless children, grieving for a past that could never return, for a chasm that could never be mended, for this cruel and absurd fate. Gao Zueka quietly observed the two young individuals, entwined and weeping, their emotions palpable. The countenance that resembled granite softened slightly, and he exhaled heavily before turning away, unwilling to witness the heart-wrenching scene any longer. He understood that some wounds are eternally unhealable and certain fractures can never be mended. His only hope was that these two young souls would genuinely evolve from this harrowing experience. Eureka, standing nearby, found her vision blurred by tears as she wiped her face with her hand, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. She felt sorrow for them. Yet a flicker of solace emerged. At least they had not truly fought to the death, and a fragment of their friendship remained intact. She recognized the immense debt she owed them. Time passed, though she could not discern how long it had been, as Li Yiming and Felix's cries gradually subsided. They slowly released each other, their faces marred by traces of tears. Felix gazed at Li Yiming, his expression still intricate, yet the deep-seated resentment appeared to wane, replaced by profound fatigue and a sense of release. Li Yiming's voice was hoarse, as if he wished to articulate something, but it ultimately manifested as a mere sigh. Li Yiming, too, regarded Felix, his heart heavy with bitterness. He knew that some things had irrevocably changed. Their once unblemished friendship had been utterly torn asunder by this tempest. Even in their moment of shared grief, the past could not be restored. "I'm sorry, truly sorry," Li Yiming's voice, equally hoarse and nasal, conveyed his only words. Felix shook his head, a flicker of anguish crossing his gaze. He did not wish to hear any more apologies, for he understood that words could not alter the reality of what had transpired. He gradually rose to his feet, his body swaying from prolonged kneeling. He glanced at the two swords that lay abandoned on the ground, his eyes dimmed. "Let us return to the camp," Felix murmured, his voice laden with exhaustion. Li Yiming silently nodded. The two of them, one behind the other, trudged towards the nearby encampment, their figures appearing desolate and solitary in the morning breeze. Hearing their footsteps, Gao Zueka turned to face the approaching pair, remaining silent. Eureka, having dried her tears, approached them, her eyes filled with concern and guilt. "Li Yiming, Felix, you." She stammered, uncertain of what to say. Felix did not meet her gaze. He simply walked straight into his tent. Li Yiming cast a complex glance at Eureka, ultimately shaking his head lightly before retreating into his own tent. The camp fell once more into a profound silence, the only sounds being the whisper of the morning wind through the tents and the occasional caw of distant crows. This tumult, ignited by alcohol and nearly resolved in bloodshed, concluded in a manner imbued with tears and anguish, at least for the time being. Yet, everyone is acutely aware that this is not the end. Rather, it is merely a grueling and painful beginning. Their camaraderie, their trust, everything they once cherished together has been shattered amidst this turmoil. Even the tears of reconciliation cannot piece together those fragments into wholeness. The morning in Hejij remains cold and oppressive. Li Yiming sits in his tent, the wound at his waist hastily bandaged, yet it continues to throb painfully. He gazes at his hands, stained with mud and blood, filled with boundless regret and bitterness. He understands that he has committed an irreparable mistake. He has hurt Felix, as well as Ulrika, and, most tragically, he has damaged the once cherished bond of friendship between them. He is uncertain of the path that lies ahead. All he knows is that this adventurous journey has become even more arduous and rugged due to this unfortunate incident, and he must carry this heavy burden of guilt as he forges onward, for there is no turning back. What awaits them in the future are harsher trials and more intricate emotional entanglements. Whether the shattered brotherhood can find a glimmer of restoration on the journey ahead remains an open question. Chapter 39. The awkward companionship. The desolate clearing on the outskirts of Hedgehog has, at last, begun to regain its former tranquility amidst the cold morning breeze. If one might dare to call it tranquility. Shattered wineskins, scattered remnants of food, and two swords abandoned by their owners yet retrieved, silently narrate the events of the night and morning that nearly culminated in tragedy. Tears, embraces, and that weighty, ineffable emotional complexity did not miraculously heal everything like a spell. When the initial surge of intense emotion receded, what remained was a barren and suffocating stretch of mudflats. Gao Quaikigenison was the first to break the silence. His weathered face revealed little emotional fluctuation, yet his deep-set eyes glimmered with a subtle weariness, perhaps even guilt. After all, it was his offhand remark about fetching some ale that inadvertently ignited this chaos. As he gathered his belongings, his voice, as low and hoarse as usual, bore an undeniable authoritative tone. "We must continue our journey today." No one responded. Felix Jaeger silently retrieved his ornate longsword, the dirt and grass clinging to its blade eliciting a slight frown, yet he made no effort to clean it, simply slinging it back over his shoulder. His complexion remained pale, his eyes reddened, and his golden strands of hair lay disheveled against his forehead, lacking their former luster. He did not cast a glance at anyone, merely robotically began to pack his belongings, his movements stiff and sluggish, as if every bend and reach drained him of all his strength. Li Yiming stood rooted to the spot, the wound at his side still sending sharp pangs through him despite the rudimentary bandage. Yet this discomfort paled in comparison to the torment within his heart. He gazed at Felix, who appeared lost and despondent, avoiding his eyes with intent. A wave of guilt surged within him, overwhelming him like an incoming tide. He longed to assist, to utter some words of comfort, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. Silently, he bent down to gather the scattered items on the ground, his movements clumsy and sluggish. Yurika Magdova was in no better state. Her eyes were swollen, her complexion pale, and her lips bore the bluish hue of excessive biting. Wordlessly, she collected her belongings, occasionally stealing glances at Li Yiming. Her gaze filled with resentment, shame, and an array of complex emotions she could not articulate. Whenever their eyes inadvertently met, she would avert her gaze like a startled fawn, a blush of unnatural color rising to her cheeks. The atmosphere in the camp was stifling, suffocating in its heaviness. The laughter and joy that had occasionally graced their journey had vanished without a trace, replaced by a palpable silence. Each person moved as if burdened by heavy shackles, cautiously navigating their surroundings, fearful of breaking the fragile and awkward tranquility. Gortek observed this scene in silence, his rugged brows furrowing slightly. He had faced countless battles and adversaries. Yet the current predicament, born from emotional entanglements, proved to be an unprecedented challenge. This was not a matter that could be resolved with mere force. The process of packing was long and arduous. Each movement felt weighted, as if the very air had thickened. At last, when everything was prepared, the four resumed their journey towards Kislev. The order of their march had subtly shifted. Previously, Felix had a habit of walking in the middle of the group, alongside Gortek or slightly behind to facilitate note-taking and observation. Li Yiming typically trailed behind, maintaining vigilance. However, with Yurika's arrival, she often walked beside Felix, occasionally exchanging words with Gortek or Li Yiming. Now, Gortek still led the way, his imposing figure resembling a silent giant, clearing the path for the group. Felix followed closely behind, head bowed, silent as if wishing to disappear entirely within Gortek's shadow. Yurika walked behind Felix, occasionally glancing at his back, her eyes filled with concern and guilt, but more often, she kept her head down, silently pressing on. Li Yiming brought up the rear, deliberately maintaining a noticeable distance from Yurika ahead. He could feel her occasional, almost imperceptible glances, as well as the invisible barrier of rejection emanating from Felix, pricking at his skin like a multitude of fine needles. Enduring it all in silence, the wound at his waist throbbed with each jarring step, a painful reminder of the absurdity and torment of the previous night. The chilling wind howled across the desolate expanse, stirring their tattered cloaks and producing a mournful sound akin to the wailing of lost souls. The sky loomed heavy and gray, with thick clouds hanging low, as if poised to unleash a torrent of icy rain or snow at any moment. Throughout the journey, silence reigned supreme. The only sounds were the crisp echo of hooves striking the frozen earth and the faint clinking of equipment, rendered strikingly clear in the vast wilderness. This profound silence was more unsettling than any fierce argument. It enveloped them like an invisible net, binding each person tightly within its grasp, leaving no room for escape. As lunchtime approached, High Creek sought refuge in a sheltered hollow, gesturing for everyone to halt and rest. He retrieved provisions and a water pouch from his pack, distributing them amongst the group. Felix accepted his ration, chewing silently with a vacant gaze fixed on Yiming, as if he were gnawing on a flavorless block of wood. Eureka nibbled delicately at her food, yet her attention was clearly elsewhere. Her eyes flitted towards Yiming only to dart away again almost instantly. Yiming sat at the farthest distance, his back turned to the others, quietly consuming his own meager meal. He could feel the weight of several complex gazes upon him, like needles in his back. He was acutely aware that he had become the least favored individual within the group. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, that perhaps his departure would provide some relief to them all. Yet, he quickly suppressed this notion. He could not leave. At least, not now. He had erred and must bear the consequences, however painful and awkward that burden might be. High Creek observed the scene with a heavy sigh. He endeavored to shatter the silence, speaking up. We are approximately 3 days' journey from the border of Kislev. Once we enter Kislev, the weather will grow even harsher. Everyone must prepare accordingly. His words fell into an abyss of silence, eliciting no response. Felix continued to chew on his rations, seemingly oblivious, while Eureka merely nodded gently. Still silent. Yiming's posture stiffened momentarily, but he remained turned away. High Creek gazed at the trio of sullen youths, a surge of frustration welling up within him. He abruptly slammed the water pouch onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Hey, you three. His voice rose, tinged with displeasure. I am aware of what has transpired. And I understand that you are not at ease. But we are still on the road. We are a team. If you are unwilling to speak, how can we move forward? Are we to proceed like mute shadows all the way to Kislev? Felix's body quivered slightly as he lifted his gaze to High Creek, his eyes brimming with anguish and confusion. High Creek's voice cracked as he spoke, tinged with a hint of emotion. I don't know what to say. Eureka also raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am sorry, High Creek. It is all our fault, she said, her voice laced with remorse. Yiming continued to face away from them, yet his shoulders quivered ever so slightly. Godtek gazed at them, the flames of his anger gradually subsiding, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness. He understood that this incident had dealt them a heavy blow, particularly to Felix and Yiming, who had once been such good friends and perfectly in sync as partners. Yet now, regardless of what transpired between them or what the future held, Godtek's voice softened slightly, but still bore an undeniable authority. However, we are still on a mission. We must unite to face the challenges ahead. If you cannot even manage the most basic communication, we will inevitably perish along the way. His words struck like a boulder cast into a silent lake, sending ripples across the stillness. Felix lowered his head, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally giving a gentle nod. Eureka bit her lip and also nodded. Yiming's back remained motionless, yet Godtek sensed that he was listening. All right, once we finish eating, we shall continue our journey. Godtek picked up his water pouch, took a sip, and then rose to his feet. The atmosphere on the journey following lunch remained oppressive, but compared to the earlier stifling silence, there seemed to be a trace of barely perceptible easing. At least, when Godtek occasionally spoke, Felix and Eureka would respond briefly, their voices still low and hoarse. Yiming lingered at the rear of the group, maintaining distance from Eureka ahead. He could feel her gaze frequently drifting toward him. Yet it was laden with resentment and a complex emotion he could not comprehend. Felix, on the other hand, had not once turned to look at him. As evening approached, they stumbled upon an abandoned hunter's cabin where they planned to spend the night. The cabin was rudimentary, consisting of a single room that housed only a rickety wooden bed and a shaky table, nearly devoid of any other furnishings. Godtek took responsibility for building a fire and standing guard, while Felix quietly arranged the bedding, attempting to make it somewhat cleaner. Eureka assisted nearby, their actions executed with an eerie, unspoken harmony, despite the absence of any dialogue. Yiming stood at the cabin's entrance, observing the scene inside, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He knew that the four of them would be crammed into this small cabin for the night, undoubtedly exacerbating the already awkward atmosphere. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. I'll keep watch outside. His voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with uncertainty. Gaotsueka glanced at him without uttering a word. Felix paused momentarily in his task, but still did not turn around. Yulika abruptly lifted her head to look at Li Yiming, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her gaze, yet she quickly lowered her head without speaking. No need. Gaotsueka finally replied, his tone calm and unwavering. It is too cold outside, and your injuries have yet to heal. We will take turns keeping watch. Li Yiming opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately nodded silently in agreement. As night fell, the campfire crackled in the center of the cabin, dispelling some of the chill, yet it could not lift the shadows lingering in the hearts of the group. For individuals sat in a circle around the flickering campfire, each occupying a corner, silently partaking in their evening meal. Gortek persistently sought to initiate conversation, attempting to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, yet his efforts bore little fruit. Felix and Ulrika occasionally offered terse responses, while Li Yiming remained steadfastly silent, his gaze cast downwards throughout the meal. As dinner concluded, Gortek announced the watch order. He would take the first half of the night, Felix would follow, and Li Yiming would guard the latter half. This arrangement provided Li Yiming with a modicum of relief. At least he would not have to endure solitary moments with either Felix or Ulrika. As the night deepened, Gortek positioned himself at the cabin's entrance, vigilantly surveying the encroaching darkness. Felix and Ulrika, enveloped in their blankets, lay on the rickety wooden bed, distanced from one another, their backs turned, both unable to find solace in sleep. Meanwhile, Li Yiming sat in the farthest corner from the fire, eyes closed, striving to calm the tumult within. Yet, tranquility eluded him. His mind incessantly replayed the events of the previous night and the morning that followed, each detail piercing his heart like a knife. He recalled Ulrika's desperate scream, Felix's bloodshot gaze, and Gortek's resigned sigh. He understood he had committed an irreparable error, inflicting harm upon those who mattered most in his life. Guilt enveloped him like an invisible hand, constricting his throat, rendering him breathless. He found himself at a loss for how to confront them and uncertain of the path that lay ahead. Time inexorably passed. When it came time for Li Yiming to take his watch, the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn. He rose quietly, stepping to the cabin's entrance to assume Felix's post. Felix cast a glance his way, an expression of complexity flickering in his eyes, before resting a reassuring hand on Li Yiming's shoulder and retreating inside to the corner he had just vacated. Alone, Li Yiming sat at the cabin's threshold, gazing at the sky gradually brightening, his heart enveloped in confusion. The cold wind caressed his cheeks, bringing with it a biting chill. He tightened the blanket. Still imbued with the lingering fragrance of a maiden, yet he remained cold. He pondered how much longer this awkward journey would endure. With each step forward, the weight of his guilt and pain seemed to deepen. The once cherished friendship appeared to drift further away in the silence, seemingly irretrievable. Daylight broke, heralding the onset of a new day. Yet for Li Yiming, it merely signified another beginning fraught with torment and anguish. He bore a heavy cross along the arduous path toward Kislev, trudging onward. His companions, too, silently endured their own struggles and suffering, each grappling with their inner turmoil. Their destination was Kislev, yet the chasm in their hearts felt vaster and more insurmountable than the lengthy journey ahead. The awkward companionship continued, and each individual understood that some things had irrevocably changed. Like a shattered mirror, no matter how diligently one endeavors to piece it back together, the grotesque cracks remain indelible. Chapter 40. The declaration of Gaius tricked the farcical duel and the tear-stained reconciliation on the outskirts of Hedgig did not culminate in a definitive conclusion, akin to a theatrical performance. If the atmosphere among the group was previously characterized by an awkward silence, it now bore an additional layer of indescribable bitterness, resentment, and a near-desperate fatigue. They resembled a group of prisoners bound by invisible shackles, trudging heavily with their burdens of unspoken thoughts as they continued their journey eastward. The sun, seemingly attuned to the oppressive mood of the company, had concealed itself behind thick clouds for several days, reluctant to reveal its face. The chilly, damp air enveloped them, rendering even the crackling of the campfire a feeble sound. No one initiated conversation. Eureka Magdova resembled a startled hedgehog, perpetually poised to bristle with spines. Most of the time, she kept her head bowed, a sickly flush tainting her pale face, a result of mingled shame, frustration, and a perplexing emotion she could scarcely comprehend. She deliberately avoided Li Yiming's gaze, as if he were a tainted object capable of scorching her eyes. Yet, when she believed no one was watching, she would steal furtive, swift glances at him, her expression a tangled web of resentment, confusion, and even a faint, reluctant affection she was hesitant to acknowledge. In contrast, she felt a profound guilt towards Felix. Each time their eyes met, she would quickly avert her gaze, her lips pressed tightly together. Felix Jaeger appeared as a mere shell, devoid of soul. His once vibrant golden locks now lay dull and disheveled upon his brow. He no longer recited poetry or observed the surrounding scenery with enthusiasm. Even the parchment documenting Gaius Trick's deeds was mechanically shoved into his satchel, seldom retrieved. His eyes were hollow, his face marked by an inescapable weariness and sorrow. He would engage in brief exchanges with Gaius Trick, yet he seemed almost blind and deaf to Li Yiming and Eureka. The great sword, which had once danced effortlessly in his hands, now hung silently behind him, echoing the melancholy of its master. Li Yiming was among the most direct bearers of this oppressive atmosphere. He felt like a sinner, silently shouldering the blame of all, both overt and unvoiced. Eureka's resentment pierced him like cold needles, while Felix's indifference acted as a dull blade, slicing slowly yet persistently into his heart. The wound at his waist had long since healed, yet the injury to his spirit deepened continuously. He attempted to numb himself with silence and focus, pouring all his energy into vigilance, scouting, and daily training. But whenever night fell silent, remorse, guilt, and sorrow for the fractured friendship would engulf him like a tide. He understood he must take action to atone, yet he was at a loss for words and uncertain where to begin. Gaius Trick Nizen, the battle-hardened butcher, appeared to be the only one who seemed outwardly unchanged. He remained taciturn, his steps steady, and his gaze keen. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the persistent haze that enveloped his rugged brow. He was now more frequently polishing his battle axe, its blade glinting with a cold, icy gleam beneath the dim light of the twilight, as if mirroring his current state of mind. Before him lay the anguish of 3 young souls, and the team that ought to stand united was irreparably teetering on the brink of collapse. That evening, they chose to camp in a sheltered hollow of the mountain. The cold wind howled through the valley, stirring up dry leaves and dust, producing a mournful sound akin to the wailing of lost souls. The campfire was reluctantly ignited, its flickering flames swaying uncertainly in the wind, casting shadows on 4 equally sullen faces. Dinner consisted of simple dark bread and jerky, accompanied by chilled ale. No one had an appetite. Felix mechanically chewed, his gaze vacant as he stared into the dancing flames, as if seeking some form of answer within the shifting light. Eureka nibbled at her bread, her eyes occasionally drifting towards Li Yiming, filled with evasion and unease. Li Yiming sat a little distance from the fire, quietly consuming his portion of food, striving to diminish his presence. He could distinctly feel the invisible pressure laden with complex emotions emanating from Eureka and Felix. Godtek silently observed it all, his deep-set eyes flickering with a rare restlessness. He downed a large gulp of ale, the cold liquid sliding down his throat. Yet it could not extinguish the nameless fire burning within him. He knew that if this continued, not only would they fail to achieve a glorious death, but they might struggle to survive and leave this desolate wasteland alive. A team rife with internal discord and disunity was tantamount to self-destruction in this perilous old world. At last, when the final morsel of dark bread was swallowed with difficulty, and the crackling of the fire became the sole sound in the stillness, Godtek forcefully threw his empty wine pouch to the ground, producing a dull thud. The sudden noise was akin to a stone plummeting into a silent lake, startling the other 3, who turned to him in unison. Godtek's countenance was dark enough to drip with despair. His hawk-like, piercing gaze swept over Felix, Eureka, and finally rested upon Li Yiming, imbued with an undeniable authority and a trace of profound disappointment. Enough. His voice was low and hoarse, yet carried a penetrating force that echoed through the quiet night. Look at yourselves. What do you resemble? A flock of lost lambs? Or feral dogs ready to turn on one another? Felix's body trembled slightly. He lowered his head, avoiding Godtek's gaze. Eureka's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She abruptly raised her head, ready to retort, but upon meeting Godtek's icy and stern eyes, she felt as though her throat had been constricted, rendering her speechless. Li Yiming silently bore the brunt of Godtek's wrath, knowing that the root of all this turmoil lay in the irreparable mistake he had made. We are a team. Gottrek's voice rose a few notches, laced with suppressed fury. Together, we traversed from Tillier to this place, enduring countless perils and battles. I believed we had forged some semblance of trust and understanding amidst the chaos. He spat vehemently. But what do I see now? Jealousy? Suspicion? Resentment? Or merely a child's farce? Gotrek Felix rasped, his voice tinged with anguish and fatigue. Silence, poet. Gotrek brusquely interrupted him. I am aware of what has transpired, and I have no desire to hear your nonsensical justifications. All I know is that if this continues, we shall all perish here, not by the green-skinned axe, but at the hands of those damned chaos worshippers, or perhaps even through our mutual distrust and internal strife. His gaze swept over the three of them, each word striking like a hammer upon their hearts. I, Gotrek Nizan, am a butcher. He suddenly straightened, unleashing the ferocity and resolute spirit of a dwarven butcher, causing the very air around to hold its breath. My vow is to seek a glorious death, and you, Felix Jaeger, are my witness, my chronicler. This is the very essence of our journey, the purpose of our existence. He paused, his tone softening, yet still imbued with undeniable determination. As for you two, his gaze shifted to Li Yiming and Eureka. Your choice to join us signifies your acceptance of this covenant, your acceptance of a shared fate. Regardless of your motives, be it a thirst for adventure or a quest for refuge, you must contribute to this fellowship rather than become a burden. Li Yiming and Eureka bowed their heads, their faces aflame with embarrassment. Though Gotrek's words were harsh, they resonated with truth. The camp fell into silence once more. Yet this silence differed from the previous one. It was no longer oppressive or awkward, but rather heavy with gravity and anticipation. They awaited Gotrek's final decree. Gotrek inhaled deeply, as if to expel the tumult within. He gazed at these three young souls, lost amidst their emotional entanglements, and a complex array of feelings surged within him. Anger, disappointment, yet perhaps also a hint of an unacknowledged concern akin to that of an elder for a younger generation. He understood that blunt accusations would not mend their rift. He needed to establish a clear and unwavering goal for this fractured band, a rule that could temporarily quell all personal grievances. From this day forth, Gotrek's voice rang out once more, each word distinct and weighty, imbued with an irrefutable resolve. In this company, no romantic entanglements between men and women shall be permitted. Do you comprehend? Any and all. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Li Yiming, Eureka, and Felix. Li Yiming abruptly raised his head, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. Eureka's complexion turned even paler, her lips trembling as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately sealed them shut. Felix remained with his head bowed, obscuring his expression, yet his shoulders quivered slightly. Our objective is adventure. It is combat. It is survival, only to embrace a grander destiny. Gotrek continued, his voice imbued with the characteristic stubbornness and resolve of dwarves. Your personal grievances and romantic entanglements must be set aside for now. If you cannot rein in your emotions and direct your energy toward our shared mission, then you may leave. Leave? Felix exclaimed, his head snapping up. Disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, depart. Gotrek declared with unwavering conviction. I would rather face my fate alone than be burdened by a group of duplicitous individuals who hinder one another. If you cannot manage this, then be gone. The word gone fell from his lips with a severity akin to a chilling blade, piercing the nerves of all present. The camp fell into a profound silence. The crackling of the campfire shattered the stillness, sparks dancing into the air, illuminating three faces, each bearing a distinct expression. A tumult of complex emotions surged within Li Yiming. Gotrek's proclamation was undeniably harsh and authoritarian, yet inexplicably, he felt a wave of relief. This decree, like an invisible barrier, temporarily shielded him from the unspoken awkwardness between him and Eureka. At least, under the shared goal of adventure. They need not confront the impulsiveness of that fateful night and its ensuing repercussions directly. He understood that Gotrek's intention was to ensure the team's survival, perhaps also to protect both him and Felix from further violent confrontations. Eureka bit her lip tightly, her nails digging into her palm. Gotrek's words struck her like a resounding slap, igniting feelings of humiliation and anger, yet deep within, she could not deny the truth in his assertion. Her recent behavior had indeed resembled that of a scorned woman, clouded by emotion, rather than that of a competent adventurer. The incident that should never have transpired had clouded her judgment. Now, though Gortek's prohibition left her feeling exposed, it also served as a splash of cold water, granting her a moment of clarity. At the very least, she need not agonize day and night over how to confront Yiming or mend the rift with Felix. She could suppress all her emotions temporarily and focus on the journey ahead. Felix's heart was equally tumultuous. Gortek's declaration was undoubtedly a repudiation of them all, a cautionary note. He felt shame, for their private discord had necessitated such a stern intervention from Gortek. Yet, amidst that shame, there was a flicker of relief. He was at a loss regarding how to navigate the shattered friendship with Yiming or confront his feelings for Yulika. Now, Gortek's edict provided him a respite, an excuse to temporarily shelve all emotions. He could redirect his focus toward chronicling Gortek's exploits, concentrating on the imminent adventure rather than wallowing in personal despair and confusion. Observing the reactions of the three, Gortek felt no sense of triumph. He understood that this was merely a potent remedy, capable of temporarily suppressing the ailment but unable to eradicate its roots. Yet, at this moment, he had no better alternatives. He could only hope that this stringent rule would allow the faltering team to reforge their unity, at least enabling them to reach their next destination. I reiterate. The voice of Gortek resonated with the firmness of granite. From this moment forth, we are one cohesive entity. Our singular objective is to complete the journey we have set out upon. Anyone who attempts to disrupt our unity or let personal feelings interfere with our mission shall be deemed an enemy of me, Gortek Jernison. The term enemy was articulated with chilling clarity, imbued with a hint of lethal intent. Yiming, Felix, and Ulrika all sensed the resolve in Gortek's words. They recognized that this dwarven butcher was not jesting. Should they breach this rule, Gortek would undoubtedly expel them from the ranks without hesitation and possibly resort to even harsher measures. After a prolonged silence, Felix spoke first. His voice hoarse and low. I understand, Gortek. I shall concentrate on my duties. Ulrika inhaled deeply, nodding as her voice trembled slightly. So shall I. Yiming regarded Gortek with a gaze filled with complex emotions. He realized that Gortek's actions were largely for his benefit. He solemnly nodded. I comprehend. I will do my utmost to prevent personal feelings from affecting the team. Gortek observed them, his expression softening just a fraction. He was aware that this was merely the beginning. The rifts among them could not be wholly mended by a few words. Yet, at the very least, they had reached a fragile consensus, a pact that would allow them to temporarily set aside their grievances and advance together. Very well, Gortek resumed, grasping his battle axe, gently polishing its blade. From tomorrow onward, I expect to witness a transformed team, one capable of collaboration and facing dangers together, rather than existing as a disjointed assembly. With that, he turned away from the group, approaching the campfire to add more firewood, then wrapped himself tightly in his fur and leaned against a rock, closing his eyes to rest. The camp fell into silence once more, but the atmosphere was markedly different from before. The suffocating oppression seemed to have been pierced by Gortek's resolute declaration, allowing a faint glimmer of light to seep through. The relationship between Yiming and Felix had indeed experienced a subtle thaw due to this decree. At the very least, they no longer had to deliberately avoid each other's gaze nor feel awkward about how to address one another. They could communicate as ordinary teammates, despite the exchanges still carrying an air of unnaturalness. That night, as it was Yiming and Ulrika's turn to keep watch until dawn, their conversation remained minimal. Nevertheless, when a gust of cold wind swept through, Yiming shifted his position to shield Ulrika from the chill. Ulrika's gaze did not shy away as it had previously. Instead, she quietly regarded his violet eyes and softly uttered a word of thanks. This simple expression of gratitude resonated strikingly in the stillness of the night. It resembled a small pebble cast upon the frozen expanse of a lake that lay between two individuals, stirring a barely perceptible ripple. Gortek's declaration hung like an invisible shackle, a temporary barrier that forcibly restrained the surging undercurrents of emotion, granting this nearly fragmented team a fleeting opportunity for respite and healing. Yet, all understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The repressed feelings and irreparable fissures still lurked beneath the calm surface, awaiting the next moment to erupt. At least, in this instant, they had rediscovered a shared objective, a reason to momentarily forget their anguish and forge ahead. The adventure continued, and their fates remained entwined along this unpredictable path. Chapter 41. The edge of the snowy realm Gaiatrix's pronouncement acted as an intangible decree, suspended above each member of the team. It did not miraculously dissolve the tensions among them. Such a notion was far too unrealistic, but it certainly functioned as a sturdy dam, momentarily restraining the turbulent flood of emotions, allowing this team on the brink of collapse to maintain a minimal level of operation. The awkwardness persisted as the dominant note in the atmosphere, yet it had transformed from a stifling silence, ripe for eruption, into a cautious calm marked by deliberate detachment. They no longer engaged in even the most basic exchanges rife with underlying hostility and unspoken accusations. Now, conversations were succinct, restrained, and strictly centered on the journey itself, its direction, supplies, vigilance, and camping. Li Yiming was one of the most direct beneficiaries of this decree, albeit with a bitter taste. He was no longer subjected to the piercing gaze of Eureka, filled with resentment, humiliation, and an incomprehensible complexity of emotions. Nor did he have to confront Felix, whose friendship had become as icy as a glacier. He could devote all his energy to his responsibilities, scouting ahead, maintaining equipment, participating in hunting, and remaining vigilant at night. He remained taciturn, yet his silence was no longer merely a manifestation of guilt and avoidance. It now bore a calm focus on the present. He understood that this was merely a stopgap, that the issues had not truly been resolved, but at least he had found a moment to breathe. Eureka's transformation was even more subtle. To her, Gaiatrix's declaration was undoubtedly a humiliation, as if it nailed her outburst of emotions and actions that night to a pillar of shame. In the initial days, her complexion was pale, her eyes filled with resentment and grievance. However, gradually, perhaps the arduous journey diverted her attention, or perhaps Gaiatrix's undeniable authority compelled her to accept reality. She began to bury those complex emotions deep within. She ceased casting complicated glances at Li Yiming and diminished her attempts to ingratiate herself with Felix. She became increasingly silent and resilient, diligently shouldering her responsibilities, as if to prove that she was not merely a victim of her emotions. Felix remained the disheveled poet. Though his sorrow was no longer so overt, he began to once again grasp the pen of record, though the words that flowed from it lacked the fervor and poetic essence of yore, resembling instead a mechanical obligation. Between him and Li Yiming, as well as Eureka, lay an invisible chasm. They could engage in the necessary exchanges, yet their gazes would instinctively avert during moments of connection, as if fearful of touching the deep-seated scars within one another. Hawktrix stood as a silent guardian, maintaining the fragile equilibrium of the group with his formidable presence and unquestionable authority. He spoke little, yet each glance and gesture was imbued with strength. He allocated tasks impartially and offered guidance when needed, seemingly striving to mend the fractured bonds of this team. Thus, they departed the disheartening land of Hegig, continuing eastward towards the direction of Kisleaf. The weather grew increasingly frigid. The warm autumn sun gradually yielded to the biting northern winds, and the sky became ever more vast and desolate. The trees flanking the road had shed their leaves, leaving only bare branches trembling in the cold wind, like gnarled arms reaching towards the heavens. Their garments thickened with each passing day, and the nighttime bonfire required more wood to stave off the penetrating chill. As they neared the eastern border of Ostmark, the landscape began to transform significantly. The rolling hills gave way to expansive plains, offering a remarkably broad view. The grass lay withered and low beneath the cold winds, revealing the barren black earth beneath. A desolate and stark atmosphere pervaded the air. "We are about to enter the region where Ostmark borders Kisleaf," Eureka softly spoke as they set up camp beneath a low, wind-sheltered hill that evening. Her voice carried a hint of complex emotion, imbued with both a longing for her homeland and an inexplicable melancholy. Since leaving Hegig, it was the first time she had initiated a conversation regarding Kisleaf. Li Yiming, engaged in inspecting his repeating crossbow, glanced up at her upon hearing her words. The flickering firelight cast a hazy glow upon Eureka's profile as she gazed into the distance, towards the boundless twilight and her ever-cherished homeland. "The winters in Kisleaf are far colder than here," she continued, adjusting her fur cloak, as if speaking to herself or perhaps explaining to others. "The snowfall can be immense, sometimes burying entire villages. The winds are fiercer too, cutting against the skin like a blade." Felix listened in silence, the quill in his hand scratching softly against the parchment, seemingly recording something, or perhaps merely using this act to alleviate the emptiness within. Hawktrick meticulously honed his battle axe on a whetstone, the blade glistening coldly in the firelight. He offered no comment on Eureka's words, as though the harshness of the world could not sway his steely resolve. "You seem somewhat different," Li Yiming remarked hesitantly, gesturing to Eureka's demeanor. As they drew closer to Kislev, the delicate demeanor characteristic of an imperial noblewoman began to fade from Yulika, replaced by a tranquil resilience, as if the harshness and barrenness of the land had sculpted an unseen facet of her character. Yulika turned her gaze towards Li Yiming, her eyes still complex yet devoid of the animosity they once held. "Perhaps," she said softly, "in Kislev, the weak cannot survive." This statement stirred something within Li Yiming. He recalled his childhood in Halgongsi, remembering the dark elven orphans who struggled for survival. In that world governed by the law of the jungle, weakness equated to death. In the following days, they ventured into the easternmost region of the Ostmark territory, where the villages grew increasingly sparse and human presence became rare. Along the roadside, one could occasionally glimpse rudimentary wooden shrines dedicated to deities unfamiliar to Li Yiming, their style rugged and primitive, starkly contrasting with the exquisite churches found within the empire. The air was permeated with an intensified chill, the sky perpetually overcast, with the sun appearing feeble. Occasionally, delicate snowflakes would drift down, landing on the ground only to swiftly melt away, leaving behind damp traces. "Look over there." One afternoon, the foremost figure, Hawktrick, abruptly halted, pointing into the distance. The group followed his gesture, and at the horizon's edge, a rolling expanse resembling colossal white waves materialized. "Are those snow-capped mountains?" Felix murmured in awe. "Not quite." Yulika responded with a hint of excitement. "Those are the northern foothills of the mountains at the world's edge, serving as Kislev's natural fortress. We are not far from true Kislev." As they pressed onward, the white silhouettes grew increasingly distinct. The majestic mountains coiled like a great dragon in the east, their peaks blanketed in pristine snow, shimmering with a cold light beneath the somber sky. A frigid wind from the north howled, sweeping up the desiccated grass and dust, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. "This is the ice wind," Yulika shouted, shielding her face with her hand. "A specialty of Kislev. It sweeps in from the mountain pass at the world's edge, carrying the chill of the far north." Li Yiming too felt the force of this wind. It differed from the damp cold of the empire, possessing a dry, biting chill that seemed to penetrate to the marrow. Instinctively, he tightened his cloak around him. And even the dark elf's natural resistance to cold seemed inadequate at that moment. The atmosphere within the group subtly shifted due to the grandeur and severity of the scene, an awe of the unknown path ahead, a vigilance towards the harsh environment. And Yulika's unmistakable, near-exuberant excitement temporarily alleviated the awkwardness among them. After approximately half a day's journey, they finally arrived at a small border settlement. Rather than a village, it resembled a makeshift outpost consisting of a dozen low wooden cabins encircled by a rudimentary wooden fence. Skulls of wild beasts hung from the fence, exuding a primal and fierce aura. At the entrance of the settlement stood two guards draped in heavy furs, brandishing long spears. Their faces were weathered and darkened by the biting cold, their gazes sharp and vigilant, reminiscent of solitary wolves prowling the wilderness. Their attire diverged sharply from that of the imperial soldiers, prioritizing practicality and warmth, sacrificing a degree of imperial refinement for a raw, untamed essence. Upon spotting the group led by Hawktrick, the guards immediately assumed a defensive stance, their spears pointed towards them, demanding in a harsh imperial tone, "Who goes there? Where do you come from? Where are you headed?" Eureka stepped forward, engaging them in a fluid language imbued with a distinctive accent. Li Yiming could not comprehend the words, yet he felt an ancient and unrefined power resonating within. This must be the tongue of Kislev. After some negotiation, the guards softened their demeanor slightly, though their vigilance remained unyielding. They scrutinized Hawktrick's sturdy frame and massive battle axe, then glanced at Felix, who stood out in his poet's garb, incongruous amidst the rugged surroundings. Their gaze finally settled on Li Yiming, whose distinctly foreign features elicited scrutiny and a subtle hint of disdain. They informed him that this was the border outpost of Raven's Ford in Ostermark, and beyond lay the lawless lands, followed by the actual territories controlled by the Duchy of Kislev. Eureka translated, indicating that they were permitted to rest here for a night, but must depart at dawn. Lawless lands? Felix furrowed his brow, the term sounding ominous. Indeed. Eureka nodded gravely. That area is frequented by bandits, beastmen, and even greenskins. The borders of Kislev have always been tumultuous. The interior of Raven's fort was exceedingly rudimentary. Low wooden huts constructed from thick logs stood beneath roofs that were heavily thatched with straw and animal hides. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning wood, the sourness of poor-quality ale, and an indescribable hint of livestock. The inhabitants of the settlement were predominantly hunters, woodcutters, and retired soldiers, clad in heavy furs and coarse garments. Their expressions fierce and alert. The arrival of the group piqued the curiosity and scrutiny of the residents, particularly that of Yiming, whose distinctive appearance drew the attention of many. Their gazes were a mixture of curiosity, wariness, and unabashed exclusion. Haktrick paid no mind to their stares. Striding directly to the only establishment that resembled a tavern in the center of the settlement, pushing open the creaking wooden door. Inside, the tavern was dimly lit, shrouded in swirling smoke. A few men were seated at rudimentary wooden tables, mostly drinking in silence, occasionally exchanging gruff words. As Haktrick and his companions entered, all eyes turned toward them. For mugs of ale, some jerky, and bread, Haktrick declared. Approaching the bar and slapping a few imperial coins onto the greasy wooden counter with a resonant thud. The tavern keeper, a burly man with a bushy beard, appraised Haktrick with a glance, then surveyed Felix, Eureka, and Yiming behind him. Without further inquiry, he nodded and began preparing food and drink. They chose a table against the wall, surrounded by scrutinizing gazes that betrayed no hint of concealment. The individuals here seemed decidedly unfriendly. Felix lowered his voice, feeling a sense of discomfort. This is how the people of the borderlands are, Yulika explained. They have encountered all manner of individuals and have faced countless dangers. Distrust of strangers is ingrained in their instinct for survival. Yiming silently surveyed his surroundings, noting the stark contrast between this atmosphere and that of the towns in the heart of the empire. Gone were the bustling streets, the refined shops, and the leisurely citizens. Everything here appeared rugged and primal, imbued with the tension of survival. The people's gazes lacked the ease of comfort, replaced instead by vigilance and a fierce demeanor. This reminded him of the days he spent in the lower docks of Aurora City, where the atmosphere bore some resemblance, though here it was harsher, and the people more forthright. Before long, ale and food were served. The ale had a coarse taste, imbued with a pronounced bitterness, yet it was remarkably potent. A single sip ignited a warm surge from his abdomen, dispelling much of the chill. The jerky was tough and dry, requiring considerable effort to chew, while the bread was equally rough, but for a famished traveler, it was a rare delicacy. Which direction shall we take after we leave here tomorrow? Yiming inquired. Gnawing on the hard jerky. East, across the wasteland, Yulika indicated toward the eastern horizon. It will take approximately 3 to 4 days, assuming all goes well. Then we shall reach the first large town of Kislev, Volokholamsk. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. The wasteland sounds troublesome, Gortek remarked, downing a large gulp of ale. We must exercise greater caution. At that moment, the tavern door swung open once more, admitting several men clad in tattered leather armor, armed with various weapons. They appeared to be mercenaries or adventurers, their faces weathered and their gazes imbued with a defiant spirit. Leading them was a tall, lean man with a goatee, his waist adorned with a curved blade, a menacing scar stretching from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his mouth. He scanned the tavern, his gaze lingering on Yulika for a moment, glinting with a lewd spark, before shifting to Yiming, revealing unabashed malice. Well, what do we have here? A little pretty boy with pointy ears, the scarred man sneered, eliciting raucous laughter from his companions. The atmosphere in the tavern instantly grew tense. Patrons who had been drinking halted their activities, intrigued, anticipating an unfolding spectacle. Yiming's brow furrowed slightly. He remained silent, quietly reaching for the repeating crossbow at his waist, sensing the palpable danger emanating from the newcomers. Kid, you don't belong in a place like this. The man with a scarred face advanced step by step towards them, his companions following suit, subtly forming a circle of encirclement. Hand over your valuables, and perhaps we might consider sparing your lives. As for this little girl, he licked his lips, his gaze once again fixating on Eureka. She can stay behind to entertain us. Eureka's complexion instantly turned pale, her eyes brimming with a mixture of anger and fear. She instinctively leaned closer to Yiming. Felix tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his face ashen as he rose to his feet. Please show some respect. We do not wish to provoke trouble. Trouble? The scarred man burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Kid, here, we are the trouble. You scoundrels, are you seeking death? Godtek suddenly stood up, his stout figure radiating an overwhelming aura at that moment. The battle axe in his hand gleamed ominously, sending chills through the air. The smile froze on the scarred man's face. He clearly had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous dwarf possessed such formidable presence. His companions instinctively took a step back. A dwarf butcher? The scarred man narrowed his eyes, a hint of gravity creeping into his tone. Humph. Even if you are a butcher, what does it matter? We outnumber you. Outnumber? Godtek scoffed disdainfully. Before my axe, even the greatest numbers are merely sheep awaiting slaughter. Before the words had fully left his lips, Godtek sprang into action. His diminutive figure shot forth like a cannonball towards the scarred man. The battle axe slicing through the air with a deadly arc, accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly at the foe's face. The scarred man's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the dwarf would strike so suddenly. In a flurry, he raised his curved blade to block. Clang! A resounding crash echoed, sparks flying. The scarred man's blade shattered on impact, and he was sent staggering backward, blood streaming from his hands. Simultaneously, Yiming also took action. His reflexes were remarkably swift. Before the companions of the scarred man could recover, the repeating crossbow in his hands emitted a low hum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts flew in a formation toward the 3 closest enemies. These bolts were not aimed at vital points, but rather targeted their wrists or thighs. Piercing cries erupted in succession as the 3 adversaries collapsed, clutching their injuries and wailing in agony. Felix, too, drew his longsword. Though his movements were not as rapid or decisive as those of Godtek and Yiming, he successfully forced one enemy to retreat. Eureka clutched her dagger tightly at her waist. Although her hand trembled slightly, her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. She understood that in such a place, weakness would only invite far graver consequences. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had turned. The once intimidating group, led by the scarred man, crumbled under the thunderous assault of Godtek and Yiming. Godtek, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes with his axe, each blow heavy and powerful, leaving the scarred man in a state of utter disarray, incapable of mounting a defense. Yiming calmly replaced the magazine of his rapid-fire crossbow, which resembled the scythe of death, relentlessly harvesting the combat strength of his foes. His shots were both precise and cunning. Each arrow effectively weakened an enemy without immediately claiming their life, forcing them to writhe in pain and fear, thereby further shattering their morale. The other patrons of the tavern, initially drawn in by a sense of curiosity, now stood in stunned silence, shocked by the ferocity displayed by these outsiders, particularly the seemingly frail elf and the stout dwarf. Enough. We concede. The scar-faced man, witnessing his subordinates fall one by one and feeling his own strength waning, finally let out a reluctant roar, feigning a maneuver before attempting to flee. But would Grek allow him such a reprieve? The dwarf butcher let out a deafening roar, lunging forward in a single bound, his battle axe crashing down with tremendous force upon the scar-faced man's back. A sickening thud echoed, followed by a spray of blood. The scar-faced man emitted a chilling scream as he collapsed to the ground, silence engulfing him thereafter. The remaining adversaries, upon witnessing their leader's demise, were instantly struck by terror, abandoning their injured comrades as they scrambled to escape the tavern. The establishment fell into a profound stillness, broken only by the pained groans of the few enemies whose knees had been injured and Grek's heavy breaths. He withdrew his axe from the back of the scar-faced man, the blade smeared with blood, appearing particularly menacing under the dim light. Scanning the other patrons, who had once displayed expressions of amusement, he now found them averted, heads bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. It was evident that this place was far from tranquil. Grek slammed his axe against the floor and spoke in a low voice. Yiming silently stowed away his crossbow, his face betraying no emotion, yet within him stirred the tumult of realization. This unexpected skirmish had once again illuminated the harsh and perilous nature of this world. Here, weakness was the original sin. Eureka and Felix appeared somewhat pallid, clearly still reeling from the earlier fright. The tavern owner cautiously peered from behind the bar, his expression a mix of fear and a weary acceptance of the grim reality. He glanced at the corpses and the wounded, then at Grek and the others, remaining silent as he began to clear the aftermath. "We should leave this place as soon as possible," Felix murmured. Grek nodded in agreement. "At dawn, we depart." That night, they scarcely closed their eyes. The cold wind howled outside the tavern, like the wails of lost souls. Felix and Gortek took turns keeping watch, alert to any unforeseen occurrences. As the first light of dawn illuminated the earth, they had gathered their belongings and departed from the Cold Crow fortress. The settlement receded into the distance, while the road ahead remained an endless expanse of wilderness. The biting wind whipped up the snow beneath their feet, stinging their faces. Eureka's gaze was resolutely fixed on the east, the direction of her longed-for homeland. Despite the uncertain and treacherous path ahead, she knew she was drawing ever closer to her home. Yiming silently walked along the flanks of the group, his repeating crossbow ever poised for action. He remained oblivious to the destination that lay ahead, nor could he fathom what awaited them. Yet, he understood the imperative of relentless self-improvement to endure in this harsh world, to safeguard both himself and those dear to him. At the edge of the frozen realm, where the air is frigid and desolate, new hopes and challenges begin to blossom. Thus, their adventure embarked upon a wholly new chapter,